Chapter 1 Died and Yet Alive. Jiangyu's dead, 30 manner off his demisi rather disgraceful. It were sudden den death. Indeed, a sudden death, akin to offer Telthril. Though it certainly wasn't voluntary. At just 26 years of age, Jiangyu was drugged by a seemingly innocent neighbour who was, in fact, his blind date, after an night of madness that stretched into the morning his succumbed on Thebed. Even in his phenomenons, he hard nern klink that the sweet, adorable neighbour core derbersachin sanity. The two had been top far blind date, on later discover they were real red acquainted. Initially, their conversation flowed easily, beautiful to ramen or incident when Jiangyu scoted her home, had drunk glass of water chauffeured, and his vision blurred before he collapsed. Upon awakening, he found himself bound to thib dinner in her apartment, realizing tulity that they should never accept drinks from others. Regrettably, it was sold to Latinau. Yuchidash's lifeless body lay next to the pale and bloodless Ruan Shixi, who had just discovered that Jiangyu had siasa to breathe. Both were raised around by blood her blood. It was and lie about Alphenhauer prior that she'd realized Jiangyu was gone. She was momentarily stunned, her youthful, vibrant face clouded with confusion. Then, without hesitation, Shetak Sivarinafesh had previously acceded to threaten Jiangyuan's lashta hernrest, as her fearingit wasn't deepener, repeating thiegt several times. Jiangyu scope slainaked, his limbs band to Thebed. Ruin Shixi then reached out to hold his lifeless body, resting her face garmly against the shirte she closed here is, seemingly unfazed by the copious blood around her. The teary camnishent shivers down the spiny of Fevan Jiangyu now her cops. Show he whispered softly, Brother Jiangyu, you will forever belong to me. I want gu narna mori blind dates, right? In our next life, we'll be together again. Jiangyu thought to himself, this isn't good. He did not imagine the implications of his Fernie and computer, still filled with unsent messages, and how his current state would likely make the headlines. Surely, so can our currents schulden lie happernons he her petite wouldn't repeat. Most important, licorice life and steer are clear of blind dates, 4 hour that he may just be your deranged neighbour. At that moment, an 8-year-old Chubba Jiangyu on his firmless sofa, sighing heavily, while outside, these anderfer killed scry echoed like a caten's wail. His expression was far from cheerful, as she counted in his mind, it had been Twidacency's rebirth, and in that time Rin Shicker had been beaten 5 teams. Yes, Jiangyu had been rebben. It seemed toth a strong desire to avoid entanglements with Ruin Shixi in his next life had manifested in this peculiar way. So he had literally laughed at himself to death, for he had no next life instead, he had returned with memories intact. However, the taming of his rebirth was less than ideal. What kind of good person is reborn at he Javate? He had read in line and ovals where he characters were reborn at 18. Heglan Seedag ain't his neighbour's door and said earnest lighter his mother, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Mom, how about Wimerv? Old Hauff Henu thought her neat-year-old Suggestion would likely be dismissed. Hugh and Tetatry, isn't it said Tochel drank and see things adults scano? I feel like Caraho mind for Iclean. Before he could finish, Suyans mocked his headly. You little rascal, spur my nonsense. Your eyes are only for watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, watching clean things. Have e'er been reading inappropriate books again? Have e'er finished your summer homework? Stenglin see towards the door and murmured, with happy tea, such a lovely little edgel being beaten every day. Jiangyu couldn't help her scoffing woodly, please don't be tie here that girl will even July Beth eat it Hofi Arison. Ruin Shixi live a direct lie across from Jiangyu, they had known Yachut her since their birth. However, unlike Jiangyu Shuppa family, Ruin Shixi shom ways Emerson alcoholic further, Aruna Wemether, and her daughter left behind. From the time Jiangyu could remember, Thegerla crossed their whole ways of ten crying, perpetually dirty. Thus, Shofen face ed rejection and desolation at cool, dressed in ragged clothes, bearing wounds, and exuding a gloomy aura. The third children would makir, saying her mother didn't want the shoes a child nobody wanted. Children's cruelty is often simple and direct. As for Jiangyu, although he was a neighbour, he had never bullied her, yet, actual, he always follow wet tech road, never to ring to approach her. Reflecting on this, Jiangyu sighed, realizing he had been complicity in our form of invisible violence. But Gavinal thought, how could Ruin Shixi still have feelings for him? And we had Shete Keng in captive. Jiangyu understood Totson's moving wasn't an option. Hueld Havato distance a himsel from Ruan Shixi. But in his previous life, he hard already kept his distance, hadn't? It seemed futile. As Jiangyu pondered this, Suyin called from the kitchen, "Siryu, please help your mother buy me soy sauce and salt. By the way, don't you want to eat salt briquette chicken? Bring back some salt briquette chicken powder." With a sigh, Jiangyu got up from the sofa, turned off the television, and went to the kitchen to ask his mother for money. He was calculating where the leftover money from Ru Ningarans would be for some nesting tofu. Unfortunately, as an 8-year-old, his allowance was minimal. He called in Lyally on Ningarand to save a bit of money, event how his mother was aware of it. Before heading out, Jiangyu overheard his mother reminding him to eat 2 mug candy or he warged cavities. Jiangyu scoffed inwardly on like cauldron eat candy hue and Ted stink to foo. Regrettably, he'd to purchase in gone conditions he didn't have enough money, and the stink to fuven doorways close at tot day. Holding the cotton candy, he thought, something is better than anything. Ever since the turning back into child, he had become utterly obsessed. Just as Jiangyu ched the ground floor, ready to take her bite of the cotton candy, has spotted Simeon. It was Ruan Shixi. The beautifully young girl's face was marred with bruises, hideous whirling, and her lips cracked beneath the summer heat. Her long sleeves scored not conceal the scars that her adorned hair exposed skin. Upon seeing her, Jiangyu instinctively stiffened, a cold sweat breaking out in his back. It was no exaggeration to say that felt paralysed, unable to move his feet. After all, a cold remain carmu pon encountering the very person ho hard on scores at hemsa charm. Ron's exquisite expressionly slien the stairs, gazing Gathy once in her hands, remnants of tears still visible on her face. Thout they were of similar age, Jiangyu was feiskend and plump, while at frail little ledger appeared to Bothriers younger, sitting through lear king all the more pitchable, as if sensing gaze, shudden lighter and adherent passive efferciter ward shim. Jiangyu mather cold, hateful eyes. Emotions that are killed here Jeherdieta learned Thomas, he cold clear lies with filtered resentment reflected in her gaze. Fear he hard felt once had impined on a previous life surged within him, rendering his mind blank as slowly extended his shanterwatcher. Would you like some? A large, pink, fluffy cotton candy wafer to Thegel. Jimmied momentarily stunned, the coldness and detriment in her beautifully is freezing into confusion and uncertainty. Ultimately, Jiangyu witnessed an odd eyes wheat smiley bloom in her face as her wretched their scarred hand. Trembling slightly as he accepted he cotton candy, the merks in her hand, readings wallen from a cigarette burns. Warady stressing to behold. Thank you, brother, she murmured. Chapter 2 Ano, I've brought her mealy to Luadu. Relieved touch had Jurlai taken a bite of the cotton candy. Jiangyu hastily attempted to be pashranda sent the stairs. Although Wanzixi was still latched, he felt an overwhelming sense of in the first 2 days after his return. He had her van contemplate ending her life highly she still young. However, Jiangyu was merely an ordinary person teeth out of taking a life wage unfathomable. Not to mention that murder weighs against a larve. His footsteps quickened, but soon he heard light footsteps trailing behind him. Turning around, he was met by her bright, large eyes. 11111, noticing him stop, extended he cotton candy toward him, softly saying, "Brother, would you like some? Ivy and lie hard a little you can have at this part, it's not dirty." Hers movers, filled with anticipation, made her appear quite endearing. Jiangyu, gazing at her adorable jewel before him, found it hard to reconcile her currentiness and suit that chautic pursish would later become. Just as she was about to decline, these ando footsteps approached from above. Suyin her just come here to look for her son, suspecting he had been sneaking snacks since he had been on for so long. Shad heard rumors of children going missing in another district. As reached the corner of the stairs, she spotted Jiangyu and Wanzix standing there. Wanzix's eye was still extending the cotton candy towards Jiangyu. Suyin immediately noticed her bruise on her Wanzix's body. A flash of compassion crossed her face as light up Jiangyu on the head. What are you doing? Stealing your sister's cotton candy? Wanzix instinctively recoiled at the sight of the jolt. Jiangyu, ho har been shielding a sheet and trying to explain that he was to ho hag event the cotton candy 11111, quickly exclaimed, "Wait, there's a staircase behind your beauty." 'Twas too later. Wanzix I hard all red item bled down the stairs. Suyin the tutor's mal scream and hurried past Jiangyu to check on her 11111, a rail right. Fortunately, the stars were in at Varire, Butimus the Vehart for Sakaz mal child to fall. However, Wanzix remained silent, only looking at the oiled cotton canyon the ground, tears brimming in heries. The sight broke Suyin shite. She quickly scoopied up the little legel, cradling urgently. Aren't you ill? Take you out to ear doctor. All right. Ron Zixa shivered, clearly terrified. No, I can't go. I ever na money they'll find me further Anthan he would come effer herent be the root side. Suyin paused for a moment, then spoke urgently. It's okay auntie has a doctor therm. To be honest, Jiangyu had never seen his mother exhibit so tenderness in his 26 years of life. Suyin carried Thessalant or 1 upstairs sang Calardoto Jiangyu Watario standing for, bring the things back. Jiangyu felt speechless. Buto Bejentla followed behind, holding T-Bog. He the noticed or 1 peer in gover his mother's holder, looking at them. Jiangyu merdia faciether, silently pleading, don't look at me like ethat frightensome. Upon entering, Jaime dia tele pointy. 11111, Harris eating in Thesopher. The curtain candy wars for her in thasing glebite. 11111, who had been sitting quietly, immediate luster Jupiter the swords, trembling ash softly apologized, Imsari, I want yet again. Suyin and Jiangyu exchanged glances, taken aback. There was no need for her to be so frightened. Jiangyu would explain it was because he heard a cavity if Suyin found other hadjet and candy. She would sula scold him. Suyin quickly reassured her in a gentle tone. 1111, don't be afraid, don't you want scold you. I feel bro thurgavata you, it's perfectly finito it. Although Jiangyu instinctively felt some reputation towards her 11111, the pitiful little Ejilber far he marred lias and buldorodotal, his emotions were complex despite his resolve to keep his distance. Howard hindered up bringing this little Luado home. Suyin, Thor's he Peadston, was genuinely kind-hearted and one share playful lit up Jiangyu's head, it lacked any real force towards merely gesture. Jiangyu watched his mother Tandalai applying medicine at her 16 her facetied Wilkinson, suddenly. Amory surfaced from his previous life. His mother heard tentatively skat him. How are Barty bring the little legil from across the street over to play with the eye? At the time, however, Jiangyu had disdainfully replied, I don't want to play with her. Nunitski like sheriff I play with her. Michael's mates will ignore his further huddle so Kimiden, suggesting they cold play the mean thatcher 16 cold stay for meal sandrist. Yet Jiangyu had remained obstinate, throwing Gerton through month the doorstep, refusing to Lethrin, crying and wailing. Ultimately, his mother ways unably tar bringer 16 inside. Now, Ash reflected in his and yourself and observed her 16 her body married with injuries. Trembling silently Ash's mother tended to ha felt her wavy off Fregri to shiver him ha her trilla been foolish. Jiangyu had always believed he hinder 16 had no grievances against each other, but no who realized it her sackle deeba stand there he hater not vertently shattered her hopes. No wonder, during his captivity, he hard heard her voice by the bed, filled with confusion as it said, why can't I be your sister? Yenviu can I be your wife? Then wold be family. With a sigh, Jiangyu listened to his mother's gentrasher in Chester 11111. He turned and went to his room, retrieving the hidden snacks stashed away. Hetter reaping the packaging and Dofer Dutor 11111. Here, have some. Mimum will lived in a Redison share cooks really well. Ronzixi hesitated to accept, instinctively glancing at Suyin, her cautious demeanor tugged the strings, evoking a sense of sorrow. Suyin shotted eyes are proving glary otherson for a screech of a snacking, then gently took hat treats from a shan sang place it them in a 16's, the Ryugo eat, it's all right. Shethan turned to Jiangyu, saying, Sir you, come with me. Feeling dejected, Jiangyu followed with his mother, bracing Imsel for reprimand, hoping this time might wouldn't involve his spanking after. He whistle read a 26. However, Suyin simpled him in Torum, crouching down to meet his gaze. Dulakia sister? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangyu shook his head. He didn't like her hair culty Dorito. Wouldn't that be death's intense? Suyin wasted kenneback by his bluntness, pausing for a moment before yisking, then drew dislike her. She's for repetiable lerkatol heron jories. Asha spoke, she cautiously observed her sense expression, worrio funny signo for version. Jiangyu understood what his mother was trying to convey. In his past life, he hardered him and lie rejected idea, crying and throwing of it, but what if thistem, hako so not refuse. Perhaps that would prevent the from coming twisted in future if Charmaine Dundon tainted hammock ter vertise and demise. With this thought in mind, Jiangyu realized it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, at this moment, Ronzixi appeared quite harmless. Given her small stature, he could easily handle 3 of her. Having reached this conclusion, Jiangyu looked at Suyin and asked, Mom, do I want her taking my sister? But she has a further. Suyin was surprised at other son understood Samak. Nevertheless, she patiently explained, even though she has a further, her relicom sherm, if that's the case, could she come and stay with us? Sheckled keep you company while I play, wouldn't that Bennis? Chapter 3, Sleeping together. Jiangyu was rather reluctant to agree, wondering what was so good about it. He instinctively felt a sense of fear towards the girl named 11111. However, he recalled how, in his previous life, his refusal might have led to her being fixated on him from that moment on. Now, at the age of 26, witnessing a young girl being beaten daily truly tugged at his heartstrings. Ultimately, Jiangyu hoped to alter her fate and avert a tragic ending, all while ensuring his own survival. Thus, he silently nodded in acquiescence. Su Yin let out a sigh of relief, having previously feared that her son would be unwilling. To her surprise, he proved to be quite understanding. As a reward, she gave Jiangyu 10 yuan before heading out to fetch 11111's clothes. 11111, however, appeared pale, as if she believed she was being cast out, her gaze towards Jiangyu at the bedroom door filled with a complex mix of emotions. Observing her slow departure and constant glances at her son, Su Yin assumed it was due to her dependence on Jiangyu. She promptly pulled him closer, saying, 1111, don't be afraid. Your brother and I will accompany you to get your clothes. Your father just left and probably won't be back soon. How about you stay here with us for dinner and to sleep? Having been neighbors with 111 for many years, Su Yin was well aware that his drinking binges often lasted 3 to 4 days, sometimes extending to 10 days or even half a month. The child's survival relied on the compassion of those around her, yet, despite the pity felt by the neighbors, no one dared to take her in. There had been instances of the police being called, only for the situation to end in mediation, with 111 even suing those who attempted to help, proving that family matters are often beyond the reach of justice. After the police departed, he would hurl trash at their doors, denouncing them as kidnappers. Consequently, no one dared to shelter 11111 anymore, and at most, they would offer her a morsel of food. Thus, the beautiful and adorable little girl had become a small beggar. Jiangyu felt a sense of reluctance. He genuinely harbored a fear of 11111, however, upon hearing Su Yin's words, her eyes sparkled with hope. She cautiously reached out, tugging at the hem of Jiangyu's shirt, and earnestly declared, brother, my hands are clean. Jiangyu glanced at her, and she flashed him a charming smile. With a resigned sigh, he replied, all right, let us go. Su Yin looked at 11111 with sympathy as they led the two children across the street. Upon opening the door, an unpleasant odor wafted forth. The living room was in disarray, with the sofa askew, the table shattered, and the television cabinet marred by cracks, with bloodstains on the floor. It was evident that the place had been violently ransacked. Jiangyu's thoughts drifted to the injuries on 11111's face, and at that moment, she tightened her grip on his shirt. Mistaking her reaction for fear, he turned to offer her comfort, only to find her expression cold and mocking as her gaze fell upon the bloodstains. This expression seemed incongruent with her tender age, sending a chill through Jiangyu. Was it possible that she had already become twisted? If so, had he unwittingly invited a wolf into his home? What would happen to his parents? Jiangyu began to ponder the likelihood of convincing his parents that he had been reborn and that 11111 was a deviant. The odds appeared to be 0. After all, he was merely 8 years old, not 18. Feeling somewhat defeated, he observed 11111 being led by his mother into the house to gather her belongings. Yes, she had to collect her things from the balcony, as she had no room of her own. She had always slept on the balcony whenever her father was home. In truth, the notion of gathering her belongings was somewhat misleading, as 11111 had very little to collect. The clothes she wore and those in her possession had long ceased to fit her, having been purchased by her mother when she was 5. After her mother left, no one had provided her with anything since. Su Yin was heartbroken, having initially thought 11111 wore long sleeves to hide her scars, when in reality, it was simply because she had outgrown her short sleeves. Su Yin helped her organize her school bag and assignments before leading her out, saying, Auntie will buy you new clothes. For now, you can stay at Auntie's house until your father returns. Su Yin paused momentarily. 11111, already quite perceptive, responded, I will come back, and Su. I won't let him find out. The well-behaved and considerate girl indebted herself to those around her. Yet, Jiangyu's mind was still replaying the image of her sitting on the stairs and the bloodstains he had just witnessed in her home. During dinner, Jiangyu found it difficult to concentrate. His father, Jiang Weimin, a doctor, returned home after work and tended to 11111's wounds, providing her with some anti-inflammatory medication. The child was battered and bruised, but thankfully, no bones were fractured. At that moment, 11111 comforted Su Yin, saying, Aunt Su, I know how to curl up so I won't get hit in the head or on my bones. Hearing such words from an 8-year-old child, even Jian Yu, who felt a sense of fear towards her, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Not to mention Su Yin, whose heart was already tender. That evening, Jian Yu's chicken leg found its way into 11111's bowl. Jian Yu thought to himself, not a single piece was left for him. Yet, 11111, being considerate, placed a chicken leg into Jian Yu's bowl, saying, Brother, eat. Jian Yu, feeling a mix of emotions, ultimately begrudgingly shared one with her, saying, You eat too. His feelings were indeed complex, both sympathetic and fearful. However, all those emotions shattered when Su Yin announced that 11111 would be sleeping with him that night. Jian Yu looked at 11111 beside his mother and exclaimed, Mom, boys and girls shouldn't share a bed at our age. We both ate. It's just for one night, there are no rooms available. Tomorrow, I'll buy a bunk bed for you, you can let your sister stay with you. Su Yin acknowledged that her decision might be a bit excessive. But surely, the children couldn't sleep in the same bed as her and her husband, especially since 1111 instinctively feared Dr. Jiang. Jian Yu, with wide eyes, firmly declared, Then I'll sleep with Dad. You two can sleep together. Yet, after saying that, he felt a pang of fear. What if 11111 harmed his mother? Although she appeared fragile, he decided it was too risky. Su Yin contemplated this reasoning and was about to agree when she heard Jian Yu say, No, I'd rather sleep with you. 11111, come here. 11111 was wearing Jiang Yu's pajamas from the previous year, but they still seemed somewhat oversized on her. She obediently walked over and said to Jiang Yu, Brother, I want to move while I sleep. Jiang Yu, feeling exasperated, retorted, Asleep, sleep, sleep. Mom, you should go to bed too. Su Yin, concerned about his agitation, glanced at 11111's obedient demeanor and felt reassured. She reminded the two to get along and not to quarrel before leaving the room with a hint of worry. In the end, Jian Yu and 11111 lay on opposite sides of the bed, the gap between them wide. Jian Yu resolved not to sleep that night, fearing that if he did, he might end up in danger. Whenever the person beside him cautiously turned over, he would roll away in alarm, landing on the floor with a thud. Fortunately, the mat cushioned his fall. 11111 froze for a moment before anxiously asking, Brother, are you all right? Jian Yu eyed her warily. What were you doing just now? My back hurts and itches, so I wanted to turn over, but I won't move anymore, she replied, biting her lip and glancing nervously at the door. Lowering her voice, she added, I can sleep on the floor. I used to sleep on the balcony at home. Brother, can I sleep on the floor? Chapter 4. No, that little weirdo was indeed somewhat adorable in her childhood. Jian Yu gazed at the little girl cautiously peering out from his bed, her eyes fixed on him. 11111 possessed an exquisite beauty. Reflecting upon it now, it was perhaps one of the reasons why she was bullied by the boys, her striking appearance. During elementary school, many mischievous children would resort to bullying to capture the attention of the girls. Although such behavior is undeniably irksome, even now, despite her face being marred with injuries, 11111 remained enchanting. Jian Yu couldn't help but think of the wounds on her back, inflicted by her father's belt, old and new scars layered upon one another, creating a frightful tapestry of hurt. Some recent wounds, likely neglected due to the weather, had begun to fester. Jian Yu attempted to convince himself that the 11111 from his past and the one before him were two entirely different individuals, yet he ultimately failed to persuade himself. He sighed and, in a somewhat sullen tone, suggested, Let us play a game, the loser will sleep on the floor. He opened his drawer and pulled out chess, military chess, Ludo, and jungle chess, inviting 11111 to choose. These were games that many students often played during recess. However, 11111 fell silent for a moment before speaking. I don't know how to play any of them. How can you not know? Jian Yu began to protest, only to suddenly remember that she always sat in the corner at school. Whenever she approached, her classmates would maliciously cover their noses and shout, Get away, little beggar. Jian Yu felt a pang of despair. He glanced at the girl sitting obediently before him, her lashes drooping, presumably in discomfort from her back, yet she only moved slightly, remaining silent. Defeated, he put the games away, realizing she had taken anti-inflammatory medication and was likely tired. However, 11111 had yet to express her fatigue. Jianyu pointed to the bed. You should sleep. I'll take the floor, or my mom will scold me again tomorrow. He had concocted a rationale for himself, typical of an awkward adult, yet 11111 shook her head. No, if Auntie sees, she might think poorly of me. Jianyu wanted to argue that his mother was not that kind of person, but upon reflecting on how cautious 11111 had been since arriving at their home, he sighed again, climbed onto the bed, and patted the space beside him. Let us sleep together. If you don't want to share with me, she gazed at Jianyu with her doe-like eyes, her tone dejected. But before she could finish her sentence, Jianyu interrupted. Hurry up and get up here, I'm tired. His voice was laced with impatience. Eventually, the little girl climbed up cautiously, curling into a small corner of the bed. Jianyu decided not to look at her anymore and turned away. He initially thought he would have difficulty falling asleep, yet he forgot the body's natural responses, not to mention he was only 8 years old. Within 10 minutes, he sprawled out in a starfish position, soundly asleep. Contrarily, 11111, who had taken anti-inflammatory medication, remained wide-eyed, not daring to move until she detected Jianyu's steady breathing. Only then did she cautiously shift her body closer, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Observing the peacefully sleeping Jianyu, her face revealed no expression. If Jianyu were to see her now, he would likely be terrified. 11111 found Jianyu's behavior today quite peculiar. He typically turned away upon seeing her and would never come close, yet today, he had given her cotton candy and brought her home. She slowly turned her head to survey the room, finding it quite delightful. Whenever she was beaten, she could hear the chaotic sounds emanating from his household while crouching at the door. The sound of Suyin scolding Jianyu, his retorts, and the television blaring. However, Auntie's scolding was markedly different from the tumultuous shouts at her own home. 11111 often noticed the chubby boy across the hall being carried home by his father, while his mother would buy him watermelons in the summer and roasted sweet potatoes in the winter, all while chastising him yet providing for him. He had many friends at school who adored him. In truth, she liked him too. She remembered the time he had shared candy with her and held her hand to play in the snow. But everything had changed after her mother left. Their lives had diverged completely, her existence a far cry from his. He truly lived a blissful life, and merely gazing at him brought warmth to her heart, making her wish she could be part of his family. She had never contemplated that she would actually be brought back. Lost in her thoughts, 11111 gazed at Jianyu and softly called out, "Brother." She extended her scarred fingers, yearning to touch his cherubic face, yet feeling dirty, she hesitated and instead gently poked his little belly through his clothing. The soft sensation finally elicited a flicker of childlike delight in her expression. However, just as she intended to lie back down, Jianyu suddenly rolled over, his limbs pressing down upon her. At this age, Jianyu was indeed a chubby little boy, and his weight was no trivial matter. 11111 found it difficult to breathe, the pressure on her back causing sharp pain. Yet, she dared not move, fearing that any motion would awaken him. Just as her face began to redden from lack of air, Jianyu unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her, as if cradling a plush pillow. 11111 froze. The last time she had been held like this was when her mother was still with her. She slowly leaned her little head against Jianyu's chest, whispering in her heart, "Good night, brother." This moment felt reminiscent of the tale her mother once told her about the little match girl. Although this warmth might be fleeting, she yearned to draw closer. The next morning, Jianyu was jolted awake by a sharp smack on his backside from his mother. "Jianyu, are you trying to kill yourself? You've squished your sister." As Jianyu groggily opened his eyes, he found his mother cradling 11111 in her arms. He was still bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. He then heard 11111 sincerely explain, "It's all right, Auntie Sue. Brother was probably afraid I was cold." Jianyu gasped, but it was summer, with temperatures soaring above 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. He recalled that last night, he had apparently embraced a very comfortable pillow. His expression distorted as the realization struck him. Could that pillow be 11111? Standing at the door, Jian Huimin reminded, "Check to see if 1111's wounds have been aggravated." Perfect. Now Jianyu was certain that the pillow was indeed 11111. He watched as his mother lifted 11111's shirt to inspect her back, shooting him a glare beforehand. Jiang felt that since 11111 had arrived, his standing in the family had diminished significantly, yet he still leaned in for a quick glance. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any significant aggravation. He sighed with relief and then, somewhat sternly, asked, "Couldn't you have just woken me or pushed me away?" To which she responded with a sweet smile, "But when brother held me, I didn't have any nightmares." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yu cursed inwardly. No, that little weirdo was indeed somewhat adorable in her childhood. This rugged boy couldn't resist. He found himself wanting such a sister. How had she transformed into what she was now? Chapter 5. She still seems like a little green tea. Jiang Yu felt even more troubled. Ever since he discovered that 11111 had a certain charm, he realized just how endearing she truly was. That day, after breakfast, Su Yin took Jiang Weiman and 11111 out for shopping. There was no choice, for aside from her backpack and books, 11111 had no clothes that fit her properly. Jiang Yu remained at home, as there was just over a week before school started, and his summer homework progress was essentially at a standstill. Thus, he was left to catch up on his assignments. When the trio returned at noon, 11111 had already changed into new clothes, and her hair had been trimmed. She approached Jiang Yu, hesitatingly handing him a piece of candy, whispering, "A brother, I hid this away. So auntie doesn't he know?" After speaking, her bright, doe-like eyes gazed up at him. 88 years old, Jiang Yu certainly had a penchant for sweets, and seeing the anticipation in the little girl's eye softened his heart. Damn it, even a tough guy can be tender. He glanced at his parents in his room, discussing how to assemble the bed, then took the milk candy from her hand, swiftly unwrapped it, and popped it into 11111's mouth, softly humming, "Only children like these." He was no longer the 8-year-old he once was. Perhaps the sound of unwrapping the candy was too loud. Su Yin abruptly turned to Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "Little fish, have you been secretly eating candy again? Do you even care about your teeth?" She approached with a fierce demeanor, but 11111 quickly stepped in front of Jiang Yu, her cheeks puffed out, mumbling, "So auntie, it's not brother. It's me." Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at her son. Just earlier, while buying candy, Dr. Jiang had questioned why only 11111 received some. Su Yin had merely handed him a small bag of chips, saying, "Your son is practically ruining his teeth. What kind of little boy loves candy this much?" She had also noticed 11111 sneakily hiding the candy without eating it. Just moments ago, Dr. Jiang had gestured for her to observe, naturally noticing 11111 discreetly placing the candy into her son's hand. However, Su Yin never expected her son would refuse candy when it was right in front of him. Jiang Yu looked at his mother's astonished expression, feeling somewhat helpless. "I don't like candy anymore. I am not a child." The toothaches from his previous life had been truly unbearable, and he dared not risk that again. 11111, standing nearby, adorably nodded, "Brother is very good, he doesn't eat." Jiang Yu. He cast a complicated glance at the excessively cute little anomaly. The following days mirrored this pattern. The two became roommates in a bunk bed setup, while Jiang Yu was confined at home to tackle his assignments. As for Su Yin, with the school year approaching, she had meetings to attend daily. Indeed, Ms.Su was a proud educator, teaching middle school. Jiang Yu, unable to leave the house, was shadowed by a small tail. While he worked on his assignments, 11111 sat beside him, engrossed in her books. 11111 excelled academically. She had already completed her summer homework. She was even previewing the third-grade textbooks that Su Yin had sourced for her. Both had started school early, entering first grade at the age of 6. Jiang Yu's parents, being preoccupied, had no time to care for him, which led to his early enrollment. 11111, on the other hand, had been sent to school because her mother, at that time, was preparing to leave. She feared her child would face more beatings if left at home for too long. Strictly speaking, 11111 was a few months younger than Jiang Yu, barely 6 years old when she was sent off to school. Jiang Yu felt a pang of sympathy for her. One day, upon returning from school, her mother had abandoned her, and thereafter, Wan Daijian had beaten her daily. Jiang Yu gazed at her scarred little face, sighing. 11111 turned to him, blinking her eyes, and then said, "Are you wanting to watch TV?" We can sneak a peek, and I won't tell Sue Auntie. Or do you want some watermelon? I can go get it. Jian-yu looked into her innocent eyes, beginning to doubt whether his initial impression of her coldness had been a misperception. In these past few days at home, 11111 seemed to follow Jian-yu's every word without question. If Su-yin returned to check on Jian-yu's unfinished homework, he wouldn't even need to fabricate an excuse. 11111 would step in front of him, ready to explain, starting with, "Su Auntie blames me." Each time he witnessed her defend him like this, Su-yin's heart ached for her. How could she possibly blame her? Yet, Jian-yu sensed that despite her tender age, 11111's demeanor seemed to possess a hint of cunning. He remained uncertain, opting to observe further. However, after spending so much time together, he found that he no longer had the same instinctive reactions to 11111 as he had when he first returned. She was simply too well behaved. And, admittedly, a touch adorable. In the blink of an eye, the school year was upon them. It was only then that Jian-yu learned that 11111's tuition was paid annually by her mother. Yet, 11111 claimed she hadn't seen her mother since she left. She had tried waiting at school for her but had never spotted her. Nevertheless, each year, she still managed to attend school. On the first day of school, Jiang Weiman accompanied the two of them. He repeatedly reminded Jian-yu, 1111's injuries have just healed, you must look after her. 11111, however, earnestly stated, "Uncle, I will protect brother." To be honest, at first, Jian-yu thought she was merely trying to be cute. After all, she had always been like that at home, speaking sweetly and charmingly, making him feel that his own mother wanted to scold him more. However, Jian-yu was unprepared for the fact that she was entirely serious. When it came to fighting with children, she genuinely picked up bricks to throw at their heads. This situation must be traced back to the start of their new class. They were placed in grade 3, class 1, having advanced directly from first grade without the need for reallocation, thus they were all familiar faces. Jian-yu noticed that 11111, who had always clung closely to him, slowed her pace upon entering the school, opting merely to trail behind him. Jian-yu deliberately slowed down as well, yet she still failed to keep up. He surmised she was trying to avoid drawing attention. Jian-yu hesitated momentarily but ultimately said nothing. He was aware that 11111, in her current state, was indeed pitiful. As an adult, he shouldn't hold any grievances against a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Still, he couldn't help but recall how wretchedly he had died in his previous life, and he had no idea how heartbroken his parents must have been upon learning of his death. Thus, despite feeling uneasy, Jiang-yu simply walked into the classroom without addressing her. "Big Fish is here." Upon his entry, several boys gathered at the back of the classroom greeted him with cheerful smiles. Among them, a particularly noticeable, thin boy with a buzz cut approached. He was Jian-yu's deskmate, Fang Yuan, who pulled Jian-yu along, saying, "Let us sit in the second to last row." Just as Jian-yu settled his backpack down, a disdainful voice interrupted, "Hey, you can't sit here. A little beggar should sit in the trash pile." 11111's new backpack was unceremoniously shoved to the ground by a girl standing opposite her. At this moment, 11111 stood beside Jiang-yu, her head lowered, obscuring her expression. Jian-yu couldn't help but frown. 11111 looked undeniably beautiful today. She wore a charming pink and white dress that Su-yin had just purchased, her hair neatly styled, and her facial injuries had nearly healed. Her delicate features rendered her face doll-like, though some scars were still visible on her exposed arms. She was far from unkempt, yet she was still referred to as a little beggar. Jiang-yu felt even more discomfort churning within him. Chapter 6. Damn it, little brats. 11111 heard the laughter of her classmates and noticed her backpack discarded on the ground. The new bag was a delightful pink, adorned with a character she adored, my Yang Yang. She had fallen in love with it at first sight, especially since many girls in her class owned one. However, upon seeing the price, 56 yuan, she deemed it exorbitantly expensive and had merely glanced at it when she and Jian-yu visited the supermarket. Her old backpack was still quite serviceable, but after dinner last night, Jian-yu had gone out with Aunt Su and returned with this new bag in hand. She cherished it deeply, having placed it beside her bed to sleep next to it last night, yet now it lay on the floor, with everyone mocking her for its dirtiness. 11111's eyes reddened, a glimmer of defiance flickering within them. Suddenly, a plump white hand lifted the bag from the ground and gently dusted it off. Following that, a familiar voice echoed, "Zhu Xianxian, you've gone too far. This bag is new, and you just threw it on the ground. Plus, this is an empty seat." Zhu Xianxian seemed taken aback, clearly unprepared for anyone to defend 11111, her face flushing with embarrassment. The root of her irritation lay in the fact that 11111 wore the same dress as her today. She found it utterly displeasing to behold, especially since her desk mate had remarked that 11111 looked like a little princess, far more attractive than she did. In a fit of anger, she had tossed 11111's bag aside. Now, hearing Jiang Yu stand up for 11111, Zhu Xianxian's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean it's new?" "It is indeed new. Her dress is new as well. 11111 looks beautiful today. She is not dirty at all." The notions of good and evil among children are so easily swayed. Previously, they had ostracized 11111, deeming her dirty, but now they found her beautiful and sought to approach her. With so many voices rising in defense of 11111, Zhu Xuanxuan's face turned crimson with anger. Biting her lip, she retorted, "Where would she get the money? Maybe she stole it." Jiang Yu had never realized that children of their age could possess such malice. To accuse a 7 or 8-year-old of theft was a revelation to him. "Be quiet. This was bought by my parents, her dress and backpack too, including her shoes. Is there a problem?" Jiang Yu positioned himself protectively in front of 11111, placing the backpack on the seat she intended to occupy, which was separated from him by an aisle. 11111, you sit here. No one is occupying this seat." The surrounding classmates fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Fang Yuan tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, whispering, "You should just ignore it." In their class, no one was willing to associate with 11111, for it seemed that any connection to her would invite ridicule from others. Fang Yuan's parents had also advised him to steer clear of 11111, labeling her father a madman. Thus, Fang Yuan genuinely worried for his deskmates' well-being. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself utterly dumbfounded by the children's cruel antics, recalling that he had once been among them. Ignoring Fang Yuan's concerns, Jiang Yu reached out and took 11111's hand, gently pushing her toward the seat. "Sit down." The little girl cast a timid glance at him, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Yu's heart ached. Such a lovely girl had endured so much to become who she was today. How many trials had she faced throughout her childhood? "Isn't it true, if she sits here, who will occupy the trash heap?" A boy, usually friendly with Zhu Xianxian, grumbled. "She won't even have a desk mate. Otherwise, she'd be taking up 2 seats. If you're so attached to the trash heap, why don't you sit there, Chi-Han?" Jiang Yu shot a glance at the boy, who was the tallest in the class and with whom he usually maintained a cordial rapport. Hearing Jiang Yu's retort, Chi-Han glared back in annoyance. "What are you doing? Class is in session. Find your seat." At that moment, their teacher, Mr. Lei, entered the classroom and sternly called out at the sight of them huddled together. The students, fearful of the teacher, quickly dispersed. 11111 glanced at Jiang Yu beside her. He stood like a knight in shining armor. She had once envisioned a knight as her mother, enveloping her in warmth. After her mother departed, she imagined many figures to protect her, though none were faces. Until today, she had known none, but now there was Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu sensed her gaze and looked down at her. "Just sit tight." He then returned to his own seat. 11111 felt a significant portion of her resentment dissipate. She secretly smiled, her first moment of feeling protected at school. Jiang Yu, however, felt a twinge of worry. Their class had an odd number of students. Surely, no one would truly sit with 11111, would they? Just as he pondered this, a girl rushed to the seat beside 11111 and settled down. It was Liu Qi, their class's publicity officer, who had previously been Zhu Xuanxuan's deskmate. Jiang Yu noticed Zhu Xuanxuan's irritation as she slammed her hand on the desk. Mr. Lei rapped on the table. Everyone quiet down. Have you all gone wild after the summer break? Sit down properly. We'll rearrange the seating in the afternoon. For now, class monitor and deputy monitor, please collect the summer homework. Fang Yuan nudged Jiang Yu. The teacher is asking you to collect the summer homework. Why do you seem off? Only then did Jiangyu remember that he had been the deputy monitor in elementary school. He sighed and stood up. 11111 observed him as he began collecting homework from the back, gradually shifting her gaze away. Liu Qi, seated nearby, had been staring at her since she sat down. 11111 shot her a cold glance. She remembered Liu Qi well, who, although never having bullied her, had always been a bystander. Unexpectedly, Liu Qi's eyes lit up when she caught 11111's gaze. 11111, you are so beautiful, just like the doll my mother bought me. 11111. Such a straightforward compliment. Being so young, she shot Liu Qi an icy stare and turned her gaze away. This girl had only recently been Zhu Xuanxuan's deskmate. On the first day of school, there were hardly any classes, and Jiangyu spent the day feeling drowsy. Fortunately, aside from a minor skirmish in the morning, the day passed without incident. However, it couldn't be said that nothing happened. A portion of the class began to isolate Jiangyu because he defended 11111, particularly a small group led by Qihan. There were others, like Liu Qi, who sought to befriend the now seemingly different 11111, yet 11111 remained cold and unresponsive, while she was entirely different in her interactions with Jiangyu, soft-spoken, obedient, and compliant. Jiangyu found this psychological dynamic rather gratifying. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist glancing back at her. You need to make friends at school, they all want to befriend you now. But some of them have bullied me before. 11111 murmured softly, her eyelashes casting a shadow over her downcast eyes as she trailed behind Jiangyu. Jiangyu realized that by that definition, he too had bullied 11111. Before he could articulate a response, Qihan and a few boys from the class charged at Jiangyu, shoving him with force. Jiangyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, tumbling into the alley beside him. Today, neither Dr. Jiang nor Teacher Su were available, so they planned to walk to the bus stop to return home. They were third graders now, and it was not uncommon for many to take the bus by themselves. Jiangyu felt a sharp pain in his knee and the palm of his hand that had hit the ground, lightly scraped. Qian, still reveling in their prank, taunted, "That's what you get for playing with 11111, you're both little beggars." "Damn it, little brats," Jiangyu gritted his teeth, preparing to retaliate against the children. However, when he lifted his head, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. 11111. Chapter 7, Brother, I will protect you. Jiangyu observed 11111's small face, which was clouded with a chilling expression, and he could vaguely sense an air of menace. With a piece of half-broken brick she had scavenged from somewhere, she thrust the sharp edge menacingly towards Qihan's leg with fierce determination. She was clever enough to understand the advantage of targeting legs, despite her petite stature. Qihan had brought along 2 other boys, yet they seemed hesitant to engage, more like mere accomplices seeking courage. It was Qihan who had just pushed Jiangyu. The rationale behind his choice to ignore 11111 was simple. Jiangyu had embarrassed him. Jiangyu's loud shout startled the 3 boys, but 11111 appeared utterly unfazed. Overwhelmed with fear, Jiangyu scrambled to his feet and rushed to embrace 11111, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. Unfortunately, the brick still landed upon Qihan's leg, though fortunately not on the sharp end. Jiangyu clung tightly to the struggling 11111, who was still intent on using the brick as a weapon. Meanwhile, Qihan let out a wail of distress. The other 2 boys, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, froze in place, retreating behind Qihan. They regarded 11111, who was being held by Jiangyu while brandishing the brick, with palpable fear. 11111, being too slender, could not break free from Jiangyu's grasp. In a sudden fit of strength, she hurled the brick, striking one of the boys beside Qihan on the foot. He cried out, joining Qihan in tears, while the remaining boy was too frightened to utter a sound. Jiangyu, still holding onto the struggling 11111, felt his head buzzing. His voice grew serious. 11111, do you wish to drop out of school? The resistance in her struggle gradually diminished. Noticing her silence, Jiangyu turned his attention to the 3 boys. Their faces flushed from crying, and shouted, "If you cry again, I'll inform the teacher that you 3 ganged up on me." His voice boomed, and the boys instantly ceased their weeping. They were, after all, elementary school students, and a little intimidation was enough to instill fear in them. Jiangyu suspected they were more afraid of 11111, who was still glaring at them. Once the tumultuous noise subsided, Jiangyu sternly addressed 11111, You, once I let go, must not move, otherwise, I will tell my mother. Remarkably, 11111 complied, though her gaze, icy and resolute, remained fixed on the three boys who had just bullied Jiangyu. She would undoubtedly seek vengeance for him, if not today, then another time. Her palm, pierced by the brick, clenched into a fist, as if she felt no pain at all. Jiangyu, momentarily relieved, glanced at 11111, who was staring at the ground. He then squatted down in front of Chi-Han to inspect the damage to his leg. It appeared unbroken, though he pressed firmly on the reddened area, eliciting another cry from Chi-Han. Why are you calling for your father? Jiangyu retorted, his patience wearing thin as he glared at Chi-Han. Have you never been disciplined by your parents? Shoving people around on the street. The severity of his expression and tone startled the three boys into silence. Chi-Han attempted to retort, I pushed you into the alley, then doesn't that mean you pushed me first? Jiangyu interrupted, gesturing to his own scraped leg and elbow. All of this is because you initiated the push. The teacher will surely call your parents. But 11111 hit us too. You deserve it. Jiangyu's voice escalated slightly. Did I not warn you against bullying her and making her sit by the trash can every day at school? The three boys fell silent. Jiangyu continued to scold them for a while, finding solace in the fact that he had been scolded by teachers so frequently, which improved his delivery. Finally, he declared, I want to report this incident to the teacher today. You may leave. He issued a warning, do not mention this to your families, otherwise, they'll find out you instigated the fight, and it won't take long for them to learn how you bullied 11111 at school. With red-rimmed eyes, the three boys departed. Jiangyu mused that thankfully they were just third graders, they hadn't harbored any particularly malicious intent, making them easier to intimidate, but wait, one of them had shown a hint of cruelty. Jiangyu turned to see 11111 standing silently, her head bowed. He was certain he had not misread the cold intensity in her earlier expression. Approaching her, he asked, what would you have done if I hadn't stopped you? They bullied you. 11111 replied in a hushed tone, her voice laced with barely contained anger when she mentioned the bullying. Jiangyu. He inhaled deeply, ready to speak, only to notice her hands trembling involuntarily. Jiangyu reached for her hand, revealing a fresh wound that was still oozing blood. Wait, you're hurt, and you didn't say anything. His tone turned stern, but he sensed her instinctive flinch, prompting him to soften. I'm sorry, Jiangyu. He grasped 11111's wrist and began to walk forward, his tone cooling. You mustn't throw bricks at people. What if something happened to them? Would you drop out of school? What if your father was notified? After all, Su Yin and the others were not 11111's guardians. The school would certainly call upon 111. However, 111 had been absent for nearly half a month now. 11111 remained silent, her gaze fixated on Jiangyu's hand wrapped around her wrist. In truth, she felt no pain. Instead, being held by Jiangyu brought her a sense of joy. Noting her continued silence, Jiangyu turned to her. Did you hear me? 11111 obediently nodded. I heard you, brother. After all, she could use something other than a brick. Upon arriving home, they found themselves alone, with only the meal Su Yin had prepared earlier waiting for them, still warm and ready to eat. As the homeroom teacher, she was responsible for supervising evening study sessions, while Dr. Jiang was on duty. Jiangyu had no choice but to tend to her injury himself, contemplating whether to take her for a tetanus shot. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When your father hits you, do you ever hit back? He vaguely recalled an incident from their childhood, when Su Yin had knocked on the door due to the ruckus outside. That time, 11111 had been taken away by an ambulance, covered in blood, with numerous fractures and internal injuries reported. Jiangyu faintly remembered Su Yin telling Dr. Jiang that this child was stubborn and had endured much hardship. Observing 11111's fierce demeanor today, he couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't her first encounter with such violence. 11111 was taken aback by the question, pausing before responding, yes, I do. It hurts. When it hurts, one cannot help but retaliate. Jiangyu's hand trembled as he held the cotton swab. Recalling the injuries 11111 had sustained before, he looked earnestly at the young girl before him and said, in the future, avoid acting impulsively. You must prioritize your safety. In situations like today, they didn't retaliate, but what if they had? Who would you have been able to fight against? However, 1111 looked up at him earnestly and declared, "It's fine if they bully me. I can endure it. I want to study, but they cannot bully you." She extended her injured hand, seemingly unaware of the pain, and grasped Jianyu's hand. "Brother, I will protect you." The cool sensation of the alcohol was warmed by the connection of their hands. Jianyu snapped back to reality and lightly tapped her arm. "Let go. I just disinfected that. Now I have to do it all over again." Yet this time, Jianyu's grip was steady. Chapter 8. This is for you. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning the incident where Jianyu was pushed by his classmates, nor did they bring up the matter of 1111 throwing bricks at someone. When Su Yin inquired, they simply stated that he had fallen while playing. As for 1111's wound on her palm, it was hardly noticeable unless one paid close attention. Upon arriving at school, Chi-han and his peers no longer dared to provoke the two of them. After all, they were just children, and after a couple of awkward days, they found themselves wanting to play with Jiangyu again during physical education class. However, 1111 was like a protective puppy. Had it not been for Jiangyu holding her back, she would likely have lunged at them and bitten a few times. Chi-han and his friends were genuinely afraid of 1111. Despite her petite and beautiful appearance, she was capable of wielding a brick against them, which was quite alarming. This semester, 1111 was dressed neatly, her face free of wounds, and her delicate features were striking, albeit cold. Nevertheless, she had attracted a few girls and even some boys around her. Ju Xinshen still disliked 1111, but she no longer sought to provoke her. 1111's circumstances were indeed far better than they had been at this time in her previous life. At this moment, Jiangyu was resting his head on the desk during the lunch break, appearing to be asleep, while in reality, he was striving to recall the events concerning 1111 from his past life. The memories were, in truth, quite scant. Jiangyu had been spoiled by his family since childhood, leading to a certain lack of awareness. The most vivid recollection he had was that 1111 had always been solitary during her schooling. In elementary school, while bullying was prevalent, physical altercations were rare. Mostly, it was verbal humiliation and isolation. In his memory, she was silent, somewhat unkempt, and appeared rather gloomy, yet she excelled academically. Logically, one would expect that teachers would offer more leniency to students with good grades, and she should not have been perpetually isolated. However, after one's father, Rondatien, had come to school inebriated during her first grade, the teachers had become reluctant to intervene in 1111's affairs, primarily out of fear of attracting the attention of that rogue. Subsequently, she did not attend middle school. During the summer after 6th grade, she had been sent to the hospital, covered in blood, and it was then that Su Yin had knocked on the door, having heard that she had nearly been killed. What transpired after her discharge was a blur in Jianyu's memory. Later, it seemed he encountered her again during a blind date. The span of over a decade regarding her memories was largely blank. Jianyu racked his brain, trying to recall any other interactions he had with her, yet he distinctly remembered that on the day of the blind date, 1111 had captivated his entire attention the moment she appeared. Primarily, in terms of appearance and style, she perfectly matched his aesthetic and ideal type. With her deep chestnut long curls and exquisite features, she exuded a cold beauty, although her makeup accentuated her eyebrows and eyes, giving her a somewhat aloof appearance. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with warmth and purity upon seeing Jiangyu. Jiangyu, a clean-cut young man with a social circle as pristine as blank paper, found himself utterly smitten, not to mention, when she sweetly called out to him, "Jiangyu," her voice was soft and gentle. On that day, she wore a white shirt and black pants that accentuated her figure, and her long legs seemed to stretch beyond his comprehension. "I'm sorry for being late, Jiangyu, do you remember me? I am your blind date, 1111, she said with a light-hearted laugh. At that moment, Jiangyu thought his mother was truly reliable for introducing such a remarkable girl for a blind date. Although he had not retained many memories of 1111, it was clear that she was quite adept at socializing, quickly bridging the gap between them by recalling some childhood anecdotes, allowing him to lower his guard. Thus, when she, with a pale face, mentioned that her period seemed to have arrived early and inquired if he could conveniently escort her home since her residence was nearby, Jiangyu hesitated only momentarily. After all, just 5 minutes prior, he had seen her chatting with his mother. At that time, he had not considered that she might have come prepared. And the very next moment after he took a sip of the spiked drink, he received a message from his mother before losing consciousness. "Little fish, that girl was hit by a car on her way back from work. She can't make it today. Let's reschedule. She's polite and has a good temperament." The good news was that Jiangyu realized he had been deceived. The bad news was that it was somewhat too late. It was only the following day, after he had passed away, that Jiangyu discovered 1111 had likely also been duped by a seller of counterfeit medicine. Upon realizing he had stopped breathing, she had questioned the seller on her phone, "Isn't this supposed to be a sleeping pill? Why does it seem like he consumed an aphrodisiac?" Her second message, "He is dead," never reached its destination, as the seller had blocked her. Then 1111 sat silently on the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch Jiangyu's face, and suddenly smiled. Without hesitation, she picked up a knife from the table and slit her wrist. Jiangyu instinctively wanted to stop her, but it was futile. Now, whenever he thought about how he might have been discovered in such a compromising position with her, and how they both ended up in the news, he felt a surge of irritation. At the very least, he wished he could have had some clothes on. Suddenly, he heard something being placed gently on his desk. He looked up abruptly, glaring, and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" 1111, wide-eyed, gently set a cup of icy red bean soup on his desk, saying, I just bought this for you." Beside them, Liu Qi interjected, "Jiangyu, why are you being so fierce? 1111 queued for a long time to buy this for you. She even ran back after getting it." Jiangyu then noticed the sweat on her forehead and neck, and her flushed cheeks. The red bean soup she held was a limited edition from the school store, available only during the hot summer afternoons, and cost 3 yuan ACUP. To Jiangyu's knowledge, their teacher Su allocated each of them 5 yuan for pocket money each week, and with Thursday already upon them, he had spent all his. Yet, 1111 had purchased this for him. 1111 shot a cold glance at Liu Qi, who had spoken up for her, and said, "I disturbed Jiangyu's sleep." Her tone was equally frosty. Liu Qi huffed, turning away in silence. 1111 appeared indifferent, merely pushing the red bean soup closer to him, saying, "It's still cold." Jiangyu thought to himself that he truly was not a decent person. He sighed, took the straw, poked it through the cup, and handed it to her, saying, "Drink." His tone was stern, yet the action was gentle, careful not to poke her. 1111 paused for a moment and quietly said, "This was meant for you." She herself could hardly justify buying such a treat, but yesterday, when Shihan and his friends enjoyed it, Jiangyu had lamented that his 5 yuan pocket money was simply insufficient. She thought Jiangyu might like it. "Hurry up, everyone will see soon." Jiangyu frowned at her. In truth, he wanted to give it all to her. He was no longer a child. He simply craved something cold after the sweltering physical education class yesterday. Now that it was no longer hot, he had little desire for the treat. However, if he refused, she would surely feel disheartened, wouldn't she? Jiangyu felt another sigh rising within him, grappling with his complex and tangled emotions. Although he was no longer afraid of her, it still felt rather awkward. Chapter 9. No one can take him away. 1111 gazed at the straw that was pressed against her lips, cautiously glancing at Jiangyu. Although he appeared fierce, she knew he was not intimidating at all. 1111 felt perplexed as to why Jiangyu seemed to harbor a dislike for her, yet he treated her with undeniable kindness. Having grown up under the harsh discipline of Ruanbatian, she had experienced various forms of disdain, enabling her to discern genuine affection from mere pretense. It was akin to Aunt Wen upstairs, who was always smiling brightly and loudly proclaiming the treats she brought for her, while in reality, those gifts were often spoiled and reeking, with a look of disdain in her eyes. Yet, she would boast to outsiders about her compassion and care for 1111. 1111 had encountered much fake benevolence, with many regarding her with pity, akin to how one might look at pets. However, Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang were different. Their eyes reflected genuine concern. Aunt Su would shed tears in secret, and her embrace trembled with tenderness. They were truly kind, embodying the parental figures she had always dreamt of. As for Jianyu, 11111 had sensed from the very beginning that he, like other children, did not favor her. However, there was a distinction. Though he kept his distance, his eyes bore little contempt. Yet now, he seemed to express disdain outwardly, while still willing to protect her. It felt as if everything had changed since that day when he offered her the cotton candy on the stairs. 11111 blinked and took a gentle sip of the red bean soup, then smiled brightly. It's delicious. Her smile was sweet, her doe-like eyes curving slightly, the corners of her mouth. Jianyu looked at the adorable and bashful 11111, feeling more troubled. He asked, "Do you want to drink some? Here." He extended the red bean soup towards her, yet she flashed a look of sadness, seemingly at a loss. "Oh, I'm sorry, is it because I drank it that you think it's dirty, Jianyu?" He expressionlessly withdrew the red bean soup, taking a sip himself, slightly irritated. "All right, just sit still." Beside them, Liu Qi frowned, bewildered as to why 11111 was so timid around Jianyu. His attitude towards her was rather harsh. When 11111 saw that he did not mind her drinking the red bean soup, her heart brimmed with excitement, even more so than when she had stabbed Wan Latian with a knife. Jianyu was truly wonderful. If only he could always treat her this well, she would reciprocate with kindness. No one could bully Jianyu, nor could anyone take him away. Almost 2 months had passed since the start of school, and Jianyu felt something was amiss. As they sat on the bus after school, he asked 11111, "Has your dad ever not come home for this long?" It had been over 2 months since he last saw Wan Latian, and he overheard his parents muttering about it being quite strange the night before. 11111, clutching her backpack, froze momentarily. After recovering during her time at Jianyu's home, she had become fairer and plumper, looking significantly better than a month ago. The lively young girl appeared quite endearing. Jianyu did not wish for her to return to her father's torment. He thought to himself that if Wan Latian returned, he would find a way to hide 11111. After all, he was just her child, and if discovered, he would only face scolding. Moreover, Wan Latian might not even find out. Then he contemplated how to eliminate any potential future threats, uncertain if Wan Latian had engaged in any illegal activities. Unbeknownst to Jianyu, he had already begun to think of protecting 11111. "I don't know," 11111 murmured. "He once went 3 months without coming home." As she spoke, her hands nervously rubbed the straps of her backpack, her demeanor betraying anxiety. Jianyu felt regretful. He shouldn't have directly asked 11111. Wan Latian was a nightmare for her. He reached out and gently held her hand, which was fidgeting with the bag strap. "It's all right. When he returns, I'll secretly hide you away." His words were earnest, yet 11111 was taken aback. "Hide me?" Wasn't it about ignoring her and sending her home? Everyone in the neighborhood feared Wan Latian. When he was in a rage, he could even defecate in front of others' doors. 11111 genuinely believed Wan Latian was less than human, merely a beast. Such beasts deserved to be sent to the slaughterhouse. With this thought, her gaze turned chilling, vaguely tinged with malice, yet the hand holding hers was warm, and the boy's voice, still laced with childish innocence, continued, "Actually, we need to solve the root of the problem. I just haven't figured out how yet. For now, let's avoid it. You're not allowed to get hurt anymore." Jianyu believed he should return and inquire with his parents, as his current status as a child limited his ability to take action. He suspected Wan Latian of having committed some wrongdoing, especially since he had been caught during his middle school years, though he could not recall the specific reasons. During their 3rd year, his family had moved, and thereafter, no one mentioned that man again. Jianyu felt a sigh escape him. He truly had no recollection of anything from that time. At that moment, he was unaware that his casual actions and words had saved 11111 once. The girl looked at the hand that held hers. She realized she now had someone who cared. She should not accompany a beast like Wan Latian into despair. However, as soon as they arrived home, they discovered the reason for Wan Latian's prolonged absence. A woman stood at the entrance of 11111's home, strikingly beautiful and resembling 11111, not the other way around, but rather, 11111 resembled her. Jianyu watched as the woman looked at 11111 beside him and called out, "Little Bao." 11111's expression remained stoic, instinctively He instinctively reached out to shield her. The woman's face was pale and somewhat awkward. Her gaze fell upon Jiangyu. You must be Xiao Yu, right? Do you remember me? I am 1111's mother, Aunt Chen. Jiangyu thought to himself. Who remembers you? Nevertheless, he replied, Aunt Chen. Chen Hui breathed a sigh of relief and turned her attention back to 1111. 1111, your mother has something to discuss with you. Just then, Su Yin, returning home with groceries, called out from behind, 1111, why is Xiao Yu just standing at the stairway? Come inside, there's watermelon in the fridge. Her voice trailed off in surprise. Chen Hui, you're back. Ultimately, the four of them entered the house together, but throughout, 1111 did not utter a single word to Chen Hui. When Chen Hui attempted to reach out to her, she flinched away. Chen Hui felt awkward, unsure where to place her hands and feet. Su Yin sighed. Xiao Yu, take 1111 inside to do her homework. Also, bring the watermelon in. Jiangyu was reluctant to enter. He wanted to listen to their conversation, but he was merely an 8-year-old brother. However, once inside, he intentionally left the door slightly ajar. Unfortunately, his mother, knowing him well, shot him a glare before firmly shutting it. Jiangyu sighed, pressing his ear against the door, finding it hard to hear anything. What are you so eager to overhear? A small voice whispered in his ear, making Jiangyu jump in fright. Well, he did have quite a timid nature. Chapter 10 I will certainly ensure that Jiangyu is not deceived by anyone other than herself. It is quite peculiar that Jiangyu, pressing against the door, cannot hear what Teacher Su and the others are discussing, yet when I let out an exclamation, it provokes a robust reprimand from Teacher Su. Jiangyu. If you continue to use such vulgar language, I shall punish you. I will check the homework shortly. Jiangyu responds with a resigned, I know. Then, unable to restrain herself, she pinches the delicate face of 1111, which she has painstakingly nurtured. If you scare me again, just try it. Her voice is hushed, fearing that Teacher Su might overhear her scolding. Regardless of age, the instinctual fear of a maternal figure is inescapable. 1111 does not flinch, muttering an apology. Jiangyu gazes into her innocent doe-like eyes, feeling somewhat disheartened, and releases her grip, letting out a sigh as she returns to her desk. Observing 1111 calmly retrieving her homework to begin writing, curiosity gets the better of her. Why aren't you curious about what your mother is saying? What difference does it make to know? 1111 replies in a monotone. After all, she doesn't want me. Chen Hui left 3 or 4 years ago and filed for divorce over a year ago. The divorce was successful, thus she has no ties to Wandathian anymore. Since her departure, she has never returned, fully aware of the kind of person Wandathian is and the potential hardships 1111 might face, yet she resolutely abandoned her daughter here. In the early days of Jiangyu's rebirth, he overheard Wandathian cursing while drinking. That wretched mother of yours doesn't want you anymore, you're just as worthless, so why don't you go find her? Har har har, does she not want you? She thinks you're just like me, with my blood running through your veins. If she doesn't want you, who would? Jiangyu is not a mere child. He comprehends these words clearly and remembers them vividly. It is evident that Wandathian has uttered such things to 1111 before. Now, seeing her naturally proclaim, she doesn't want me either, Jiangyu cannot help but interject, how would you know unless you try? Perhaps this time she is here to take you away. After all, how could she suddenly appear? Jiangyu, having enjoyed a smooth sailing life in his previous existence, had never encountered significant setbacks. He remains filled with hope for life, hence he speaks with such optimism. However, 1111 pauses her writing and earnestly states, Brother, when I told you I had never seen her, I was lying. I sought her out. She has been dating a wealthy man for over a year now, but when she saw me, her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. Perhaps she never expected I was still alive. 1111 struggles to recall that moment, her tone icy. At that time, I had just run away from home. Wandathian was too drunk to continue his abuse, so I washed my face in. She clung tightly to the man beside her. The man also noticed 1111 and seemed somewhat taken aback. If that child is hurt, then she told the man not to concern himself with such trivial matters, it might be a scam, and dragged him away. The simplicity of 1111's recounting belies the profound despair she must have felt at that time. How much courage did she muster to seek out her mother? Yet, reality must have dealt her a blow far more painful than Wan Daqian's abuse. No one will want me, Wan 1111 murmurs, her long eyelashes obscuring her emotions. Is she want me this time either? Nonsense. My parents adore you, they practically wish you were their biological daughter. Jiangyu awkwardly reaches out to pat her head. You're just a child, don't be so pessimistic, you're merely a slightly unfortunate child. He rare moment of setting aside his discomfort to softly console 1111, but do you know what hitting rock bottom means? It means that since you're so unfortunate now, your future will be filled with good fortune. After saying this, Jiangyu nods affirmatively. 1111 looks up at him, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Jiangyu nods earnestly. Absolutely. Then you want to abandon me, right? 1111 softly presses, extending her small hand to gently grasp the hem of Jiangyu's clothing. Jiangyu feels that something is amiss with her words, yet, seeing 1111's tearful demeanor, he still nods. Don't worry. In truth, he cannot fathom how he could ever part with such a beautiful and sensible daughter. It is evident that none of their family is normal. 1111, in a place where he cannot see, subtly curves her lips, thinking to herself, I will certainly ensure that Jiangyu is not deceived by anyone other than me. Meanwhile, Jiangyu reflects that the more he understands 1111, the clearer it becomes why she became the person she was in her past life. It must have been a struggle for her to grow up, let alone not go astray. In this lifetime, he is determined to help her become a worthy member of society. She is so intelligent. In the future, she will surely give back to society. When Jiangyu and 1111 were released, Chen Hui had already left their home. Su Yin held 1111's hand, her eyes filled with sympathy. As a card lay on the table, Jiangyu sensed what was unfolding. Su Yin gently addressed 1111. 1111, let me tell you something. Su Yin sighed. Given Wan Daqian's disposition, it was unlikely he would elicit any feelings of loss. What Su Yin intended to convey was something else. Logically, you should be living with your mother, but she may not be in a position to do so. Henceforth, you will live with Aunt Su, Uncle Jiang, and Brother Xiaoyu, all right. 1111 and Jiangyu turned to look at Su Yin. Her expression was weary. Chen Hui had just kneeled, declaring her intent to marry someone who was unaware of her having a daughter. She professed her helplessness. Su Yin's face had been cold, but Chen Hui must have sensed her softening heart, suggesting that if Su Yin was unwilling, she would seek out others in the community. Su Yin thought of the well-behaved 1111 and felt uneasy about anyone else. 1111, your mother hasn't abandoned you, she left a card, and money will be sent every month. If you wish to see her, Auntie will help you. Before Su Yin could finish, 1111 softly interjected, Auntie, I'm willing, you can keep the money. As long as I can study and have food to eat, I will be very obedient and won't trouble you. She reached out, gently grasping Su Yin's hand, her little fingers cool. Auntie, please don't abandon me. Then Jiangyu witnessed their teacher, Su, breaking down in tears. Jiangyu. Well, this is it, the little oddball has truly become his sister. However, he felt a twinge of happiness, hoping Wan Daqian would never emerge from prison. That way, 1111 could finally grow up healthily this time, right? Chapter 11. He felt there was still hope. Thus, 1111 settled into Jiangyu's home. As for how many years Wan Daqian would be sentenced, it remained uncertain. After all, the verdict had yet to be pronounced. Dr. Jiang mentioned he needed to inquire further, and Chen Hui had come but left much unsaid. Even Su Yin suggested that Chen Hui likely did not wish to involve herself with 1111, yet feared the consequences of abandonment being discovered. She even remarked on how 1111's life is as resilient as Wan Daqian's, that such a small child could survive. As Su Yin's voice, laced with anger, drifted from within the room. Jiangyu stood at the door, feeling a surge of indignation. In their former home, no one wished for 1111 to live, not even her own parents. A profound sense of anger and helplessness welled up within Jiangyu. 1111's cautious demeanor during her time at the Jiang household was evident in every detail. I found it peculiar that the person who once protected the child so fiercely left without taking 1111 with her, Jiang Weiman sighed. Now that she seems like a sensible girl, let us consider her as a companion for Xiaoyu. After all, when I had my accident, Antoine saved me. I cannot let her granddaughter suffer like this. Jianyu turned and retreated to his room. Initially, he had risen to drink water and to remind himself about the class fee he needed to ask Su Yin for. He hadn't anticipated eavesdropping. He tiptoed into the room. Their current bed was a bunk, with 11111 sleeping above and Jianyu below. As he entered, he spotted a figure sitting on the padded floor. He nearly exclaimed in surprise, but the small silhouette suddenly turned and whispered, "Brother," Jianyu exhaled, approaching her and lowering his voice, "Aren't you asleep? I had a nightmare and woke up to find you gone." The girl's voice was small and trembled slightly, instinctively clutching the hem of his nightshirt. Jianyu, catching sight of the glimmer of tears in her eyes in the dim light, wondered if she had awakened from crying. Remembering the words he had just overheard, Jianyu sighed and took her small hand in his. "Why are you sitting on the floor? Come back to bed, I just went to get some water." 11111 stood up at his urging but showed no inclination to ascend to her bunk. She remained rooted in place. Jianyu observed her hesitation for a moment. "Are you afraid to sleep alone? I won't be leaving again. Can I sleep on the floor? I just want to be closer to you." 11111's voice was barely above a whisper, quivering as she added, "I don't dare lie up there alone. It feels too far from you." The room remained dark, or else Jianyu would have seen the excitement in her eyes, which she could not conceal. She had indeed dreamed, but in her dream, she had vanquished Wan Lathian. Upon awakening, the thrill and exhilaration coursed through her, causing her to tremble. It was only when she heard Jianyu's footsteps that she dared to leave her bed. She understood Jianyu's soft-heartedness, especially after learning how Zhenhui had treated her. His compassion had only deepened. 11111 disliked eliciting sympathy from others, but if that person were Jianyu, it felt entirely different. In the pitch-black room, Jianyu stood silently facing her. Neither spoke, only the sound of their breathing filled the space. Finally, he shifted slightly, murmuring, "Just for tonight, you can come up." 11111 beamed, quickly climbing onto the bed, taking only a small bit of space. "Brother, I won't move around while I sleep." Jianyu thought to himself, "I know that, but I tend to move." He lay beside 11111, suddenly suggesting, "Shall I tell you a bedtime story?" "Please do, brother." Once upon a time, there was an old man with 12 sons, named Prosperity, Democracy. Youth truly is a blessing, for he fell asleep almost instantly. 11111 turned slowly to gaze at him, only perceiving the vague outline of his profile in the dimness. She smiled, inching closer to Jianyu until he instinctively rolled over and pulled her into his embrace, prompting her to close her eyes contentedly. He felt somewhat heavy, yet 11111 found an unparalleled sense of safety in his arms, a feeling she had not experienced since she was 5. After that day, the relationship between Jianyu and 11111 unexpectedly grew more harmonious. Jianyu finally convinced himself to accept 11111 and vowed to care for her well. After all, she hadn't turned out to be a little monster yet. He certainly did not wish for his demise, nor did he want 11111 to share that fate. The verdict for Wan Lathian was eventually delivered: manslaughter, sentenced to 7 years in prison. This meant that for the next 7 years, 11111 would be safe. By the time those years elapsed, she would be 15. What would happen then? They would cross that bridge when they came to it. For now, Jianyu faced a dilemma. Why did his roommate keep having nightmares? 2 or 3 times a week, she would stand pitifully by his bed reciting the socialist core values. "Listen, 11111, if you have another nightmare, I'll call my mom to come and keep you company." Jianyu glowered at 11111, who stood at his bedside, her tone unkind. 11111 blinked innocently, her long lashes framing clear, guileless eyes, yet Jianyu was already immune to her charms. Every time she climbed into bed, she was well behaved, but come morning, he found himself unconsciously holding her as if she were a large stuffed toy. Was that appropriate? They were no longer toddlers. 11111's hair had grown long, cascading down her back, and after half a year at Jianyu's home, she had gained a bit of weight and grown taller, taking on the appearance of a young girl. But when she looked at Jianyu, her demeanor remained soft and tender. Being reprimanded, she merely responded with an "E-O," before turning away, visibly disappointed. Jianyu suddenly called out, wait." When she turned to look at him with bright eyes, Jianyu inquired, "If Liu Qi and Qi Han were to fight and you witnessed it, What would you do? Ruan 1111 thought. Let them go to hell. It would be a stroke of luck to pass them a weapon, but meeting Jianyu's serious and stern gaze, she earnestly replied, I would stop them and go get the teacher. Jianyu nodded in satisfaction. All right then, off you go to sleep. He still felt there was hope. At least, during this period of observation, he believed his educational efforts had borne fruit. Ruan 1111, seeing his pleased expression, bid him good night and climbed into bed. Later that night, when Jiangyu woke up needing to use the bathroom, he opened his eyes to find Ruan 1111 lying on the carpet, very close to his bed. Jiangyu. The next day, Jiangyu informed his parents that he felt it was no longer appropriate for him, at nearly 9 years old, to share a bed with Ruan 1111. Meanwhile, Ruan 1111, sipping her porridge with downcast eyes, tightened her grip on her spoon. Well, that had been a miscalculation. Chapter 12, Jiangyu belongs to her, and no one can take him away. Ruan 1111 has always been well behaved at home. At school, she is the aloof younger sister, indifferent to everyone except Jiangyu. However, due to Jiangyu's encouragement to interact well with her classmates, Ruan 1111 has now managed to make friends. Even Zhu Xianxian, who once bullied her, now enjoys spending time with her. Presently, Ruan 1111 is not only beautiful but also academically accomplished, and while she is not particularly helpful, as she is willing to assist anyone who approaches her with academic queries. Though she maintains her cool demeanor, she is no longer the sullen girl she once was. It seems that children do not hold grudges for long. Since the 4th grade, Ruan 1111's social circle has gradually improved, and by the time she reached 6th grade, she had become an object of admiration among many classmates, primarily due to Jianyu is quite satisfied with this. As for himself, he has always been well liked, easily mingling with the boys, who he regards as younger brothers. However, girls of this age can be quite troublesome, and aside from Ruan 1111, there are no other girls in Jianyu's vicinity. Ruan 1111, at least, does not cause him any trouble. Nonetheless, Jiangyu is somewhat troubled by the fact that some 5th grade girls have already begun to develop, while he remains a slightly plump, handsome boy. In his previous life, Jiangyu was mocked during middle school for being overweight, largely due to his fondness for sweets. Consequently, he spent considerable time losing weight. Therefore, in this life, whenever his parents brought home desserts, he secretly passed them to Ruan 1111, who had previously looked as frail as a malnourished chick. The results have been promising. In this life, he is merely slightly plump rather than spherical. However, despite consuming so many sweets, Ruan 1111 has not gained much weight, but she has certainly grown taller. Consequently, Jianyu insisted on learning to swim during the holidays. Suyin rolled her eyes. What do you want to learn swimming for in the dead of winter? With your grades, you should focus on tutoring. There's an exam next semester. In truth, Jianyu's grades aren't too terrible, it's just that Ruan 1111's performance is exceptionally good. With such a comparison, Suyin has become dissatisfied. Don't ask a reborn person why he cannot surpass an 11-year-old child. After 4 years of university, try tackling some 5th or 6th grade math problems, and you will find yourself utterly speechless. After all, learning does require some innate talent. Of course, this does not apply to education majors, but Jianyu was not one in his past life. He was an art student, whose academic performance was quite average, primarily ranking in the top 3 for his art examination. In his previous life, he even opened a tattoo shop. The male lead's tattoo shop is not an ordinary one. There are reasons for its establishment that will be revealed later. Just on the surface, the male lead has a second profession. The main profession is perfectly upright and positive. To those who maliciously leave bad reviews upon hearing the word tattoo, I smile. Yes, he was an art student, studying fine arts. When he initially opened a tattoo shop, he nearly faced the wrath of his teacher. Jianyu possesses a refined appearance, resembling a teacher or a doctor, but certainly not a tattoo shop owner. Thus, whenever he went on blind dates, many girls hesitated to meet him upon learning of his profession. Theoretically, Ruan 1111 is the first girl he has ever been set up with. Jianyu sighed at the thought of the dreadful blind date. However, he now finds that he has little reaction to memories of his past life. Upon hearing Suyin suggest that Jianyu take tutoring lessons, Ruan 1111 spoke up. Aunt Su, I can help Jianyu with his studies. Jianyu shot her a glance, inwardly chuckling at how she no longer called him brother now that she has grown taller. Unlike her frigid demeanor towards Jianyu, Su Yin was genuinely gentle with 1111, saying, "We cannot affect 1111 studies. Your teacher Lei has mentioned that your grades will secure you a spot in the first high school." In reality, Jianyu could likely secure admission as well, but his grades tend to fluctuate significantly. Su Yin understands her son, this is normal, and if he suddenly stabilized, she would find it peculiar. 1111 earnestly stated, "Aunt Su, I can do it. I want to attend the first high school alongside Jianyu." She glanced at Jianyu as she spoke. Jianyu sighed, "I will do well, so you all need not worry." Su Yin looked at the two children and nodded, "We'll see. We're moving tomorrow, so wake up early." Indeed, they are finally moving. Both children are 11 years old now, and it is no longer suitable for them to live together. Moreover, Su Yin has been considering taking 1111 away from here, hoping that when Wan's father comes back, he won't find them. After all, he never cared about his daughter. However, in Su Yin's heart, 1111 is almost like her own daughter. Over the past 3 years, 1111 has never met Chen Hui. Chen Hui has never seen her either, but she sends money into the account every year, sufficient to cover 1111's daily needs and schooling. The remainder, Chen Hui claims, is for Su Yin and their efforts. Yet, Su Yin has not touched it. She has left it in the account, considering using it to support 1111 when she goes to university. That evening marked the last time the two would share a room. In the new house, they would each have their own rooms. Compared to Jianyu's cheerful demeanor, 1111 appeared somewhat unhappy, especially when she saw Jianyu pull out a small pink gift from his backpack. Her expression turned cold. Jianyu was equally puzzled about what it was. However, he quickly deduced that it must have been given to him by a little girl. It seems that at this age, there are always a few precocious girls in class. Jianyu rummaged through his belongings and indeed found a pink sticky note with a QQ number and the message, "Jianyu, can we be online friends? Let us discuss our studies together." Jianyu. He is not fond of studying. Jianyu tucked the items away, planning to return them to the class monitor's drawer on Monday. Yes, he distinctly recognized the handwriting as belonging to their class monitor, a girl named Ou Man, who is generous and performs well academically. Well, that was that. Jianyu is not a pervert. He doesn't react to the affections of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. In fact, he finds it somewhat awkward. 1111 gazed at him with wide eyes, softly asking, "Brother, what is this?" Jianyu replied earnestly, "It's nothing for little girls to worry about. Just focus on your studies." 1111 remained silent, watching him with a tense little face that appeared somewhat displeased. Jianyu. He reached out and turned her head away. "Get back to your exercises." 1111 pursed her lips and softly uttered an "oh." It was fine. She could guess who it was. Jianyu is hers, and no one can take him away. That night, Jianyu silently observed 1111, who was standing by his bed clutching a pillow. "Brother, I'm scared. I want to sleep with you," 1111 declared earnestly. Jianyu took a deep breath, stood up, and pointed to her bed filled with various dolls, all of which he had given her. "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid they will come to life and eat you?" Jianyu asked, somewhat annoyed. Surprisingly, 1111 nodded earnestly. "Yes, I dreamed that Spider-Man bit me, and I turned into a spider. Then Captain America and a bunch of superheroes chased me, calling me a monster. Halfway through, I met Doraemon, and he wouldn't save me." Watching her recount her dream without a change in expression, Jianyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, that is possible." Just then, Jiang Weimin, who had passed by the doorway, "Is Jianyu looking for a beating?" "No, I don't want to. Dad, we're going to sleep." Jianyu hurriedly replied, only to see the person being pursued by Captain America nimbly climb onto his bed. Jianyu. Chapter 13, the move. Though Jianyu was rather reluctant, 1111 stubbornly refused to leave her spot. Over the years, 1111 had become far less obedient than she was in her childhood. With no other option, Jianyu pulled her blanket down for her, ensuring that each had their own cover. Otherwise, 1111 would undoubtedly wake up cold in the night after he had snatched the blanket away. She was quite the stubborn one. 2. Even if she woke up cold, she wouldn't reclaim her blanket, opting instead to endure the chill. There was even a time when she caught a cold because of it, resulting in Jiangyu receiving a scolding from teacher Su. It wasn't entirely his fault. After all, 11111 had her own bed but insisted on squeezing into his. After 11111 dutifully recited the values of socialism, Jiangyu, as was his custom, posed a question: what would you do if you encountered an opponent far more formidable than yourself in a fight? 11111 gazed wide-eyed at Jiangyu's sleeping profile, his voice already tinged with slumber. He was likely quite fatigued. Over the years, 11111 had come to understand the type of answer Jiangyu desired. At first, I would ensure my own safety, and then wait for my brother and aunt and uncle to rescue me. Jiangyu responded with a satisfied, "Don't be like when you were little, thinking of perishing together with others. You must remember, both my parents and I are waiting for you. You have people who care for you, many friends, and us." Jiangyu's voice grew fainter until he soon drifted off to sleep. 11111 had thought that her earlier irritation at the thought of someone threatening her brother had dissipated. Just moments ago, she had contemplated ways to frighten off OU Man, but now she found herself disinterested in any such endeavors. She wished to remain the obedient child in Jiangyu's eyes, if it pleased him. Softly, she whispered, "Good night, brother," and then peacefully closed her eyes. In truth, she had long since stopped having nightmares. The following morning, the moving company arrived to assist with the relocation. Jiangyu and 11111 had already packed most of their belongings, given that they had purchased the house long ago and it had stood empty for half a year after renovations. Jiangyu was aware that buying this house had essentially emptied their family's savings. His parents, a teacher and a doctor, did not earn a substantial income. All their earnings were hard-won. After saving for nearly half a lifetime, they had purchased a 4-bedroom home in a prime location, conveniently located near the first high school, to facilitate their children's commutes. Teacher Su had even remarked that if Jiangyu failed to gain admission to the first high school, he would be subjected to rigorous discipline. As Jiangyu emerged from his room, he noticed several aunties, led by Aunt Wang from upstairs, chatting in their living room. Xiao Su, I imagine raising 1111 has been quite rewarding over these years. Just look at how you've managed to buy a new house, remarked Aunt Wang, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiangyu had often heard her veiled comments. Prior to Chen Hui's arrival, she had gloatingly speculated in the community garden about the trouble Jiangyu's family had encountered. After Chen Hui's arrival, rumors swirled that she was now thriving and contributing a significant sum each month to help support 11111. During that time, they would often encounter Aunt Wang in the stairwell or garden, attempting to coax 11111 into her home for meals, subtly vying for a claim to 11111's guardianship. 11111 had once, in an indignant yet loud voice, declared in the community garden, "But Aunt Wang, the food you give me has a taste, while the little black dog downstairs refuses to eat it. I don't like your food." The little black dog referred to the stray in their neighborhood. Thus, Aunt Wang's true nature was laid bare. She had since begun to spread rumors that 11111 was an ungrateful child and that Su Yin had a kind appearance but a wicked heart, insinuating, of course, these comments were made behind their backs. Now, upon learning of their impending move, Aunt Wang approached with the hope of seizing some advantage. With a tone dripping with sarcasm and her eyes darting, she said, Xiao Su, since you've purchased a new house, why not sell this one to me at a discount? Su Yin was known for her gentle temperament. At least, as long as she wasn't dealing with Jiangyu, everyone would describe her as amiable. However, Jiangyu was well aware that her patience could be quite limited. Hearing Aunt Wang's suggestion, she wore a half-smile. All right, Wang Jie. The current price per square meter around here is roughly 6,500. Since we are old neighbors, let's settle on 6,000, but it must be a cash transaction. Aunt Wang, who had initially been smiling upon hearing her agreement, suddenly found her expression frozen. No, Xiao Su, I recall when you purchased this house, the price per square meter was comparable to ours, around 3,500. Are you not asking for too much? Her tone held a hint of indignation. Jiangyu, unable to contain himself, burst out, Mom, is there a dead mouse in the house? Why does it smell so foul? Aunt Wang, not realizing the implication of his words, brightened at the mention of mice. Look, you still have mice. How about this? I'll offer you 4,000 per square meter. At this, the other aunties cast her incredulous glances. Aunt Wang lowered her voice. You see, Xiaosu, you've bought a new house. You can't be the only one to benefit, right? I've provided plenty of food for 1111, and I never asked for money in return. A dog would guard me for less. Jian Yu's expression darkened further at her comparison of 1111 to a dog. Your mouth truly stinks. Perhaps it would be best for you to keep it shut. Su Yin's expression also soured. Those scraps you offered, even a dog would reject. If you want money, go ask Wan Daijian or Chen Hui. For the first time, she directed a cold demeanor at Aunt Wang. Please step aside. The movers need to get through. The other aunties, who had come merely to witness the spectacle, began to realize that the homeowners were upset. One of them chuckled lightly. Xiaosu, we're just here to congratulate you on your move. We won't intrude any longer. As they pulled Aunt Wang away, she finally came to her senses. Her face flushed with anger. At the door, she sped towards Jiang Yu's home. Oh, what are you so proud of? Raising her voice slightly, she continued. 1111. Do you really think they want to help you? They've taken plenty of money from your mother. Be careful, they might just turn you into a child bride for their son. Keep your mouth shut. You shouldn't speak like that. Jiang Yu, with a snort, grabbed a broom, ready to confront her. The other aunties and Aunt Wang quickly fled. Su Yin tugged on Jiang Yu's hoodie. Enough, don't engage with them. These people are inherently like this, which is why your father and I wanted to move away. She turned to 1111, who had been standing at the door, unsure of how much she had overheard. 1111, come here. 1111 stepped forward. Chapter 14 Fear. Jiang Yu realized that he no longer wanted her. Su Yin gazed at the girl before her. Over the years, she had been well cared for, a stark contrast to the frail and battered child who had first arrived at their home. Just looking at her brought joy to Su Yin. She reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind the girl's beautiful eyes, saying, she, don't take Aunt Wang's words to heart. You are wonderful and deserving of love from many. Their affection for you is genuine and uncomplicated, unlike her, who overthinks everything. Jiang Yu chimed in, and besides, in this day and age, there are no child brides. Su Yin rolled her eyes at him, pretending to swat him. Was that really the crux of the matter? She pulled 1111 closer, saying, we have recorded your expenses each year. If you wish to see them, your uncle and I can show you. As for Aunt Wang, Auntie, I understand your intention, and I won't heed her words. 1111 interjected, Auntie, I am no longer a child, I can discern right from wrong. As a teacher herself, she knew that children like 1111 were particularly sensitive, and hearing her words was heartening. She affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, her tone indulgent. You are still a child, indeed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, her long lashes concealed the emotion swirling in her eyes, yet, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling instinct. Don't ask why, it was simply a man's intuition. Sure enough, as Su Yin and Jiang Weimin called for them to move their belongings several times, Jiang Yu, after 2 trips, realized that 1111 had vanished. He first went upstairs to glance at home. It was empty. With the move, everyone was preoccupied, and the house was in disarray. When he couldn't find 1111, he suddenly recalled something and glanced at the door across the hall. Since moving in with them, 1111 had seldom returned to her old place, practically never. Jiang Yu walked over to inspect the door. Indeed, there were fingerprints in the dust above. He then looked up the stairs. Over the years, 1111 had been exceptionally well behaved, but just moments ago, when he couldn't discern the emotions in her eyes, he suddenly remembered the gloomy expression she had worn when he, ascending the staircase, which led to Aunt Wang's apartment. He noted that their building was an old complex with stairs and a 2-unit layout. The elderly couple who had lived across from Aunt Wang had been taken abroad by their son last month, leaving the place vacant. It was there, at the bend of the staircase, that he spotted 1111. Clearly taken aback by his arrival, she instinctively concealed the items in her hands. What are you doing here? Jiang Yu asked, observing what she held. 1111 pressed her lips together in silence, her hand tightening involuntarily around the sharp thumbtacks, piercing her palm, yet she felt only a fleeting sting. Her expression remained unchanged, and she managed to smile, saying, it's nothing, let us head down. She attempted to sidestep him, but Jiang Yu seized her wrist. Show me. 111's hand trembled slightly, but she did not release it. Instead, she apologized. Jiangyu, will you be angry if I did something wrong? After a moment, she added, I haven't had the chance yet, so it doesn't really count as wrong. With caution, she stole a glance at Jiangyu. However, he merely regarded her with a cold, impassive gaze before stating, open your hand. It was curious, though 111 currently stood taller than Jiangyu, positioned on a higher step, she still felt a twinge of fear in his presence, fearing his anger. Her scarred hand trembled as it opened, revealing a gruesome sight. She whispered, I didn't do anything bad, please don't be upset. Jiangyu had always been mild-tempered, except during the initial period after his rebirth when he had been apprehensive about 111's deliberate distance. At all other times, he had treated her like a brother would a child, accommodating her as long as she didn't cross any fundamental lines. Even Suyin found it peculiar how harmoniously they interacted. It seemed their son had grown more sensible over the years. 111 had indeed been clever and obedient, never provoking Jiangyu's ire. Thus, this was the first time she witnessed him so angered. Jiangyu possessed a charm that undid him to the neighborhood aunties. His youthful features still bore traces of baby fat, but the familiar smile that usually adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a taut expression. The sternness in his gaze resembled that of a disapproving elder, one who could not comprehend the folly of a child. This emotion was entirely foreign to 111. Jiangyu's hands trembled slightly as he looked at her palm, where several thumbtacks by placing thumbtacks on the stairs. His voice was frigid as he glanced at the oil bottle in the corner, having recognized it earlier. It did not belong to their household. It appeared 111 had taken it from Wandahian's home. You do realize that if the thumbtacks are mismanaged, they can cause serious harm, even death. Despite controlling his voice, it echoed in the stairwell. From below, Suyin called out, Xiao Yu, Shi, are you finished? 111 seemed to snap back to reality, her hand reaching out to tug at Jiangyu's shirt, reminiscent of her childhood. However, her movements faltered, her hands were dirty, and her brother was wearing a white shirt today. Moreover, Jiangyu evaded her grasp. He was genuinely angry. All these years, 111 had behaved so well that he had assumed he. Yet, upon seeing the thumbtacks and the oil, he realized he had been overly presumptuous. 111 was no ordinary child. Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't do it again. I didn't intend for anything to happen. She insulted auntie and uncle and even scolded you. I just wanted to give her a little punishment. Suyin's footsteps had begun to ascend, and 111's voice grew frantic. Brother, please don't abandon me. Auntie and uncle will be disappointed. They'll think I'm a bad child. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She mentioned Suyin, Jiang Weiman, and Jiangyu, but neglected to mention herself. Even her desire for revenge was for their sake, not her own. Jiangyu took a deep breath and turned away from her. Keep up, if it doesn't hurt, hide it well so it won't be discovered. He then strode down the stairs, calling out, Mom, could you help me with my things? I haven't finished moving yet. Hey, how did you come down from upstairs? Where is she? Can you help me move? 111 is probably slacking off. Do you think she is like you, always looking to take it easy? Although winter was approaching, 111 felt a dampness on her back, unsure if it was due to pain or fear. Fear that Jiangyu would discover her and cast her aside. Chapter 15, not a delicate flower, but a carnivorous plant. 111 observed as Suyin and Jiangyu moved boxes down one after the other. Just before descending, Jiangyu cast a fleeting glance in her direction. 111 felt even more vulnerable. She took a couple of steps towards the stairs to tend to the wound on her hand. If not, Jiangyu might become even angrier later, and she certainly couldn't allow auntie and the others to discover it. After taking a few steps down, 111 glanced at the oil bottle in the corner, then walked over and poured the oil onto the last 3 steps before returning with the bottle in hand. Such was 111's nature. She believed in retribution, and the thumbtack incident had been witnessed by Jiangyu, whom she dared not confront. However, the oil bottle could easily have been knocked over by someone else, so what did it have to do with her? It merely served to benefit that group of gossips. In truth, Su Yin's family felt somewhat out of place in this community. Most residents here were working-class individuals from the lower strata of society. Initially, this neighborhood attracted buyers due to its affordable prices, and one could hardly claim that the residents possessed high cultural standards. Even now, there were still some who believed that as long as their children, there were many like Juan Lafian, who, while not entirely irrational, certainly lacked a certain level of refinement. Of course, there were individuals of high caliber and kind-hearted souls, but in their building, most were indifferent to the affairs of others. Yet Su Yin was a teacher, and Jiang Weimin was a doctor. Both could be considered individuals of high quality. When they moved in, Su Yin was pregnant, and they had little money, but they chose to settle here to establish a home. At that time, the housing prices were relatively low compared to other developments, and with no other family to rely on, the young couple arrived. Upon their arrival, they drew much attention. The couple's demeanor starkly contrasted with the local roughness. Fortunately, their amiable personalities allowed them to quickly establish good relations with the neighbors. However, the other residents had lived here for decades. Su Yin, disinterested in their gossip, had neither the time nor inclination to cultivate close ties with them. Consequently, when it came to 1111's matter, they frequently disparaged Jiang Yu's family behind their backs. Initially, they deemed them foolish and overly soft-hearted. After all, it wasn't as if they would let 1111 starve. Benevolent people rarely met good ends. Later, jealousy ensued, as they believed Su Yin's family had struck it rich, potentially earning hundreds of thousands each year. Thus, they spread various slanderous tales about them. Humanity is a complex creature. While they might genuinely feel sympathy when witnessing another's misfortune, jealousy rears its head when they see someone thriving. 1111 understood that each year, Zhenhui only provided a mere 20 to 30,000, sufficient for tuition and sustenance, leaving little left over. Moreover, Su Yin and her family would never touch that money. 1111 despised this place, although at her core she was no different from these selfish, despicable people who detested the well-being of others. She was determined to integrate into Jiang Yu's family, yearning to escape this environment. After tending to her wound, 1111 was taken downstairs by Jiang Weimin. The family boarded the moving truck to their new home. Su Yin remained in high spirits, yet she noticed that the two children seemed to be in a spat. 1111 occasionally glanced at Jiang Yu, her expression appearing quite pitiful. However, Jiang Yu didn't spare her a single glance, truly upset for the first time, showing no concern for whether she had taken care of her injury. He had long noticed 1111's penchant for self-destructive vengeance. It was akin to the last lifetime when she had drugged him, fully aware of the potential consequences, yet she still exposed herself to risk. Initially, she had merely intended to take a sleeping pill, only to end up paying dearly for it. Similarly, if he accidentally hurt himself, she would remain calm while joining him in his self-inflicted pain. What sort of behavior was that? Under Su Yin's prompting, Jiang Weimin spoke up. Little fish, next week is exam week, right? Once the exams are over, it will be New Year. If you do well, Dad will reward you. 1111 cautiously replied. Jiang Yu will definitely do well, Uncle. He wants that basketball. I don't want it, Jiang Yu retorted coldly. Oh dear, Jiang Weimin exchanged glances with his wife, then looked at the silent 1111, who was staring at the ground. Finally, he turned to his fuming son, who, despite his stern expression, appeared quite intimidating. What gift do you want then? Jiang Weimin asked amiably. Your mother mentioned last night that you wanted to learn how to swim. I can take you. Jiang Yu actually knew how to swim from his previous life, but he hadn't learned in this lifetime yet. It would indeed seem odd if he suddenly knew how. Therefore, he claimed he wanted to learn. After all, compared to basketball, he genuinely preferred swimming. At last, he glanced at his father. Really? Seeing her son finally engage in conversation, Su Yin felt relieved and seized the opportunity to add, take 1111 along too. Jiang Yu scoffed. What does she need that for? After all, she was already plotting revenge with thumbtacks. 1111 rolled her big eyes and, in an aggrieved tone, murmured, I don't know how. Jiang Yu's irritation flared upon witnessing her pitiable demeanor. Suyin wrapped her arm around 11111, 1111, it's all right, what are you two arguing about? 11111 glanced at Jiangyu, hesitated, then revealed her hand, which bore a bandage. It might be because I got hurt. Oh, so you are aware? Jiangyu looked at her palm, which had been treated. At least she was sensible enough to handle it herself. Had it still been in a bloody mess, he truly doubted he could restrain himself from reprimanding him. Hey, how did this happen? Suyin and Jiang Weimin both stared at her palm. 11111, however, remained silent, merely gazing at Jiangyu. Jiangyu muttered begrudgingly, she accidentally hurt herself with a thumbtack. What else could he say? Should he tell his mother that the seemingly delicate flower in her arms was, in fact, a carnivorous plant? Jiangyu felt quite vexed. He could certainly tell that 11111 had done this intentionally, purposely leaving half the story for him to complete. It was a test, a subtle maneuver, yet Jiangyu had to admit he felt a pang of softness. Although he knew she was capable of using thumbtacks as a means of punishment, she was no longer a child at 11 years old. She understood that such actions could cause real harm, yet she still chose to act in this manner. He recalled her words, noting how she mentioned everyone but him. He also thought back to the incident when Qian had pushed him down, and how 11111 had picked up a brick with such fierce determination. Jianyu's frustration deepened. After all these years of raising her, was it possible not to feel a sense of compassion? Suyin and Jiang Weimin continued to express concern for 11111's hand. 11111 obediently apologized, assuring them she wouldn't be reckless again. They had actually visited their new home long before, so there was nothing particularly novel about it. Jiangyu attempted to help with the packing but was promptly sent back to do his homework by his parents. Then he noticed 11111, her backpack slung over her shoulder, looking at him with earnest eyes. Brother, can I do my homework with you? Jiangyu. Chapter 16. He will never discover it next time. Jiangyu remained silent, merely averting his gaze. 11111 hesitated at the door for a moment before tentatively stepping into his room. Noticing that Jiangyu still wouldn't look at her but hadn't asked her to leave, 11111 felt a wave of relief wash over her. Over the years, she had come to understand Jiangyu's temperament and boundaries well enough, and she knew that her recent words to him on the staircase were potent enough to soften his heart. Jiangyu was the most innocent and easily deceived person she had ever encountered. This was due to Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang's diligent protection, as well as the kindness that surrounded him. Such a Jiangyu made the young 11111 envious because she could not possess such purity. Now, the current 11111 felt compelled to protect him, for it was only in his presence that she felt she could pretend to be someone like him. Thus, she wanted to safeguard Jiangyu and avoid inciting his anger. 11111 pulled out a chair and sat beside Jiangyu to facilitate their studying. Both their rooms were furnished with long desks and 2 chairs. The layout was identical, as 11111 understood that Jiang Weimin and Suyin genuinely wished for her to feel as though she and Jiangyu were alike. Brother, I promise I won't be so impulsive in the future, but I cannot tolerate them speaking ill of you behind your back. 11111 leaned her face on her hands, gazing at Jiangyu with a pitiful expression. Jiangyu discerned that while she was apologizing, there was little sincerity in her words. I ask you, 11111, Jiangyu said with a serious countenance, what if you encounter someone like Wang Feng again in the future? Will you seek revenge every time, still reckless as ever? 11111 paused before responding. If she is as foul-mouthed as her, criticizing you, I would still do the same. Her voice was low and stubborn. It's unacceptable to speak ill of you. Anyone who harms you is beyond forgiveness. Jiangyu observed her averted gaze and felt an inexplicable weariness. Once he lifted her chin, fixing her with a serious stare. It is appropriate to resist in order to protect yourself. However, your first mistake today was knowingly possessing a thumbtack and still allowing yourself to be harmed. 11111 was taken aback. Was her first mistake not the desire for revenge? Your second mistake is that while seeking revenge is permissible, it should not be done without considering the consequences. Wang Feng may be infuriating, but she is not a malevolent person. As for your thumbtack, not to mention whether it could cost her life, what if it pierced her eye or something? Is it worth it? In her heart, 11111 thought it was indeed worth it, but she dared not voice this sentiment, knowing her judgment differed from that of an ordinary person. Therefore, she remained silent. Thirdly, 1 Xiaoxi, you spoke of our family but neglected yourself. Clearly, you have suffered the most harm. Remember, at all times, prioritize yourself, especially in self. I 11111 looked at Jian Yu, whose face had softened despite his earlier sternness. She touched her chest. Of course, I'll also protect myself and ensure I don't get hurt. Jian Yu added dryly, feeling quite innocent from the previous life. Surely, emphasizing this once more was not excessive. 11111 suddenly smiled and nodded. I understand. I will protect you and will never harm you. In exchange, Jian Yu, you must belong to me forever. Jian Yu observed her with a furrowed brow. He had no siblings in his previous life and was not fond of children, truly unsure how to nurture one. Previously somewhat confident due to her good behavior over the years, today's incident had completely shattered his self-assurance. What were you planning to do today? Jiang Yu asked, still curious about what he had witnessed earlier. 11111 hesitated to meet his gaze, unsure whether to disclose her intentions. If you don't tell me, get out, Jiang Yu warned, narrowing his eyes at her, feeling threatened. 11111 could only meekly reply, I was going to put oil on the last 2 steps of the staircase and place a 50 yuan note in front. She loves to take advantage, so she'd likely miss the stairs when she sees the money. Wait, what about the thumbtack? Jiang Yu interrupted, you can't possibly leave that out. 11111 fell silent. Jiang Yu stared at her intently. 11111 mumbled, the oil would make her slip, and the thumbtack would be at the bottom of the stairs, so her butt or hand would. Jiang Yu understood. He looked at 11111, who was now feeling guilty, and avoided his gaze, and gently pressed down on her head, ruffling her hair like an older brother. His voice was somewhat gritted. 1 Xiaoxi, if there's a next time, I will hit you. He muttered under his breath, if Mom finds out, she'll hang you up for a beating. But 11111 knew that wouldn't happen. Aunt Sue would be the one to face Jiang Yu's wrath. Yet, she felt content, as Jiang Yu was the only one who wholeheartedly believed that she was entirely like him in this family. Jiang Yu, call me brother. Was it too much to hope that this habit of calling him by name when there was something to discuss and referring to him as brother when there wasn't could be corrected? Brother, will you take care of me for a lifetime? Who would want to take care of you? His tone was exasperated, yet when he saw the smile on her face, his expression softened. The winter sun streamed through the transparent glass, casting a warm glow upon their desk. The scores on the papers before them were starkly red. Mathematics 89, Chinese 98. 11111 smiled, saying, Aunt Sue warned that if you didn't get into a top school, she'd hit you. Shall I help you with your studies? Jiang Yu thought to himself how difficult life was. Here he was, a graduate of a prestigious university, needing to seek help from an elementary school student in mathematics. What a humiliation, yet, being spanked was even more humiliating. Well then, tell me how to solve the last 2 problems, and I'll listen. As Su Yin approached the door holding strawberries, she spotted the 2 huddled together over the exam papers. She breathed a sigh of relief. They had reconciled. She and old Jiang had worried needlessly. Children had no real conflicts. After all, she took one last glance at the strawberries before quietly turning away. The strawberries could wait. Opportunities for this mischievous boy to engage in learning were few and far between. During dinner, Jiang Yu heard the news that Wang Feng had apparently slipped down the stairs. The rumor was that there was oil on the stairs, allegedly the work of Su Yin and her family, who had just moved in. The caller had expressed their anger. Good-natured Su Yin merely retorted, do you have any evidence? And why would we do such a thing? Are we so idle? Or perhaps you've done something behind our backs to warrant such treatment. In the end, the caller hung up in a huff. Su Yin rolled her eyes. What nonsense is this? It's utterly absurd. I hope she hasn't offended anyone. How could there be oil on the stairs? Jiang Yu cast a furtive glare at 11111, who looked back at him innocently. However, neither of them spoke. That night, as they prepared for bed, Jiang Yu tapped 11111's head with a bit of force. If there's a next time, I will hit you. 11111 obediently replied, I promise he will never discover it next time. Just before entering her room, 11111 heard Jiang Yu say, don't always be afraid. I wouldn't he abandon you. From the moment he accepted her into his life and decided to look after her, he would never truly forsake her, not even in anger. Chapter 17. You must learn to protect me well. Did you not promise to safeguard me? With Jiang Yu's words, 1111 felt as if she were a cat comforted by its master, basking in contentment. There were no further disturbances thereafter. As for Wang Feng, she did not dare to call again, for the old neighborhood lacked surveillance in the stairwell. Previously, Su Yin and the others had considered installing cameras for safety, given the presence of both the elderly and children. However, a group of women, led by Wang Feng, insisted that such measures were unnecessary, claiming they had no funds for it.in reality. The cost would have been minimal if shared among families. Ultimately, no cameras were installed, and now that she had fallen, Wang Feng could only lament her misfortune. It was said she lay in bed for over a month, only getting up shortly before the new year. This winter break, Jiang Yu, having performed commendably in his final exams, successfully earned the opportunity to learn swimming. Strangely enough, in his previous life, he was indeed a proficient swimmer, yet he had to start anew with this unfamiliar body. Initially, 1111 intended to join, but Jiang Yu redirected her to learn Sonder instead. Jiang Yu was quite troubled by 1111's reckless approach to revenge. Moreover, her beauty was undeniable. As she matured, she would only grow more enchanting. Jiang Yu felt as though he were raising a daughter, his concern seemingly endless. Su Yin initially thought they should both learn swimming together, but Jiang Yu gestured towards 1111's face, saying, she must learn to protect herself, right? Su Yin paused, responding, then you should protect your sister. I will, but what if I'm not around? She must have the ability to defend herself. Jiang Yu countered. In her previous life, 1111 had nearly met her demise at the hands of Wandatian. Jiang Yu had once regarded this merely as a tale, something to be heard and dismissed. However, now it was different. This was 1111. Although Wandatian was imprisoned in this lifetime, Jiang Yu still wished for 1111 to acquire self-defense skills, at the very least, the ability to confront or evade bullies. One could not always be by her side. She needed to learn to save herself. He expressed this to 1111. Otherwise, she would only wish to follow him forever. Later, Jiang Yu added, you also must learn to protect me well. Did you not say you would safeguard me? Reluctantly, 1111 finally acquiesced. The two embarked on their respective journeys, one learning to swim, the other practicing Sonder, each in separate locations. Yet, after each practice session, 1111 would find Jiang Yu, and together, during the new year, their family typically spent time together at home, save for brief visits to friends. Notably, Dr. Jiang often had to work, leaving Su Yin to care for the two children alone. Jiang Yu had known since childhood that his father was an orphan raised in an orphanage, hence he had few relatives to visit. As for his mother, it seemed Su Yin was not from the area either. When Jiang Yu had inquired about her family in his youth, Su Yin had merely paused in silence, stating she had no family left. Jiang Yu suspected his mother was concealing something from him, but it mattered little. Their family was thriving, so if his mother claimed there was nothing, so be it. This familial environment had its advantages, particularly in sparing him from having to explain 1111's situation to too many people. It was only in this lifetime that Jiang Yu finally understood why his parents had sought to help 1111 from their previous life, daring to bring her home even after learning of Wandaqian's insanity. When they first moved here, 1111's grandmother was still alive. One day, when Jiang Weiman returned home after a shift, he encountered a group of robbers in the poorly maintained neighborhood. At that time, Jiang Weiman handed over some money, but the assailants, possibly under the influence, stabbed him before fleeing. Upon seeing blood. It was 1111's grandmother, who had gone out to buy groceries, who called the police and an ambulance for Jiang Weiman. 1111's grandmother was a kind-hearted woman, though Jiang Yu learned about her from his parents, who said she was aware that her son was not a good person. While she was alive, she could manage him to some extent, but once she was gone, she hoped that if Su Yin and Dr. Jiang had time, they could help look after her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Unfortunately, this kind soul passed away when Jiang Yu and 1111 were just over a year old. Subsequently, Jiang Weimin had intervened several times to stop Wan Thatian from being violent. During that period, Chen Hui often sought refuge at Jiang Yu's home, and the two children would play together, yet, this was ultimately a family matter. Chen Hui could not keep her daughter away from home indefinitely. Su Yin and the others also had to go to work, and issues of domestic violence. What could be done? Su Yin sighed, reaching out to stroke 1111's head. Your mother was frightened by the beatings. She has been hospitalized multiple times. You mustn't blame her too much. She was deceived by your father. 1111 merely smiled in response, remaining silent. However, Jiang Yu muttered softly, then why didn't she take 1111 with her when she escaped? She was just a few years old, a single meal could have sufficed, yet, Chen Hui never looked back, and even when life improved later, she refused to return to see 1111. Su Yin was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was 1111 who changed the subject. After the new year, they would turn 12 and enter middle school. Jiang Yu was quite invested in the entrance examination. After all, his mother had purchased a house next to the first middle school. If he failed to pass, he would surely face consequences. Fortunately, his grades were commendable, as one could not possibly fail the end. They both successfully gained admission to the first middle school. Then, Chen Hui visited once, revealing she was pregnant. She brought gifts for both of them, a mobile phone each and a tablet, stating they were congratulatory gifts for their advancement in studies. This was indeed a significant present. Any ordinary child would be overjoyed, yet both Jiang Yu and 1111 responded with little enthusiasm, leaving Chen Hui feeling somewhat awkward. Su Yin, even if she had encouraged Jiang Yu to accept his, 1111 would undoubtedly refuse. However, Su Yin felt it was only right for Chen Hui to bring gifts after not having visited 1111 for over 3 years. Now, Jiang Yu, having diligently studied swimming and played basketball, had finally reached a height comparable to 1111's. Moreover, he seemed to be growing taller, as the roundness of his face gradually diminished. As for 1111, she too began to grow, and at this rate, Jiang Yu felt he might not surpass her in middle school. A twinge of concern struck him. After all, he had reached 181 centimeters in his previous life, and when he first met 1111, she was quite tall, perhaps around 165 centimeters. However, Jiang Yu glanced at the girl beside him. This time, with proper nutrition, she had already reached 163 cm. Would she truly end up taller than him? Brother, what are you looking at? The girl, previously engrossed in her studies, suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet gentle, her beautiful doe-like eyes meeting his gaze. Jiang Yu, caught in the act, felt a rush of embarrassment as he asked, "Aren't you curious about what your mother came to say?" Chapter 18. She is merely a wounded little girl. Is it not reasonable for her to sleep alongside her brother? 1111 was not curious. What else is there to say? It simply means that I should not disturb her. Look at that belly, it's quite evident. If I am not mistaken, she might leave behind a sum of money sufficient for my university education, after which she will likely sever all ties with me. Her voice was faint, as if she were discussing trivial matters. It resembled her tone when explaining problems to Jiang Yu, yet it was starkly different. Her demeanor softened when addressing him, but her tone turned icy at the mention of Chen Hui. For a moment, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he dryly replied, "Har har har, you seem to know her quite well." Jiang Yu could, after all, she had not visited 1111 even once in the past 3 years. When he had glimpsed her prominent belly moments ago, his heart had skipped a beat. What on earth was happening? The two refrained from further discussing the topic and instead began their quiet review. After all, they were soon to enter junior high, and the textbooks and exercises were provided by Su Yin, a teacher at the junior high of No. 1 high school. She hoped that their academic performance would not falter. With her oversight, Jiang Yu felt an intense pressure to maintain his grades. Was there anything more terrifying than the prospect of 1's mother potentially becoming 1's homeroom teacher? He could only pray that his mother would not be so heartless. In his previous life, Teacher Su had not become Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher, for he had missed the cutoff for No. 1 high school by 3 points. In the end, he had managed to gain admission through some privileges typically afforded to the children of faculty, albeit at a considerable cost. However, class assignments were determined by academic performance, and at that time, Jiang Yu's scores had placed him quite low. As for Su Yin, she only taught the top-tier classes. In this life, Jiang Yu's grades were commendable, largely due to 11111's presence. He felt a sense of shame at the thought of performing poorly. Moreover, he had been given a second chance at life. He could not simply allow himself to languish. In any case, his rankings and scores this time around should qualify him for the elite class. This implied that there was a strong possibility that his homeroom teacher would be his mother. The thought was quite alarming. Jiang Yu absent-mindedly sketched a cartoonish child being beaten on his notebook when the sound of a door opening and closing reached his ears. It was likely Chen Hui departing. Jiang Yu immediately stood up, adopting a serious expression as he addressed 11111, "I'll go wash some fruit for you." 11111 watched him turn to leave, feeling a sigh welling up within her. This excuse was rather flimsy. After all, it was usually Jiang Yu who instructed her to wash the fruit. Jiang Yu had merely uttered those words without any genuine intention to wash. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a familiar sight. A card lay atop the table, and Chen Hui's belongings remained scattered across its surface. Su Yin, hearing the noise, glanced over sharply, her expression far from pleasant. Upon realizing it was Jiang Yu, she visibly relaxed and beckoned him. "A little fish, come here." Jiang Yu approached and glanced at the card, then at the items on the table, his anger beginning to simmer. Did she leave the card and decide to cut off all contact? Su Yin regarded him with surprise. "You, too, and not far off," saying there's nothing to discuss and to refrain from contacting her. "This money is for 1111, 300,000, covering her junior high school, and university expenses." It was indeed a considerable amount, sufficient under normal circumstances, assuming no unforeseen events arose. However, Su Yin was genuinely furious, incensed by Chen Hui's eagerness to sever ties with 11111. She felt a deep sense of empathy for 11111. Jiang Yu shared her sentiments. Ron 1111 was undeniably well-behaved, intelligent, and beautiful, yet they would never acknowledge these qualities. Chen Hui had not even spared 11111 a second glance earlier. A silence enveloped the pair. Su Yin reached out and gently ruffled Jiang Yu's hair. "Little fish, from now on, it will only be the three of us. Over the years, I realize I may have been a bit strict, but I only desire for you both to grow up healthy and, ideally, to become. Let us not discuss this with 1cc." He lowered his voice. After all, Chen Hui hasn't he visited in years. It won't matter if she continues to stay away, just keep it from 1cc. She might truly believe her mother intends to cut ties with her forever, although 11111 was astute enough to have likely surmised the truth. As long as it remained unacknowledged, it would merely be speculation. Su Yin sighed. All right. They remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yu's door had not been securely closed. 11111 gently shut the door behind her, feeling no sense of distress, yet she wondered if she might coax her brother into allowing her to sleep beside him tonight. 11111 glanced at Jiang Yu's bed, her eyes filled with longing. Yes, she was merely a wounded little girl. Was it not reasonable for her to seek comfort beside her brother? Not reasonable at all. Jiang Yu firmly pushed her away. They were both about to enter junior high. There were distinctions between genders, and such thoughts were out of the question, even if 11111 pleaded, claiming she felt a bit lonely. Jiang Yu let out a soft laugh, pulling her back to her own room, opening the door to reveal a decor distinctly feminine, though the array of dolls on her bed seemed somewhat incongruous. There were various superheroes, mythical figures, Doraemon, and Sakura Kinomoto. Jiang Yu pointed to a set of 7 Calabash brothers. "I just bought this for you." He then glanced at 11111. "Are you still afraid?" "I can call my mom." 11111 stared silently at the dolls on her bed. To be a good, friendly child, she had indeed visited her good friend Liu Qi's house. There, she had seen an array of Barbie dolls and delightful plush toys. Yet, it was all right. Her own toys were quite charming, all gifts from Jiang Yu. 11111 knew her chances of sleeping beside him were slim tonight. Disheartened, she sighed. "All right, I understand. Good night, brother." With that, she flashed Jiang Yu a sweet smile. It would be fine. Once he fell asleep, she could sneak in beside him before dawn. After all, Jian-yu was the type who would remain oblivious even in the event of an earthquake, almost akin to being in a deep coma. That night, as Jian-yu prepared for sleep, he felt an unsettling sense of something being amiss. Primarily, 11111 had given up far too quickly today. He found it rather unusual. Previously, she would have resorted to all sorts of coaxing and charm. Today had been far too smooth, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, Jian-yu's sleep quality was quite good. After lying down and contemplating for a moment, he soon succumbed to slumber. Not long after, at around 1 in the morning, no one in the house was aware that the door to Jian-yu's room had quietly opened. 11111 entered and stood by the bed, watching Jian-yu for a while before stealthily climbing onto the bed. As she nestled close to him, the boy instinctively wrapped his arms around her frail form. 11111 smiled silently, her gaze tender. In her heart, she whispered, "Good night, brother." Chapter 19. The sibling complex. Jian-yu remained utterly oblivious to this phenomenon. He was only aware that his body, for reasons unbeknownst to him, succumbed to a profound slumber every night. Even during the earthquake that struck when he was merely 10, shaking his bed violently and rousing the rest of his family, he continued to sleep soundly. His father, Dr. Jiang, suspected there might be an underlying issue and took him for a checkup, only to find that there was nothing amiss. The boy simply had a clear mind and slept well. Every morning, at the break of dawn, 11111 would sneak over after finishing her assignments, returning to her own room by 5 o'clock, just as Suyin awoke at 5:30. Remarkably, for more than a year, not a single soul in the household had noticed this routine. Now that they were in junior high, Jian-yu and 11111 remained in the same class, accompanied by Jihan and Zhu Xianxian. The four of them were delighted to encounter familiar faces at the start of the school year, though 11111's joy was merely superficial. In her heart, she felt anything but happy. In truth, she yearned for the affection in Jian-yu's eyes that seemed to be reserved solely for her. Thus, she found herself deprived of the opportunity to sit beside Jian-yu. He was paired with Jihan, leaving 11111 to share a desk with Zhu Xianxian. Together, they became the most striking sight in the classroom. Back in elementary school, when 11111 was still rather unkempt, Zhu Xianxian had been the prettiest girl in their school. However, with 11111's emergence, Zhu Xianxian had lost that title, though she remained the second most beautiful. At the sensitive age of early adolescence, boys often engaged in hushed discussions about which girls were attractive. Some were rather crude, even commenting on physical attributes. Jian-yu, however, consistently refrained from participating in such conversations, for he was no longer a child. Yet, he was aware that many boys admired 11111. She was not only beautiful but also academically gifted. Although she could be somewhat aloof, she did not entirely disregard others. In any case, she captivated the attention of boys everywhere. Jian-yu even felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that these boys had good taste. As they transitioned to the new school, few remained aware of 11111's family circumstances. Most only knew that she referred to Jian-yu as a brother, and that they lived together, leading many to assume they were relatives. 11111, the class beauty, and her brother, Jian-yu. Consequently, Jian-yu found himself inundated with new, younger brothers, all eager to forge a connection with him in hopes of gleaning insights about 11111. To this, Jian-yu responded with a firm reprimand. He would not let anyone lay their intentions upon his cherished little cabbage. With 11111's outstanding academic performance, he would not allow any of them to pursue her in a premature romance. By the time they reached the second year of junior high, it was common knowledge that Jian-yu was quite protective of his little sister. Coincidentally, 11111 had her own affinity for her older brother. It seemed that they were indeed two sides. As she admired 11111's exquisite profile, she couldn't help but wish to slap herself. How could she have ever believed someone so beautiful in their childhood? Oh dear, Zhu Xianxian, you truly are unkind. Aunt Su had insisted that if the 3 assignments were not completed today, Jian-yu would be in trouble. Oh, a boy from the 3rd year approached him, challenging him to a match. If Jian-yu lost, he'd have to help deliver a love letter. At first, Jian-yu ignored them, insisting he had something else to attend to and wouldn't bet on it, but that group of boys wouldn't let him leave. Zhu Xuanxuan's tone dripped with disdain. Did they really think such antics were cool? It was utterly juvenile. Moreover, she had just observed that those boys were hardly worthy of 11111's beauty. What caught 11111's attention, however, was the implication that Jian-Yu was being put in a difficult position because of her. The pen she had been holding clattered softly onto the desk, breaking the silence of the otherwise empty classroom. "Let's go take a look," she declared, already rising to her feet. It was the afternoon break between classes, and most students had dashed off to eat or engage in other activities, leaving only a handful in the classroom. Zhu Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as 11111 finally decided to venture out. She eagerly stood up and linked arms with 11111, exclaiming, "Let us go, let us go." On their way, 11111 stopped by the convenience store to buy a bottle of ice water, knowing Jian-Yu would need it after sweating from the game. Upon reaching the basketball court, they found it bustling, with one court particularly crowded. Zhu Xianxian pointed to the most populated area. "That one, you know, Jian-Yu and Qihan have quite the following." Her tone was rife with gossip, her curiosity piqued, oblivious to the darkening expression on 11111's face. At that moment, she began to realize that her possessiveness over Jian-Yu might be somewhat excessive. Despite her efforts to appear composed, her youth made it difficult to manage her emotions. Presently, she found herself disliking the notion of Jian-Yu's popularity. She loathed the sight of those boys and girls surrounding him. Meanwhile, Jian-Yu's demeanor was decidedly cool, his arm slightly numb from a recent collision. The boys who claimed to be his seniors were playing rather dirty. Initially, Jian-Yu had no intention of participating. He had merely stepped out to clear his mind and pick up a few snacks for 11111. However, upon seeing Qihan playing, he had stopped to greet them, only to be blocked from leaving when they threatened to obstruct 11111 if he refused to play. Jian-Yu's patience wore thin. In his view, they were nothing but obstacles to 11111's blossoming into a flower of the nation. Thus, he engaged in the game, only to find that these boys were not interested in fair play. Liu Ji, the class fitness monitor, cast a worried glance at Jian-Yu, who was rubbing his shoulder. "Yu Ji, are you all right?" Jian-Yu shot him a glance and shook his head. "I'm fine." Everyone in the class was acutely aware that these boys were targeting Jian-Yu, their incessant shoving and stepping on his feet becoming a tiresome pattern. If not for Jian-Yu holding Qihan back, the latter would have charged at them in a heartbeat. The opposing group continued to laugh, with their leader, Li Ziwen, smugly asking, "Are you still capable, Junior? If not, you'll need to take this message back for me." He produced a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. One of the boys beside him chuckled. "Next time we meet, should we call 11111 sister-in-law?" Laughter erupted among the boys. Jian-Yu's expression turned icy, and with a forceful throw, he slammed the basketball down in front of them. The loud thud halted their laughter. Jian-Yu smiled coldly at them. "Go on, keep it up. You've only won by 3 points and already you're puffing up." He fixed his gaze on Li Ziwen. "Don't forget, there's still half a game left." Chapter 20, This strong guy is truly annoying. As 11111 and Zhu Xianxian approached, the second half had just begun. Li Ziwen, accompanied by his team, charged towards Jian-Yu as he had done before. This time, however, he did not evade the collision and instead forcefully elbowed Li Ziwen in the abdomen. As they collided, Li Ziwen winced in pain and exclaimed, "Damn it." Jian-Yu, holding the ball, turned and flashed him. Jian-Yu, in the second year of junior high, stood at a modest height of 173 centimeters among the boys, rendering him rather inconspicuous in a crowd of basketball players, especially when towering figures like Qihan and Li Ziwen were over 180 centimeters. Despite being surrounded by such a group, Jian-Yu remained unfazed, and it was evident that he was the one in charge. Perhaps it was due to the aura he exuded, which set him apart from typical boys of his age. This only served to irk Li Ziwen further. Qihan and the other boys from their class had also gathered behind Jian-Yu. Jian-Yu shifted his shoulder, which had just been jolted, and remarked, "Who can't handle the game? Are you the only ones allowed to foul?" He slightly raised his chin, casting a cool gaze at Li Ziwen. If you can play, then play by the rules. If you can't handle it, then don't play. Damn, so arrogant. Do you actually think that just because we call you brother you can act like one? A buzzcut boy beside Li Ziwen spat venomously. Qian chuckled. He is our brother, what of it? The other boys chimed in. Exactly, brother Yu is indeed a brother. So what? Jiang Yu, observing Li Ziwen's darkening expression, raised his voice. You were the ones who instigated this. If you can't handle it, it's on you. Let us just say we respect our elders and won't hold it against you. He then glanced at Qi Han and the others. Let us go. You better apologize to me. Li Ziwen and his gang, who often bullied others due to their size and family background, were not. He reached out to grab Jiang Guiyu. At that moment, a basketball came hurtling towards them with remarkable speed and precision, striking Li Ziwen squarely on the shoulder. With a loud "what the hell" accompanied by the thud of the ball, Li Ziwen staggered back, clutching his shoulder. Both groups paused, turning to the source of the basketball. They spotted a girl in school uniform leisurely approaching, holding a bottle of water. She appeared to have just exited the classroom, wearing the glasses typically donned during lessons, yet her delicate and beautiful features were unmistakable. With an indifferent expression, she approached Jiang Yu, capturing the attention of nearly all the boys on the court. However, 11111 seemed oblivious to the attention and simply handed Jiang Yu the ice water, frowning slightly as she noticed he was sweating. She produced a tissue and offered it to him. Jiang Yu accepted it naturally. What brings you here? He had noticed Zhu Xianxian earlier and had a pretty good idea of her intentions. To be honest, Zhu Xianxian was quite the gossip. Jiang Yu found it amusing. Unlike her typically aloof demeanor, her voice was soft and gentle when addressing him. I came to see why you haven't returned to finish your homework. The boys in their class were already accustomed to this. After all, 11111 likely viewed boys as falling into two categories, her brother and everyone else. However, Li Ziwen and his entourage were evidently unaware of this, especially as Li Ziwen, who had been fuming, felt his face flush upon seeing one. The softness in her voice made his eyes light up even more. He had thought her beautiful from afar, but up close, she was even more stunning, though her gentle gaze towards Jiang Yu was somewhat irksome. Li Ziwen cleared his throat, adopting a pretentious demeanor as he spoke. 11111, was that basketball you threw? How about you apologize to your brother? He leaned in slightly, adding, or perhaps you'd like to go watch a movie with me, and we'll let. Otherwise, he paused deliberately, letting out a derisive hum. Jiang Yu thought to himself, this strong guy is truly obnoxious. He raised the ice water 11111 had given him and held it up to Li Ziwen's face, sincerely stating, brother. For dinner, it's garlic and chive dumplings, right? That smell, and by the way, you have chive stuck in your teeth. Qi Han and the others could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into fits of giggles. Li Ziwen's expression was one of shock, and the buzzcut boy beside him leaned in for a closer look. Even 11111 couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose, stifling a laugh. The irritation she felt upon hearing him refer to himself as brother dissipated instantly. 11111 didn't even glance at Li Ziwen or respond to his question. She merely tugged at Jiang Yu's shirt. Let us go back. If he didn't finish his homework, he would surely be scolded tonight. 11111 couldn't help but shake her head at the thought of Jiang Yu being reprimanded by Su Yin. Jiang Yu was indeed mischievous, and 11111 often felt helpless in such situations. He somewhat deserved it. Their conflict had already attracted attention. Jiang Yu had spoken quite loudly, and Li Ziwen's humiliation was evident on his face. Moreover, he felt particularly irked by 11111's complete disregard for him as she spoke solely to Jiang Yu. The palpable tension between the two was equally annoying to him. Fuming, he reached out to grab 11111. You think you can just walk away after hitting me? No way. At this point, he was blinded by fury, completely forgetting his earlier flustered state. The occasional laughter from the bystanders only felt like mockery to him. Qi Han and the others were ready to lash out at Li Ziwen for his shamelessness in reaching for 11111. Yet Jiang Yu remained calm. After all, he had trained in Sonder for 3 years. Just then, 11111, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a pen and struck Li Ziwen's outstretched hand. The sound of a smack followed by his yelp of pain filled the air. It was at that moment that Zhu Xianxian arrived with the head teacher. "Teacher, they are preventing our classmate from leaving." The head teacher, surnamed Zhu, was a stern-looking woman in her 40s, exuding an air of authority. She was particularly known for her strict stance against early romantic relationships. Her expression was dark as she barked at the onlookers. "Everyone, return to your classrooms, class will start soon." The crowd dispersed, murmuring as they retreated. They certainly did not want to provoke Teacher Zhu, who was quite fearsome. Li Ziwen's face momentarily flashed with panic upon seeing Teacher Zhu's expression. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Xianxian reported, "Teacher, Li Ziwen was just about to grab 11111, didn't you see?" 11111 was an exemplary student, consistently ranking first in her class since enrollment, and she maintained a distance from all boys except for Jian Yu. Additionally, both she and Jian Yu were children of Teacher Su. Teacher Zhu had always held a favorable impression of her. In contrast, Li Ziwen had poor grades and had previously been involved in early relationships with girls from other schools. The scales of judgment in Teacher Zhu's mind had already tipped against him. "Li Ziwen, are you bullying your classmates again?" Chapter 21. No, it is not a case of brotherly love. It is an obsession with Jiang Yu. Li Ziwen wore an expression of indignation. "Teacher, why do you immediately accuse me of causing trouble? Did you not see that 11111 just slapped me? I witnessed you reaching out to that young girl. What is her slapping you to be concerned about? What, are you dissatisfied? Then accompany me to the office." Director Zhu's tone was somewhat frosty. He took a moment to address Jian. "The bell will ring in a few minutes." Jian Yu and his companions displayed remarkable obedience in front of Director Zhu, responding in unison before turning to leave. Before Liu Ji departed, he purposely flashed an overly radiant smile at Li Ziwen and the others. Qihan then cheekily remarked, "Goodbye, teacher, bye-bye, seniors." Li Ziwen and his companions were incensed, their faces contorted, yet they dared not retaliate in the presence of Director Zhu. The group of boys was quite jubilant on their way back, praising Zhu Xianxian for her timely response. Zhu Xianxian, linking arms with 11111, cheerfully said, It was 1111 who asked me to find the teacher." Jiang Yu glanced at 11111, who was lost in thought with her eyes uncast downward, and noted her progress in addressing the teacher. He reached for the pen she held, casually tossing it into the trash bin as they passed, speaking in a languid tone. Perhaps it carried the scent of chives and garlic. "I shall pass." He, however, did not discard the water 11111 had given him, for it was indeed a gift from 1 yet 11111 snatched the water from his hand and, "I'll buy you a new one." She then truly dashed off to the nearby convenience store, while Zhu Xianxian called out in vain to stop her. A boy who played basketball with them murmured enviously, "Yu, how is your sister so well behaved?" Previously, the boys in class had seen 11111's demeanor towards Jian Yu and assumed she was a soft and adorable girl. Many boys were smitten and sought various excuses to approach her. The result was a disheartening encounter, akin to hitting an iceberg in the sweltering summer, refreshingly chilling yet disheartening. Although they had grown accustomed to it, there were times when envy still crept in. Only Qihan chuckled to himself. Ever since 11111 had struck him with a brick in elementary school, he had found her to be quite fearsome. Although he had indeed been rather troublesome at the time, 11111 had appeared as if she were intent on taking his life. Even now, recalling that moment sent chills down his spine. Thus, despite 11111's newfound beauty, he still felt a twinge of fear towards her. Zhu Xianxian caught Qihan's chuckle and shot him a glare. "What are you chuckling about? Who wouldn't he want a sister like 1111? Her tone was filled with envy, and she couldn't help but glance at Jian Yu, murmuring softly, "You're so lucky, I wish I had found her." Since entering junior high, few knew about 11111's past, but Zhu Xianxian and Qihan were still aware. Zhu Xianxian lamented Jian Yu's good fortune in having discovered 11111 back then. Qihan retorted, "Come on, weren't you one to bully others back in the day? Wasn't I just a naive child then?" Watching the two bicker was something Jian Yu had grown used to. Strangely enough, he felt as if he had gradually adapted to this age, and the sensation of growing anew was rather pleasant. Jiang Yu sensed he was not as mature or remarkable as other reincarnators. In the novels he had read, those who were reborn often engaged in stock trading to amass wealth, yet Jiang Yu had no recollection of his junior high or senior high days. To put it simply, he remembered a few significant newsworthy events but lacked comprehension, let alone the stocks from those years. He had never cared for such matters. As for the internet companies, he was utterly clueless, and his ordinary family could not afford to invest. He was likely the most mundane reincarnator, destined to tread the same path as in his previous life once more. However, there was a difference. He watched 11111, who was dashing over with water. The girl running towards him against the light was strikingly beautiful. He could also hear the boys in class exclaiming how stunning she was. Jiang Yu thought to himself that he had accomplished something quite remarkable. He had helped this girl, who had endured much suffering, to step into a brighter existence. Satisfied with his reflection, he considered himself an ordinary person, lacking any extraordinary traits. Thus, his mind said, after all, could an ordinary individual not live well even after reincarnation? Here, 11111 offered him the water, and Jiang Yu accepted it, twisting open the cap before handing it back to her. Drink up. Why are you running so fast? Liu Ji interjected with faint sorrow. Why didn't you bring us a bottle too? The other boys chimed in. Exactly. We're classmates too. Jiang Yu laughed as he scolded. Who are you calling sister? The boys continued their playful banter as they moved ahead. Zhu Xianxian once again linked arms with 11111, eager to stay close to the beautiful girl. 11111, somewhat disdainful, withdrew her hand. It is quite obvious. 1111, you truly are infatuated with your brother. Zhu Xianxian exclaimed. 11111's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu, undeterred, and upon hearing Zhu Xuanxuan's remark, she merely responded with a soft millimeter, not denying it. After all, it was the truth. No, it was not merely affection for her brother. It was an obsession with Jiang Yu. Just as Jiang Yu was about to give Liu Ji a few playful punches, he suddenly felt something and turned to look behind him. Indeed, 11111 was staring intently at him. What are you looking at? Hurry over, class is starting soon. No sooner had she spoken than the class bell rang. The boys, who had been engaged in mischief, suddenly rushed forward, wailing, it's math class. Run, it's Teacher Su's lesson. Jiang Yu sprinted a few steps with them before turning back. Xiaozi, hurry up, Teacher Su is going to scold me. Teacher Su was Su Yin. Though she was not their homeroom teacher, she was their subject teacher. Jiang Yu still faced her daily wrath, yet under her scolding and with 11111's tutoring, he had managed to grasp mathematics better than he had in his previous life. At the very least, he was no longer at the bottom of the class. He felt quite content. Jiang Yu had already made plans to accompany 11111 to the prestigious No. 1 high school, seizing the opportunity to inform his family of his desire to pursue art. He had cherished his previous career and had no intention of relinquishing it in this life. Moreover, he recalled how 11111 had seldom worn shorts. He also remembered the scars that marred her beautiful face and body in his previous life, layers upon layers of them. Such a lovely visage, yet her body bore the marks of torment. Jiang Yu thought that if she were willing, he wished to help conceal those scars. Of course, if she aspired to a public service career, he would keep his thoughts to himself. Furthermore, in this life, 11111 bore far fewer scars. He could buy her some scar removal products. What girl does not desire beauty? Chapter 22, The Encounter. Jiang Yu felt an undeniable sense of misfortune creeping over him. He ought to have refrained from contemplating the wounds on 11111's body. That afternoon, he could not help but think of one that now, merely 2 days later, he found himself face to face with the very man who was supposed to be languishing in prison. He had originally been sentenced to 7 years, and yet here he was, released after just over 5. How could he have possibly gotten out? Truth be told, Jiang Yu's impression of Wan Dattian was rather vague, primarily due to the long period of their separation in his past life. In this current incarnation, they had only crossed paths twice before he was incarcerated. Nevertheless, when he spotted a man standing at the entrance of his residential complex, clad in tattered clothing and gazing inside, he recognized him instantly. Wan Dattian. The calculating and sinister glint in his eyes was unmistakable. The man was tall, appearing gaunt and somewhat aged. As he stood there, even the security guard approached him with heightened vigilance, uttering something that prompted Wan Latian to turn and leave. However, as he turned, it seemed he sensed something, casting a fleeting glance in Jian Yu's direction. Instinctively, Jian Yu averted his gaze. He was oblivious to Wan Latian's intentions but understood one thing. He must remain undetected. With the final examinations just days away, he and Wan 1111 were preparing to ascend to the third year of junior high, and now, Wan Latian had emerged. What would become of Wan 1111? How did he even know this place? Was he here to find Wan 1111? The thought sent a chill through Jian Yu's heart. After a considerable time, he dared to turn his head, only to discover that Wan Latian had vanished. Wan 1111 was merely 13 years old, her household registration still linked to Wan Latian's. This realization made Jian Yu furrow his brow in concern. Initially, he had been summoned by Su Yin to purchase discounted oranges across the street. Su Laoshe was indeed so straightforward. Now, however, he lacked the inclination to continue, and turned to head back. Upon entering the house, his first glance was directed toward Wan 1111's room, the door slightly ajar. Su Yin, occupied in the kitchen, expressed her surprise. "You're back." It was noteworthy that this mischievous boy usually took at least an hour to return when sent on errands. Seeing Jian Yu return empty-handed, she furrowed her brow, about to voice her thoughts, when Jian Yu raised his hand for silence. Su Yin swallowed her reprimand. Regarding him with confusion, Jian Yu ushered her into the kitchen, shutting the door behind them. This sudden action made Su Yin somewhat anxious. "What's wrong, son?" Jian Yu lowered his voice. "I just saw Wan Latian outside." At these words, Su Yin's expression shifted dramatically. She scrutinized Jian Yu with a furrowed brow. "Are you certain?" "I wouldn't mistake him. He was standing right at the entrance of our complex." Jian Yu's voice betrayed a hint of agitation. "Mom, you should ask the old ladies in the neighborhood." Su Yin quickly retrieved her phone. Having lived there for many years, she surely had acquaintances. She soon received a response. Looking up at Jian Yu, her voice trembling, "He behaved well and was released early." That was not the crux of the matter. The important point was that Wan Latian had actually returned several days ago. Initially, he had shown no interest in seeking out Wan 1111. In his eyes, whether she was dead or had run off with someone was inconsequential. Wan Latian was precisely that type of person, yet it was on that fateful day while he was out buying alcohol that he overheard Wang Feng and others gossiping, mentioning Wan 1111. This idle chatter led them to claim that Jian Yu's family had taken undue advantage, alleging that Chen Hui had given them a considerable sum to support Wan 1111. The last message from that aunt read, "I saw him looking for Wang Feng this morning. Su Laoshe, you need to be cautious. Wang Feng's mouth is notoriously loose." Jian Yu now understood how Wan Latian had tracked them down. Since their move to the new neighborhood, many neighbors were aware of their presence, while others might not have been inclined to engage with Wan Latian. Wang Feng was not one to be underestimated. Su Yin sighed, clearly troubled. "Let's not worry about this for now, Mom." Jian Yu interrupted her with a serious tone, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yin. "You know better than I do what kind of person Wan Latian is. If he doesn't find us in this neighborhood, the next logical step would be to search the school." Taking a deep breath, Jian Yu continued in a hushed tone, "He once barged into a classroom and dragged Wan Ceci by her hair, beating her all the way out." His voice faltered momentarily. He had not initially remembered these details, but they had been recounted to him by Jihan and the others, their expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions. It was after that incident that Wan Ceci began to face isolation, and now, "I cannot allow such a thing to happen again." Jian Yu's tone was resolute. "I don't want him to encounter Wan Ceci." What do we do now?" Su Yin, momentarily taken aback by her son's seriousness, reflexively countered, then sighed, "I never said to ignore it. I just haven't thought of a solution yet. Contact Chen Hui." Jian Yu's voice dropped to a whisper. Chen Hui had not visited since she last brought money. She had been so nonchalant, even refusing to transfer Wan 1111's household registration. Otherwise, even if Wan Latian came seeking them, they would have nothing to fear. In truth, the moment Chen Hui first visited and left her card, Jian Yu had alerted his parents about Wan 1111's registration issue. At that time, Wan Datian had been incarcerated, and it would have been a simple matter for Chen Hui, as a mother, to transfer 1111's registration, yet, her excuse had been that her boyfriend was unaware of her daughter, and she needed more time. When she returned with the card a second time, Jian Yu had prompted Su Yin to call again, only for Chen Hui to claim it was inconvenient and promised to call back, which she never did. Su Yin had also inquired and found they were unable to transfer 1111's registration. Jian Yu had never anticipated that procrastination would lead to Wan Datian's early release. As the threat of him knocking on their door loomed ever closer, they could delay no longer. Su Yin hesitated. What can Chen Hui possibly do? She sighed. She doesn't even care about how 1111 is doing. Would she truly be concerned about Wan Datian? A cold smirk crept onto Jian Yu's lips, a smile that belied his youth. Without mentioning Wan Xiaoxi, just ask her whom she thinks Wan Datian will target next if he knows we have no money. She fears him more than we do. Su Yin stared blankly at her son, whose familiar features now seemed strangely alien, as if he were a stranger. Xiao Yu, Jian Yu's irritation was doused like cold water upon hearing his mother's hesitant and uncertain voice. He turned to Su Yin and, true enough, saw the doubt and uncertainty in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he forced a pained smile. Mom, do you think what I just suggested is feasible? The novels I read all portray it this way. Immediately, Su Yin furrowed her brow. Jian Yu, have you been reading that author's novel called Spicy Rabbit Head with a Touch of Sugar again? Jian Yu let out a sound of protest and dashed away. Handsome guys and beautiful girls love to read. What's the harm in taking a look? I'll give you a good smack. At that moment, Jian Yu had no inkling of the foolishness that was Chen Hui. Chapter 23. He felt that the person lying beside him bore a striking resemblance to 1111. Jian Yu was unsure how his parents had communicated with Chen Hui. In any case, he had not seen Wan Datian lingering at the entrance of the community since then. Naturally, he had not gone to school either. 1111 noticed that Jian Yu had been somewhat distracted lately. With the final exams approaching, if he performed poorly, he would surely face repercussions. 1111 was inherently sensitive to the emotions of others, especially when it came to Jian Yu. Her sensitivity intensified. Recently, something seemed amiss with Jian Yu. Wherever he went alone, he would always follow her, as if he were fearful of her being alone. This was decidedly unusual. Thus, 1111 set her pen down and called out, "Brother." There was no response. Today, Teacher Su had gone to deliver supper to Dr. Jiang, leaving only the two of them at home. With finals approaching on Monday, they had originally planned to review together tonight, focusing primarily on Jiang Yu's mathematics. Curiously, Jiang Yu excelled in all his other subjects, maintaining steady grades, yet his performance in mathematics was akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly. It was worth noting that Teacher Su was, after all, a mathematics teacher, and Jiang Yu's grades often exasperated her to no end. Yet, one could not claim that he was not earnest in his studies. He truly put in the effort, but stability eluded him. 1111 observed that he had not completed a single problem from the practice questions he had set for himself. With a sigh, she placed her hand over Jiang Yu's. Only then did he snap back to reality, glancing at her hand resting on his, and awkwardly withdrew his own, asking, "What's wrong?" "That should be my question," 1111 replied, accustomed to this dynamic. Ever since they moved to their new home, Jiang Yu had not permitted any more physical contact between them, and 1111 could no longer climb onto his bed as openly as before. However, it mattered little. She could still manage to do so at night. Jiang Yu often reminded her of the differences between boys and girls, a sentiment she found quite displeasing, as she cherished the closeness with him. Nonetheless, if he was uncomfortable, she could play along, even though she felt quite vexed inside, her tone remaining gentle. "I'm asking what's wrong. You've been daydreaming." Jiang Yu glanced at her. The young girl had been well taken care of, her cheeks flushed, and her delicate, beautiful features had matured. In Jiang Yu's eyes, he had yet to encounter a girl at school more captivating than her. Many young boys would steal glances at her, including some from higher grades. There were even more who, like Li Zuan, would send love letters to 1111, such a beautiful girl, if Wan Datian were to catch her. Damn, Jiang Yu dared not imagine, Wan Datian was hardly human, yet, after all this time, why hadn't he Chen Hui transferred 1111's household registration? Jian Yu furrowed his brows. Your household registration has always been with you, right? 1111 paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, isn't it needed for registration? Otherwise, she would not have taken anything related to Wandatian. However, she had no choice. She could not independently open an account yet, as her registration remained tied to Wandatian's. Jian Yu cursed under his breath. Would you be willing to transfer your registration to be with your mother? He looked at 1111, questioning her, as he felt there was something peculiar about her attitude towards Chen Hui compared to Wandatian. She harbored a direct hatred for Wandatian, wishing nothing more than his demise. However, her feelings towards Chen Hui were laced with resentment but seemed more complex than mere hatred. Jian Yu couldn't quite decipher it. After all, throughout his life, aside from his profound disdain for Wandatian, he had never truly hated anyone. At this moment, he regarded 1111. I've mentioned this before, but you seemed indifferent, even reluctant. 1111 fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something, then a faint, somewhat cold smile graced her lips. I don't mind, isn't it her who has been unwilling to transfer? After saying this, she asked, why do you ask? It was rather strange. Jian Yu hadn't previously brought this up, so what was different today? A peculiar thought crossed 1111's mind. Something must have happened. Jian Yu felt a sense of frustration. He was not one to keep secrets, especially not in front of those close to him. The only secret he had managed to conceal lately was his reincarnation. If all went well, he intended to keep it hidden for a lifetime, as he didn't want anyone to know that he had died suddenly in his previous life. Smiling, he responded to 1111's inquiry with a casual, nothing, I was just thinking that the sooner the transfer, the sooner we can feel at ease. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Wandatian were to come out. His demeanor was so natural that 1111, initially suspicious, felt her worries were unwarranted. She replied, Wandatian won't be out that soon, we can discuss it later. Indeed, she wished to avoid any intersection with Chen Hui. The dynamic between those two was rather peculiar. However, even after the exams concluded, Wandatian did not make another appearance. Suyin inquired with the aunties from their previous community, who informed her that Wandatian was still the same as before, drinking and gambling, returning home only occasionally. It seemed nothing was amiss. Jian Yu began to doubt whether he had truly misjudged the situation. Gradually, he found solace, especially since Suyin had assured him that Chen Hui would resolve the matter. Thus, Jian Yu's attention was diverted to another issue. As it happens, boys reach a certain age when they undergo development, experiencing normal physiological phenomena, for instance, dreams. Given that Jian Yu was no longer merely a boy of a few years, he understood this. However, the first time it occurred was rather sudden. That night, he was somewhat aware, caught in a half-dream state. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was someone lying beside him. To be honest, such a thought was terrifying. When Jian Yu awoke the next morning, he initially thought he was dreaming. While washing his pants, he pondered the absurdity of the dream he had experienced. It had been quite bizarre. He felt that the person beside him bore an uncanny resemblance to 1111. This was truly outrageous. At that moment, Jian Yu could hardly fathom that it was not a dream. She was genuinely lying next to him. Consequently, Jian Yu felt somewhat awkward around 1111 during that period, unable to shake off the notion that he had dreamt of her in a rather inappropriate manner. It was all quite embarrassing. As a result, 1111's mood had been rather low, influenced by Jian Yu's demeanor. At this moment, Zhu Xianxian and Liu Qi were each holding one of her arms, chattering about the gossip among their classmates. It was nothing more than tales of who was secretly dating whom or who had a crush on whom. By the way, 1111, what kind of boy do you like? Zhu Xianxian suddenly shifted the topic, looking at the perpetually silent 1111 with curiosity. You're so beautiful. You deserve an equally handsome partner. Liu Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel like we haven't seen anyone worthy of 1111 yet. They thought 1111 was simply too stunning. Why should I like anyone? 1111 couldn't help but frown, asking, isn't our goal to study hard and improve ourselves every day? Chapter 24. Jian Yu, are you in a relationship? This question caused the voices of the two girls to falter. Is this what it means to be a top student? Zhu Xianxian inched a bit closer and asked, 1111, you can't possibly still be oblivious, can you? Don't you have a boy you particularly like, you know, the kind that makes you want to be together? Surely, at their age, they must experience some infatuation, right? 1111 can't be so engrossed in her studies that she neglects everything else. Both girls turned their gazes towards 1111. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, yes, I want to be with Jiangyu. However, Zhu Xianxian and Liu Qi simultaneously waved their hands, declaring, Jiangyu doesn't count. 1111 was taken aback, why not? The two girls had already begun to deliberate. Everyone knows you have a brother complex. You should consider boys other than Jiangyu. But upon reflection, Jiangyu isn't so bad, you just need to broaden your horizons, Zhu Xianxian concluded. So, girls like you with a brother complex probably won't experience their first love anytime soon. Liu Qi nodded in agreement, recalling how 1111 always seemed to have Jiangyu in her heart and mind, making her first love seem somewhat challenging. At that moment, the two girls had forgotten a crucial fact. 1111 and Jiangyu were not siblings, nor did they share the slightest blood relation. In fact, it wasn't just Zhu Xianxian and Liu Qi who had overlooked this detail. No one in the class remembered, they had instinctively accepted that they were siblings. Thus, witnessing Jiangyu fetching snacks for 1111, carrying her backpack, waiting for her after math class, and accompanying her to practice martial arts had become habitual. They were accustomed to 1111's singular focus on her brother, dismissing other boys with indifference, whether it was delivering water to Jiangyu during basketball or secretly assisting him with his homework and taking notes. She would stand in front of him to shield him from any trouble. Whatever Jiangyu said, she would agree. Outside of the classroom, she was essentially Jiangyu's shadow. Brother Yu, have you and our sister had a falling out recently? Liu Ji inquired curiously. The other boys nearby perked up their ears. Even Qihan, who usually avoided 1111, turned his gaze toward Jiangyu. Jiangyu was drinking water when he choked, nearly spluttering, cough, cough. No, there's no conflict, why do you ask? You've hardly taken her along lately, and you don't let her follow you, Liu Ji remarked nonchalantly. I can see the sorrow in her eyes. She looked pitiful, like a discarded kitten. Qihan chimed in, it's not just us who think so, the girls in the class have been inquiring too. Having been in the same class since the beginning of junior high, everyone was quite familiar with one another. Seeing the two of them in such disarray, everyone assumed they were at odds. Jiangyu thought to himself, perhaps he should inform teacher Su that they were indeed assigned too little homework. He stood up, that's enough, there's no conflict at all. Besides, was 1111 really that pitiable? Jiangyu felt a twinge of guilt. Later that evening, the two walked home together, with 1111 silently trailing behind him. The bus that night was unusually crowded, more so than usual, making it quite cramped. They inevitably leaned against each other, their bodies brushing together. 1111 distinctly sensed that Jiangyu seemed to want to distance himself from her. This reminded her of what Liu Qi had said during lunch, if Jiangyu starts dating 1111, you'll be so heartbroken. So, look outward and pay attention to other boys. Jiangyu, is he in a relationship? Is that why he is keeping his distance? With this possibility in mind, 1111 felt a surge of anger and possessiveness within her. She lowered her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of madness. Back in elementary school, there had been someone who had expressed interest in Jiangyu. She should have known that there would always be someone trying to take him away from her. But that couldn't happen. Jiangyu was hers. Jiangyu observed her swaying gently with her head bowed and couldn't help but sigh, reaching out to place her hand on his wrist, which was gripping the handlebar. Hold on. 1111 froze for a moment, instinctively gripping his wrist tightly. Her strength surprised Jiangyu, causing him to frown, yet 1111 still kept her head down. He grew concerned. What's wrong? Why are you keeping your head down? Are you feeling unwell? 1111 merely shook her head gently, whispering, it's nothing. She feared that if she lifted her head, Jiangyu would see the madness in her eyes and be frightened. As she matured, 1111 increasingly realized that she was different from other girls, unlike them, who developed interests in various things, who adored certain bands or idols, enjoyed binge-watching dramas or listening to music, discussing countless topics. 1111 found those pursuits far less engaging than simply gazing at Jian. She felt an overwhelming jealousy toward everyone around Jian, even now finding Aunt Sue's closeness to him glaringly intrusive, yet 1111 concealed her emotions, striving to appear normal so that Jian would continue to want to be her brother. Now that she had grown up, she understood that the expression Jian wore when he gifted her cotton candy at the age of 8 had been one of fear and aversion. She hadn't comprehended it then, but now it was clear, thus, she had to hide her feelings expertly. Jian sensed something was amiss with 1111, although she had finally returned to tugging at his clothing to go home together. Her silence that evening was particularly pronounced. This left Jian feeling somewhat uneasy. Had his recent aloofness been too apparent? 1111 was already sensitive. He watched her close the door to her room, feeling a mix of frustration and irritation. He hadn't anticipated that at his age, he would still be troubled by adolescent dilemmas. Perhaps it was because of these worries that, despite being someone who typically fell asleep instantly, Jian found himself restless that night. He was usually the epitome of good sleep, yet that night, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest, all due to 1111's demeanor, her reluctance to approach him and her averted gaze. Jian felt defeated, inwardly cursing himself. You really should be ashamed, Jian. You're the one feeling guilty, yet you've made the girl sad and hesitant to come near. He resolved to apologize the next day. Eventually, he drifted into a light slumber. However, he was not in a deep sleep, and when he heard a noise at the door, he jolted awake almost immediately. His first thought was that perhaps his dad or mom had come to check on him, but as the footsteps approached, he sensed something was off. He recognized the footsteps of everyone in his household, especially his parents, who had become quite adept at sneaking around to avoid discipline. The soft footsteps nearing his bedside were unmistakably 1111's, but what was she doing standing by his bed in the dead of night? Jian could hear the rapid beating of his heart. Chapter 25. She truly yearned to bind him. Jian felt an undeniable sense of tension. After all, who wouldn't be frightened by the presence of someone silently standing by their bedside in the dead of night? The reason he kept his eyes closed, well, he wasn't quite sure himself why he refrained from opening them, but he simply did not. Perhaps it was fortunate that he kept them shut, for at that very moment, 1111 stood there with a frosty expression, clutching 2 neckties, her gaze sweeping over the exposed wrist of Jian. She had a strong desire to tie him up. Surely, that would allow her to confine him to the room, wouldn't it? However, that seemed implausible, considering Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang were also present in the house. A flicker of disappointment crossed 1111's eyes. Although her emotions and sentiments were not akin to those of ordinary people, she was aware that Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang treated her with great kindness. She could not recklessly engage in actions that would harm them, thus, binding Jian was out of the question. With this thought, 1111 felt even more disheartened. Just as Jian could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes, he suddenly sensed that the person standing by the bed seemed to be moving. Was she not? Why was she climbing onto her own bed? Jian's mind raced, recalling the figure he had assumed was merely a figment of his imagination. Could it possibly have been real? Was she genuinely lying beside him in his bed? Despite keeping his eyes closed, he could feel her skillfully nestling beside him, their bodies uncomfortably close. Yet, after a brief moment, the individual who had been lying next to Jian abruptly sat up. At that instant, he felt something binding his wrist to another, a cool and slender wrist. Jian, having worked diligently throughout his life, was no longer the chubby child he once was. He had transformed into a strikingly handsome young man, tall and slender in stature. The wrist, though aged, is not particularly thick. It has yet to fully develop. By the time he reached the 3rd year of junior high, his height had only reached 175 centimeters. Thus, the tie binding their hands together remains feasible. This tie, part of the school's winter uniform, is not excessively long, yet it possesses a certain sturdiness. Regardless, 1111 finds herself quite content, careful not to constrict it too tightly for fear that Jian might discover something amiss the following day. Deep down, 11111 harbors her own secrets, otherwise, she would have noticed that Jiangyu seemed somewhat different today. In fact, he lay more rigidly than usual. It is well known that Jiangyu's sleeping posture is notoriously poor, which is precisely why 11111 can sneak in and steal a hug from him each time. At this moment, 11111, satisfied, clutches Jiangyu's hand and lies back down beside him. With the warmth of the weather, Jiangyu is less inclined to embrace anyone, so his lack of movement does not strike 11111 as odd. She whispers softly, "Brother, good night. We will be together forever," gripping Jiangyu's hand with a certain urgency, as though fearing someone might take him away. Jiangyu, completely awakened by her series of actions, ponders the situation. Who could possibly understand family when she binds him? Jiangyu experiences an almost surreal sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a past life. His body stiffens, paralyzed with uncertainty. His heart races, and his mind becomes acutely alert. Slowly, he opens his eyes in the darkness, sensing the steady rhythm of the person beside him breathing, yet, he remains hesitant to turn his head. Should he turn and meet 11111's large eyes, akin to a scene from a horror film, he might very well perish on the spot. Thus, he remains rigid, fixated on the shadowy ceiling above. He recalls 11111's remarkably adept movements as she climbed into bed. It is evident that this is not her first time. How many times has she done this? Such thoughts are best left unexamined, for fear that he might leap up in shock. Finally, as his hand is loosened slightly, Jiangyu cautiously turns to look at the person beside him. The sight that greets him is an angelic visage, ethereal even in the dim light. Although only the faintest outline is visible, he knows 11111 too well. His mind fills in the details. The initial fear he felt dissipates, replaced by a sense of calm. He sighs inwardly, recalling how 11111 had earlier instilled a sense of dread within him. Though he experienced no tangible pain upon dying in his previous life, the accompanying fear lingers. Jiangyu is acutely aware that the 11111 of this life is not the same as the one from before. She appears gentle, understanding, and obedient, seemingly no different from an ordinary girl. Apart from her extraordinary beauty, however, tonight's 11111 evokes a confusing blend of emotions, leaving him uncertain whether she is the girl he has nurtured or the one who once bound him in a rented room. The tie binding them serves as a stark reminder that she has once again tied him up, albeit in a manner distinct from the past. His emotions swirl within him, complex and tumultuous. At that moment, 11111 softly calls out, "Brother." Jiangyu instinctively shuts his eyes, unsure of how to confront her before he has gathered his thoughts. This scenario, if discovered by Teacher Su and the others, it would lead to even greater complications. 11111 might very well be sent away. They are no longer children. 11111 has climbed into his bed countless times at this hour. Should her parents learn of this, they would certainly not allow her to stay. Although Teacher Su and Dr. Jian treat 11111 well, they also harbor a certain disdain for Jiangyu. Yet, Jiangyu knows that, in their hearts, he remains their priority. With Wan Daijian recently released from prison, Jiangyu cannot allow 11111 to be expelled. He must devise a plan. Fortunately, 11111 seems to be dreaming and remains unaware. That night, Jiangyu, who usually sleeps soundly, found himself awake throughout. He later learned that before dawn, 11111 had cautiously separated their hands, whispering, "Good morning," Jiangyu before tiptoeing out. Throughout the night, she had done nothing but sleep peacefully by his side. After she exited the room, Jiangyu opened his eyes, bloodshot. He shifted his somewhat stiff body and raised the hand that had been bound all night, now tingling with numbness. Upon closer inspection, faint marks remained, indicating her carefulness. Jiangyu sighed, pondering his next steps. 11111 claims to be the same as in their previous life, but the truth is, he is uncertain of the authentic 11111 from before. After all, he had been bound on the day of their arranged meeting, and for the following 2 days, they remained in bed together. There were moments when he had been awake, witnessing 11111 sitting on the edge of the bed, wielding a fruit knife against her wrist with a cold, disdainful demeanor, one seemingly directed at herself. In that moment, Jiangyu had felt a surge of panic, fearing the blade might ultimately be used on him. How could he not be alarmed, however? In the end, the knife was turned against 11111 herself. Jiangyu murmured, "This isn't right. Where has it all gone awry? Why does 11111's possessiveness in this life still seem so abnormal?" Chapter 26. Can such a 11111 still be nurtured? After Jianyu's rebirth, he investigated 11111's rather peculiar reactions at that time. It bore a resemblance to what is referred to online as a yander. To be frank, in his previous life, Jianyu lived for 26 years in a fairly healthy environment. Apart from the occasional couple of dimwits, everything else seemed quite normal. At least on the surface, it appeared to be so. 11111 was the first person he encountered who was anything but typical. Unfortunately, before he could comprehend her, their fates took a tragic turn. Jianyu later pondered that 11111's transformation into such a state was likely due to her family background. However, in this lifetime, 11111 grew up in their household. The environment there was genuinely positive and nurturing. Where could the issue possibly lie? Jianyu reclined back onto his bed, his eyes devoid of focus. Could it be genetics? Yet 11111 was entirely different from 111. It wasn't until he heard Suyin calling for him to wake up, accompanied by 11111's knocking at the door, that Jianyu sluggishly changed into his school uniform and emerged. 11111 displayed a demeanor that was remarkably normal, leaving Jianyu unable to discern anything amiss. Had he not been completely awake the previous night, he might have thought this was yet another dream. The mere thought of dreaming made Jianyu feel uneasy. If she were to climb into his bed every day, would she know about some of his prior reactions? Damn, this was not something to dwell upon. In the morning, Suyin drove them to school. Although she was not their homeroom teacher, she was the head of class too. Thus, she usually allowed them to leave early in the evenings, as she would stay behind for tutoring some students. As for the mornings, unless she was on duty, she would take the two children along to class. On the way, she merely reminded them to drink their milk once they arrived at school and mentioned the upcoming monthly exams. Glancing at Jianyu, who had been absent-minded and dozing off all morning through the rearview mirror, Suyin's tone turned slightly stern. Xiaoyu, what were you up to last night? Given the typical behavior of adolescent boys, she couldn't help but assume he had been up late playing games. A few boys in their class were notorious for skipping classes to go to internet cafes. Jianyu wearily replied, what could I have done? I just went to sleep. His eyes remained closed as he spoke. Next to him, 11111 couldn't help but steal a few glances at him, her gaze sweeping over his wrist to ensure there were no marks left behind. In truth, she too noticed Jianyu's lack of energy that morning, but he had indeed been asleep the previous night, hadn't he? With a hint of concern, 11111 instinctively reached out to touch his forehead, a natural gesture to check for fever. However, Jianyu abruptly opened his eyes and recoiled. 11111 stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at her empty palm. Her eyes reflected confusion and helplessness, with an underlying depth of emotion. Jianyu regretted his reaction, he exclaimed, watching as 11111 dejectedly withdrew her hand, and he awkwardly added, I'm fine, just a bit lacking in energy. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. After saying this, Jianyu felt utterly ridiculous. Indeed, he hadn't slept well, and his mind was barely functioning. 11111 had been lying next to him. How could she not know how well he had slept? This wasn't entirely Jianyu's fault. He had spent the night contemplating 11111's current situation, fearing she might ensnare him again. She had already done so once. He genuinely feared dying once more. It felt akin to painstakingly nurturing a game account only for it to become worthless. He couldn't help but wonder if it could ever be revived, which was even more terrifying. Suyin remained oblivious to their interaction, merely expressing her displeasure. You're all in the third year now, focus on your studies and stop thinking about nonsense. 11111 remained silent until they exited the car, the two of them walking into the classroom one after the other. Qian leaned in and whispered, what's up, Yuji, are you two in a deeper conflict? Why did the atmosphere feel even more strained? Jianyu glanced at 11111, who was sitting with a cold expression. Their seats were now quite distanced from each other. She was positioned slightly ahead to his left, and he could see her with a simple glance. What do you think of 11111? Jianyu suddenly asked Jihan in a low voice. Jihan was momentarily taken aback, seeming puzzled. You're asking me, in your eyes, isn't 11111 perfect? Jihan couldn't help but scoff. I mentioned before that 11111 isn't that great. She's cold and unapproachable, and you punched me for saying it. This guy was truly an extreme sister con. Now he had the audacity to ask how he felt about her. Did he want some flattery? Jian rolled his eyes but continued, "She's pretty, does well academically, has a good temperament, speak the truth, or I'll hit you." Jian Yu interjected with a click of his tongue. He suspected that his rose-tinted view of 11111 had clouded his judgment, preventing him from noticing anything amiss about her. Apart from Qihan, the other boys seemed to share his perception of 11111 as nearly perfect. Thus, he was curious about how Qihan viewed her. The homeroom teacher appeared at the classroom door, and the sound of students reciting their lessons began to fill the air. It was the third year, and they had started to take their studies seriously. Qihan pulled out his Chinese textbook, glancing at the clearly troubled Jian Yu, muttering, "You asked me to say it. I find her quite terrifying." Qihan's voice was low, and he unconsciously glanced in 11111's direction. Just then, 11111 turned to look at them, and Qihan felt a bead of sweat forming. However, 11111 was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Her focus was on Jian Yu. Sensing something was off with Jian Yu, she resolved to confront him directly today. Jian Yu naturally caught her gaze for a brief moment, the sensation of being bound by the tie still lingering on his wrist. He averted his eyes, pretending to read the book in his hands, and quietly pressed Qihan. "Why?" It wasn't until 11111 turned away that Qihan spoke. "That time when I pushed you as a child, I honestly felt that if circumstances had allowed, she might have killed me." Qihan's tone was serious. "Although I was young back then, I still vividly remember her gaze, and for quite some time afterward, I felt as though I was being watched. I think it was 11111, though I have no proof. You understand a man's intuition, right?" Jian Yu looked at him in disbelief. "You're still just a boy." A man's intuition, indeed. Nevertheless, Qian's words lingered in Jian Yu's mind. It reminded him that 11111 had never been quite like the other children. It was just that over time, she had learned to conceal it. Jian Yu tightened his grip on the book in his hands, cursing under his breath. It felt as if he had once again blocked his own path. Can such a 11111 still be nurtured? Deep down, he knew he had no choice. From the moment he encountered her at the staircase, and tacitly accepted that his mother had brought her home, he had lost the power to choose. Having nurtured her thus far, could he truly abandon her? Moreover, he found himself unwilling to let go. Chapter 27, Jian Yu. Who is that yellow-haired one? Draw your sword. Typically, Jian Yu would have lunch with 11111 and their friends at noon. The group consisted of both boys and girls, as not many students returned home for lunch. Most opted to dine at the school canteen or at eateries across the street. However, these past few days, Jian Yu had been avoiding 11111 due to a misunderstanding stemming from a previous dream. They hadn't shared a meal together for several days. 11111 initially believed that given his demeanor in the morning, he would likely not join her for lunch today either. Yet, after the last class that morning, she heard that familiar voice calling out, "One Cieci, let us go eat." 11111 paused, turning to see Jian Yu standing alongside Qihan, who was rolling his eyes in exasperation. Qihan genuinely thought Jian Yu was a bit peculiar. He had even asked Qihan for his opinion on 11111 that morning, and Qihan had replied honestly. This time, Jian Yu had indeed refrained from retaliating or arguing. Qihan initially thought Jian Yu might have realized something, yet here he was, inviting them to lunch. It was clear that this guy, who was rather infatuated with his sister, hadn't he changed at all. His morning behavior was likely just a fleeting whim. 11111's mood noticeably brightened. "All right." Zhu Xianxian chimed in, "What are we eating? Count me in." Ultimately, the four of them, along with Liu Ji, went out to enjoy a spicy hot pot. While dining, the two girls sat opposite each other, while Qihan and Liu Ji sat together, and Jian Yu added an extra chair beside him, as the establishment only had four-person tables. 11111 felt that Jian Yu appeared no different from before. Had he truly not slept well that morning? What had transpired in the past few days, or was it that he needed to be tied down before he settled down? If Jian Yu knew her thoughts, he would surely want to hit her. The group's conversation revolved around the upcoming high school entrance examination. 11111 was regarded as a likely candidate for the top scorer at their school, so it was expected she would directly advance to their high school division. Zhu Xianxian, whose grades ranked lower in the class, expressed her worries. If I can't get into their high school division, my parents will kill me. What schools are you guys planning to apply to? Are you also advancing directly? What else could it be? Jihan replied, my parents said if I don't make the cut, I'll have to study martial arts. His family owned a martial arts school, indeed, a martial arts school. Jianyu had been astonished upon learning this. How could such a family have scared 1111 into tears back then? That seemed implausible. Unfortunately, Jian was somewhat of an anomaly in his family. He excelled academically, and despite his tall stature, he was rather inept when it came to physical confrontations. He was the type who wouldn't fare well in a fight, only able to bully someone like Jianyu when they were kids due to his height. Hence, his parents wanting him to practice martial arts was essentially a death sentence for him. Liu Ji, on the other hand, had a simpler outlook. I'm a special admit, it shouldn't be a problem. Finally, Zhu Xianxian turned her gaze towards Jianyu, then quickly averted her eyes. Forget it, Jianyu, you're definitely where 1111 is. Jianyu. That's not entirely accurate, is it? However, their teacher, Su, had insisted he must gain admission to the first high school. Having a teacher in the family certainly created a strong sense of pressure. In truth, Jianyu had assessed that his grades would suffice for admission to the high school division. However, once in high school, the academic pressure would escalate significantly, and Jianyu planned to inform his family that he intended to pursue art. After all, he was aware of his own limitations. Without venturing into the arts, he would likely struggle to get into even a decent school. However, if he pursued art, things would be different. Although Jianyu hadn't ranked first back then, he had gained admission to a prestigious art academy, thus, he retained a degree of confidence in that regard. It was also because he attended a top-tier art school that he nearly faced expulsion from his family when he later opened a tattoo studio. The past was best left unspoken. After finishing their meal, Jianyu took 1111 to buy snacks. They walked along the school path, Jianyu's demeanor not as calm as it appeared on the surface, yet he understood he must not panic. 1111 was exceptionally perceptive. Despite his rebirth, intelligence and wit were not attributes that increased simply because one had a second chance at life. Thus, Jianyu had no intention of engaging in mental games with 1111. Instead, he directly stated, I want to board at school in high school. 1111, whose spirits had been lifted, carefully followed in Jianyu's shadow, feeling a peculiar sense of security enveloped by him. Strangely, this sensation was unique to Jianyu. However, upon hearing his words, she halted, watching as Jianyu's shadow slowly distanced itself from her, the sunlight seemingly dividing them. 1111 inquired, why? Her hand, resting by her side, tightened slightly, yet she stubbornly took a step forward, positioning herself once again beneath his shadow. 1111 voiced her thoughts, are you secretly dating? Jianyu, who had been walking ahead, let out an exclamation and stopped, turning to frown at 1111. No, who told you such nonsense? You must understand what our primary task is now. His tone was as serious as a teacher posing a question. 1111 instinctively responded, studying, the entrance exam, the college entrance exam, getting into a good university, pursuing a bright future. Indeed, this was something Jianyu had made her memorize after the socialist values lesson. She had taken it to heart. Jianyu nodded in satisfaction, feeling like a protective father warding off yellow-haired boys. Remember, don't listen to their ridiculous talk. Dating is less important than doing exercises. Youthful days should undoubtedly be dedicated to study. Typically, 1111 would obediently agree when he said such things, but today, for reasons unknown, she pressed further, how do you know, have you ever dated? After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Jianyu, awaiting his response. Jianyu, how presumptuous, a lifelong singleton who had never dated felt struck. He wondered if those 2 days spent with her counted as dating. Jianyu lightly tapped 1111's forehead, what's so great about dating? Isn't it just about giving you gifts and accompanying you to and from classes? I can do all that for you, do you really want to date? Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, gently casting its glow upon 1111's face. Jian-yu observed the stubbornness in her eyes, feeling somewhat helpless and his emotions becoming complex. He wished for 11111 to become an exceptional person so that she would have more choices in the future. He longed to assist her in many ways, yet he was merely an ordinary individual. Some quagmires she would need to navigate on her own, others couldn't he pull her out for a lifetime. Jian-yu was not entirely aware of what 11111 had experienced in her past life. However, he knew that this incarnation of 11111 was fundamentally different from the last. He earnestly said, "Study diligently, and in the future, you will have everything you desire." Yet before he could finish his motivational speech, 11111 interjected, "Dating isn't he just about that? They say there are kisses and hugs too." Jian-yu, which yellow-haired person is it? Draw your sword. Chapter 28. It seems his father has misunderstood something. 11111 was oblivious to Jian-yu's contemplations about their future. At that moment, all she wished to know was whether Jian-yu was secretly in a romantic relationship. "Are you dating someone?" "Who would I be dating?" Jian-yu replied with a tone of exasperation, tugging at her ponytail. "What on earth do you think about every day?" "The only females I interact with aside from you are Zhu Xianxian and me. Do we look like we have something going on?" 11111 frowned, pondering the possibility. Zhu Xianxian had always suspected that Jian-yu was enslaving her, but that seemed unlikely. With a sigh of relief, she responded, "It's good that you aren't dating. Otherwise, she might have been compelled to take some action." Jian-yu, somewhat helpless, remarked, "I keep reminding you of these things to prevent you from being deceived by some flashy-haired fools, yet you suspect me of being in a relationship." "I love studying, thank you." The last statement left him feeling a bit guilty. As Jian-yu turned to re-enter the supermarket, 11111 followed closely, pressing on with her inquiry, "So why do you want to live on campus?" "Because I discovered you climbing into my bed." Jian-yu dared not voice that thought. Instead, he replied, "Because I want to experience communal living." "What about me? I don't want to live communally," 11111 said childishly. "If you live on campus, I'll have to go home alone, especially after late-night study sessions in high school." Jian-yu. It seemed he had forgotten about that aspect. Reflecting on it made him somewhat irritable. He sighed, "Never mind, I was just saying that. I'll reconsider." He then took 11111 to pay and returned to the classroom. As they exited the supermarket, 11111 quietly asked, "Will you help me with things that boys do when they date?" Without much thought, Jian-yu replied, "So just ignore them." 11111 gazed at the back of his head, contemplating whether she could accept kissing and hugging Jian-yu. After all, he wasn't just anyone else. Jian-yu, unaware of her peculiar thought process, locked his bedroom door for the first time that night. At over 30 years old, he had indeed never locked his door before, all to see if 11111 would come by every night. Despite his best efforts to stay awake, he found himself dozing off, yet, around 1 in the morning, he distinctly heard footsteps stop at his door. To be honest, the hairs on the back of Jian-yu's neck stood on end. He sensed someone gently twisting the doorknob a few times, only to realize that it was locked from the inside. After a moment of silence, the visitor didn't leave but stood there for what felt like 10 minutes before the footsteps faded away. Jian-yu, belatedly aware, found himself still sweating. He had even forgotten to breathe, feeling somewhat embarrassed for being startled into breathlessness by a girl no older than 10. However, after that night, he presumed 11111 wouldn't come again. That night, he dreamt of being bound by 11111 in a rental apartment from his past life. Upon waking, he felt awkward entering the bathroom, yet a sense of fear lingered within him. For in the dream, 11111's blood had intertwined with his, her smile blissful at the corner of her mouth. This image sent shivers down Jian-yu's spine, the fear creeping into his heart, compounded by a sense of sadness due to their improved relationship. In this life, he harbored no grand desires, merely to alter the grim fate that awaited both him and 11111. The following morning, Jian-yu cautiously observed 11111. She appeared just as usual, as though she hadn't been barred from entering his room the previous night. Surprisingly, it was Dr. Jiang who called him to rise, casually asking over breakfast, "Little Yu has grown up, now locking his door at night." With a knowing eyebrow raise, he admonished, "Take care of your health, and rest early." Jian-yu It seemed his father had misconstrued something. 11111 paused, glancing at Qingmei. The locked door was due to this. Well, she had attended a physiology class, and it seemed rather normal, didn't it? Feeling slightly uneasy, she averted her gaze, recalling instances from previous mornings. Jiangyu. Was 11111 also misinterpreting something? But how could he explain this? Just then, Zuyin smacked Jiang Weiman, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? The children are present." She shot him a glare. 11111 was still here. Did they really need to discuss such matters behind closed doors? Jiang Weiman chuckled. "It's nothing, nothing, enjoy your breakfast." Ultimately, he chose silence. Initially, 11111 accepted the explanation, but after several consecutive nights of being unable to enter Jiangyu's room, her impatience grew. Currently, she sat in her own room, staring at her computer screen displaying the dangers of adolescent overindulgence. Feeling both irritated and anxious, she noted the subsequent section, How to Guide Adolescents. Frowning, she read through it earnestly before taking a deep breath. Today was Sunday. Zuyin had just left after receiving a call, and Jiang Weiman was on duty at the hospital. With only the two of them at home, it felt opportune. After a moment's hesitation, 11111 rose and walked to Jiangyu's door, gently knocking. "Brother, it's me." Jiangyu, having just finished a test paper and now playing a game, lazily replied upon hearing her voice, "Come in." When 11111 entered, he was in the midst of chewing on a chocolate snack, his game momentarily frozen. He didn't even look up, asking, "What's up? Teacher Sue said we should handle dinner ourselves. Are we eating out or at home tonight?" 11111 felt embarrassed and hesitant, but finally stepped further inside. "Let's eat at home. I'll cook in a bit." Jiangyu nodded, staring at the screen until he grew bored, his eyes straining. Suddenly, a slender white finger reached over, gliding across his game interface, successfully clearing level 225. Jiangyu clicked his tongue and turned to find 11111 uncomfortably close. He had turned so abruptly that his nose nearly brushed against her face. "What are you doing so close?" he exclaimed, pushing her back with a force that was anything but gentle. 11111, slightly displeased by his shove, nevertheless pulled a chair closer and sat down. "I was helping you clear the level, can we talk?" She smiled sweetly at him, the kind that was utterly charming. Jiangyu raised an eyebrow. "What, do you need my help with something?" Although 11111 rarely sought his assistance, whenever she did, she was always quite obedient. Much like now, however, 11111 shook her head. "I don't need anything. I just feel that you aren't doing well, Jiangyu." Her tone was surprisingly grave. "Jiangyu, although it seemed inappropriate to say this now, a man should never admit to being incapable." Chapter 29, Will Jiangyu become a henpecked husband in the future? Jiangyu audibly snapped the chocolate bar in his mouth, gazing intently at the serious-faced 11111 before him. "Wait a moment, 11111, do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" 11111 thought to herself, having observed this for an entire afternoon, she certainly understood. Thus, she nodded, recalling that the standard answer entailed understanding things from their perspective. In truth, 11111 found it difficult to grasp such matters. Could it really be so? However, she took a deep breath and said, "Jiangyu, I believe such matters should be approached with moderation. Didn't we learn about this in school? At our age, curiosity and the desire to experiment are entirely normal." "I mean, no, that's not right, forget that. I just wanted to say that too much can be detrimental." Jiangyu, stunned in disbelief. "JPG wait, what is 11111 talking about?" Jiangyu hastily finished the chocolate in his mouth and raised his hand to interrupt her stammering counsel. "Do you even know what you're saying, 11111? "Of course I do, just don't keep interrupting me." "Right, the next step is to say if you have anything to share with me." Reasonable expression, yet, her words went uncompleted as Jiangyu swiftly shoved a lollipop into her mouth. In truth, Jiangyu himself was not fond of lollipops, but he always bought them whenever he purchased snacks. He could not forget the time 11111 had just arrived at his home, and his mother had given her a lollipop, which she reluctantly finished. After a few slurps, she secretly wrapped it back in its wrapper, presumably intending to save it for later. However, she had then sneakily given him all her remaining candies, and when she noticed Jiangyu staring at her carefully wrapped candy, she softly said, "I've already had this one. My aunt put it in my mouth, so it's a bit dirty. I won't let her do that again next time. It's all for you." That careful attempt to please him, along with her bright eyes reflecting the joy of having candy, remained etched in Jiangyu's memory. Afterward, he always found himself buying sweets on a whim. At that moment, with the lollipop blocking 11111's mouth, Jiangyu helplessly remarked, "And you wish to guide the youth, guide me, a youth. Wasn't it just a coincidence?" Ever since 11111 mentioned something about early romance, Jiangyu had indeed researched how to properly guide young people. He remembered the standard answers. However, upon noticing 11111's indifferent demeanor towards everyone else, it seemed his knowledge was of no use. Yet, unexpectedly, while his guidance proved futile, 11111 was applying it to him. Jiangyu, somewhat speechless, looked at her astonished big eyes and asked, "Go on, what do you wish to guide me about?" 11111 hadn't anticipated that he had also studied this. This made things a bit awkward, yet, having broached the subject, she couldn't simply leave it at that, could she? 11111 took the lollipop from her mouth and, feeling a bit shy, said, "It's just that, you shouldn't always lock the door, you know, for those kinds of activities." Jiangyu, so some misunderstandings need to be clarified promptly. However, he now stared at 11111 and inquired, "How do you know I always lock the door?" 11111. Her mind raced. "I realized that when I tried to wake you up in the morning." She gazed at Jiangyu, her eyes still reflecting innocence and confusion. "Is it really that enjoyable? But it really shouldn't be done too often." "Shut up." Jiangyu, for once, felt a hint of embarrassment and exasperation. He reached out, took her lollipop-laden hand, and shoved the candy back into her mouth. "Just eat your candy. Is it appropriate for a young girl to discuss this with me?" 11111, feeling somewhat defiant, muttered, "You dare to do it, why can't I talk about it?" What audacious words are these? Ultimately, Jiangyu ended up kicking 11111 out, telling her not to come back in. 11111 stood at the door, looking rather pitiful. "So, will you lock the door tonight?" One might mistakenly think she was genuinely concerned for him. Jiangyu rolled his eyes. "Yes, I will lock it. From now on, it shall remain locked. We are growing up, and need our own space. Do you understand? Besides, I'm not doing anything in there every day." He paused, wondering why he was even explaining this to her. Jiangyu felt somewhat exasperated. "Just go do your homework." 11111 watched as he returned to his desk and pulled out a sheet of paper for his exercises. She bit her lip in response, but it didn't matter. She had already found the key to Jiangyu's room. However, she didn't dare to stay overnight. Well, she could come by each day for a bit of hand-holding instead. Having convinced herself, 11111's mood brightened once more. Dinner was prepared by 11111, and one must say, her culinary skills had notably improved. The noodles she made were exceptionally delicious. Jiangyu was quite pleased. After dinner, the two settled down to study together. The daily routine of third-year middle school students revolved around practicing exam papers, didn't it? With the high school entrance examination looming ever closer, the weather grew increasingly warm. Jiangyu couldn't help but feel a bit irritable. He noticed that the atmosphere in the classroom had become somewhat oppressive. Jiangyu was influenced by this change. During a break, while he and Qihan ventured to a small supermarket for ice cream, they encountered Li Zuan and his group. They were already in their first year of high school, all of them athletes, thus directly attending the high school division of the first middle school. The first middle school's junior and senior divisions were together, but it was rumored they would be relocating to a new campus next semester. When Li Zuan and his friends spotted Jiangyu and his companions, they rolled their eyes but didn't give them much trouble. After all, they had been scolded by Director Zhu for quite some time previously. Moreover, there was no significant conflict between them. It was merely that Li Zuan felt embarrassed. Qihan had initially worried they might stir up trouble, but upon seeing them walk away, he finally sighed in relief. Jiangyu cast a glance at him. "Han, perhaps you should practice at home a bit more. Do you think this looks suitable?" Currently, Jian was the tallest boy in their class, standing 184 centimeters in the third year of middle school, and he appeared quite robust. Many girls considered him rather handsome, primarily due to his height, yet this lad was incredibly timid. Upon hearing Jian's teasing, Jian rolled his eyes. Do you really think I haven't practiced? I just don't have the talent for it. Why don't you give it a go? Ji, speaking of which, isn't you 1111 training in Sunder? Why don't you join in? Jian thought to himself that he had indeed practiced in his past life, but wasn't he at 1111 who had knocked him over with a cup of water? Decades of training had gone to waste. 1111 trained to protect herself. What dangers could I possibly face? Jian said somewhat nonchalantly, besides, if there is danger, isn't he 1111 there to protect me? Jian was left speechless, muttering, you really are shameless. Jian, on the other hand, accepted the remark with a clear conscience. It wasn't the first time he'd been called such. He was rather laid back, and each time someone witnessed 1111 bustling around to take care of him, many scolded him for being shameless. With only 2 weeks left until the entrance examination, Jian asked, after the exam, shall we go out to have some fun together? Jian shrugged, I'm fine with anything. I'll ask 1111 if she wants to come along. Jian couldn't help but think, could it be that Jian would become a henpecked husband in the future? He was suddenly startled, realizing, wait, who is the wife? 1111, Chapter 30. Indeed, it's all about money. Initially, Jian had made splendid plans, even coordinating with Jian and their parents. After their high school entrance examination, they were supposed to enjoy some leisure time together. To be honest, Jian felt a twinge of emotion. How many good-hearted individuals would be reborn as an 8-year-old elementary student? It was the kind of situation where parental supervision was mandatory. Frankly, aside from the initial adjustment period, Jian often felt like a child of 10. He was becoming assimilated. Observing himself tirelessly tackling exam questions every day was truly moving. Yet, Jian did not harbor any aversion to this lifestyle. If one cannot change their circumstances, one might as well adapt, for life must go on. Just when Jian believed that life, though mundane, held promise, wasn't it finally time to relax after the exams, without parental oversight? Perhaps it was the ease of life that dulled one's instinct for caution. Therefore, when he saw 111 blocking 1111's path, his mind erupted in chaos. Without a second thought, he reached out to pull 1111 behind him for protection. During this period, both Jian and 1111 had experienced growth. Jian had already reached 178 centimeters, although he still appeared somewhat slender. Standing in front of 1111 offered her a sense of security. The moment 1111 saw 111, the tension in her mind tightened instantly. 111 appeared significantly healthier than when he had first emerged, having gained weight, yet he still exuded a gloomy aura. Observing Jian's protective stance in front of 1111, he chuckled mockingly. Oh, I previously thought it improbable that my dear daughter was raised as a child bride by your parents, but now it seems quite plausible. 111 was quite tall. Even if he was no longer as robust as in his youth, the young Jian still seemed diminutive in comparison. Jian's expression soured. What do you want? Such words, Jiang family's boy. Naturally, I'm here to see my daughter, who hasn't returned home in ages, 111 replied, a grin spreading across his face, one that Jian found quite repulsive. Has 1111 been away so long that her father no longer merits a mention? Has she gone mute? Jian frowned, feeling 1111's hand clasp his. Typically, she would tug at his clothing. Holding hands had become a taboo since they matured. However, this time, he did not shake her off, instead grasping her somewhat trembling hand. What do you want with her? You've seen her, you can leave now. Jian's tone was tinged with irritation. No one could remain calm in the presence of a scoundrel like 111. 111 remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on 1111. Jian, perhaps you should call your parents. I can't exactly converse with a child like you. Your parents' actions constitute the abduction of my daughter. Do you understand? He concluded with a smug laugh. His brazen demeanor incited a strong desire to strike him. Jian could see 1111 stepping forward, and he knew her thoughts mirrored his. Nevertheless, he held onto 1111's hand. don't. I'll call my mom. They stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, and myriad thoughts raced through Jiang Yu's mind. With just a few days until the exams, he was certain Wang Datian's appearance was deliberate, timed to disrupt. Neither Jiang Yu nor Su Yin would allow Wang Datian to interfere with 1111's examinations. The security guard approached, recognizing the two children. Do you need assistance? Is this person unfamiliar to you? He eyed Wang Datian warily. To his surprise, Wang Datian replied with a smile, how could I be a stranger? He pointed at 1111. See. This is my daughter, doesn't she resemble me? Wang Datian's eyes brimmed with malice. This kid's family is abducting my daughter. Shut up. 1111, gripped by Jiang Yu, glared at Wang Datian with large eyes, her voice icy, her gaze radiating an intent to eliminate him. Wang Datian merely regarded her with indifference. My daughter is difficult to raise, a couple of meals from others and she forgets her own father. The security guard was bewildered. The girl hadn't denied his assertion. Ultimately, Jiang Yu held onto the clearly distressed 1111 and called Su Yin. Su Yin had just finished her classes. However, as the homeroom teacher, she typically stayed a bit longer. Since it was Saturday and there were no evening classes, she often remained to assist any students with questions. Upon receiving Jiang Yu's call, her tone turned urgent. I'm coming back right now. Keep 1111 in check. Jiang Yu acknowledged and, after hanging up, led 1111 to stand under a nearby tree, gently soothing her by ruffling her hair. Don't be afraid. 1111 froze momentarily, wanting to assert that she was not afraid. She merely wished to rid herself of Wang Datian. Moreover, she suspected that Wang Datian had ulterior motives for his visit. It was likely he was after money, soliciting funds from Aunt Su and others, but 1111 had no intention of complying. Wang Datian had followed them, now standing beneath the same tree. The security guard remained vigilant, watching them from a distance. Wang Datian appeared in good spirits. Why don't you invite me into your home for a visit? After all, we are neighbors. Who knows, I might become your father-in-law one day. He chuckled, his malicious gaze flitting between Jiang Yu and 1111. He scrutinized 1111's face. Speaking of which, she resembles that wretched mother of hers. She is indeed attractive. You have a discerning eye. Shut your mouth. Jiang Yu interjected coldly. How old is 1111? Is this how you conduct yourself as a father? Although Jiang Yu was already aware of Wang Datian's despicable nature, he was nonetheless revolted by his tone and words. This was his daughter, yet he spoke of her as if she were a mere commodity to be selected. Jiang Yu had never encountered someone like him before. In contrast, 1111 seemed unfazed by his words, merely asking, what do you want? Her tone lacked the fury it had held moments prior. Wang Datian regarded her with mild surprise. Didn't I say I came to see my daughter? You've seen her, now leave. 1111 locked her gaze with the man, her disdain unmistakable. Wang Datian clicked his tongue, raising his hand in a threatening gesture, but upon meeting Jiang Yu's steely gaze, he suddenly smiled and lowered it. He addressed the two young adolescents. Surely you don't believe I merely came to visit. How much did Su Yin and Jiang Weimin pay your wretched mother? You must return it to me. After all, you are my daughter, that money rightly belongs to me, doesn't it? He teased, it's pointless to explain this to you. Su teacher and Dr. Jiang are respectable individuals. I'll have to speak with them. He then began to hum a cheerful tune. Indeed, it was all about money. Jiang Yu felt a sigh of relief wash over him. However, 1111's heart continued to sink. Giving money to such a scoundrel was a bottomless pit. Chapter 31, You are the one I painstakingly salvaged and nurtured. Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, for he had initially summoned Su Yin to discuss matters with Chen Hui, yet he had also engaged in conversations with Su Yin and Jiang Weimin. If Chen Hui proved to be ineffectual, then Wang Datian would inevitably arrive. They needed to be prepared. Indeed, they had set aside funds for this purpose. Ideally, they hoped to persuade Wang Datian to transfer 1111's household registration, though this seemed somewhat unrealistic. To where could it be transferred? Jiang Yu had looked into the procedures, which were quite cumbersome. The ideal scenario would be for Chen Hui to obtain custody of 1111 and subsequently relocate her household registration. However, upon witnessing Wang Datian today, Jian Yu recognized that Chen Hui was indeed lacking in capability, thus, they would have to resort to the most rudimentary methods. Now that 11111 was 15, as Su Yin had mentioned, she would be free once she turned 18. At worst, they could offer Wan Datian money yet. Jian Yu was acutely aware that their family was not affluent, and Wan Datian was not a man easily satisfied. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, 11111 must first focus on her upcoming high school entrance examination. As for the future, a chill flickered in Jian Yu's eyes. He lived in the sunlight, yet he understood that there were always ways, well concealed by the shadows. If Wan Datian remained unwilling to relent, he might be compelled to take action. Having encountered numerous tattoo artists in his past life, he knew there were always options available. The three remained silent beneath the tree. As Su Yin had arrived in haste, after parking her car, she approached them. Wan Datian had already smoked several cigarettes and, upon seeing Su Yin, greeted her with a grin. "Teacher Su, long time no see." Su Yin's gaze scrutinized the two children, noting that aside from their pallor, they appeared relatively well. She managed to muster a smile and replied to Wan Datian, "It has indeed been a while, Datian." When Wan Nai was still alive, the two families had maintained a fairly amicable relationship, with appearances kept in check. However, at that moment, Wan Datian glanced toward the residential complex behind them and remarked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? After all, it was my family that facilitated the purchase of this house for 11111, wasn't it?" This statement clearly echoed the gossip of Wang Feng, known for her loose tongue. 11111, with a cold expression, retorted, "This house has nothing to do with me. It was purchased by auntie and uncle." HMPH, do you think I am unaware? Your wretched mother surely contributed a substantial sum, didn't she? It seems she has hitched her fortunes to a wealthy man and is no longer in need of funds. Wan Datian scoffed, eyeing 11111, "Do you even know how much she gave me?" 150,000, surely, she wouldn't deny you anything. She used to dote on you the most, didn't she? 11111's expression remained unchanged, while a sense of foreboding washed over Jian Yu. 150,000 over the course of a year, yet 11111's household registration and custody remained under Wan Daqian's control. What was Chen Hui doing? It was likely that Wan Daqian's appetite had grown considerably. Su Yin interjected, her tone considerably calmer. "In that case, you should go directly to Chen Hui. 1111 is about to take her entrance exams, and you, that wretched woman, suddenly became unreachable, so I came here in urgent need of money." Wan Datian chuckled, "I know the exams are approaching. Why else would I come?" 11111 released Jian Yu's hand and stepped forward to face Wan Datian. "There's no money. You came here for money, didn't you? There isn't any. She gives you 150,000 a year, while what she has given me," she scoffed softly, "over the years, it doesn't even amount to that. Then how about letting me stay in the house for a while?" Wan Daqian's demeanor was that of a rogue. Unfazed by 11111's words, he instead chuckled, "Debtors are knocking at my door. I have no money to give, so I thought I'd hide out here. You must have a room, right?" Su Yin promptly pulled 11111 behind her. Jian Yu stepped forward to hold her back as well. Su Yin glanced at the two children, instructing, "Xiao Yu, take 1111 back home first. Datian, I'll speak with you over at that cafe." Wan Datian cast a glance at 11111, who seemed ready to kill him, and he couldn't help but smirk. After all, she was his offspring. With that same fierce glare, he laughed, the malice evident in his eyes, yet he conceded to Su Yin, "Very well, since Teacher Su has asked, I suppose I should extend some courtesy." 11111 wished to say more but was pulled away by Jian Yu. He spoke softly to her, "Don't get involved," his tone somewhat stern. 11111's gaze toward Wan Datian was filled with animosity, a sentiment Jian Yu easily perceived. He had essentially wrapped an arm around her as they departed, unperturbed by any potential harm Wan Datian might inflict upon his mother, for the cafe across the street was owned by a retired police officer. Moreover, his mother would ensure her own safety. 11111's frail body was nestled against him, tensed and trembling, though she made an effort to conceal it. Jian Yu knew she was frightened. From the moment she laid eyes on Wan Dafian, her entire demeanor had shifted. Upon entering the complex, they paused beneath a tree on a small path. It was summer, and the heat was palpable. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the camphor tree, casting a glaring warmth upon them, yet 1111 felt an overwhelming chill, as though submerged in icy water. The scars that once marred her skin seemed to throb anew, and the decay within her felt as if it had never truly healed. Jianyu lowered his gaze to 1111, "Wan Xiexi, look at me." After repeating this twice, she slowly raised her head to meet his gaze. Her lovely doe-like eyes lacked their usual innocence when gazing at him. Instead, they were dark and lifeless, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of any glimmer of light. Jianyu had seen this expression when he first rescued her. Gently, he placed his hand on her head, tenderly tousling her hair. "Do you remember what I told you? In any situation, you must prioritize yourself and protect yourself. Do you recall?" 1111 remained silent, merely pursing her lips as she gazed at him. Jianyu, though not surprised, sighed and continued, "If things become unbearable, think of me, think of my parents, and the friends around you. I know you wish to harm Wan Dafian, but he is not worth sacrificing your future over him. Does he even deserve it?" Jianyu's voice was soft, yet his tone remained resolute. "You are the one I painstakingly salvaged and nurtured. You must take care of yourself, understand, don't let him affect you." In a rare moment of tenderness, Jianyu enveloped 1111 in his arms, offering solace. He couldn't deny that he was aware of her unusual possessiveness towards him and understood how to calm her. It was precisely for this reason that he had dared to keep her by his side for so long. 1111 was, at her core, a naive child, at least in Jianyu's eyes. She was easily comprehensible. "Once the exams are over, we can go have fun with Chihan and the others. Don't dwell on anything else, let us focus on doing well in our tests. My parents will handle everything, all right." 1111's body remained rigid in his embrace, yet her arms had instinctively wrapped around him. The boy carried the scent of peppermint candy, which she had just placed in his mouth moments ago. Summer's warmth was accompanied by the refreshing aroma of mint, yet 1111 knew he preferred milk candy. Although she found milk candy somewhat overly sweet, at that moment, the scent provided her with immense comfort, urging her to think of Jianyu, to focus on him. Jianyu felt her tense body gradually relax, and a faint millimeter escaped her lips from within his embrace. His own previously taut body began to yield as well. He genuinely feared that 1111 might take a knife to Wan Dafian that very night. After all, she had no fear of death. Attacking Wan Dafian should pose no challenge for her. Chapter 32. Therefore, do not fear, Wan Xiexi. Jianyu harbored a curiosity about what Su Yin had discussed with Wan Dafian. However, at this moment, he could only take 1111 home. Just moments ago, Wan Daqian's gaze upon 1111 resembled that of a merchant evaluating a commodity. Jianyu found himself unable to comprehend Wan Daqian's character. He lacked the rationality to analyze the situation and could only speculate with the utmost malice regarding Wan Daqian's intentions. The young and beautiful 1111 was no longer a child. Perhaps during her childhood, she could only serve as an outlet for Wan Daqian's frustrations, subjected to his reprimands and scoldings. But what about the stunning 1111 of today? As an adult, Jianyu's thoughts were far from naive. At present, the two sat in the room, papers spread before them, seemingly engrossed in their studies. Yet, at least for Jianyu, his mind was elsewhere. Where could Su Yin be? He glanced at the person beside him, her eyes lowered as she worked through her exercises. It appeared the earlier incident had left her unaffected, as her pace remained unperturbed. Jianyu's expression was complex, in comparison to his peers, or rather, even when juxtaposed with himself, a man in his 20s, 1111 exhibited a superior ability to manage her emotions. Lost in his thoughts, the sound at the door drew Jianyu's attention, and he noted that 1111's pen had come to an abrupt halt. She was far from the calm she portrayed. The voices of Su Yin and Jiang Weiman echoed, "Xiaoyu, 1111, come out for some sweet soup." They exchanged a glance, set down their pens, and stepped out in sequence. Jianyu looked at Jiang Weiman and asked, "Dad, aren't you on duty today?" 1111 softly addressed him as uncle, then quickly apologized to Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. Jianyu let out a sigh. Su Yin, having dried her hands, approached and took 1111's arm, saying, "What are you apologizing for? The matter has been resolved. You, in 2 days, focus on your exams and bring some pride to me and your uncle Jiang." "We cannot rely on Jiang Yu." As she spoke, she led 1111 to the table, adding, "In a family, we need not utter apologies or express thanks." Jiang Weimin chimed in with a smile, "Exactly, I was originally on duty, but our director switched with me because he has a business trip coming up. I ran into your mother downstairs. First, let us enjoy some sweet soup. I haven't had the chance to cook for you in quite a while, have I?" The couple's tone remained light-hearted, and Jiang Yu sensed that the situation had indeed been resolved, albeit he was curious about the method employed. He yearned to inquire but, under his parents' subtle cues, suppressed his curiosity, jestingly retorting to Dr. Jiang, "Let us not, shall we? You can only manage 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spices or shredded potatoes. Do not underestimate these 2 dishes. It was with them that I won your mother's heart." 1111, half embraced by Su Yin, cast her eyes down, her eyelids heavy with unshed tears. Jiang Yu's family was truly remarkable. She had always believed her life was utterly miserable, yet she had encountered such a wonderful family. She understood that they feigned lightheartedness to shield her from worry, and thus 1111 could only pretend to feel relieved. If they chose not to inquire, she would gladly play the obedient child. After the high school entrance examination, the thought of that man, whom she ought to call father, sent a surge of anger through 1111. She would not allow that leech to touch any member of the Jiang family. After dinner, while 1111 went to take a shower, Jiang Yu slipped into his parents' room. Yet, Su Yin candidly stated, "Focus on your exams. Why should a child be concerned with such matters? Go back." Jiang Yu thought, children have no rights, especially in front of their parents. Jiang Weimin, observing his son's discontented expression, instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair, only to realize that the child had begun to grow taller and change. Finally, he patted Jiang Yu's still slim shoulder. "It's fine, your mother and I can handle this. You all should concentrate on your studies." Yin is merely motivated by greed. Indeed, it seemed money had resolved the issue, and Jiang Yu sighed, refraining from probing further, merely stating, "Once we finish our exams, we cannot continue to accommodate him. We cannot escape him. He could easily gain entry again. In 3 years, Xiaoxi will be of age." Su Yin interrupted with a furrowed brow. "Jiang Yu." Her tone was somewhat stern. Jiang Yu paused, lifting his gaze to meet his parents, who regarded him with disapproving looks. Jiang Weimin's expression turned serious. "Jiang Yu, this is not something you should concern yourself with. We are still here. You should return and study diligently." Su Yin's probing gaze lingered on Jiang Yu's face, yet she ultimately said nothing. "Go back." Jiang Yu realized he had spoken too much. Such thoughts were not befitting a 15-year-old, rather, they stemmed from worry and confusion. Today's encounter with Yin had not only affected 1111 but him as well. Upon exiting his parents' room, he caught sight of 1111, clad in pajamas, standing at his door. It was summer, and temperatures soared nearly to 40 degrees, yet even in such weather, 1111 wore long pajamas. Her arms and legs bore numerous scars. Usually, she would don eye sleeves beneath her school uniform, at times even wearing a jacket. Jiang Yu worried she would eventually suffer from heat stroke, thus, he had bought her eye sleeves, which unexpectedly became a trend, with her leading a group of girls in class to wear them as well. They offered sun protection and a refreshing coolness, proving quite comfortable. Reflecting on 1111's injuries, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Though the door behind him was closed, he could still hear Jiang Weimin's lowered voice. "Xiao Yu's approach, I'm just curious whom he learned these things from." Jiang Yu chose not to listen further but instead approached 1111, meeting her innocent doe-like eyes. Without her needing to speak, he opened the door, saying, "Come in." The corners of 1111's mouth lifted slightly, and the previously lifeless spark in her eyes finally shone through. That night, as Jiang Yu spread a blanket and lay on the floor, clutching his phone, 1111 leaned on the bed, gazing at him. Her delicate face framed by her cascading hair gave her an ethereal quality. "The bed is quite spacious," she remarked. Jiang Yu glanced at her, somewhat exasperated. "Do something with your hair. Who are you trying to scare?" 1111 obediently pushed her hair back, her large eyes blinking as she continued to persuade, "Let us split the bed in half. I appreciate the offer, but this bed is mine to begin with." He chuckled, though he felt a touch of helplessness at her persistence. He retrieved 2 neatly tied neckties from beneath his pillow, a matching set for his school uniform as well. "Would being tied up provide you with a sense of security?" Jian Yu inquired, gazing intently at her. At that moment, 11111 felt her heart skip a beat, questioning whether he had realized she had once bound his hands, yet Jian Yu, seemingly oblivious to her thoughts, sat up, took her hand, and deftly secured her wrist with a tie. He then extended his own hand, saying, "Let me tie mine, I'm not good at it." When their eyes met, he smiled and reassured her, "No worries, tonight, all your guardians will take a break. I'll keep watch over you. Thus, do not fear, Wan Xiaoxi, your brother is here to guard you." Chapter 33, Brother, Save Me. 11111 clutched the tie that Jian Yu had lengthened. Since one of them was on the bed and the other on the floor, the 2 ties together were just long enough. She felt an inexplicable urge to cry as she gazed at Jian Yu, who was sitting on the ground and smiling at her. In truth, her initial intention to rush to Jian Yu's door was deliberate. She knew he would feel sorry for her. It had been a long time since they had shared a bed. As expected, Jian Yu allowed her in but planned to sleep on the floor initially. 11111 felt quite disheartened, but now, with Jian Yu's gesture, her heart was filled with a soft, tender feeling, making her want to weep. Jian Yu could not tolerate such sentimentality and tugged at the tie in her hands. "Are you going to tie it or not?" 11111 tightened her grip, refusing to let him pull it back, and stubbornly replied, "But if you come up, we can hold hands while sleeping, just like when we were little." She looked at him with hopeful eyes. Jian Yu was momentarily speechless. He grabbed a nearby pillow and mercilessly smacked it against her head. "How old are you now? If it weren't for our family circumstances back then, you wouldn't have been in the same room as me. Are you going to sleep or not? If not, you might as well go back and sleep with the Calabash brothers tonight." 11111 hurriedly exclaimed, "I'm not causing trouble anymore, please don't kick me out." Saying this, she skillfully tied Jian Yu's wrists with the tie. With a sigh, Jian Yu realized he had never expected a day would come when he would willingly extend his hand to be tied by 11111. Don't ask, the emotions within him were rather complex. As Jian Yu had anticipated, 11111 experienced a nightmare that night. Even though she tried hard to appear calm, Jian Yu had always been aware of her fear of Wan Datian. It was an instinct born from years of being beaten and scolded during her childhood, making it impossible for her not to be afraid. Whenever she encountered middle-aged men resembling Wan Datian on the street, her body would tense up involuntarily, a reaction persisting over the years. Seeing Wan Datian in person today, how could she remain unaffected? This was also the reason why Jian Yu insisted that 11111 diligently learn self-defense, to empower her with the knowledge that she could protect herself. Though Jian Yu typically enjoyed a restful night's sleep, he found himself restless that evening. When he sensed 11111's breathing becoming labored, he was abruptly jolted awake by the tightness of the tie. Opening his eyes, he sat up to find 11111 breathing heavily, her eyes shut, instinctively hugging herself, curled up tightly, a posture of self-protection born from past abuse. A feeling akin to suffocation gripped Jian Yu's heart as if he were being submerged underwater. He climbed onto the bed, enveloping the trembling girl in his arms. "It's all right, 11111, it's just a dream. You're safe now." Yet, the girl in his embrace remained rigid, trembling uncontrollably. Jian Yu had never realized that his own emotions could be so tumultuous. At this moment, he felt a mix of heartbreak and rage swirling within him, contemplating how to deal with Wan Datian. 11111 was aware that she was dreaming, but her body seemed to act on instinct. As she lay in Jian Yu's arms, a pained whimper escaped her lips. "Woo-woo brother, it hurts." Those words echoed the sentiments of the 5 to 8-year-old 11111, who was in pain, everywhere. She longed to flee, yet she had just barely reached the door when Wan Datian had yanked her back by her hair. She remembered seeing the door across the way open, revealing a blissful little chubby boy. She wished to call him brother instead of chubby, but when he saw her being beaten, he quickly shut the door. 11111 could not distinguish between dream and reality, alternating between the sight of Jian Yu's protective figure before her and the memory of him hastily closing the door. This cycle continued on repeat. 11111 cried out, "Brother, save me, it hurts so much." She felt something warm dripping on her. Was it raining? But why was the water hot? Then she saw 111 pouring boiling water over her. It would hurt immensely. Suddenly, a plump figure shielded her from view. 111. Jiangyu realized that 11111 had a fever. He wanted to call Jiang Weimin, but 11111 clung to him, repeatedly murmuring, "Brother, it hurts so much." Jiangyu had no choice but to reach for 11111's phone on the bedside. He knew her unlock code. Her lock screen and wallpaper were both pictures of him. However, Jiangyu had no time to dwell on such details as he dialed Jiang Weimin's number. Su Yin and Jiang Weimin arrived in their pajamas. As they entered, they were met with the sight of their son cradling the trembling 11111, whose eyes were red-rimmed. "Dad, Mom, 11111 has a fever. She's burning up." 11111's sudden fever caught them off guard. Jiang Weimin took her temperature and immediately declared, "I'll go get the car, we need to take her to the hospital for N4. Su Yin noticed their bound hands and furrowed her brow, but now was not the time to address it. She attempted to wake 11111, but it was as if she had slipped into a coma, unable to rouse her. 11111 merely cried out in pain, her face streaked with tears. Occasionally, she would murmur, "Don't hit me," causing Su Yin's eyes to well up with tears as she cursed 111, helping Jiangyu carry 11111 down. Jiangyu realized for the first time that he might also need to work on his physical fitness. Carrying 11111 down the stairs proved to be quite taxing. Ultimately, they managed to get her into the car. Su Yin touched 11111's forehead and glanced at their intertwined wrists. "Jiangyu, untie your hands." Initially, Jiangyu had been too preoccupied with worrying about 11111 to remember that they were still bound together. It was only upon Su Yin's reminder that he recalled the situation, perhaps because he had used too much strength while carrying her. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to untie the knot. In the end, it was Su Yin who helped them free their hands. Placing the tie aside without uttering a word, they soon arrived at the hospital and rushed her to the emergency room. 11111 quickly received and forgot. The girl lying on the hospital bed appeared gaunt and pale, which reminded Jiangyu of 11111 from his past life, covered in blood beside his lifeless body. He took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Su Yin said, "Old Jiang, you and Xiao Yu should go home and rest, I'll stay with her." With the impending high school entrance exams, their school had given them a break, so Su Yin didn't need to attend. Without a moment's thought, Jiangyu replied, "No need, Mom. I'll wait here, otherwise, Ron Xiaoxi will be scared when she wakes up." In her dreams, she would only softly call for her brother to save her. What if she woke up and couldn't find him? Jiang Weimin noticed his wife's pallor and realized that they had both been oblivious to the fact that the two children were sleeping together. He pulled his son aside. "Xiao Yu, listen to your mother." Jiangyu wanted to protest, but he noticed Su Yin's distressed expression. He glanced at Jiang Weimin, who silently urged him to comply. Ultimately, Jiangyu looked one last time at the still unconscious 11111 on the hospital bed and sighed, "Then I'll come back tomorrow." Chapter 34. 11111 contemplated the necessity of living well. Jiangyu followed Jiang Weimin into the underground parking lot. The doctor had just informed them that 11111's recent fever was likely due to the sweltering heat and perhaps some anxiety, compounded by a lack of attention to her diet. After receiving an intravenous drip, her fever had subsided. Jiangyu understood that everything stemmed from the sudden appearance of 111. "Jiangyu." Jiang Weimin called out, "Take the front passenger seat." Jiangyu acknowledged with a soft "oh" and settled into the seat. Both father and son were clad in their pajamas. As the car pulled out, the streets were mostly deserted in the early morning hours, with only an occasional vehicle passing by. They remained silent, yet Jiangyu sensed that his father had something on his mind. Sure enough, after a moment, Jiang Weimin spoke, "Xiao Yu, did 1111 sleep in your room tonight?" Jiangyu responded with a slight nod, "She slept in the bed while I took the floor. I only got into bed when I noticed something was off with her." Jiang Weimin trusted his son, knowing that a quick look upon returning home would confirm everything. However, he glanced at Jiangyu through the rearview mirror. "But son, you are both over 10 years old now. There are boundaries between boys and girls. Even if you were siblings, it wouldn't be appropriate to share a room. Not to mention, they were not even siblings. Jiangyu sighed. We don't usually do this. It was just that Wan Duqian's sudden appearance frightened her. It was only for tonight. As for 11111 sneaking into his room, that was better left unspoken. He recalled the stern expression of Teacher Su earlier. If she found out, it would likely cause quite a stir. Jiang Weiman nodded in understanding, recognizing his son's reluctance to discuss the matter further. He added one last remark. Xiaoyu, you are growing up now. If 1111 was scared, you should have told your mother to keep her company. You need to understand the concept of boundaries as you mature. Jiangyu quietly acknowledged with a millimeter. He suddenly felt that growing up was indeed burdensome. Although he had longed to mature upon his rebirth, that period was actually the most joyous. The lost childhood had returned, a dream many would never dare to envision. Yet, despite having been reborn, he still found himself troubled by the challenges of growing up. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had truly assimilated into his age after his return. Upon arriving home, Jiang Weiman passed by Jiangyu's bedroom door once more. Jiangyu did not stop him. He figured that his parents would likely be unable to sleep tonight. Upon discovering the blanket on the floor, however, Jiangyu himself was wide awake. The following morning, he awoke early and accompanied Dr. Jiang to the hospital. He would have gone at dawn, fearing his parents' thoughts, but he resisted the urge. On the way, Jiangyu stopped to buy breakfast for Su Yin and 11111. By the time they arrived at the hospital, 11111 had already woken up and her fever had subsided. When she saw Jiangyu, her eyes brightened momentarily. Su Yin, who had watched over her all night, appeared somewhat fatigued. Presumably, Jiang Weiman had spoken to her last night, as her demeanor was more composed upon Jiangyu's arrival, and she indicated that she would head back to rest. Later that noon, Jiang Weiman would assist 11111 with her discharge paperwork. Dr. Jiang was preoccupied with work that morning and did not come by. After brief instructions from Su Yin, she took her breakfast and left. Jiangyu walked her to the elevator, and as Su Yin glanced at her son, she playfully patted his head, ruffling his hair as she had when he was little. Yet, she also recognized that he had grown. Her child was now quite tall. Make sure 1111 rests well and doesn't dwell too much. Wan Duqian is being dealt with by your father and me, and I will also reach out to Chen Hui. The children were ultimately not theirs. Meddling became quite complicated, and they could only continue attempting to contact Chen Hui for resolution. Jiangyu nodded and affectionately wrapped his arms around Su Yin. Thank you, Mom. Scoundrel, go back now, Su Yin chided, as she stepped into the elevator. Watching it descend, Jiangyu then turned back towards the ward. The 6-person room was quite noisy, with a child wailing incessantly. Upon entering, he saw 11111 quietly eating breakfast with her head bowed. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into the background, and her movements appeared almost mechanical, as if she were in a daze. Jiangyu approached and retrieved a bag of soy milk. The previously expressionless girl suddenly lifted her head, her doe-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, as though she felt wronged. Upon waking that morning, her first sight had been Su Yin, and all that lingered in her mind was the memory of a young Jiangyu shutting the door in front of her. She recalled how later, Uncle Jiang had knocked on the door, and despite Wan Duqian's threats, he had failed to harm her that day. Subsequently, while sitting alone on the staircase, her body had ached all over. Hearing a sound behind her, she turned to see a piece of candy on the stairs, accompanied by Jiangyu's chubby silhouette. They had been 6 years old then. Jiangyu, do you regret bringing me back? I am such a burden. At that moment, 11111 spoke, her voice hoarse from the cold and fever, lacking its usual sweetness. Jiangyu couldn't help but frown, glancing at her. How long has it been since you drank water? 11111 paused, seemingly caught off guard that he hadn't answered her question. Yet, she instinctively replied, I drank some, but my throat still feels uncomfortable. Jiangyu nodded, you need to take your medicine shortly, it will help, eat your porridge quickly. He gently tugged at her somewhat disheveled ponytail, likely hastily tied that morning. As she looked at him, he smiled and reassured her, I have no regrets about bringing you back, neither do my parents. Yet, he couldn't shake the heartache, pondering how she had survived in her past life. Just the sight of Wan Latian had been enough to send her into a fevered panic. How immense must her internal fear have been. Jian pulled out a keychain-sized gourd from his pocket and took 1111's hand, placing the gourd in her palm with a sincere smile. This is a gourd like in the animated series, and I will fit myself inside. Whenever you call, I will come out to protect you. He gently stroked her hair. Feel the softness, the nightmares will fade away, you have nothing to fear. Though his actions were childlike, he performed them with utmost seriousness. An aunt in the adjacent bed chuckled, you two siblings have a wonderful bond. Jian smiled back at her, indeed, we do. 1111 clutched the small gourd tightly, feeling the warmth it retained from Jian. The familiar scent of the boy contrasted sharply with the hospital's sterile, antiseptic odor. At last, she smiled, it was all right, she was no longer afraid, she had Jian by her side. 1111 resolved to live well, for Jian and for Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang. Wan Latian, that scoundrel, was no longer worthy of dragging her down to hell, for he was the muck, but she was no longer. She was the little nuisance that Jian had brought home. Jian's little nuisance. Chapter 35. Why does this lad still wish to covet what is mine? At noon, Jiang Weiman finished work and came to take the two of them away. The discharge process had been completed, and after 1111's fever subsided, she was no longer in serious trouble. On their way home, they brought with them several packets of traditional Chinese medicine and a bag of Western medicine, all prescribed. This year, 1111 was nearing 15, yet her menstrual cycle remained erratic. Sometimes, it would only come once or twice a year, which was evidently abnormal. Su Yin had previously taken her to see a doctor, who indicated that her health had suffered considerably in childhood. Thus, from time to time, Su Yin would take her for medical consultations, and she had consumed a significant amount of traditional medicine. This time, having visited the hospital, Su Yin took the opportunity to have her examined again. Jian frowned upon seeing the bitter-looking traditional medicine, and it was indeed commendable that 1111 managed to drink it down without flinching. Fortunately, her health had improved considerably. During the first year after coming to their home, she would frequently fall ill with fevers and colds. Hence, Jian and Su Yin had genuinely invested considerable time and effort into her well-being. However, 1111 had always been rather reserved in front of Jiang Weiman. Compared to Aunt Su and Jian, she instinctively felt a degree of trepidation towards Jiang Weiman. One reason was that he was a man, roughly the same age as Wan Dian, and although their temperaments were entirely different, 1111 still harbored an innate fear of adult males. Additionally, while Jiang Weiman's demeanor towards 1111 was consistently kind, it lacked warmth. As a result, 1111 remained silent in the car, and Jiang Weiman did not speak either. Jian, glancing at her medical record, remarked, Wan Xiaoxi, your health is still lacking. After consuming traditional medicine for so long, you remain quite weak. 1111 averted her gaze and softly apologized, I'm sorry. Jian rolled his eyes, why do you enjoy apologizing so much? It's always I'm sorry. His tone carried a hint of exasperation. If you like to concede so much, he trailed off, realizing the impropriety of his words. Had she been more compliant back then, perhaps she wouldn't have been so severely beaten by Wan Dian. 1111 was still waiting for him to finish his sentence, her eyes fixed on him, yet Jian remained silent. Will you be able to take the exam tomorrow? Jiang Weiman cast a glance at her through the review mirror. 1111 nodded, I can. Jiang Weiman reminded Jian, didn't you both mention wanting to go out after the exam? You might want to postpone that a bit. 1111 needs to recuperate. 1111 quickly interjected, no need, I can manage. However, Jian insisted, my dad is a doctor. You should listen to him. 1111 glanced at Jiang Weiman and dared not voice any further objections. Jiang found the situation amusing, noting that it was indeed his father who had to intervene. Otherwise, with 1111, she always appeared obedient, yet in reality, she hardly listened to him, but whenever Jiang Weiman spoke, she complied without question. Upon arriving home, they found that Su Yin had prepared dinner. She approached 1111, noticing her still somewhat pale complexion, and expressed her concern. are you alright? After dinner, make sure to rest well, just to do your best on the exam tomorrow, alright? Your health is paramount. Jian-yu could not restrain himself and chimed in, why don't you speak to me like that, when you talk to me, it's always, Jian-yu, if you don't do well on the high school entrance exam, I'll skin you alive. He mimicked her tone rather accurately. 11111 and Suyin both chuckled at his antics. Jiang Weimin, holding his eldest son, laughed and added, if you keep acting up, I won't help you when your mother punishes you. Jiang Yu retorted, you've never helped me. I have helped. Your uncle once handed me a stick, 11111 quietly remarked. Hey, 1111, what are you saying, Jiang Yu? Why don't you admit that you're asking for a beating? Their playful banter filled the house with warmth. It seemed that with 1DHN's absence, 11111's fever had completely dissipated. That night, Jian Yu noticed Suyin entering 11111's room, presumably to keep her company as she slept. Jian Yu sighed, sensing that 11111 would likely have a restless night. Indeed, the following day, her condition appeared rather lackluster, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to poor sleep or lingering illness. Nevertheless, they ultimately entered the examination hall together. Fortune favored them as they found themselves in the same testing venue, after 2 days of rigorous high school entrance examinations. As the teachers collected the papers, Jiang Yu turned and met 11111's gaze. The sunlight filtering through the glass window illuminated the delicate contours of her face, enhancing the warmth and sweetness of her smile. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yu was entranced, as if they had traversed the river of time to a previous life. If 11111 had not dropped out of school, perhaps their positions during the entrance exams would have mirrored this moment, yet, he could scarcely recall the details of that past, save for the absence of 11111. Observing the smile on her face, Jian Yu couldn't help but grin in return, calling out, 1Ciercy, the exam is over, I'm heading to the restroom, can you help me gather my things? We'll go out for a meal afterward. Tonight, it was certain that Su Laoshe would be busy with a meeting and wouldn't return early, and they needed to grade papers later. Jiang Weimin also had to go on duty, so they had the evening to themselves. 11111 blinked and replied, all right. In the classroom, other students from different classes were present, unaware of their daily interactions. In a corner, 2 girls were speaking in rather audible tones. Why does it seem like Jiang Yu treats 11111 like a maid? She's willing, why should it concern you? I thought he was quite handsome before, but now he seems a bit off. 11111 stood beside Jiang Yu's desk, helping him tidy up. Upon hearing the compliment directed at Jiang Yu, she turned to the 2 girls, her gaze icy. Jiang Yu was indeed a wonderful person, but she preferred to keep his merits to herself. She needed no one else to recognize them. The 2 girls met her emotionless stare, their voices gradually diminishing until one dared to mutter, what are you looking at? 11111 withdrew her gaze, only to find a pair of hands and a pink envelope before her. Hello, 11111. After finishing in the restroom, Jian Yu encountered Jihan, who insisted on tagging along for a meal, bringing Yuji with him. Jian Yu was at a loss for words. Upon arriving at the entrance to their examination hall, he witnessed a boy, blushing, extending a love letter to a girl across from him. The girl's expression appeared somewhat frosty, her beautiful eyes fixed on the letter in the boy's hand, showing no inclination to accept it. Though many had left, those still packing in the classroom took notice of the scene. Many paused in their actions to watch. The boy, his voice tinged with shyness yet clear, stammered, 11111, I really like you, can we be friends? Jihan and Liuji exclaimed, this guy is really brave. Graduating and confessing, how bold. Jian Yu echoed their sentiment with a wow. Why does this lad still wish to covet what is mine? Chapter 36. Oh, are you suggesting that Jian Yu has feelings for me? However, Jian Yu soon realized that the person he was nurturing might not be a tender little cabbage, but rather an ice-cold sharpshooter. 11111 gazed at the boy before her, recalling that they had previously participated in an Olympiad math competition together. I'm sorry, but I do not harbor any feelings for you. Her tone was frigid, devoid of any fluctuation, and she added, I do not befriend those who perform worse than I do. The shy expression on Leela's face, which had been hovering around the 2nd to 5th rank, froze instantly. With a hint of reluctance, he asked, then, what if one day I surpass you in high school? By that time, I may have already devised a new reason to reject you, 11111 replied without a moment's hesitation. Jian Yu and the onlookers around them were taken aback. Is she really being this ruthless? Leela's expression turned blank. Meanwhile, 11111 felt he was obstructing her path, so she gently pushed his hand away, which was holding Jian Yu's pen, saying, I'm sorry, you're a good person. This seemed to soften her stance a bit, as she didn't want Jian Yu to witness her ungracious moment. Can't we start as friends? Who knows, one day you might realize that we are quite compatible. Boys at this age seem to possess an endless reservoir of courage. Despite being turned down and blushing furiously, he couldn't help but cling to hope and ask again. However, 11111 simply shook her head. No, I don't befriend boys who have feelings for me. What about Jian Yu? Leela asked, his stubbornness evident. At that moment, Jian Yu, who was contemplating whether to intervene, thought. What does this have to do with me? Indeed, 11111 glanced up at Leela when she heard Jian Yu's name. Her previously indifferent expression morphed into one of confusion. What does Jian Yu have to do with this? Didn't he say you wouldn't befriend boys who like you? Then what about Jian Yu? I know you two aren't siblings, yet your relationship is quite close, Leela stammered, his voice growing softer as he gazed into 11111's eyes. Oh dear, he felt as if his courage had evaporated. Why was he suddenly unable to meet the gaze of the goddess? She was undeniably beautiful, but at this moment, he genuinely felt a bit intimidated. A flicker of confusion crossed 11111's eyes before they brightened. So, are you implying that Jian Yu likes me? The surrounding crowd. Is that the crux of the matter? Qian and Liu Ji also turned their attention to Jian Yu. Indeed, how had they not considered this possibility? Jian Yu could no longer bear to watch. What had initially been an attempt to spare his friend embarrassment had now turned into his own awkwardness. He strode over. Are you done? Let us go. Upon seeing the main subject of their discussion approach, Leela, feeling bashful, hurriedly retracted the envelope he had extended earlier, which had gone unacknowledged, muttering, sorry for the interruption. He then turned to leave. Yet, 11111 suddenly answered his earlier question, Jian Yu is different. To 11111, Jian Yu was unlike anyone else in the world. Leela paused, both unaware that Jian Yu had overheard their conversation. At that moment, Leela breathed a sigh of relief. I got it. See you in high school. He didn't say much more. After all, it was merely a case of unrequited affection, and though a touch disheartened, it wasn't catastrophic. At this age, who hadn't faced rejection, the onlookers began to regard Jian Yu with newfound interest. 11111 picked up her pencil case and smiled at Jian Yu. Where shall we go for dinner? Just then, Qian and Liu Ji entered, echoing, yes, where shall we eat? 11111 demonstrated her talent for disappearing smiles. Jian Yu found it amusing and reached out to gently tug at the ends of her hair. Let us go, we should have barbecue. I feel like the exam has drained all my energy, and I really need some meat. Qian and Liu Ji chimed in unison, I second that. 11111 still felt a bit gloomy, having assumed it would just be the two of them dining together. As Jian Yu passed by her, he casually took her pencil case and lifted her backpack. Hurry up, I think we'll have to queue. 11111 observed the tall, slender silhouette of the boy as he held her backpack, his steps carefree. The sunlight seemed to outline him, making him appear to radiate light, yet, to 11111, Jian Yu had always possessed an inner glow. Suddenly, she felt her mood lift, especially when Jian Yu turned around. 11111, why are you walking so slowly? Don't you want barbecue? What do you want to eat instead? Let us hear it. She quickened her pace into the sunlight, drawing closer to him. Nothing. I'm fine with anything. Eventually, the four were joined by Zhu Xianxian. This girl had been pondering what to have for dinner at the school gate and was conveniently swept up by Jian Yu and his friends. The five of them opted for a buffet barbecue. Jian Yu was aware that this sort of meal likely wouldn't be worth the expense, but occasionally, one craved it. However, when he noticed Jihan sneakily pulling out 2 bottles of beer, Jian Yu fell silent. He glanced at Jihan. What are you doing? Jihan and Liu Ji replied, the exams are over, we should celebrate. Jianyu felt speechless, reaching out to pat the two. How old are you to be drinking? The owner really dares to sell to you. They were still wearing their school uniforms. Qihan sighed. A little drinking won't hurt. 11111 despised the smell of alcohol. Her childhood was filled with the scent of booze and the image of a drunken Wandatian, whose fists and kicks bore the stench of beer. Thus, she instinctively loathed that smell and certainly didn't want her favorite Jianyu to be tainted by it.so. When Qihan enthusiastically offered to pour Jianyu a drink, she instinctively covered the cup's opening. Coincidentally, Jianyu reached out at the same time, their hands overlapping on the cup. Technically, 11111's hand was covering the cup, while Jianyu's hand rested gently atop hers. The boy's palm was inevitably larger than the girl's, delicately enveloping the back of 11111's hand, his palm lightly brushing against her skin. In that moment, 11111's mind flickered with Leela's inquiry. Does Jianyu also have feelings for her? Her heart raced, and she glanced sideways at Jianyu. Jianyu merely caught a glimpse of her as their hands made contact, then withdrew his hand. Don't mess around. Drinking beer is pointless. I'll treat you all to a can of Wangzai milk each instead, otherwise, I don't want to have to send you home. Qian clicked his tongue. You haven't tried it, have you? Liu Ji and I have had some at home. His tone carried a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Zhu Xianxian was oblivious to their conversation, her bright, agile eyes darting between 11111 and Jianyu, finally settling on 11111's slightly flushed face. Oh my, it seemed she had stumbled upon something monumental. Chapter 37. The gaze that 11111 cast upon Yu Ji was anything but innocent. Jianyu paid no heed to their idle chatter. In his eyes, these two fellows indulging in beer under the glaring sun might very well succumb to inebriation at any moment. Should that happen, he would be burdened with the task of escorting each of them back home, and then he would have to explain the situation to their parents, a rather daunting endeavor. Jianyu promptly seized the alcohol, declaring, "Go fetch some Wangzai milk, it's on me." Qihan and Liu Ji responded with gratefulness, "Thank you, you truly are a good person." However, both of them possessed inherently amiable temperaments, and even when their drinks were snatched away, they bore no ill will. Ultimately, they settled for a fruit wine, one with an alcohol content not exceeding 5. Jianyu chose to ignore them thereafter. Even Zhu Xianxian indulged in a small cup, yet 11111 and Jianyu abstained entirely. Qihan continued to extol their upbringing, to which Jianyu scoffed, "Do you dare to question Su Laoshir's teachings?" As former students of Su Yin, they straightened their backs at the mention of her name. The mathematics teacher, an eternal nightmare among them, only 11111 excelled academically, the rest maintained average grades, particularly in mathematics, which were somewhat akin to Jianyu's. It was only natural for them to harbor a fear of Su Yin. Liu Ji hastily diverted the conversation. "Earlier, we mentioned postponing our trip to the beach. How about we try an escape room the day after tomorrow? I heard a new one just opened, and students preparing for the college and high school entrance exams can enter for free." The mention of free admission piqued their interest, for it had little to do with financial constraints. Primarily, it was the allure of being complimentary. Jianyu, however, felt little enthusiasm, as he was savoring the grilled meat that 11111 had prepared for him. Occasionally, he would place some on her plate, saying, "You should eat too. I can manage on my own." 11111 was always obedient in Jianyu's presence, invariably agreeing with whatever he said. Zhu Xianxian was engrossed in Qihan's conversation, yet her gaze frequently wandered back to Jianyu and 11111. The intensity of her scrutiny was so blatant that 11111 found it impossible to ignore, thus, she raised her eyes to meet Zhu Xianxian's. Zhu Xianxian was momentarily taken aback by the chilling emptiness in 11111's gaze. Nonetheless, she had grown accustomed to it. 11111 bore that same expression towards everyone, save for Jianyu, which was distinctly different. Reflecting on this, Zhu Xianxian felt as though she had stumbled upon some significant revelation. Therefore, tentatively, she inquired, 1111, would you accompany me to the restroom? 11111, she could not fathom the necessity of companionship for such a task, yet, it seemed that girls often accompanied one another to the restroom. Having somewhat acclimatized to this practice, she feigned her integration into the group, thus, she stood up, let us go. In truth, Jiangyu, having lived 2 lifetimes, also found it perplexing why girls felt the need to go to the restroom in pairs. He took the opportunity to call 11111 back, asking her to request a bottle of cola from the front desk. 11111 complied. Once the 2 girls had wandered off, Qian mischievously remarked, "Uge, cola kills." Jiangyu rolled his eyes. "I told you to drink some Wangzai milk to nourish your mind. That is mere slander." Liu Ji cast a glance in the direction of the restroom and lowered his voice. "Uge, I've been holding this in for a while, there's something I really want to ask." Jiangyu sensed that this was likely to lead to no good. Qihan, ever the instigator, chimed in, clearly familiar with Jiangyu's temperament. "Uge, what is the deal with you and 11111? From the way you looked at her just now, if you claim nothing is going on, I find that hard to believe. Honestly, if it weren't for Leela's reminder, we might have forgotten that you 2 aren't actually siblings." Qian clicked his tongue, feeling increasingly as though he should have noticed earlier. "I wondered why you always glared at those boys who fancy 11111. We all thought you were just doting on her, but could it be that you're nurturing her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangyu playfully smacked him on the head. Despite being taller than Jiangyu, both Qihan and Liu Ji covered their heads, glaring at him in frustration. "Don't ask, when Yu Ji gets stern, he resembles an intimidating elder." Liu Ji muttered defiantly, "Look, he is embarrassed and angry." Jiangyu could only laugh in disbelief. "What are you lot thinking at your age? Is it really all about love and romance? At your stage in life, you should focus on your studies. Anyone who disturbs 11111's education is out of the question, and nurturing." Speaking of which, Jiangyu felt compelled to admonish Qihan again, "You should watch less of that inappropriate content." Qihan leaned back to evade. Hey, don't get physical. What kind of paternal tone is that? Study hard, just like my dad. If you're willing to call me dad, I wouldn't mind. Jiangyu chuckled, offering a sardonic warning. Don't speak carelessly, disturbing 11111's studies is unacceptable. Qihan and Liu Ji exchanged glances, both pondering that they hardly needed to influence her. Truth be told, 11111's gaze upon Yu Ji was far from innocent, yet, observing Jiangyu's demeanor, they dared not speak recklessly. At that moment, Jiangyu felt that children of their age truly had little of substance to contemplate. As for his feelings towards 11111, he briefly envisioned her pitiable little face but dismissed the thought. She was still but a child. Nevertheless, Jiangyu managed to deter Qihan and Liu Ji from their speculations. Yet, what of Zhu Xianxian, who was in the throes of adolescence and prone to daydreams? This girl devoured a plethora of magazines filled with all sorts of nonsense, from emotional journals to fan fiction and romance novels. 11111, not wishing to enter the restroom, opted to wait by the sink for Zhu Xianxian's return. Upon her exit, Zhu Xianxian caught a glimpse of 11111 in the mirror, exclaiming, "Why is it that, being girls, some are simply so exquisitely beautiful? You look like a doll." Her somewhat infatuated gaze left 11111 speechless. She raised her head to meet Zhu Xianxian's eyes in the mirror, asking, "What are you staring at? You've been looking for half the day." "I'm admiring your beauty," Zhu Xianxian replied without a moment's hesitation, leaving 11111 momentarily at a loss for words. However, she could now sense the genuine goodwill emanating from Zhu Xianxian, thus, though her expression remained neutral, she felt no aversion. Zhu Xianxian's praise was sincere, unlike the overtly purposeful compliments from certain boys. Zhu Xianxian, accustomed to 11111's silence, suddenly spoke up. 1111, what do you feel about Jiangyu?" Earlier, she noted a distinct atmosphere between the two. Previously, she hadn't thought much of it, but now, realizing that they didn't seem to be biological siblings, the ambience felt altogether different. 11111 was taken aback. Why was everyone asking about Jiangyu today? Her beautiful doe-like eyes, filled with curiosity, regarded Zhu Xianxian as she queried, "Why do you ask? Are you considering confessing to Jiangyu?" Not long ago, a girl from their class had secretly approached 11111 with a similar question, blushing as she asked 11111 to help arrange a meeting with Jiangyu. She had something to express to him. Although 11111 had never experienced first love, she could discern that the girl intended to confess. Consequently, she had firmly declined. Jiangyu could not possibly like another girl. Chapter 38. A flower blooms in the heart of 11111. Xian waved her hands in a flurry, exclaiming, I didn't. Don't make wild accusations. Jiangyu is simply not my type. After uttering those words, she suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Wait, has someone confessed to Jiangyu? No, 11111 replied, I merely declined to help her arrange a meeting with him. Hearing her denial slightly lifted 11111's spirits. Later, that girl approached Jiangyu herself, just as he was heading out to buy 11111 a pen. He casually remarked, I'm busy, if you have something to discuss, just talk to 11111. With that, he left. The girl stood momentarily stunned before shooting 11111 a fierce glare. 11111 was unfazed by the glare. She deemed it inconsequential. However, Jiangyu's words that day left her feeling quite elated. At that moment, Xian, having heard there also, which had nothing to do with 11111, lost interest in inquiring further about the identity of the person involved. Instead, she asked 11111. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, it's more than that, Jiangyu is different. She felt that a mere infatuation could not encapsulate her feelings for Jiangyu. Her emotions for him resembled the fervent devotion often depicted. It was profoundly genuine. For Jiangyu, she would risk it all, and thus, no one could ever take him away from her. Xian, taken aback by her earnest tone, found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and the two exited the restroom in a contemplative silence. 11111 had already gone off to buy Jiangyu a soda. Watching 11111's retreating figure, Xian hesitated, pondering, isn't this what liking someone truly means? Yet, it seemed as though Jiangyu genuinely regarded 1111 as a sister. She soon found herself lacking any further opportunity to discuss this with 11111. After their meal, they expressed a desire to visit the arcade. Wasn't this just a post-exam urge to revel? However, Jiangyu declined, primarily due to concerns for 11111's health, as she had yet to fully recuperate. With their absence, the other three lost interest as well, and they ultimately parted ways. It seemed that after the midterm examinations, everyone had relaxed considerably. On the bus home, there was only one vacant seat, which Jiangyu offered to 11111. He took hold of their backpacks, standing beside her. The bus was quite crowded, and as a result, Jiangyu found himself leaning against her seat. 11111 had always heeded Jiangyu's words, never having contemplated the nature of emotions at this age. Her sole focus was to fulfill the academic goals he had set for her, yet today, with two individuals bringing up her relationship with Jiangyu, she couldn't help but wonder if Leela's insinuation meant Jiangyu liked her too. She instinctively clutched her backpack tighter and stole a glance at Jiangyu, who was balancing one hand on the back of her chair and the other occupied with his phone. Gone were the days when he bore the chubby visage of childhood. The afternoon sun, perhaps a tad too glaring, cast shadows on his furrowed brow, accentuating his impatience as he slightly lowered his lashes. Jiangyu's appearance exuded an air of cleanliness and refinement. He was not conventionally handsome, yet there was an undeniable charm about him that suggested a gentle temperament, making him easy to approach. His looks bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Weimin, while 11111 felt a tinge of trepidation towards Jiang Weimin. Her affection for Jiangyu was unwavering. He was simply wonderful in every regard. Over the course of the year, he had grown rapidly, nearing 180 centimeters, and his lean frame made his school uniform appear somewhat loose. The subtle breeze from the air conditioning carried the refreshing scent of peppermint from him into 11111's nostrils. Despite the bus being crowded with myriad scents, 11111 could distinctly identify Jiangyu's fragrance. Her heart raced at the mere thought of him, encapsulated in the term liking. She mused that she should confess to Xian about her feelings for Jiangyu, although it felt like so much more than just simple affection. At this tender age, Jiangyu was perhaps the only ripple in the otherwise tranquil waters of her life. She relished this feeling, she cherished Jiangyu. Was this the kind of heart-fluttering affection they spoke of? It was as if, at that moment, when his gaze met hers, a flower blossomed deep within her heart. Many may find it difficult to comprehend the challenge of a flower blooming in a dark swamp. It was akin to the way Jiangyu had once entered her life, adorned with cotton candy and light, illuminating her path that seemed devoid of direction. No one could fathom how precious this was to 11111. Jiangyu playfully tapped her on the head, teasing, "What are you staring at? Are you tired?" Afterward, he pocketed his phone and glanced at the route. "We have 3 stops left, TSK, I should have known better than to take the bus." Although 111, liking Jiangyu was a source of immense joy for her, the realization of the nature of her feelings only heightened her happiness. 11111 was astute. Once she confirmed her sentiments, she swiftly set her sights on her goal. As for Jiangyu's feelings towards her, 11111 was uncertain, yet she sensed they did not quite match the depth of her own. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. As long as she remained unique in Jiangyu's eyes, no one could ever take him away from her. She would transform into the person he adored, and in turn, he would have no choice but to cherish her. After disembarking, Jiangyu took their backpacks from her arms, walking alongside her as they headed home. At that moment, Jiangyu's mind was occupied with thoughts on how to explain his desire to pursue art to his parents once the exam results were released. In his previous life, poor grades had made such aspirations seem reasonable, but now, with better results, it presented a conundrum. "Jiangyu." 11111 suddenly spoke up, "Did you see what Leela said today?" Jiangyu snapped back to attention, looking at her. "I did." "What is the matter? You're not interested in that guy, are you?" The thought made him frown, realizing that 11111's taste at this age was rather concerning. However, he couldn't help but notice that he and Leela seemed to belong to a similar type, both presenting a refined appearance. Recalling the inexplicable yet fervent affection Jiangyu had felt for himself in his past life, he became somewhat anxious. "You're still young, don't dwell on such matters." After all, she was just about to enter high school. What was the point of dating? Jiangyu deliberately ignored the strange sentiment brewing within him, though it was becoming increasingly difficult to dismiss. Noticing Jiangyu's agitation brought a flicker of happiness to 11111's heart, and she quickly denied, "I don't like him." Jiangyu breathed a sigh of relief, "Then why bring him up?" 11111 fixed him with a serious gaze, stating, "I just realized today that it seems like everyone perceives the nature of our relationship differently." She smiled sweetly and reiterated earnestly, "And I told him that Jiangyu is not the same. In my eyes, Jiangyu is unlike anyone else." As she earnestly expressed these words, her eyes sparkled with determination. Jiangyu gazed at her, feeling his heart race unnaturally. Chapter 39, Who, in their teenage years, ponders the burdens of raising children. Jiangyu found himself bewildered by the current state of these youngsters. Had they not just completed their midterm examinations, rather than the Gaokao? Why were Chihan and the others discussing such chaotic matters, and why did 11111 join in as well? A sense of agitation washed over him, primarily due to his own erratic heartbeat. He had never truly entertained the notion that his life with 11111 might diverge in different directions. From the very beginning, Jiangyu had simply wished to alter the narrative, to preserve his own life. Eventually, a flicker of heroism emerged within him, a desire to rescue 11111. At that moment, he clicked his tongue, reached out to tug lightly at her ponytail, and asked, "What are you thinking about? Are you not reminded of the promise you made to me?" With that, he stepped past 11111 and continued walking inside. 11111 maintained her characteristic good-natured demeanor, trailing behind him. "I remember, I will study diligently, so you need not worry, Jiangyu. Call me brother Jiang." Jiangyu's tone was somewhat stern. 11111 gazed at the silhouette of the youth before her, secretly stepping into. She had come to realize her feelings for Jiangyu, and he was no longer merely an elder brother in her heart. Perhaps she needed to explore online how one goes about liking someone, for she had never contemplated such emotions towards a boy. After all, Jiangyu had always emphasized that studies were of utmost importance. Once in her room, 11111 retrieved a notebook from her drawer, flipped to a fresh page, and wrote, "On this day, following the conclusion of the midterm examinations, I have uncovered a little secret. I harbor deep feelings for Jiangyu, feelings that transcend mere affection. I wish to possess him always, therefore, I must strive even harder to provide Jiangyu with the best of everything." In her world, love was a luxury. A child who had never been loved during their childhood finds it arduous to learn how to love. She had once been loved but also cast aside. The Jian family had taken her in. Yet, her gratitude was reserved solely for the family, particularly not for Jiangyu. Clutching the notebook, 11111's eyes sparkled, her delicate features blooming with color. If the old 11111 resembled a beautifully crafted doll, she had lacked a soul. Exquisite, yet somehow missing an essential element, but the current 11111 was different. She yearned to protect the rare flower blossoming within her heart. The summer following the midterm examination stretched on endlessly. Having just finished the exams, the usually discerning teacher Su seemed somewhat favorable towards Jiangyu, allowing him to enjoy a rather comfortable existence. Nevertheless, his mind remained troubled by the words exchanged between Qihan and 11111. Recently, he had even begun delving into adolescent psychology, not for himself, but for 11111. He now feared that 11111 might develop feelings for him beyond friendship. Do not inquire. He could still recall the madness of her previous life. Jiangyu sighed, reclining on the sofa as he observed 11111 in the kitchen, diligently slicing watermelon for him. Had he been too overbearing, making it a grave mistake to prevent her from mingling with boys who wished to court her? He reflected on his own adolescence. Truth be told, it was not that he pretended to be innocent. He had been somewhat chubby at that age, surrounded by few girls, spending most of his time gaming. The thought of romance had never crossed his mind, as he had little interaction with the opposite sex. Thus, his youth offered little in terms of reference. High school was even more intense. His academic performance had not been poor, yet he had immersed himself in the art studio daily. During that time, Jiangyu had indeed slimmed down. He had developed an appealing appearance and had even received confessions from girls. However, his mind was solely occupied with art. Teacher Su had warned him that pursuing the arts would hinder his chances of attending a prestigious university. The essence of Jiangyu's youth was devoid of early romance or profound experiences. He had been the child lamenting under the pursuit of his mother, utterly uninterested in such matters. At this moment, Jiangyu let out another sigh, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling. Who, in their teenage years, ruminates on the responsibilities of raising children? It was indeed him, Jiangyu. Suddenly, a lovely face entered his line of sight. 11111's visage captivated Jiangyu. He found her undeniably beautiful. At least, he had yet to encounter a girl more enchanting than she, yet he maintained an expressionless demeanor as he reached out to cover her small face, saying, "What are you doing? If you keep smiling like that, drool will start to trickle down." 11111 leaned back against his gentle touch, explaining, "I haven't even opened my mouth, I'm just eating watermelon." Jiangyu sat up. The scent of watermelon in summer seemed to alleviate his irritations. 11111 pushed the sliced watermelon toward him, opting not to eat any herself. Perhaps it was due to the herbal medicine she had taken, as her menstrual period had arrived. Only then did Jiangyu notice the pallor of her complexion and her hesitance to touch the watermelon, prompting him to frown. "Has your period started?" Earlier, he had simply called her to slice the watermelon without noticing her discomfort. 11111 nodded, yes. Jiangyu clicked his tongue. "Why didn't you say anything? You still went to help me slice watermelon, you silly girl." With that, he grumbled as he made his way into the kitchen. 11111 watched his retreating figure with a smile, knowing he was likely preparing ginger tea for her. In truth, she could have made it herself just now. However, she deliberately refrained. She enjoyed watching Jiangyu fuss over her. Though he grumbled, Jiangyu was far from the harsh persona he portrayed. His heart was tender. 11111 picked up the bowl of watermelon and stood beside him, feeding him slices. Jiangyu, while scolding her for her lack of caution, sliced the ginger. 11111 continued, "I don't add too much ginger as she disliked the taste." "What's the point of adding less? Put that bowl down." "The watermelon has just come out of the fridge. If you do this again, I'll spank you," Jiangyu said, casting her a glare. Even with his feigned severity, his gentle features rendered him far from intimidating. 11111's smile was sweet as she gazed at him, obediently responding, "I'll be more careful next time." Every time Jiangyu witnessed her in this manner, he felt as though he were striking a pillow. At this moment, he reached out to pinch her cheek but recalled that his hands were covered in ginger juice. 11111 despised that flavor, thus, he hesitated to lower his hand. Yet, 11111, unprompted, leaned forward, Placing her face in his palm, the ginger juice met her tender skin, but she appeared unfazed, blinking innocently at Jian-Yu. "Go ahead, I won't dodge." Jian-Yu felt her soft cheek against his palm. After all these years, her face had finally developed a hint of plumpness, marked by the subtle baby fat characteristic of adolescence. Her beautiful doe-like eyes gazed at Jian-Yu innocently, as if in discomfort, her small face nuzzling against his hand. The verification period has officially commenced. Lasting for 7 days, I implore the esteemed readers to ensure daily follow-up if time permits. For those unable to do so, feel free to mute and listen to the book. Just ensure you keep up with the latest chapters. Poor data may lead to the book's demise. QAQ Chapter 40. The gradual boiling of Jian-Yu. Jian-Yu remained confident, despite the circumstances. As she felt the slight movement of his Adam's apple, she averted her gaze, and without hesitation, he pinched her delicate face. The warmth radiating from his palm seemed to surpass that of her skin, leaving a faint imprint where he had touched her. Jian-Yu, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "You're the only one here causing me distraction, go wait outside." Upon finishing her sentence, he released her, instinctively rinsing his hand as if to wash away the lingering softness he had just felt. Yet, upon reaching the living room, she settled onto the sofa, facing the semi-open kitchen, where she could clearly see the person inside. After perusing numerous documents, she concluded that someone like Jian-Yu would not be easily hurried. With a touch of nostalgia, she grazed her cheek where he had pinched her. Even the once offensive scent of ginger, now tainted by his touch, seemed less bothersome. It was all right. She possessed ample patience, and she remained assured in her strategy of gradually winning over Jian-Yu. Due to the sudden onset of her menstrual period, 11111 was unable to join Chihan and the others for their planned escape room adventure. Suyin brought back high school textbooks for both 11111 and Jian-Yu, suggesting they could review them when they had the time. Having a teacher at home ensured that one's studies would never falter. However, with Su teacher preoccupied with grading papers, she had little time to attend to Jian-Yu. Yet 11111 found the time, approaching Jian-Yu daily with a book in hand, cautiously asking, "Brother, may I study with you?" Her demeanor suggested she had been wronged by him. Jian-Yu initially declined. 11111, seemingly dejected, merely echoed a soft "oh" before retreating. The following day, she returned with a different proposition. "Brother, shall we study together? I wish to be in the same class as you and attend the same school in the future." Her eyes were filled with a pitiable longing. Jian-Yu. After 2 lifetimes, Jian-Yu realized that his greatest flaw was his excessive softness, particularly towards 11111. Her quiet acceptance of his rejection and her sorrowful expression rendered his gaming endeavors utterly unappealing. By the 3rd day, Jian-Yu surrendered. When 11111 arrived, he had already laid out the textbooks. He was truly reliving his academic journey from elementary to high school. It was a trial. Although inwardly lamenting, Jian-Yu resolved to take his studies seriously. After all, once the results of the high school entrance examination were released, they could indulge in a trip to the seaside, as Su teacher had promised that if they performed well, they could even stay overnight. The allure was undeniably strong, prompting even a slacker like Jian-Yu to eagerly anticipate the results. However, he couldn't help but notice that Suyin and Jiang Weimin appeared to be harboring new troubles, their moods noticeably dim. His instincts told him something was amiss, but being of a young age, he understood that even if he inquired, he would likely receive no answers. Truth be told, 11111, the genuine child, might seem more reliable in their parents' eyes than he, the pretender. Time flew, and soon the results of the entrance examination were released. Unsurprisingly, 11111 secured the top spot. The school boasted numerous scholarships, covering tuition fees entirely, a significant boon for her. The notion that education could transform lives was indeed true, provided one excelled academically. Jian-Yu felt a pang of envy upon learning the scholarship amount, yet he was genuinely pleased for 11111. No one understood better than he how hard she had worked. In most matters, Jian-Yu found himself empathetic towards 11111, yet when it came to academics, he was resolute. He yearned to carve out more opportunities for her. With her current achievements, 11111 needed no assistance to secure a place in the best high school, complete with a scholarship. These accomplishments were her own source of confidence, enabling her to seize control of her destiny. If only 11111 had had the chance to participate in the entrance examination in her past life. Jian exhaled deeply, shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, for they only brought discomfort. It was evident that Su Yin was elated, especially since Jian had also performed commendably, albeit overshadowed by 1111's brilliance. Nevertheless, he had indeed exceeded expectations, which pleased Su Yin greatly. How fortuitous, your cohort will be moving to the new campus, which is quite expansive, Su Yin remarked cheerfully as she served the two. With such excellent results, do you have any gifts in mind? Do share your thoughts. This was directed at both of them. Su Yin first turned to 1111, who smiled and replied, Aunt Su, I have no particular desires, I am already thrilled with my results. Every time 1111 hurriedly declined, yet Su Yin paid no heed, her gaze eventually settled on the silent Jian. What about you, young master? Surely you have something you wish for. Usually, at this point, you would have voiced your desires. Her tone was playful, and Jiang Weimin chimed in jovially, Come on, little fish, speak up. If your mother won't buy it, I'll sneakily fulfill your wish. He received a reprimanding glance from Su Yin. Jian hesitated, wrestling with the thought of pursuing his passion for painting. He pondered whether to voice his desire now, especially since his mother had promised to grant him one request. However, he feared that doing so might disrupt the pleasant atmosphere. Yet, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Jian opened his mouth, still hesitating. Jian 1111 sensed something was amiss and tugged at his sleeve. With a sigh, Jian turned to Su Yin. Mom, would you agree to my request if it isn't too excessive? Theoretically, yes, Su Yin replied, noticing his seriousness. What is it? You're not planning to drop out of high school, are you? Her words were jestful, yet she raised an eyebrow at Jian. He responded, Not at all, I wish to pursue art and study painting. As soon as his word, Jiang Weimin looked at Jian in surprise, while Su Yin's previously cheerful expression shifted to one of seriousness. 1111, momentarily taken aback, processed the implications of Jian wanting to study painting. This meant he would attend an art class and would no longer be in the same class as her. Would she be able to paint? But she lacked the financial means. 1111's expression darkened, and she instinctively clutched the hem of Jian shirt. Jian, feeling somewhat helpless, had anticipated this reaction, yet having voiced his desire, he no longer hesitated. He reiterated, Mom and Dad, I want to study painting. Chapter 41 At least for now, we will always be together. As Jian had anticipated, the initially joyous atmosphere had cooled considerably. Su Yin gazed at Jian saying, Xiao, your grades are commendable, you do not need to pursue a career in the arts. She endeavored to calmly advise her son, not out of disdain for the arts, but because she believed that focusing more on academics could lead him to a reputable university, and studying the arts could be quite arduous. Moreover, they had not nurtured any artistic interests in Jian since childhood. It seemed rather absurd. Jiang Weimin chimed in, Indeed, Xiao, pursuing the arts is no easy task, it can be exhausting. 1111 remained silent, her expressions. Jian anticipated their response and patiently replied, I have already worked diligently in middle school, but as you can see, my grades are merely average. This is primarily due to 1111's persistent encouragement. With the increased workload in high school, I cannot always rely on her. She might even become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I cannot afford to waste more of her time. I do not feel it is a waste. I am capable. 1111 finally spoke, her grip on Jian shirt unwavering, while her other hand anxiously rubbed against her pants. She earnestly insisted, I truly can, you are not wasting my time. The time spent with Jian would never be a waste in her eyes. Jian understood how to navigate 1111's feelings, but with my current performance, I can at best get into a decent undergraduate program, while you aspire to attend a prestigious institution. If I pursue the arts and maintain my current grades, I might also gain admission to a notable school, right? This statement was directed at 1111, as well as Su Yin and Jiang Weimin. Upon hearing this, Su Yin's face revealed a hint of hesitation. Nevertheless, Jiang did not achieve a decisive victory. Su Yin and the others merely stated they would consider it. 1111 was also clearly contemplating the matter, remaining silent. However, for Jianyu, this was already a positive development. After all, there was no vehement opposition, and they were willing to deliberate. As long as he continued to express his thoughts, success was already halfway achieved, so how could he not feel elated? Yet, while he was filled with joy, there were others who were not. Jianyu was currently discussing plans with Qihan about a trip to the seaside. Qihan's uncle had several small apartments by the beach where they could stay. This was also why Suyin and the others were amenable to letting Jianyu and 11111 spend the night away. The 6 of them, 3 boys and 3 girls, had planned to go together, but there were no triple rooms available, only double rooms. Qihan suggested they could squeeze in together, otherwise, they would need to book for separate rooms, leaving 2 individuals alone, which felt rather awkward. Jianyu was indifferent. Do as you wish. You can ask in the group chat, I have no objections. Oh, actually, I've already asked everyone, only you and 11111 remain. If you have no objections, I doubt 11111 will either. I'll inform my uncle to reserve 2 larger rooms with Tartarmi. Jihan's voice was filled with excitement, especially since they had all been admitted to the same prestigious school. Qihan was somewhat on the edge, but that was acceptable, as long as they had been accepted. Liu Qi, having never been in the same class as them, lamented feeling isolated and wished that, at the very least, he could be in the same class as 11111. Jianyu found it rather peculiar. 11111 had a somewhat aloof demeanor towards friends, yet both Zhu Xianxian and Liu Qi were particularly fond of her. The young girl was quite popular. Jianyu speculated that perhaps it was because Zhu Xianxian and Liu Qi were enamored with her beauty. 11111 was exceptionally striking. Just as he was conversing with Qihan, a knock sounded at the door. Jianyu called out, "Come in," and then said to Qihan, "I'll discuss this with 11111 later. You should reiterate it in the group chat. It cannot solely be my decision, right? I am hanging up now." He then heard Qihan mutter, "Aren't you essentially the one making the decision regarding 11111? Claiming she shouldn't date anyone, even a fly buzzing around her had to be female." Jianyu rolled his eyes, observing 11111 enter with a discontented expression, and he could guess the reason for her mood. Therefore, he said to Qihan, "That's all, I'm hanging up." 11111 stood before him, waiting for him to end the call before speaking. "Jianyu, do you really want to study fine arts?" Jianyu pulled over a chair, the paper on the table adorned with several chibi characters. "Sit down and let us talk. Are you still feeling unwell? You don't look too good." "I'm fine now." The anger she had felt seemed to dissipate upon hearing Jianyu's concern. While she was somewhat vexed at her own ineffectiveness, facing Jianyu's countenance softened her demeanor. This had become her natural state around him. "Could you, perhaps, reconsider not pursuing the arts?" 11111 said, frowning as she took a seat at the chair Jianyu had pulled for her. "I can teach you. If you choose to study the arts, we won't be in the same class." When the prestigious school had informed her, she had made a request to be in the same class as Jianyu. But if he pursued the arts, that would no longer be possible. Jianyu sighed, speaking earnestly, "But 11111, some people have worked hard in their studies, and this is the result. I am one of those people, and I am self-aware. Besides, even if we are in different classes, we can still attend school together and return home together." Observing her discontent, Jianyu leaned. He did not miss the fleeting shadow that crossed her eyes. A pang of concern struck Jianyu's heart, prompting him to quickly add, "However, I will always be your brother. We will discuss future matters in due time. I have genuinely contemplated studying fine arts. You will support me, 1tu." He feigned a pitiful expression. "If you oppose it, no one at home will support me." 11111 regarded Jianyu, pursing her lips, and after a moment, she inquired, "Is studying fine arts expensive?" Jianyu pondered for a moment. "It's manageable." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he looked at 11111. "Don't worry about it. Your grades are excellent, and you are destined for top honors. Do not concern yourself with these matters, understood?" 11111 fell silent, her thoughts laid bare before him. In truth, she had looked into the costs associated with studying the arts, realizing it was beyond her means. She couldn't possibly ask Su Aunt and the others for money, which only exacerbated her frustration. Jianyu sighed. 11111, what are you thinking? Focus on your studies and don't overthink other matters. At least for now, we will always be together. Chapter 42, No one can dismantle this lifetime's 11111. 11111 was evidently not consoled by Jianyu's words. However, she did not confront him directly. Instead, for the following days, her demeanor was far from cheerful, and she seemed somewhat distracted in all her endeavors. The weather had been dismal, with relentless rain, causing their seaside excursion to be repeatedly postponed. 11111 attended her martial arts classes twice a week, with Jianyu typically accompanying her. After mastering swimming, Jianyu only went occasionally. When he had no other engagements, he would often linger in a nearby milk tea shop while waiting for 11111 to finish her class, indulging in games or sketching tattoo designs. In his previous life, Jianyu had traveled extensively to enrich his portfolio, even studying in various countries. The tattoo industry, while seemingly unrefined, was not one where he could easily showcase his skills. His tattoo studio was not the kind that offered designs for mere hundreds. Appointments had to be made 6 months in advance. The income he earned surpassed that of many conventional professions. Yet, despite this, his parents viewed his career as less than respectable, considering it not even on par with a library administrator earning 3,000 a month. Jianyu had no substantial regrets in his previous life, the most significant being his parents' disapproval of his chosen profession. It was understandable, given their backgrounds, one a doctor, the other a teacher. In their eyes, his career was indeed a deviation from the norm. Thus, upon his rebirth, Jianyu had no intention of relinquishing his passion or preferred vocation. He was never one for grand aspirations. It was exceedingly rare to find a profession that one could both enjoy and profit from. Jianyu saw no reason to abandon his path. After all, the most significant upheaval in this lifetime was likely the very person he considered the cause of his demise in his previous life. 11111, setting down his pen, Jianyu glanced across at the martial arts studio, only to be confused. What was he doing here? Jianyu sprang to his feet, momentarily doubting his own eyes due to the rain. To his astonishment, Wan Latian seemed to sense his gaze and approached, holding an umbrella. This time, Jianyu did not shy away. He watched as Wan Latian crossed the street and entered the shop. The young lady at the milk tea shop greeted him with a cheerful, welcome. However, her expression faltered. Jianyu offered a reassuring smile to the concerned young ladies around him before turning his focus back to Wan Latian, who sat down opposite him. Jian family's lad, waiting for 1111's class to finish. Wan Latian grinned at Jianyu, yet the expression bore no goodwill, as he referred to 1111 in an unexpectedly familiar manner. He typically used derogatory terms such as little vixen and money-wasting brat. Jianyu regarded him coolly, nodding without courtesy. How did you find this place? Oh, me, I followed you here. I've been tailing you for 2 days, Wan Latian grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth, making the admission all the more unsettling. A chill ran down Jianyu's spine. He had indeed failed to notice Wan Latian's presence for 2 consecutive days. What do you want from us? Didn't my mother speak to you before? Yes, she did, and the money was taken. But I've spent it all now. I heard my precious daughter has topped her class. The school must have rewarded her handsomely, right? Is it so unreasonable for her to share a bit of that with her father? Wan Latian's demeanor suggested he believed himself completely justified. Jianyu replied darkly, my parents have given you a substantial amount already, and the funds for 1111 and Chen Hui are meant for her education. Not pursuing education is hardly a concern. With her looks, she could still lead a comfortable life, Wan Latian dismissed nonchalantly, shamelessly grinning at Jianyu. How about this? You wouldn't want me to approach 11111, would you? So how about you hand over 10,000, and I'll leave her be. He appeared self-assured, adding, don't say I'm bullying a child, I know 11111's rewards are far beyond that. Jianyu realized that Wan Latian had come with a clear intent today. Even if he were to comply with the demand, this man would likely turn around and pursue 11111 regardless. Wan Latian's words were as empty as the wind. Jianyu clenched his pen tightly. If his parents and Chen Hui could not resolve this issue, then it was up to him. And one would destroy 11111 in this lifetime. Jianyu smiled. All right, but I don't have that much on me right now. Could you wait a few days? He feigned a troubled expression, emphasizing, but remember, if I give you the money, you promise not to approach 11111. Wan Datian, seemingly caught off guard by Jianyu's gullibility, paused momentarily. Then he smirked, realizing that this sheltered young master would indeed be easy to deceive. Of course, 1111 is also my child. I want her to do well. One uncle guarantees that once I have the money, I won't disturb her. Jianyu nodded, his expression grim. Fine, leave me your number, and I will contact you shortly. He slid a piece of paper across the table. Wan Latian wrote down a phone number and asked, don't you have a phone? I do, but it's broken. I plan to buy a new one and will sell the old to gather the funds, Jianyu replied, his tone becoming increasingly irritable. Now, you should leave. 11111 will be out of class soon. Seeing the prospect of money made Wan Latian more agreeable. He stood up but still issued a warning, I can only wait 5 days. All right, Jianyu thought 5 days would suffice. Soon, Wan Latian departed, umbrella in hand. Jianyu retrieved his phone from the adjacent seat, which had been recording the entire encounter. Initially intended to capture the sound of rain for inspiration while sketching, he had also inadvertently recorded this exchange. Extortion of a minor was indeed a criminal offense, but it still wasn't sufficient. Turning off the recording, Jianyu contemplated how to ensure Wan Latian faced consequences, preferably never to emerge again. The rain fell heavily outside, and in the midst of his thoughts, 11111 approached, asking, Jianyu, are you daydreaming? Her voice, usually cold, had softened towards him. Jianyu snapped back to reality, looking at her. You're done with class. He instinctively began tidying up the table. 11111 glanced down, her pupils narrowing sharply as she recognized the familiar handwriting and the phone number. Wan Latian, Chapter 43, Am I More Useful Than Good Boy? Jianyu swiftly tidied up the items. However, Jianyu handed her a cup of milk tea that had been pre-ordered and was now just pleasantly cool, saying, You needn't carry it, let us go home. 11111 explained, the teacher's wife is about to give birth, so class actually ended early today. I just engaged in a spar with some classmates, which delayed my exit. Jianyu chuckled, it seems your teacher has a joyous occasion at home. Did you win against your classmates? 11111 nodded, yes, I won. Then why do you not seem more elated? I shall not compete with you for the chicken leg tonight, he remarked, casting a glance at 11111. Teacher Su asked us to buy a roast chicken to take home. This conversation was quite ordinary. 11111 had grown accustomed. She watched as Jianyu opened the umbrella and turned to gesture for her to stand beneath it. Let us take the bus or the subway. Hailing a cab in this weather will likely result in a traffic jam. Then let us take the subway, 11111 replied, stepping under the umbrella, feeling him instinctively tilt it in her direction. Jianyu was always like this, tough on the outside yet soft-hearted, consistently looking out for her. Unfamiliar classmates often asked 11111, why do you listen to Jianyu so much? It seems like he bullies you, yet, in truth, Jianyu had always been her protector. The chubby boy from years past had grown taller and slimmer, now towering over 11111 by a good half a head, no longer needing her to hold the umbrella for him every time. The weather during typhoon season was rather bothersome. Jianyu, already irritable, shielded 11111 as they walked towards the subway station, calling out, move a bit closer, my bag is getting wet. 11111 took his bag and hugged it to her chest, saying, it won't get wet like this. This time, Jianyu did not object. He switched hands to hold the umbrella, drawing her a little closer, you'll end up getting wet yourself. As 11111 found herself nestled in his embrace, her previously tumultuous thoughts seemed to calm instantly. Jianyu, will you always protect me? Jianyu had grown accustomed to 11111's occasional insecurities, mistakenly believing she was still troubled by her decision to join the art class. Without a second thought, he replied, of course, even if we are in different classes in the future, we will still be in the same home. Do you remember the little gourd I gave you? Just call for me, and I will come protect you. He teased her as if soothing a child. I am certainly more useful than Gourd Boy. 11111 smiled, the gourd hanging from a red string around her neck, snug against her. At that moment, she earnestly declared, indeed, Jiangyu is a superhero. Thus, I cannot allow any filth to tarnish you. Upon arriving home, both found their clothes and pants inevitably soaked. They hurriedly changed into dry attire. After changing, Jiangyu remembered that his bag was still with 11111. When he emerged, he found it placed carefully on the living room sofa. Though they were drenched, the bag remained dry, a testament to 11111's careful protection. He took the bag into the bedroom, and just as he extracted the contents, he heard Teacher Su call, "Dinner is ready." Jiangyu responded and set down what he was holding before heading out. Naturally, he did not notice that the manuscript penned by Wan Daiqian had vanished. During dinner, Su Yin finally relented. "Xiaoyu, I have discussed it with your father. We can respect your interests, but you must accompany your mother to meet a teacher for an assessment. After all, pursuing art can be challenging without any innate talent." She sighed, as she would have preferred Jiangyu to focus on his studies. However, the words he had spoken that day lingered in her mind, a topic she later discussed with her husband. Throughout his schooling, Jiangyu's academic performance had never been particularly stellar. Despite both parents being academically gifted, their son seemed to lack the inherited talent. By middle school, the disparity became glaringly apparent. As Jiangyu had stated, were it not for 11111's persistent encouragement and tutoring, it was uncertain whether he would have secured a spot at the first high school. They could not always rely on 11111 to pull Jiangyu forward, even though they were aware she willingly did so, yet they could not act selfishly. Thus, the couple ultimately conceded. While they knew it was only a matter of time, hearing Su Yin's words still brought joy to Jiangyu. "All right, no problem, Mom. I promise not to embarrass you." Seeing her son still, she had often yearned to grow up quickly, believing that adulthood would liberate her from the fears of Wan Daiqian, yet she found herself reluctant to mature if it meant drifting further away from Jiangyu. 11111's mood did not go unnoticed by Jiangyu, who, that evening, took the initiative to bring the sweet soup prepared by Teacher Su and knocked on her door. In the living room, Jiang Weimin gestured to Su Yin. "Their bond has truly been strong since childhood." Su Yin smiled in agreement. "Isn't that how siblings are?" However, Jiang Weimin hesitated, ultimately lowering his voice to say, "They are not biological siblings. This relationship warrants caution. Moreover, if Xiaoyu pursues art, regarding Wan Daiqian, they could not afford to give much." Jiang Weimin could not articulate why, but despite 11111 having stayed with them for so long, he felt she was not as docile as she appeared. It was merely a gut feeling, and he recalled seeing the fierce glare 11111 had directed at Wan Daiqian. For such a young child to possess such a murderous gaze was unsettling. Although Wan Daiqian was hardly a person of merit, having a girl like her constantly around his son made him uneasy, yet, both his son and daughter-in-law were quite fond of 11111. Thus, Jiang Weimin kept his concerns to himself, especially since 11111 had indeed been well behaved over the years. Hearing her husband, Su Yin's smile faded slightly as she glanced at 11111's half-closed door. "Regarding Wan Daiqian, I will speak with Chen Hui. This situation cannot continue. Our household finances are dwindling. Occasional instances were manageable, but if they allowed Wan Daiqian to exploit them long-term, they simply could not afford it." Jiang Weimin nodded, frowning as he whispered, "If it comes to that, we might need to consider the method Xiaoyu suggested previously." Su Yin, who had been opposed to it before, fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let us wait and see." Chapter 44. The charming sight of 11111 calling him brother during their childhood was undeniably delightful. When Jiangyu entered with a bowl of sweet soup, he found 11111 engrossed in her studies, tackling what appeared to be first-year high school problems. He had visited her room numerous times and was quite familiar with it. He pulled out a chair and sat down, casually placing the sweet soup on the table. Drink the sweet soup. Studying requires breaks too. Why do you act like a robot? Aren't you tired? 11111 shook her head. I'm fine. This level of intensity is nothing. I've organized some key points for you to take home later. Jiangyu sighed. You really don't need to prepare those points for me. My mother mentioned that I'll be going for an assessment with that teacher the day after tomorrow. Don't you believe your brother can perform well? 11111 had always unconditionally trusted Jiangyu, yet at this moment, she remained silent, secretly wishing he would fail the exam. Such thoughts felt selfish, but it would mean Jiangyu could stay by her side longer. Ultimately, she whispered, you will definitely pass, I believe in you. She had occasionally noticed the drawings moreover, she had secretly collected many of his discarded sketches. However, she never anticipated that one day he might leave her because of his passion for art. The thought alone saddened her. Jiangyu found her sulking and insisting he would do well quite endearing. He reached out and took the pen from her hand. Wash your hands and come have some sweet soup with me. 11111 complied, rising to wash her hands. As she did, Jiangyu tidied her desk, which was cluttered with papers and books, a stark contrast to his own desk filled with models and puzzles. Her discipline made Jiangyu, an adult, feel somewhat inadequate. When 11111 returned, she noticed her desk had been organized, and her heart skipped a beat as she recalled the paper she had tucked into her math book, which Jiangyu might not see. What are you standing there for? Come on, it'll get cold. My mom said you shouldn't drink it cold, or I'll put it in the fridge. Jiangyu called her, wondering if his impact on her art studies had been so significant and lasting. Why did 11111 appear somewhat dazed? Isn't he at once Yossi? Jiangyu, not one to hide his feelings, after finishing the sweet soup, turned to the silent 11111. Are you hiding something from me? 11111 nearly sputtered out the last sip, her first reaction being whether Jiangyu had found out about her secret. She then choked on her drink. Cough, 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 Jiangyu exclaimed, quickly standing to pat her back. What is wrong with you? You're not a child anymore. The girl was quite slender, and Jiangyu felt her bony back beneath his hand as he watched her pale face turn a shade of pink from coughing. 11111 waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. I cough, cough, cough. In the midst of the commotion, Jiangyu forgot what he intended to ask. Su Yin, concerned, came in to check. What happened? Why are you coughing like that? It's nothing. Cough, 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 just cough, choked. 11111's eyes glistened with tears from coughing. Jiangyu sighed and reassured his mother, it's fine, Mom, she'll be okay soon. Eventually, Su Yin waited until 11111's coughing subsided before entering to collect their bowls. Take your time drinking. Did Jiangyu distract you while you were copying notes? Just ignore him. Jiangyu felt somewhat wronged, though it was indeed his conversation that had made her choke. He could only endure the unfairness. After Su Yin's admonitions, she left. Once 11111 calmed down, Jiangyu took her cup. Drink some water. He waited until she swallowed before speaking. Your reaction makes it seem like you're hiding something. The girl gazed at Jiangyu with her big, tear-filled eyes, her cheeks flushed. Jiangyu had known 11111 was beautiful since childhood. Whenever Su Laoshi took them out, no one ever remarked that she was unattractive. She was indeed as exquisite as a doll. Even Chi-Han, who was intimidated by her, admitted she was truly lovely. At that moment, Jiangyu was struck by her beauty, momentarily forgetting what he wanted to say. A singular thought crossed his mind, who made her cry. How infuriating. Then he recalled it might have been himself. He instinctively pressed his hand against 11111's face. Don't just stare at me with those big eyes and stay silent. 11111 felt a twinge of disappointment. Did he not like her at all? Why did it seem that every time she looked at Jiangyu, it felt different from how others did? She was gazing at him, yet he showed no reaction. Feeling increasingly frustrated, 11111 replied, I'm not hiding anything from you. I haven't concealed anything. As Jiangyu's hand cupped her face, her breath brushed against his palm. Suddenly feeling warm, he withdrew his hand, his heart racing, unaware of 11111's slightly flickering gaze as she spoke. You'd better be honest. If there's anything you need to tell me, You're just a child and probably can't figure it out, right? You're not exactly a child either, Irwan 1111 retorted defiantly. Jiangyu chuckled, thinking to himself that he was no longer a child, yet he teasingly said, "What kind of talk is that? I'm your brother." 1111 turned away, picking up the neatly organized notes he had prepared. Your notes. Children growing up are truly annoying. They were far cuter when they followed him around calling him a brother. He took the notes and playfully tapped her on the head. Such a brat. I am leaving now. As Jiangyu turned to leave, 1111 tugged at the hem of his shirt. He glanced back at her. What's wrong? Can we sleep together tonight? 1111 asked with her big, pleading eyes. Jiangyu, he pinched her nose. Are you out of your mind? My parents would kill me. Sleep by yourself. If you can't fall asleep, I'll send you some soothing music. Why would you have such a thing? 1111 asked curiously, her voice muffled due to her pinched nose. It was mainly because Jiangyu's sleep quality was akin to that of someone in a coma. He hardly needed any soothing music. Oh, Jiangyu replied. Jian mentioned he had insomnia for a while and listened to this. I'll get it for you. He released her nose, noticing it had turned red, making her look utterly adorable. Jiangyu smiled and added, don't you always have trouble sleeping? You need to rest well to grow. You haven't grown much this year. Be careful not to become a little shorty. As he spoke, he ruffled her hair and turned to leave. I'm off. Ruan 1111 watched his departing figure with a pout. She didn't need any soothing music, only by Jiangyu's side could she sleep soundly. Chapter 45, Once Yosi, wait for me to bring you something to eat. After Jiangyu returned, he sent the requested hypnotic music to 1111. He then organized the sketches he had drawn earlier that day. It was not long before he realized that the sketch bearing Wan Duqian's number was missing. Jiangyu diligently searched multiple times, confirming that it had indeed vanished. Could it have been misplaced in the haste of tidying up at the milk tea shop? Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he had memorized the phone number. The pressing concern now was to devise a means for Wan Duqian to remain incarcerated for several more years. Previously, he had been imprisoned for manslaughter, apparently due to excessive drinking. This time, Jiangyu could hardly allow him to commit another murder, could he? He recalled that in his past life, Wan Duqian had fallen into the clutches of addiction. However, there was a notable difference this time. Due to his previous incarceration, it seemed Wan Duqian had yet to encounter such vices. Even if he had, it had not escalated to the point of seeking drugs, as he had the financial means this time around. He could ask Chen Hui, his parents, and now he was contemplating requesting assistance from 1111. Wan Duqian had certainly become a man of many vices, with gambling among them. Jiangyu, feeling somewhat agitated, sketched a severed hand on the draft paper. Gambling appeared to be the most readily accessible vice. After all, compared to the other options, they seemed rather challenging for Jiangyu at present. At present, Jiangyu, aged 15 and 16, is not as well acquainted with individuals from various professions as he was in his previous life. While Jiangyu was contemplating how to ensnare Wan Duqian, 1111, on the other side of the wall, had already sent a message to him. Have you sought out Jiangyu? Is it money you desire, or something else? If you wish to contact me, do not approach him. 1111's expression was cold. Her intention was to eliminate future troubles once and for all. Why not inform Jiangyu and the others? It was because 1111 knew they would undoubtedly disapprove. However, dealing with someone like Wan Duqian required a certain ruthlessness, otherwise, he would not be easily shaken off. She gently rubbed the small gourd resting against her chest. Her guardian had protected her for so long, and now it was her turn to take action. Jiangyu had also prepared some funds, as he had always had a considerable amount of pocket money, and he had sold some of his artwork online. Being a minor, his commissions were not very high, but he had an account with several tens of thousands of followers, something Su Yin and the others were unaware of. The money he earned from selling his work was solely received through Alipay. Although he possessed a bank card, it was procured with Su Yin's assistance, and he occasionally checked the balance. This was primarily to prevent Jiangyu from frivolously spending. However, she could not monitor his Alipay account. Incidentally, the Alipay account was not registered under Jiang Yu's name but rather Jiang Weimin's, for minors are not allowed to receive transfers on their accounts, and there are expenditure limits. Jiang Yu felt quite distressed. Fortunately, Jiang Weimin did not use Alipay, however. Now it was somewhat cumbersome for Jiang Yu to withdraw the funds. He had originally planned to transfer them once he turned 18, but now it was proving useful. He prepared the money, fearing he might not have enough time and anticipating that Wan Thathian would press him for it. After all, he could not afford to let the accusation of extortion slip away. Gazing at his account balance of 15,000, he sighed, as he had initially intended to wait until 1/11/11's birthday to buy fireworks for her. Other little girls had them. 1/11/11 should have them too, so she wouldn't be easily deceived by the yellow-haired boy. The mindset of raising a daughter, indeed. This money was gone in an instant, causing him pain, but he reassured himself that it was for the purpose of dealing with Wan Thathian, and that money could always be earned again. With everything prepared, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. He diligently studied for the exam 2 days later. Although he was quite confident in his abilities, a hint of nervousness lingered. After all, one could not appear too seasoned, lest it become too conspicuous, and if he were to make a blunder on the day itself, it would be all the more embarrassing. He was merely an ordinary individual with a bit of talent. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Yu had been preparing for the exam, often stepping out. The reality was that he did not know many people in this life, making it rather troublesome to set anything up. Jiang Yu was somewhat preoccupied and thus failed to notice that 1/11/11 had been returning from grocery shopping an hour later than usual these past few days. On the day Jiang Yu was to take the exam with Su Yin, he felt his heart racing unusually fast, and his eyelids twitched. They had planned to meet in the morning. Su Yin would drop him off before heading back to school for a meeting. Just before leaving, Jiang Yu turned to 1/11/11 and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" This was rather peculiar. Usually, 1/11/11 would cling to him, coupled with his persistent eyelid twitching. Jiang Yu sensed something was off. 1/11/11 shook her head. "I'll wait for your return. Aunt Sue provided me with a set of problems, and I haven't finished a few yet." Su Yin patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, remarking, "Look at you, all grown up now. I can't even reach your head anymore. I can only pat your arms." Jiang Yu remained still, simply observing 1/11/11. 1/11/11's heart raced, fearing Jiang Yu might perceive something amiss, yet her facial expression remained unchanged, appearing obedient and docile. Finally, Jiang Yu exhaled, "All right, then wait for me at home. When I come back, I'll bring you something from that shop downstairs, some water buffalo milk or something. I hear it's delicious, so wait for me." Su Yin rolled her eyes. "Hurry up, Jiang Yu." Then she turned to 1/11/11 with a smile, saying, 11/11, "Aunt won't be home for lunch today. You two can eat together, just ask Jiang Yu to cook." Jiang Yu also rolled his eyes, sarcastically responding, "Don't worry, I won't let your daughter go hungry." The mother and son playfully bantered as they exited. 1/11/11 wore a smile as Jiang Yu glanced back at her while closing the door, saying, 1/11/11, wait for me to bring you something to eat. 1/11/11 replied, "Okay," as the door closed. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Yu couldn't help but glance back. Su Yin, busy replying to messages, cast a glance at him and asked, "What's troubling you today?" "I don't know, I just feel a bit unsettled," Jiang Yu sighed. Su Yin teased him, "Nervous, do you doubt your own abilities?" Jiang Yu immediately bristled, "That's impossible, I'm truly capable, just wait and see, Teacher Su. That's the spirit, this teacher can be quite strict, so don't let it bring you to tears." Jiang Yu did not expect the teacher to genuinely be as strict as rumored. Coincidentally, he recognized her. In his previous life, during the senior year sprint, he had attended Teacher Chi's art studio, which Su Yin had taken him to at the time. Although Teacher Chi was strict, her expertise was undeniable, albeit with a rather short temper. She spoke directly this time, Jiangyu was not the only one attending. There were 2 girls and 2 boys, making a total of 5. It was said that if one passed teacher Chi's assessment, they could gain early access to her art studio. Initially, Jiangyu had planned to conceal his skills, but now he was taking it rather seriously, thus, the time wasted was considerable. Inevitably, he faced criticism. Ultimately, out of the 5, only 2 remained, while the other 3 were reduced to tears. Fortunately, Jiangyu passed the assessment, albeit receiving some scolding in the process. However, it mattered little. He had grown accustomed to being criticized in his previous life. By the time he exited the art studio, it was already past 12. Jiangyu took out his phone to check for any messages from 11111, but found none. This felt amiss, and the unsettling sensation returned. Chapter 46, Call the police, summon an ambulance. Jiangyu extracted his phone and dialed 11111's number, only to be met with the disheartening electronic voice indicating that the line was disconnected. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He promptly hailed a taxi, reasoning that at this hour, the traffic would likely be manageable. Taking the subway would require cumbersome transfers. He also placed a call to his mother, Su Yin, who, given the midday break, answered swiftly. "What is the matter, son? Did you pass your assessment and come to boast?" Her tone suggested she was in good spirits, likely buoyed by a recent message from teacher Qi. However, Jiangyu was not in the mood for casual banter. He directly inquired, "Mom, has 11111 called you?" Su Yin responded with surprise, "No, why generally, 1111 wouldn't he call me if she knew I was busy?" The unease in Jiangyu's heart intensified, yet he hesitated to jump to conclusions. "It's nothing, I just couldn't reach her, perhaps her phone is dead." "You're on your way home now, aren't you? Just check when you get back. That girl is always immersed in her studies," Su Yin chuckled, dismissing the concern. 11111 was known for her unwavering focus when studying, often oblivious to her surroundings. Jiangyu merely nodded, placing a hand over his heart, yet 11111 had never before been unreachable. The persistent fluttering of his eyelid and the gnawing anxiety before leaving home haunted him. He wished not to dwell on these thoughts, but the circumstances made it exceedingly difficult. He kept the conversation with Su Yin brief before hanging up. The journey home was not far, a mere 20-minute drive. Jiangyu hurriedly ascended the elevator, practically jogging, while attempting to call again, only to be met with silence. Upon reaching the 15th floor and pushing open the door, he immediately sensed the absence of anyone in the house. It was too quiet. The realization that 11111 was not home tightened his chest with an inexplicable dread. He swiftly approached her room, opened the door, and confirmed his fears. She was indeed not there. However, a piece of paper lay on the desk, one Jiangyu recognized. As he approached, he discovered it bore 111's phone number. So it wasn't he lost, but rather picked up or taken by 11111. The image of 11111's seething hatred towards 111 flashed through his mind. He turned and dashed out, dialing 111's number, but it went unanswered. Sweat trickled down his brow as he shakily called Shihan, who lived just a 5-minute walk from their old neighborhood. "Shihan, please check our old house for me, building 9, 3rd floor. See if 11111 is there." Jiangyu heard Shihan's bewildered response. "What is going on? Just go check, please, I'm on my way." Perhaps the gravity in Jiangyu's voice compelled Shihan to comply without question. "Okay, I'm heading there now. If 11111 is in danger, help her." Jiangyu's voice trembled. "Her father has come out." A sound of something clattering to the ground came from Shihan's side, followed by his muted exclamation, "I'm on my way." The group of old classmates were well aware of the abuse 11111 suffered from her father. As children, they had been oblivious and even bullied her. Now that they were older and more aware, they understood the torment 11111 had endured. Shihan dashed out in his slippers. Jiangyu opted not to take a taxi, instead cycling straight to the old house. The route was a mere 10 minutes if he took the back roads. He pedaled vigorously, hoping to arrive faster, knowing that taking the main road would only prolong his journey. Those 10 minutes felt interminable, perhaps due to his rapid cycling or the growing anxiety in his chest. Tears stung his eyes as he recalled 11111's smiling face at the door that morning, waiting for him to return. He dared not contemplate what she might do upon discovering one that Ian had sought her out. As he approached, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The old neighborhood allowed bicycles to be ridden right up to the building, and he abandoned his bike at the base of the stairs. Ascending, he could hear the commotion from above. Are they fighting in there? Wang Feng's voice rang out. Goodness, this child is already grown and still resorting to violence. Does anyone have a tool? I need to get this door open, Qian's voice echoed. Wang Feng exclaimed, oh, you can't just barge in when a father is disciplining his daughter, right? Surely, we can't break down the door. Her curiosity was palpable. But what is your relationship with 1111? Jian Yu charged up the stairs, his eyes reddened. Qihan, anxiously shaking the doorknob while trying to call him, exclaimed, Yu this darn door won't budge. Wang Feng and several familiar aunties were gathered, watching the spectacle. From Wan Datian's room came the sporadic sounds of chaos along with his foul-mouthed tirades. The echoes resonated with some of Jian Yu's own memories. Without hesitation, Jian Yu shoved Qihan aside. In his sneakers, he was better equipped to kick the door. With 3 forceful strikes, the old wooden door began to yield. Wang Feng and the other women continued to chatter. Jiang, be careful. If you break it, Wan Datian might come after you for damages. Exactly, it's none of your business. But hasn't he 1111 always lived with the Jiang family? Still, she's not one of them. Jiang Yu paid them no mind, his focus solely on the door. Qian, concerned for Jiang Yu's safety, pulled him back. Let me handle this. Qian, tall and recently bulked up, hurled himself against the door. It finally gave way, and Jiang Yu dashed inside, only to be met with the sight of 1111, pale and blooded, clutching a cigarette ashtray. On the floor lay Wan Datian, clutching a blooded knife, attempting to rise. The forceful entrance startled both father and daughter into turning their gazes towards Jian Yu. Upon meeting his eyes, 1111's icy demeanor faltered for an instant, her grip on the blooded ashtray wavering. Wan Datian, undeterred, cursed vehemently, brandishing the knife as he lunged for 1111. Jian Yu's vision blurred with rage. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Wan Datian's back, using nearly all his strength, sending the man sprawling back to the floor. Call the police, summon an ambulance. Qian mustered the courage to restrain Wan Datian, his imposing figure pressing down on him, nearly choking the life out of him. Meanwhile, Wang Feng and the others outside shrieked in terror. Jian Yu approached the trembling 1111, her entire body quaking, whether from pain or the shock of his sudden arrival. Blood continued to seep from her wounds, each drop piercing Jian Yu's heart. It felt scalding, enough to make even a strong man shiver. Chapter 47, When I call for you, you come. You are mightier than the gourd boy. Wang Feng and the others, who were initially mere spectators, were now confronted with the stark reality of bloodshed, and a faint scream escaped someone's lips. At last, some individuals began to whip out their phones to call for help. Once Wan Datian regained his composure, he unleashed a torrent of curses, only to be silenced by a frustrated Qihan, who admonished, "Shut your mouth." Wan Datian howled in outrage, "Damn it, where did this little brat come from?" Jian Yu paid no heed to the cacophony around him. He slowly walked up to 1111, reaching for the blooded ashtray in her hand, his gaze lowered, his eyes rimmed with red. It's okay, he longed to embrace her as he had in their childhood, yet the sight of the blood that drenched her and the numerous knife wounds made it impossible. The very knife that Wan Datian had wielded moments ago had inflicted harm upon her. The most conspicuous wounds marred her neck. 1111 Jiang Yu's voice trembled with anger and fear. Yet, trembling all over, 1111 suddenly murmured softly, "Brother." She raised the hand that had been tightly clasped at her side, revealing the jade cord Jiang Yu had gifted her. The red string had snapped. She smiled and said, "It really works. When I called for you, you came. You are more formidable than the gourd boy." In that moment, Jian Yu's heart was filled with self-loathing, hating himself for not noticing when she had become involved with Wan Datian, despising himself for not turning back and asking more questions when he sensed something amiss that morning. He also resented not providing Wan Datian with money sooner. "Brother, hold me, I'm in a bit of pain." Her voice was soft as she reached out to Jian Yu, fearful that the blood staining her would taint him as well. However, soon she could think of nothing else, for 1111's face turned pale, and she collapsed. Jiang Yu swiftly embraced her. The girl felt light in his arms, yet she reeked of the heavy scent of blood. She can't be dead, can she? Did he kill her? There's so much blood. No way, can he really kill a child like this one? That Ian continued to curse, and upon seeing 11111 fall, he added, damn girl, it'd be best if she's dead. If she's not, I'll finish her off myself. The ambulance and police car arrived simultaneously, and chaos ensued. As Jiang Yu followed the medical personnel carrying the stretcher out, he noticed a surveillance camera mounted on the tall cabinet beside the television stand, which he had not seen before. Its direction was aimed precisely at where 1-Ian and 11111 had been. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Upon reaching the hospital, Jiang Yu was covered in blood, while 11111 was wheeled away for examination. Su Yin arrived, speaking on the phone. I don't care where you are. Now 11111 has been hospitalized due to 1-Ian's assault, and you, as her mother, can only provide money without any concern. Either you come here now, or I'll go to your husband's place to find you. The sternness and disappointment in her voice brought Jiang Yu back to reality. Qihan, still in his pajamas and slippers, stood up reflexively upon seeing Su Yin, calling, Teacher Su. Su Yin's complexion mirrored Jiang Yu's as she forced a smile. Qihan, thank you. She cast a glance toward the examination room, where internal organs were being scanned. How's 1111? Her ribs are fractured. The doctor says they might have punctured her organs, so they're examining her. Her leg is fractured, and she has a contusion on her head, along with multiple stab wounds. Jiang Yu's voice trembled as tears streamed down his face when he looked up at Su Yin. Mom, how much pain is she in? Su Yin's eyes instantly filled with tears. Beside them, Jian cursed, what a scoundrel, reflecting on how he had once bullied 11111 made him want to strike himself. Jian had been playing games at home when he received Jiang Yu's frantic call and rushed out. He now regretted not having practiced martial arts more diligently, otherwise he could have landed a few punches on 1-Ian. Just moments ago, after the medical personnel had placed 11111 on the stretcher, Jiang Yu had rushed over and thrown a few punches at 1-Ian, had it not been for Qihan and the police restraining him. The fury he displayed seemed as if he were out for 1-Ian's life. Su Yin approached and gently ruffled Jiang Yu's hair. It's all right, 1111 will be fine. Yet her hand trembled slightly. Fortunately, there was some good news. 11111 had only sustained a mild concussion from the head trauma, and although she had lost a significant amount of blood and required a transfusion, thankfully, no major arteries had been affected. She had suffered fractures, but her organs remained intact. However, the injuries were severe. She had received several stitches at the back of her head. 1-Ian was not in much better condition, with multiple fractures, though not as severe as 11111's. Since 11111 was a minor, the police took 1-Ian back to the station for questioning. They had also discovered the surveillance camera in 1-Ian's home and confiscated it, quickly clarifying the sequence of events. Furthermore, while providing their testimonies, Wang Feng and the others truthfully stated that 1-Ian had driven his wife away and had been abusing 11111 since childhood. It seemed he would have little opportunity to claim custody. These were words from Jiang Weimin, who had arrived later to handle matters with Su Yin since the hospital they were at was not the one where he worked. Jiang Yu waited anxiously in the hospital room for 11111 to awaken. Qihan had completed his statement and left. Finally, Chen Hui arrived, her expression grave, perhaps due to having lived comfortably in recent years. She still appeared youthful, but upon entering and glancing at 11111, she did not even touch her before beckoning Su Yin outside. Jiang Yu gazed at the four-drip, gently adjusting the blanket covering 11111, the little cord still resting by her pillow. Jiang Yu followed her outside. Upon reaching the stairwell, he overheard Chen Hui's voice. Sister Su, please help me once more. I can't manage this. My husband doesn't he know I have a child? In 2 or 3 years, she will be of age. 1-Ian will surely serve 2 or 3 years in prison, right? Are you out of your mind? 1111 nearly lost her life, and you still want her to be on the same household registration as 1-Ian. Moreover, this instance of domestic violence is severe. He likely won't have custody of 1111. If it weren't for you, I would have already added her to our household registration. Su Yin's voice was laden with agitation and disbelief. Chen Hui, why on earth do you want to avoid seeing 1111? Chen Hui fell silent for a moment before finally responding, her voice trembling. Sister Su, you are good people. If it truly doesn't work out, please place her in an orphanage. In a couple of years, she will be of age. I'll be honest with you, 1111 is Wan Latian's blood. They are the same at their core. Fear tinged Chen Hui's voice. She dared to take a knife to attack her father at 5. Su Yin fell silent, and Jian Yu, who stood outside the door, remained silent as well, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Why did she attack Wan Latian? Su Yin slowly inquired. Because, that day, Wan Latian hit me. She must have been scared and went to grab a knife, but she was only 5. Chen Hui's voice was filled with despair. I have always protected her, treated her like my very own eyeball, yet how could she be like Wan Latian? Because she wanted to protect you, Jian Yu snapped coldly, stepping into the stairwell to confront the visibly terrified Chen Hui. Su Yin looked at Chen Hui, her eyes filled with disappointment and disbelief. Is this why you abandoned her? That brave 5-year-old girl had taken up a knife, an object that could easily harm her. In her quest to protect her mother, what awaited her was abandonment. Jian Yu thought of 1111 lying in the hospital bed and then gazed at Chen Hui, who clearly feared 1111. He wondered, why must she endure all this? Chapter 48. Aside from them, she was left with no family thereafter. Chen Hui's emotions were in disarray, her face streaked with tears. I have no way out. I'm so afraid. Do you understand? I have been beaten and scolded, yet I never once thought of running away. Chen Hui's own upbringing had not been favorable. Her parents had passed away early, leaving her to live under the roof of others. This was already a dire situation, and she was not particularly intelligent. The only aspect in which she excelled was her striking beauty. Yet, for a girl like her, who possessed only beauty and nothing else, the suffering she endured was immense. It was no wonder that she had been deceived by a few words from Wan Latian, but at least in her deception, she could convince herself that she had a home. Furthermore, she had a daughter. Even if Wan Latian turned out to be worthless, she had never considered fleeing. She had her daughter to think of. How could she leave her beautiful, beloved daughter, who resembled a little princess? I just wanted her to grow up in a healthy family, with a mom and dad, not living under someone else's roof, to have her own home. I never thought of running away. Chen Hui's voice trembled, breaking down further. But I always believed she, like me, needed protection. No matter how much I suffered, I told her it was fine. Mommy doesn't hurt, Mommy loves you, and Daddy loves you too. You see, he never hits you. Jian Yu and Su Yin exchanged concerned glances, unable to suppress their frowns. Chen Hui's mindset was fundamentally flawed. She had the opportunity to leave with 1111 but chose to endure all this for the sake of a so-called healthy family. At this moment, her makeup was smeared, and she crouched down, clutching her head in despair. I told myself I could endure everything, but why? Why isn't she like me? The way she brandished the knife at that scoundrel, it was as if she wished for his death. But that is her father. Jian Yu opened his mouth to speak but was halted by Su Yin's subtle tug, shaking her head at him. Chen Hui seemed to have never expressed this to anyone. Her emotions were unraveling, her words jumbled, yet Jian Yu grasped her meaning. She was terrified by 1111's actions, believing that deep down, 1111 was merely Wan Dajian's offspring, unchangeable. As she grew, she feared she too would become like him, a thought she could not accept. Thus, she abandoned her child and fled. Jian Yu felt as though a damp cloth was smothering his heart, making it hard to breathe. Chen Hui continued to weep. I ran away, but I still send money to Wan Latian every year. I worked hard to support 1111's education. I did my best, Sujie, I truly did. I finally met my current husband, thinking I could finally have a good life, but then she came looking for me again. At that moment, I felt I could never escape her again. I was so scared. I have endured hardship for decades, and I am truly terrified. Suddenly, Chen Hui knelt before Su Yin and Jian Yu, bowing her head, her voice choked with emotion. I beg you, please, do not let my husband know about this. Both Su Yin and Jian Yu instinctively we are discussing matters here, this is unnecessary. Jian Yu took a deep breath, his voice heavy with gravity. Regardless, the guardianship of 1111 will ultimately fall to you. Do you wish to never see her again? Buy her a house and have her household registration moved separately. She is a minor, and you remain her legal guardian. You can manage this discreetly, even if it requires some effort. Or can't she just register at your home? Chen Hui asked, bewildered. She really likes you both. Jiang Yu regarded her with a cold expression. As long as you do not encounter any issues, her rightful guardian will be you. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yu was adamant about not allowing 1111's household registration to be under his roof. Moreover, 1111 had suffered too much. Why should they, as her parents, neglect their responsibilities? Since they did not want her, Jiang Yu would take care of her, striving to secure her a better future. For instance, this house would at least provide her with a home of her own. Jiang Yu had always known that although 1111 had lived with them for years, she had never considered their home as her own. The loneliness that resided within her was undeniable. Was Chen Hui pitiable? Indeed, she was, yet human hearts can be biased. Whenever Jiang Yu thought of that little 1111 fiercely protecting her mother with a knife, he could not help but feel a deep sense of sorrow when she later discovered that her mother no longer wanted her. How had such an intelligent child found herself in such desperate circumstances to seek out Chen Hui, and yet, Chen Hui had treated her like a venomous snake, avoiding her at all costs. In another life, had she never encountered herself, how would she have grown? Jiang Yu dared not dwell on such thoughts. Thus, he felt no sympathy for Chen Hui, only profound sorrow for the innocent, small 1111. Su Yin glanced at her son before turning back to Chen Hui. Do as Xiao Yu suggested. This way, 1111's household registration will be independent. In the future, we will take care of her, and you need not meet. Su Yin's tone carried a hint of fatigue. You have not seen each other much over the years. When 1111 awakens, let her meet you once. Looking at Chen Hui, Su Yin continued, that child is only 5, she simply wants to protect you, and she doesn't even understand what she has done wrong, because, in truth, she had done nothing wrong. Wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, Su Yin said, please, think this over carefully. If you still hold onto any semblance of motherhood, allow Wan to remain imprisoned for a while longer. We will take legal action against him. This was Jiang Yu's counsel to Su Yin and Jiang Weimin. Since 1111 had used her own suffering as a catalyst, Jiang Yu intended to let this fire burn bright. Wan Latian was better off rotting away in prison. Chen Hui's complexion darkened, and after a moment, she said, I have previous medical reports. I know what to do, but I cannot reveal my identity. I have a husband and child now, yet 1111 is also your child. A bitterness spread from Jiang Yu's heart, coursing through his veins until it reached his throat, making him feel nauseous. Chen Hui departed swiftly, claiming her son awaited her at home. Jiang Yu returned to the single patient room and rushed into the bathroom, where he promptly retched. Su Yin followed him in, gently rubbing his back. The young man's frame was still slender, yet he bore the weight of responsibility. Su Yin's eyes were also red, tears occasionally spilling down her cheeks. It's all right, Xiao Yu. 1111 will have us from now on. Jiang Yu's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, the suffocating sensation in his chest lingering. His voice trembled, Mom, it hurts here. He pointed to his heart. Su Yin whispered, Mom knows, Xiao Yu, Mommy hurts too. Her heart ached for the obedient, understanding, and brave little girl, now lying wounded upon that pale hospital bed. Aside from them, she was left with no family thereafter. The rabbit kneels in supplication, defensive version. In truth, I hesitated for quite some time before deciding whether it should be Xiao Yu or Xiao Shi who took action in this matter. Ultimately, I chose Xiao Shi, as it aligns with their respective character traits. To put it plainly, Xiao Yu seeks to ensure absolute safety. Being an adult, he considers multiple factors, desiring a decisive blow while also protecting those around him. After all, he had not anticipated that his parents and Chen Hui would be incapable of dealing with Wan Latian. However, in this lifetime, he is still too young and has limited connections, which requires time to arrange. Otherwise, in a moment of impulse, any action taken might leave traces. It's not 100% safe. We live in a society governed by law. On the other hand, Xiao Shi has already begun to become somewhat darkened. She could not allow Wan Latian to approach Xiao Yu, as that is her bottom line. Therefore, she would do anything to drive him away, even risking everything. Being still young, she acts impulsively, feeling that her own life is worthless, and thus she exhibits reckless bravery. Moreover, her plans have been impressively orchestrated. At a glance, there should be no suspicious traces. Furthermore, Wan Datian would completely lose his guardianship, eliminating future threats and forcing Chen Hui to confront the situation. This is the most rational approach to dealing with Wan Datian, provided that neither of them breaks the law. After all, he won't be getting out anytime soon. Kneeling in supplication. JPG, from now on, may our Xiao Yu and Xiao Shi remain safe and sound. Feel free to criticize, but please refrain from using harsh language. It's best to direct your ire at Wan Datian and not at me. QAQ Chapter 49, 11111. I will not abandon you. I promised you. 11111 resided in a single patient room, funded, of course, by Chen Huahua's money. Jiang Yu had calmed himself for quite some time, yet a tightness gripped his heart, causing him discomfort. However, to the outside observer, he appeared significantly better. Su Yin and Jiang Weimin were indeed quite busy, seeking legal counsel, visiting the police station, while also managing their own work commitments. Although 11111 bore numerous injuries, none were life-threatening. After repeatedly assuring her that he could care for her, Su Yin set about contacting a lawyer, while Jiang Weimin headed to the police station. Jiang Yu also forwarded the audio recording of Wan Datian's extortion attempt to Su Yin. It was evident that they were mother and son. Su Yin had recorded her encounter with Wan Datian as well, during which he had demanded 30,000 yuan from her. Moreover, in the recording, one could discern him persistently asking Chen Hui for money. Chen Hui's current husband came from a wealthy family engaged in business and treated her well. It was estimated that Chen Hui had transferred over 200,000 yuan to Wan Datian over time. Jiang Yu perceived Chen Hui as a deeply conflicted individual. She feared 11111 yet continued to fund her education and daily needs. Prior to her marriage, she had endured a harsh life and had even given money to Wan Datian, pleading with him to allow their child to attend school. Yet, paradoxically, she was unwilling to meet 11111, instilled with dread at the mere mention of her name. Su Yin remarked, "She is also a person of misfortune. Her decades have been fraught with suffering. She probably wishes 1111 would not follow in her footsteps, yet she is terrified, afraid that 1111 might turn out to be another Wan Datian. Thus, her entangled fear prevented her from letting go." It was hard to harbor resentment towards someone like her, yet Jiang Yu found it equally challenging to empathize, for his heart ached solely for 11111. He watched her as she received for fluids, her hand swollen and red, the veins obscured, a dark mass. Her wrist was bandaged, having sustained a knife wound. Fortunately, the tendons had not been severed, otherwise, she would have been unable to hold a pen with her right hand. Jiang Yu gently grasped her somewhat cold hand, and he felt it stir within his palm. Startled, he looked up to see her long eyelashes fluttering. Her face bore few injuries, at least in comparison to the multitude on her body. Only her forehead and the corner of her mouth were bruised and swollen. When 11111 opened her eyes, confusion clouded her gaze as she stared blankly at the fluorescent light on the ceiling. Her mind raced with thoughts, ultimately recalling Jiang Yu's presence. The mere mention of his name caused her body to involuntarily twitch, and she then felt someone holding her hand. The warmth of his grasp, imbued with youthful vitality, seeped into her chilled body. "Do not move," Jiang Yu instructed, rising to press the call button, requesting the doctor and nurses to check on her. He gazed at 11111's face, his emotions a tumultuous mix of concern and anger, a sentiment akin to that of a parent whose child had disregarded warnings and found themselves in peril. His eyes were reddened as he continued to observe her. Initially, his heart had ached for her, but upon witnessing her awaken, a fire of frustration ignited within him. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he inquired, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" At that moment, a nurse entered, carrying a new bag. "Oh. You reawake, is there any discomfort?" 11111 wished to shake her head, but the slightest movement sent pain radiating from her head. Jiang Yu quickly placed a gentle hand on her forehead. "Do not move around. You are covered in injuries." The four also administered pain relief, or else she would have been in excruciating agony upon regaining consciousness. 11111 uttered a soft acknowledgement, but when she spoke, her voice sounded hoarse. Yet, she was acutely aware of Jiang Yu's emotions, sensing his simmering anger, and dared not disregard his words. Straining to suppress her discomfort, she replied, "I feel fine." Beside her, Jiang Yu was incredulous, staring at the myriad of injuries adorning her body. "This hardly qualifies as feeling fine." He glared at One. Be honest. The nurse chuckled. You're quite the tough one. Your brother has cried several times already. Please, if you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to say so. However, the pain medication was administered not long ago, so we cannot provide more just yet. Upon hearing that Jiangyu had cried, 11111 surreptitiously glanced at his face, confirming the redness around his eyes. Jiangyu. No, nurse, you need not disclose everything. This only served to embarrass him further. Jiangyu rubbed his nose, averted his gaze from 11111, and instead inquired whether the nurse should summon a doctor for further examination. The nurse patiently explained the situation, and after finally setting up the 4, she exited, reminding, press the button if you need anything. If the pain becomes unbearable, you can also call us. We can assist with pain relief when the time is right. It was common knowledge among the hospital staff that 11111 had been admitted due to domestic abuse. Seeing such a young, beautiful girl in distress elicited sympathy. Thus, the nurse exhibited exceptional patience. Once the nurse departed, Jiangyu poured her a glass of water, moistened her lips with a cotton swab, and offered her a straw. You can drink now. 11111 initially intended to assert that she could sit up by herself, but Jiangyu coldly interjected, you've broken several bones. You should remain in bed for now. 11111's hands trembled nervously, as she sensed Jiangyu's anger, perhaps even a profound rage, his tone colder than she had ever encountered. After sipping a few mouthfuls of water, she spoke. That has surveillance cameras. My computer should have footage. The police have already retrieved it, and we have statements from the neighbors as well. My parents are seeking legal counsel. Rest assured, your household registration is now completely separated from him. Jiangyu seemed to anticipate her words, cutting her off before she could finish. He raised his gaze to scrutinize her. Are you satisfied now, 11111? 11111's hand anxiously grasped Jiangyu's wrist. Brother, she even contemplated disregarding her injuries to rise. I can explain. Silence. Lie still. Jiangyu's voice was urgent, his eyes wide as he looked at her. Do you truly not feel any pain? 11111 dared not move, lying rigidly on the bed. I actually feel all right, she whispered. I broke bones when I was younger. I just don't want to entangle you, especially you. A pleading look filled 11111's eyes as she gazed at Jiangyu. Brother, I am aware of my limits. I will not harm him, nor will I allow him to harm me. Please, do not abandon me. Despite her injured hand lacking strength, she grasped Jiangyu's hand tightly, trembling. Jiangyu's expression darkened. He recognized he should not be angry. At least not at this moment. He inhaled deeply, gently releasing her hand before leaning down to embrace her. 11111, I will not abandon you. I promised you, but right now, I am truly very angry. So, it would be best if you listened to me. Chapter 50. Indeed, shortly after midnight, a frail little mouse stealthily crept in through the door. Jiangyu possessed a remarkably placid temperament, rarely succumbing to anger. However, this also implied that when he did become upset, it was exceedingly difficult to appease him. On that particular night, Su Yin was absent, leaving Jiangyu to keep vigil by the bedside. Fortunately, the room was a single-occupancy one, with an adjacent bed available for the caregiver to rest. Yet, throughout the night, Jiangyu found no respite, for 11111 bore numerous wounds that became unbearable in the latter half of the night. She was particularly resilient, a fact Jiangyu himself discovered when he summoned a nurse to administer a pain-relieving for, as she remained utterly silent despite her torment. This only fueled his ire, or perhaps it was not merely anger, but a complex mix of concern and frustration, a tumultuous feeling within. Thus, when Su Yin arrived the next day, she beheld the injured 11111 delicately comforting Jiangyu. Su Yin, with a tinge of exasperation, patted her unfortunate son. 1111 is injured and yet still tends to you. Where does it hurt, 1111? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, for 11111 had been a cherished presence over the years, her gradual recovery a source of joy. However, seeing her now, lying on the bed, evoked memories of the shattered girl Su Yin had once rescued. She reassured 11111, the police are on their way to review the surveillance footage. That Yin will surely face justice. Are you in pain, dear? He truly is a despicable man. At that juncture, Jiangyu interjected, Mom, do you have the footage? I wish to see it. Su Yin replied, Yes, I will send it to you shortly. Rwan Thatien is truly insufferable. Rwan 1111's complexion paled further. Perhaps it will be best not to watch. It's quite distressing. Her voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes pleading with Jiangyu. She understood that witnessing the footage would only incite his anger further. Ignoring her protests, Jiangyu insisted that Suyin send the video. Suyin, not overthinking it, remarked, 1111 needn't fear. Let him see, it's only right. He has been utterly disgraceful, and you endure such suffering yet continue to comfort him. She sent the video to Jiangyu, adding, once you see it, you'll understand just how outrageous he has been. Take good care of 1111, all right. As he watched, Jiangyu's eyes began to redden. The individual in the video was all too familiar to him, and he recognized that from the outset. 1111 had intentionally provoked Rwan Thatien with her words and actions. Initially, she refrained from retaliating as he struck her, yet her taunts never ceased. The footage revealed a girl desperately shielding her head from the blows of a drunken man, who unleashed a torrent of abuse upon her. She refrained from fighting back until Rwan Thatien brandished a knife, hurling vile insults at her. Wretched girl, daring to threaten your father with a knife at the age of 5. Today, I shall end your life, and then I'll go after that Jiang brat too. Do you fancy him? Your gaze mirrors that of your foolish mother when she looked at me. Only then did Rwan 1111 begin to fight back. Despite her years of training in martial arts, she could have evaded his strikes, yet she allowed Rwan Thatien to inflict several wounds before finally seizing a cigarette ashtray to defend herself. It was only moments before Jiangyu and the others broke down the door that she had aimed the ashtray at Rwan Thatien's head, retreating only when the door swung open. After viewing the footage, Jiangyu cast a glance at the pale-faced Rwan 1111 in the bed, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, though his eyes remained cold. He turned to Suyin. Mom, I'm going to rest for a bit. Observing his troubled expression, Suyin felt a pang of sympathy for her son. You should go, I'll stay here. 1111. It was only upon exiting the hospital that uncontrollable tremors coursed through his body. The phone rang incessantly until he finally answered. The boss, the fish has escaped. He didn't come today. Their hooks have been out for 3 days. It's time for a catch. The voice on the other end was rather languid. Jiangyu suddenly snapped back to reality. It's nothing. I probably won't be able to go anymore. The person on the other end paused. It's nothing. Consider the money a treat for the brothers. You have all worked hard lately. Jiangyu clenched his phone tightly. The other party, relieved to hear they didn't need to refund the money, replied, thank you, boss, reach out to us if you need help again. Once the call ended, Jiangyu exhaled deeply. There were only a couple of days left. 1111 had concealed her suffering too well, and he had been too preoccupied to notice her distress. He gazed at the blue sky and white clouds. The weather was splendid, yet his heart felt heavy with gloom. It had taken him time to gather people and persuade them to fund the scheme, and now, with just 1 day remaining, today was supposed to be the day he sent Rwan Thatien to prison. Jiangyu shut his eyes tightly. His life had always been smooth sailing, yet, for the first time in undertaking such a venture, he found himself thwarted by Rwan 1111's unwillingness to be ruthless. Nevertheless, his intentions were solely to shield her from harm, to protect her well-being, and yet she continuously placed herself in jeopardy. Jiangyu found himself grappling with his emotions, loathing his own hesitation while resenting her for neglecting her own well-being. Ultimately, he came to a profound realization: if one is not sufficiently strong, one can never hope to protect those they wish to defend. In the past, Jiangyu lived with ease, surrounded by individuals who thrived, requiring only his own happiness. Yet now, he recognized he had someone he wished to protect indefinitely. It seemed that only by becoming powerful enough could he safeguard her, for Rwan 1111 was genuinely reckless with her life. And what she so carelessly discarded was precisely what Jiangyu was desperately trying to shield. In the days that followed, until Rwan 1111 was discharged from the hospital, Jiangyu refrained from scolding her, yet he also did not engage in much conversation. Each day, he visited her room, attending to her meals and checkups, but he never uttered an unnecessary word to Rwan 1111. She transitioned from apologizing to a profound silence. Rwan Thatien was apprehended, as the police uncovered incriminating evidence in his home. The case had grown quite complicated. On the day Rwan 1111 returned home, the weather was delightful, and the new school term was fast approaching. Chen Hui had visited once, engaging in a private conversation with 111. 11111 merely stated that she would be on her own from now on, and Su Yin and the others did not pry further. On the day of 11111's return home, Su Yin and Jiang Weimin had set aside time to accompany her. Upon arriving home, Su Yin, in an unusual display of superstition, retrieved a fire pit and some pomelo leaf water, chanting, "May our 1111 always be safe and sound." 11111's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cautiously glanced at Jiang Yu, whose face finally bore a hint of a smile. "Brother, could you help me over there?" Jiang Yu met her gaze and, seeing her tentative expression, extended a hand. She grasped it tightly. A noticeable scar marred her wrist, prompting Jiang Yu to avert his gaze, inhaling deeply. Finally, Su Yin beckoned. 11111, "You're not fully recovered yet, you need to rest. Xiao Yu will help you back to your room. By the way, in a few days, you'll have military training for high school, you won't be attending." 1111. 11111 frowned. "I want to go." She wished to experience military training alongside Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced at her gaunt frame and pallid face. "What purpose would it serve for you to go in this condition?" 11111 lowered her gaze, apologizing softly. I won't be a burden." During this time, her conversations with Jiang Yu were laced with caution, and his growing irritation surfaced. "If you don't want to be a burden, then stay home." Upon hearing the impatience in his tone, 11111 fell silent. At that moment, Jiang Weimin interjected, "Actually, it would be beneficial for 1111 to experience the military training atmosphere." She could explain her situation to the teachers. During the training, she wouldn't have to participate, but she might still need to write some. "Otherwise, I won't see you for 7 days if I stay in the dorm." Their military training lasted 7 days and required them to stay in the dormitory. Jiang Yu, confronted with her pitiful expression, finally exhaled, "Do as you wish, just head back to your room, if you can write reflections." He then turned to return to his own room. 11111 wished to follow, but Jiang Weimin was watching, so she merely said, "Uncle, I'm heading back to my room." Jiang Weimin reminded her, "Rest well, dinner will be ready shortly, your aunt has prepared your favorite dishes." 11111 nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yu understood 11111 well, so that night, he stayed awake, waiting in his room. As anticipated, shortly after midnight, a frail little mouse crept in through the door. 11111 cautiously closed Jiang Yu's door, only to see the desk lamp flicker to life. Jiang Yu, who should have been asleep, was seated at the desk, watching her intently. In that moment, 11111 felt her entire body stiffen. Chapter 51, Brother, don't ignore me. Jiang Yu sat in the chair before the table, gently turning towards her. "Good evening." His voice betrayed no emotion. 11111 felt a shiver run down her frail back as it pressed against the door, gazing at Jiang Yu, who appeared unusually gentle under the warm glow of the desk lamp, and she inexplicably felt a surge of fear. It is worth noting that 11111 had always regarded Jiang Yu as a soft touch, tough on the outside but tender within. Though he would occasionally raise his voice, she would play along, showing a shade of fear. Yet, in truth, she had never truly feared him. However, at that moment, a genuine trepidation enveloped her. She called out softly, "Brother." Observing her cautious demeanor, Jiang Yu felt a tumult of emotions, both anger and heartache. He had indeed felt concern during her hospitalization, but the anger was palpable. Had she truly been defying the principles he had instilled in her over the years, today, she had dared to gamble her life for 1 schemes. Would she tomorrow dare to disregard her own life entirely? This thought pierced Jiang Yu's heart, a suffocating feeling that made him reluctant to forgive 11111 so easily. Yet, seeing her timid and fearful gaze, he could not help but soften. "What are you doing awake at this hour? And how did you get in?" Jiang Yu remained seated, observing her from his chair. They were separated by a distance, one sitting and the other standing. 11111's mind raced with excuses, yet as she met Jiang Yu's penetrating gaze, words eluded her. It was the dead of night. What excuse could she possibly muster for sneaking in? Jiang Yu was far too astute to be deceived by any excuse. "I'm sorry," 11111 began, hoping that her apology would dissuade Jiang Yu from scolding her. "Come here," he sighed, extending his hand upon seeing her lost for words. After witnessing her cautious attempts to please him over the past days, how could he not feel a pang of compassion? 11111 glanced at him, sensing a shift in his demeanor, and cautiously approached, finally standing before him. Jianyu raised his eyes to meet hers. The scars on his face were now barely visible, and the wound at the back of his head was concealed beneath his hair. He opened his arms, asking, "Do you want a hug?" 11111's eyes instantly welled with tears, the grievances of recent times threatening to overflow. Without hesitation, she bent down and embraced Jianyu. His heart softened, and with a gentle pull, she found herself seated on his lap. She was always like this, a prickly little hedgehog, yet when Jianyu drew near, she unreservedly exposed her soft underbelly. In the stillness of the late-night bedroom, they embraced quietly, the only illumination emanating from the desk lamp. At that hour, even the air seemed to move languidly, cradled in Jianyu's arms. 11111 noted how slender he had become. He had transformed from a chubby child into a tall, lean young man, his frame now composed of bones, yet he still managed to provide her with a sense of security. "I'm sorry," Jianyu's voice was low, laced with a quiver. 11111 started, attempting to lift her head, but he gently pressed it down. "I'm sorry, I promised that if you called me, I would come, yet I failed you." Clutching the jade gourd he had gifted her, 11111 reflected on how many times she had silently called for him. She was engulfed in fear and helplessness. Jianyu could hardly bear to imagine it. Rather than being angry at her, he was angry with himself. He had sensed something amiss before leaving. Why had he not pressed her for more information? He should have acted when 111 threatened her, merely ensuring her safety. She could not be confined for long, at least she was inside. Jianyu had never anticipated that 11111 would resort to such desperate measures. Over the years, she had been so compliant that he had almost forgotten she was capable of such independent thought. She had always been herself, just obedient in his presence. "Brother," 11111's tears damp. "You needn't apologize. I am free now, and so are you. He will never dare come back. Perhaps he won't even be able to." Her voice trembled as she voiced for the first time the reasons behind her actions. "I cannot allow him to threaten you. I am terrified. I fear that one day Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang will see me as a burden. I dread the thought of no longer being able to stay by your side." The world had offered her too few benevolent souls. She could not afford to lose any more, especially Jianyu. This was Jianyu, her Jianyu. If 111 were to confront her directly, perhaps she could endure it, but he had no right to involve Jianyu. How dare he? "I know what I'm doing, brother. I won't let him harm me. We still have to go to school together." 11111 buried her beautiful face in Jianyu's shoulder. "I can't bear the thought of dying now." The boy seated in the chair gently embraced the girl straddling his lap, cautious. Although 11111 had comforted everyone during this ordeal, insisting that she was fine and could endure her injuries, Jianyu felt her pain deeply. Witnessing her suffering, he was consumed by anguish. The girl he had nurtured for so many years now lay blooded before him. This became a new nightmare for Jianyu, merging with the haunting memories of their previous lives, both soaked in blood. His restful nights were shattered, for since the incident, he had been plagued by insomnia, dreaming only of her blooded state. 11111, I need you to promise me that such things will never happen again. No matter what happens in the future, you must protect yourself, Jianyu implored, without a moment's hesitation. 11111 replied, okay, I promise. I do not believe such a promise. Swear it. If you break your word, you shall be punished by never seeing me again, or I shall experience every one of your wounds myself. Jianyu's voice was soft yet succeeded in rendering 11111's body rigid with fear. He loosened his embrace and gently pushed her away, meeting her bewildered eyes. Jianyu managed a faint smile. 11111, I used to indulge you, thinking you were still young, but now I realize your thoughts have grown far too mature. Swear it. Jianyu had always been aware that despite 11111's efforts to integrate into the group, she remained different from her peers, and he could see that she was not like everyone else. However, he had never mentioned it nor interfered, believing that as long as she was herself, it was enough. Her happiness was paramount. As long as she was joyful, it mattered not how she presented herself. But now, things were different. Jianyu could no longer turn a blind eye. Brother, do not call me brother anymore. Today, it is useless whether I am your brother or a hen. Jianyu interrupted her spell, knowing he would soften every time, so he chose to ignore it. He countered, Or do you wish for me to stop caring? Yes, brother, please do not ignore me. In the first chapter, if you are struggling with the plot, perhaps you should revisit it. The male protagonist is an ordinary individual in a society governed by the rule of law. The storyline involves elements of conflict. As is customary in daily narratives, it is unrealistic to expect a typical person to exhibit the same ruthlessness as she. Despite the heavy burdens, they still face criticism, which is truly bewildering. Please refrain from questioning the significance of the male protagonist and his family. The mere fact that they have raised one she to this point, preventing her from completely succumbing to darkness and allowing her to grow healthily with her values intact, speaks to their greater virtue compared to many others. After all, Jiangyu was ultimately betrayed by Shi in his past life. Is it reasonable to condemn characters from a godlike perspective while lacking such a viewpoint in the narrative? I empathize with the female protagonist and share your sentiments, yet I cannot condone the outright dismissal of the male protagonist and his family. They owe her nothing. Their actions reflect a kindness that surpasses that of most individuals. Could you achieve what they have? There is a certain indignation akin to seeing one's child being deemed utterly worthless. QAQ, I am truly affected. Be cautious, or she may come at you with a blade. For one she, Jiangyu represents redemption, the sole beacon of light within her heart, yet some, under the guise of concern and affection for her, inflict harm upon her light and her salvation. This is the final explanation of the plot design. Let me reiterate, this is a work grounded in realistic daily life rather than a mindless escapist tale. Characters must be multifaceted. It is not sufficient to portray solely their virtues, for such characters lack depth and memorable qualities. For those questioning why a report was indeed made, and for those asking why perpetrators are not apprehended, examine real-life cases. It is challenging to pursue justice in severe domestic violence situations, let alone in this case. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to avoid reading critiques and comments, as they affect my mood. Feel free to discuss the plot with me privately, but if you continue to criticize, I will be deeply affected. This influences the sweetness of my writing. The tumult has passed. What remains is pure delight, as I have finally entered high school. Oh, the blissful age of first love. I am grateful for the gifts and positive reviews from esteemed individuals. The overwhelmed rabbit may need to shed some tears now. QAQ Chapter 52, Can I Sleep with My Brother? As 11111 spoke, she dove back into Jiangyu's embrace, tightening her hold on him. I promise I will behave from now on. I will take good care of myself. I was truly wrong this time. Feeling her frail body trembling in his arms, Jiangyu would have softened at any other time. He had always been this way, easily yielding to those around him, yet, at this moment, his tone was resolute. Then swear it, using the words I just told you. 11111, if you swear it, I will believe you. Otherwise, the moment you step out of this door, I shall ignore you. Once you enter high school, we will go our separate ways, and you need not call me brother anymore. That's not fair. Can I swear on myself instead? If I continue like this, may I be struck down by lightning. Sure, that's not acceptable. Jiangyu's voice was firm as he covered 11111's mouth. During our hospital stay, she had grown even thinner. The little bit of softness he had managed to nurture had vanished entirely. His hand covered most of her face, feeling the sharpness of her gaunt chin. His anger surged anew. One can only vow using that which they hold most dear. It is the only way to ensure compliance. Jianyu's usually languid voice was now unwavering and calm. 11111, this is the only way you will feel the pain. You are little monster. Only the things you cherish most can inflict pain upon you. I know what matters to you. I have always known. Since his rebirth, Jianyu had gone with the flow, reliving childhood as the child brother. Middle school was merely a repeat of the past, another round of torment. He had read novels where many individuals made their second chances extraordinary, yet Jianyu remained an ordinary version of himself, embodying whatever age he was meant to be. His previous life had been simple, and he had lived well, thus, in reliving it, he still savored that feeling. He was not someone with grand aspirations. His parents had always wished for his health and safety. Jiangyu had continuously pursued that goal. The only difference in this life was that he had 11111 by his side, a nurturing task to undertake, Jian-yu carried on with his life, the sole thought being to ensure 11111 grew up healthy and safe. However, he had died at the age of 26, not 16. There were many things he did not vocalize, yet he was not ignorant of them. For instance, he was aware of 11111's possessiveness towards him, and it seemed she had developed peculiar feelings lately. Peculiar might not be the right word. At their age of budding emotions, it was inevitable that some misplaced feelings would arise. He had experienced this age too. Jian-yu contemplated how to guide her, but then she stirred up this whole situation. Nevertheless, he had always known that in 11111's world, he was the person she cared for the most, thus, he insisted she swear upon him, only then would she take it seriously. You may be a little monster, but I am willing to stand amidst sweets and roses, beneath a sky filled with fireworks, waiting for you to come to my side, transforming into a normal young girl. Yet 11111 hesitated. She could swear on herself, for in her eyes, her own life was worthless. However, swearing on Jian-yu was out of the question. She could not bear to see him or harm him. Yet, this time, the usually soft-hearted Jian-yu took her hand and softly urged, "Come, 11111, swear it. If you swear, I will still be your brother. If you do not." He paused, his gaze remaining gentle yet calm as he locked eyes with the tear-streaked 11111. The girl who had not shed a tear despite being beaten by 1DHN now wept profusely. She was still too young. Jian-yu's words struck deep, leaving her heart unable to bear the weight. Jian-yu felt a pang of discomfort as his eyes reddened, yet, he could not yield. If he did, he could not bear to witness 11111 covered in blood again. 11111 watched his averted gaze, his cold profile, and the force with which he had pushed her away. For the first time, she felt that he might truly abandon her. Jian-yu no longer wanted her. Just the thought of it made her grip tighten unconsciously. Though her wounds appeared to be healing, they were not entirely healed. The pain served to keep her awake. The light in the bedroom was dim, so Jian-yu did not notice, or he would have lost his temper. Just as he was about to give up, 11111 spoke. "I, 11111, swear that if I ever harm myself again, may I be punished to never see Jian-yu again." Her voice trembled, and she could not bring herself to utter the latter part. She could not say anything about harming Jian-yu, not even in a single phrase. She had thought it through. If she could never see him again, she would hide him away. Only she would be able to see him. Thus, this vow was not as terrifying for her. Upon hearing her quivering voice complete the vow, Jian-yu let out a relieved breath. It could only be said that Jian-yu's environment had been too innocent. He had not considered that 11111 would find a way to circumvent this oath. At that moment, Jian-yu stood up and embraced 11111. "All right, 11111, stop crying. Are you a crybaby? Did it hurt when you swore?" His tone was gentle. "But it certainly cannot compare to the pain I felt when I burst through the door to find you covered in blood. I spent the entire night sleepless because my heart hurt more. Therefore, you should feel some discomfort too, so you can understand how much I care." 11111 closed her eyes, holding Jian-yu tightly, finding solace in returning to his embrace. Her silent tears soaked the front of his sleep shirt, yet Jian-yu did not interrupt her. He simply comforted her by gently stroking her back, just as he had done when he discovered she was having nightmares as a child. "Does that mean brother forgives me?" "Yes, forgiven." "Will brother talk to me now?" "Yes." "Can I sleep with brother?" "Yes, no." Jian-yu suddenly felt something amiss as he looked down at her. He met her pitiful, tear-stained, swollen doe eyes. Jian-yu found the words caught in his throat. Finally, feeling defeated, he said, "You sleep on the bed, I will sleep on the floor." "Why, we used to sleep together?" 11111 asked in confusion. Jian-yu gritted his teeth and pinched her cheek, feeling a pang of sympathy for her skin stretched tightly over her bones. "You said used to. How old were you then? Will you sleep or not?" "Sleep?" Chapter 53. Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well? Jian-yu. He had come to a realization. 11111 had indeed somewhat strayed from her original intentions. It was as if the matter of sleeping beside him had become a steadfast commitment since she followed them home. Whenever he barred her entry, she would find ways to circumvent his wishes. Jian-yu sighed, extending his hand as if to pat her head, but ultimately settled for a gentle caress. "All right, I'll fetch a blanket." As a child, Jiangyu had notoriously poor sleeping habits, often tumbling to the floor, yet this boy possessed an absurdly sound quality of sleep. Perhaps he could fall right back into slumber after a fall, sleeping soundly until dawn. He had even caught colds a few times because of it, thus, even to this day, he kept a child's safety mat beside his bed. It proved convenient at this moment. He retrieved a blanket and pillow from the cupboard. 11111 sat on his bed, watching him bundle the blanket, her voice a soft murmur. We could just sleep together. After all, the outcome would ultimately be the same. Jiangyu cast her a half-smiling glance. Your thoughts are rather fanciful. 11111 revealed a sweet smile. She was indeed beautiful, and when she acted coy, it tugged at one's heartstrings. Jiangyu perhaps didn't even realize that while he maintained a strict demeanor, he was often soft-hearted and indulgent towards 11111. He held onto a slight resolve, but it was minimal. Soon, one lay on the bed while the other settled on the mat beside it. Jiangyu found himself unable to sleep. He had been restless lately. 11111 lay quietly for a while, mentally estimating the time. Then, with stealthy curiosity, she peered out from the edge of the bed with her big eyes. In truth, Jiangyu was already aware of her every movement, though he kept his eyes closed and remained still. Hence, 11111 was oblivious to the fact that he was still awake, as he would typically be fast asleep by this hour. First, a pair of large eyes emerged, gradually revealing her entire face. In that moment, her appearance perfectly suited the expression of peeking. After a brief adjustment to the darkness of the room, she discerned Jiangyu's indistinct outline. Jiangyu had lost considerable weight during this time. Both he and she had, the boy's once cherubic cheeks were now replaced by a gaunt visage, devoid of the softness that once characterized his features. 11111 let out a sigh. Upon hearing her sigh, Jiangyu, eyes still closed, thought, what's the difference between this and watching a horror movie? Just as he was about to open his eyes, he felt 11111 move again, and judging by the sound, she appeared to be getting off the bed. Jiangyu had intended to open his eyes, but he remained still. Then he sensed her presence drawing closer, as if she had crouched down. No, she sat down. Oh, wait, she lay down. Jiangyu thought, so you're not going to sleep on a perfectly good bed, you prefer to play like this. Initially, 11111 lay beside him, but after a while, seemingly dissatisfied, she gradually inched closer. As she shifted, the shoulders brushed against each other. Jiangyu probably anticipated her intentions. Sure enough, the next moment, she tugged at his neatly positioned arm, making room for herself in his embrace. This inexplicably reminded him of those childhood mornings when he would wake to find 11111 nestled in his arms. Could it be, even if only hypothetically, that 11111 had a hand in this? Was it truly solely due to his poor sleeping posture? This was clearly a matter beyond explanation. Having finally opened his eyes, Jiangyu intended to lift her onto the bed. After all, the mat was far less comfortable than the bed. Moreover, she had just been discharged from the hospital. However, just as he opened his eyes, 11111 softly whispered, "Good night, brother." Jiangyu. He looked down, though unable to see clearly, he could sense that she had lightly closed her eyes, her profile resting against his heart. Jiangyu fell silent, his other hand moving slightly, yet ultimately returned to rest at his side. After a while, he gradually closed his eyes again. The sensation of 11111 in his arms provided him with a sense of security. Jiangyu had envisioned that once 11111 fell asleep, he would lift her up onto their bed. After all, he had grown quite fond of the little girl he had raised, especially after her recent bout of temper. However, Jiangyu had forgotten one critical detail. His body was accustomed to excellent sleep quality. He had suffered from insomnia in the past, but now that 11111 was back by his side, it seemed his sleep had returned as well. Years later, Jiangyu would conclude, once she was my personal sleeping pill. Is that cliché, perhaps, but it was truly only when she was beside me that I could sleep soundly. Thus, come the following morning, Jiangyu awoke to the sound of knocking, only to realize it was already 10 o'clock. The bed was empty, and there was no trace of her in his embrace. Before leaving, she had thoughtfully tucked a pillow under him. Jiangyu woke up clutching the pillow, staring blankly at his room, the voice of Suyin ringing in his ears. Jiangyu, what time is it? Aren't you getting up? Jianyu murmured, I'm getting up now, as he embraced the pillow and rose. He ruffled his hair, listening to Su Yin's scolding voice outside, along with 1111's gentle coaxing. A faint smile curved Jianyu's lips. 1111 had returned. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Jian, it seemed, would not be emerging anytime soon. Jianyu considered himself a kind-hearted person, yet this was the first time he harbored the hope that someone remained imprisoned. However, should fortune favor him and that person emerge, Jianyu wouldn't he mind sending him back in. He exhaled slowly, gradually rising with the pillow, tossing it onto the bed before turning towards the bathroom. Upon his exit, he found Su Yin dressed and evidently preparing to leave. You're up, I won't be back for lunch, you and 1111 will have to eat together at home, she mentioned, then recalled, do you still have any money? Jianyu replied confidently, I don't have any. Su Yin handed him 200, you'll cook. 1111 isn't he fully recovered yet? She shot him a warning glance. Jianyu thought to himself, surely he wasn't he that unreasonable. He understood 1111's condition and wouldn't he truly put her through any strain. Truly, a mother, yet he could only mutter softly in protest, I understand, Mom, will you be back for dinner? Where would I eat if I didn't he come back? I need to pay your tuition and have a chat with your future homeroom teacher, Su Yin replied, bustling out the door. Only after the door had closed did 1111 sweetly call out, Good morning, brother, did you sleep well? This was both an inquiry and a test. Last night, 1111 had been utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Although she had been discharged, she still required medication, thus, her senses were not as sharp, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Jianyu had seemed restless throughout the night, his heartbeat off. But being close to Jianyu made it all too easy for her to relax, and she had quickly drifted off to sleep. Now, she stared intently at Jianyu, trying to glean something from his expression. Jianyu looked at her earnestly and replied, not bad. It was perhaps the best night's sleep he had enjoyed in quite some time. Chapter 54. Cixi was not fond of others touching her belongings. She preferred that Jianyu handle them. His expression was remarkably earnest, enough to momentarily leave 1111 in a state of surprise. Unfazed, Jianyu stretched leisurely and made his way to the kitchen to rummage through the refrigerator for something to eat. 1111 followed closely behind him, accompanying him wherever he went. Jianyu merely cast a glance her way, not urging her to leave until he settled onto the sofa and inquired, What are you doing, Cixi? 1111 blinked, replying, Just following you. After the events of the previous night, there was no awkwardness between them upon waking. Their interactions resumed as they had been before. It was almost as if they had forgotten the tears they shed together and the intimacy of their shared slumber. 1111 settled beside Jianyu and quietly asked, Aren't you going to the art studio when you enter high school? The day of 1111's incident coincided with Jianyu's assessment at the studio. Consequently, she only learned of it while hospitalized, having heard it from Su Yin, as Jianyu had been too angry at the time to acknowledge her. Regardless, it was clear that Jianyu had firmly chosen the path of art. Although 1111 was truly displeased, she felt powerless, for she may simply lack the requisite talent. This thought ignited a flicker of frustration within her. Jianyu nodded, Yes, I will likely be there every weekend. Why do you ask? If you do that, you won't have time to play. I could really tutor you. Upon hearing 1111's quiet murmurs, Jianyu realized that the little girl had not yet given up. He gently patted her head, exerting minimal force, as he still regarded her as fragile. What are you thinking? My parents have already agreed to my pursuing art. 1111 responded with a soft, oh, her spirits visibly dampened as she lowered her head. Observing her dejected demeanor, Jianyu handed her a bottle of opened yogurt, saying, Don't worry, I'll still attend classes with you at other times. You can accompany me to the studio on weekends, as long as you don't mind. Upon hearing this, 1111's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, I want to go with you. I won't mind at all. Watching her once dim eyes brighten again brought a faint smile to Jianyu's lips. A thought flickered through his mind, prompting a sigh. He mused that he needed to guide 1111's perception of him. It seemed she could not yet distinguish between dependence and affection. This posed a significant issue. After the reconciliation, Suyin felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the household. Even Jiang Guimin jested about how their little fish's mood dictated the home's ambience. Jiang Yu felt a touch of embarrassment at the remark. Shihan and others had visited after 111's discharge, and the two girls had immediately burst into tears, while Shihan wore an expression of guilt, regretting that he had worn slippers that day, which had delayed their entry. After all, only Jiang Yu understood that 111 had brought this upon herself, a thought that incited frustration. Nonetheless, it seemed that Shihan's initial fear of 111 had significantly diminished following this incident. Time passed swiftly, and the beginning of school and military training approached. Jiang Yu had indeed advised 111 against participating, pointing out that military training only lasted a week and she should avoid the hustle and bustle. Although her injuries had healed to some extent, they were not entirely well, and she required further rest. Moreover, this military training was entirely closed off, with all students required to stay on campus, and Jiang Yu feared 111 might struggle to adjust. Fortunately, Liu Qi would be in the same class, providing someone to look after her. 111, appearing soft and pliable, was resolute. Once she made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would dissuade her. Luckily, Suyin had already informed their homeroom teacher of 111's situation, therefore, her participation would not involve training but merely observing, allowing her to write a reflection on military. Suyin and the others supported her decision, arguing, if 1111 goes, she can better integrate into the group. Otherwise, when you all become acquainted during military training, how will she fit in when school starts? That wouldn't be good. With 3 against 1, Jiang Yu reluctantly acquiesced. Before long, the day of their school opening arrived. They had packed everything the day prior. Su Yin, being a middle school teacher, was undoubtedly busy, and Jiang Yu and 111 had initially planned to take a taxi, but just as they were about to leave, they received a call from Su Yin, informing them that Chen Hui was waiting at the door to drive them. Jiang Yu felt a surge of irritation at the sight of Chen Hui, while 111, unfazed, remarked, "Let's go. It's a free ride." Given the volume of their belongings, having a car was indeed convenient. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue, taking the items from 111's hands, and also grabbing her backpack. "All right, miss, let us set off." As they entered the elevator, Jiang Yu adopted a serious tone, stating, "If you don't want to see her, you don't have to." 111 caught his gaze in the elevator's reflection and replied, "But brother, I still need her to transfer my household registration." She paused briefly, adding, "And there's the matter of the house." She was far too perceptive. Jiang Yu found it challenging even to comfort her. Conversely, 111 reassured him, "It's okay, brother. I don't care anymore." From the moment Jiang Yu had shielded her, she had ceased to care about Chen Hui. She had long moved on. Her complex emotions were no longer a concern for 111. She believed that now, the ones who could influence her were Jiang Yu and Su Auntie. As for Chen Hui, she was merely a name. Though Jiang Yu's hands were full, he set down one bag and reached out to tassel 111's hair, saying, "It's all right, I'm here." The 111 of now was no longer that lonely girl sitting on the stairs, staring blankly at her wounds, her expression as still as stagnant water. She had him by her side. Jiang Yu was not a paragon of virtue, but he was determined to protect 111. She smiled brightly at him, her eyes sparkling with innocence and sweetness. "One the little darling, no, perhaps one the little wild one." Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly, recognizing that she merely appeared obedient. As they stepped out of the community gate, they spotted Chen Hui standing beside a white Mercedes. Upon seeing them emerge, Chen Hui straightened slightly, appearing somewhat flustered, and took a couple of steps forward to take the items from Jiang Yu's hands. "I'll handle it." Jiang Yu sidestepped, saying coolly, "One Ceci does not like others touching her things. I'll take care of it." His tone was distinctly frosty, leaving Chen Hui's outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in midair. 111, however, looked directly at her and said, "Thank you." Snapping back, "No need to thank me." She hesitated for a moment, adding, "It's been a while since I last took you to school." Jiang Yu paused, glancing at 11111 as he placed the items inside. 11111, maintaining her calm demeanor, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been quite some time. The scores have been released, however, it is only a modest 6.9 QAQ. To those esteemed individuals yet to cast their evaluations, I humbly beseech you for a 5-star rating. Thank you for your generous gifts and your coveted 5-star reviews. Chapter 55, As long as you, 1111, a safe 11111 sensed Jianyu's worried gaze and turned to him with a smile. Chen Hui naturally noticed this interaction but chose to remain silent. She simply urged them to get into the car, initially expecting 11111 to occupy the front passenger seat, especially since the back seat was filled with numerous items. However, she opted for the back seat, sitting closely beside Jianyu. Uncharacteristically, Jianyu did not push her away. Usually, he would have done so. At that moment, he allowed her to lean against him. Chen Hui glanced at them through the rearview mirror several times and, seeing that they had no intention of speaking, finally broke the silence. You two seem to have quite a good relationship. Jianyu replied coolly, well, that depends on the comparison. Compared to you, auntie, our relationship is certainly better. 11111 shot a look at Jiang Yu. It was her first time witnessing him so pointedly targeting someone. To put it mildly, Jiang Yu was generally known for his calm demeanor. Of course, everyone has their temper, but Jiang Yu typically expressed his anger directly, rarely resorting to such sarcastic remarks. This peculiarity intrigued 11111, prompting her to steal a few more glances at him. His bright, expressive eyes were hard to ignore when they were fixed intently on someone. Jiang Yu, somewhat annoyed, reached out to cover her eyes. 11111 did not flinch but smiled, even playfully blinking as her long eyelashes brushed against his palm. They often behaved this way, much to the familiarity of those around them. However, Chen Hui couldn't help but frown, yet after being met with Jiang Yu's indifferent response earlier, she felt it inappropriate to comment. The car quietly approached the school gate. Jiang Yu had assumed that Chen Hui would drop them off and leave, but she unexpectedly got out, stating her intention to take 11111 to the dormitory. Jiang Yu instinctively refused. There's no need to trouble auntie, I can take her. His lack of affection for Chen Hui was apparent. His heart was biased. Although he empathized with Chen Hui for the hardships she had faced over the years, it mattered little to him. His allegiance lay with 11111, consequently, he harbored no trust in Chen Hui. 11111, however, seemed to understand that Chen Hui likely had something to discuss with her. After a brief hesitation, she said to Jiang Yu, brother, you head back to the dormitory first. We'll meet in class later. While she would have preferred Jiang Yu to help her with her belongings, she recognized he was also busy and tired, and she couldn't bear to hold him back. Jiang Yu wanted to say something more, but upon meeting 11111's gentle gaze, he relented. Finally, he sighed, all right, wait for me in the dormitory. I'll come find you. After saying this, he cast a warning glance at 11111, take care of yourself. His words made Chen Hui feel somewhat awkward, but she had no right to voice her thoughts, so she remained silent, observing 11111 nod obediently in response to Jiang Yu's effort. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if she were witnessing that soft-spoken little girl who once called her mom. Chen Hui's heart tightened, and she took a deep breath. Ultimately, 11111 followed Chen Hui inside while Jiang Yu watched them walk towards the girls' dormitory. Just then, someone called out, "Hey, Yu Ji!" Jiang Yu turned to see Liu Ji approaching with enthusiasm. "Are you alone? Where's your sister?" The news of 11111's hospitalization had not circulated widely, so Liu Ji was unaware. Zhu Xianxian and Liu Ji were in the know due to their shared elementary school background, but Liu Ji, living farther away, was oblivious. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Who are you talking about? That's my sister. All right, she's yours. Who would dare to compete with you? Let's go, Yu Ji. We're in neighboring classes, and the dorms should be close by. I've heard the dorms are huge, accommodating 16 people. Jiang Yu glanced anxiously at the other side but was still pulled along by Yu Ji. Meanwhile, 11111 trailed behind Chen Hui. The two shared a striking resemblance, both being exceptionally beautiful, yet their temperaments were vastly different. In general, except when she was with Jiang Yu, 11111 often appeared this way. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Chen Hui's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as she held 1111's luggage. 1111. Her voice trembled slightly. 1111 paused and regarded her, her emotions remarkably steady. This steadiness brought tears to Chen Hui's eyes, yet she managed to muster a smile as she retrieved a booklet. I pulled some strings to get it. 1111 reached out to accept it. The first page of her household registration no longer bore the name Wandahian or Chen Hui, but instead, it was inscribed with the name Tangui Hoer, indicating her relation as a granddaughter. This was Chen Hui's mother. Chen Hui explained, "This is your grandmother, but don't worry, she no longer remembers anything and is in a nursing home. You don't have to concern yourself with anything. In a few years, once you turn 18, you can transfer it out yourself." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "I bought you a house. In half a month, it will be ready for transfer. It has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. I'm not very knowledgeable about these matters, and I don't know if you will stay here for college, but the house is near your high school. It's a good school." After Chen Hui finished speaking, she merely nodded, "Thank you." Chen Hui reached out, wanting to touch her, but as soon as she raised her hand, 1111 instinctively recoiled. Chen Hui's hand lingered awkwardly for a moment before she withdrew it. Lowering her gaze, she pulled out a card from her bag and handed it to 1111. "This is the money your mother earned from her previous job, all that I could save. The password is your birthday. It's not much. At that time, I had no idea I would meet my current husband. I could only save bit by bit, thinking of helping you with college." 1111 looked down at the card but did not take it. Chen Hui decisively took her hand and placed the card in it. "Here, keep this for pocket money. It's not a large sum. 1111, in 2 months, I will be going abroad and won't be coming back. I am immigrating." Chen Hui's voice quivered. "I know I'm not a good mother. I tried my best, but I was too scared. 1111, I have no right to ask you not to hate me. I just want, as long as you are safe, that's enough. In the future, I truly will not be around. I loved you, I really did, but I was too frightened. 1111, I'm sorry." Chapter 56, If you truly care for me, would you embrace me? Chen Hui felt that her life had been quite a failure. The first half had been utterly ruined, leaving her with nothing to show for it. She failed to protect the daughter she once believed she could safeguard. Now, she gazed upon her daughter, whose face bore an expression of indifference, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Had she not witnessed the joy on her daughter's face in front of Jiang Yu, she might have regarded her as a monster, a creature without emotion. Yet, it was she and Wandahian who had transformed Shishi into such a being. She was acutely aware of her own selfishness and cowardice, but felt powerless to change. This was simply who she was. At her age, her character had long since solidified. Su Yin had once remarked that she was harsh yet not harsh enough, tender yet lacking in compassion. 1111 had become the sole victim of their wretched marriage. She understood that her selfishness had nearly destroyed her daughter's life. Thankfully, she had encountered Su Yin and her family. At that moment, Chen Hui smiled gently. All right, let me help you upstairs." 1111's emotions indeed showed little fluctuation. She could see that Chen Hui was genuinely saddened. In truth, she did not comprehend Chen Hui. If she had decided to abandon her, she ought to have done so with a resolute heart. Yet, she remained unable to sever the ties, which was all too contradictory. This indecision had led to entanglements with Wandahian, who had taken so much money from her, and now insisted on buying her a house and providing financial support. 1111 mused that perhaps she inherited more of Wandahian's loathsome genes. Otherwise, she would not perceive Chen Hui as a rather pitiable and ineffectual individual. If it were her, she would choose to rid her. This woman was indeed wretched, but what did it matter to her? From the moment she had seen the fear etched on Chen Hui's face, she had become a stranger to her. Even if Chen Hui spoke with heartfelt sincerity now, it held no significance for 1111. She was, after all, a monster. Chen Hui continued to prepare the dormitory for her, but she did not hear 1111 utter a single word. She could not discern whether to feel sorrow or relief. The dormitory indeed housed 16 individuals, and many parents were present. However, Chen Hui and 1111 were the most conspicuous among them. 2 middle school classmates approached 1111 to greet her. She greeted them with a faint smile, while they, unaware of her family circumstances, inquired whether Chen Hui was her aunt or sister, complimenting her beauty. At that moment, Chen Hui appeared just like an ordinary mother, engaging in cheerful small talk, even asking them to look after 11111, claiming her health was poor. It was 11111 who interrupted, "It's getting late. You should head back. I need to find Jiangyu." The two girls exchanged glances before laughing and returning to their own beds. Chen Hui glanced at 11111 as they descended the stairs together. Once they reached the bottom, 11111 halted and, with a serious tone, said, "You need not engage in these meaningless activities for me. You are going abroad. I wish you a safe journey." She harbored no deep resentment towards Chen Hui. In her younger years, she simply could not fathom why her mother had abandoned her. As she matured, she thought it was perhaps for the best that Chen Hui had left. Otherwise, she might have been subjected to 1's violence. She was unafraid of death, but it seemed Chen Hui was terrified of it. Later, she received a great deal of love, and at times even felt great. Thus, her words were spoken with sincerity, yet, for Chen Hui, they struck a painful chord. She inhaled deeply as she looked at 11111, "Then I shall take my leave." However, she could not resist adding, she, "You have grown up," and with Jiangyu. Upon hearing Jiangyu's name, 11111's expression turned icy, her large, dark eyes fixating on Chen Hui's face with a gaze that felt devoid of humanity. Her tone was equally frigid. "You are unworthy to mention Jiangyu's name. I do not wish to hear anything you have to say regarding my maturity. It is beyond your jurisdiction. Do you understand?" Chen Hui averted her gaze, unable to meet 11111's eyes, and simply left with a whispered goodbye. Meanwhile, Jiangyu was busy organizing his belongings. In the 16-person dormitory, his bunk was situated on the lower level. Originally, he was only meant to stay for a week of military training, so the arrangement of upper and lower bunks mattered little to him. When he noticed a fellow student at the foot of the stairs, he voluntarily relinquished his lower bunk and moved to the upper one. To his surprise, this roommate was quite friendly. Hello, you must be Jiangyu, right?" Jiangyu hesitated for a moment, glancing at the boy, confirming that he did not recognize him. As for the previous life, he had joined the arts class upon entry and had never been in the regular class, hence he was indeed unfamiliar with this person. The boy, likely not from their school in middle school, must be mistaken. Sensing Jiangyu's confusion, the boy smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Li Yu. I previously attended the affiliated school. I know 11111. We participated in a competition together, and you would always pick her up." Jiangyu nodded. "Nice to meet you." "I wasn't aware." "No worries. Hey, thanks, buddy. I injured my leg playing basketball and originally didn't plan on coming." The boy continued to chatter. As a result, Jiangyu descended later than he had anticipated. He intended to find 11111 and accompany her to the classroom, while also inquiring about what Chen Hui had said to her. However, he was taken aback to see 11111 standing beneath the shade of a tree. As soon as he stepped, the girl was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, her features exquisite. Standing there, illuminated by the sunlight, she remained motionless, gazing up at the staircase. Upon spotting Jiangyu, her eyes sparkled with delight. Even though Jiangyu frequently admired 11111's visage, at that moment he felt as though the creator had truly favored her. Jiangyu paused, momentarily entranced by her beauty, then he noticed 11111 jogging towards him. He frowned and approached her. "Why are you running?" To him, 11111 remained a fragile being. Although her wounds had healed, the after effects lingered heavily in Jiangyu's heart. 11111 stood before him, smiling. "I saw you standing here without moving, so I came over." "Have you been packing for so long? I would have helped you if I had known." Jiangyu clicked his tongue, reaching for the backpack slung over her shoulder. "You needn't bother. Have you finished your own packing?" 11111 nodded. "Chen Hui helped me finish before she left." "What did she say to you?" Jiangyu could not help but frown at the mention of Chen Hui. "Nothing much. She just told me she bought a house and that I need to go for the deed transfer when the time comes. Oh, she also mentioned she was going abroad." 11111 recounted simply. Jiangyu's steps faltered. "Going abroad?" Yes, I heard she intends to immigrate and won't be returning, 11111 replied, noticing Jianyu's worried expression. 11111 blinked, then, recalling something, she asked softly, "Brother, do you care for me? If you truly care for me, would you embrace me?" Though she was entirely unscathed, she was adept at seizing the moment. Chapter 57, A brother can be a romantic interest, but should not be mistaken for a biological brother. How to put it, ever since their high school entrance examination, 11111 has contemplated her feelings. Since everyone claims there is an age at which one begins to experience romantic feelings, perhaps it is common for individuals to develop an affection for the opposite sex at this stage. Of course, she has researched online, and the probability is certainly not absolute, yet, this is inconsequential. She believes that the only male she could possibly accept is Jianyu. He is truly wonderful, and her fondness for him is profound. She wishes to remain by his side indefinitely. As for whether this affection aligns with what others define as love, does it truly matter? In 11111's eyes, there has always been a clear distinction between Jianyu and other boys, thus, it is of little significance. Having come to this realization, she hopes Jianyu also harbors feelings for her, feelings that are exclusive to her. Therefore, her words are simply a reflection of her thoughts. This directness leaves Jianyu at a loss for words. What are you thinking? How old are we? Can we really be embracing at our age? Why not? 11111 queries, seemingly puzzled. Jianyu feels it is imperative to educate this adolescent girl. What is this nonsense? Questioning the appropriateness of such behavior. At 16 or 17, is it truly suitable to be embracing one another? He gazes at 11111, whose earnest expression awaits an answer. Because we are adults now, no longer children. Do you understand the distinction between genders? Who still engages in such embraces every day? With that, he turns and walks toward the classroom, as they are due to gather in the afternoon. 11111 feels she has grasped something, yet remains confused. But you hugged me before, didn't you? She retorts, referencing the night Jianyu had compelled her to make a vow. Jianyu's body stiffens momentarily, feeling a wave of awkwardness. Some incidents, once they occur, do not seem significant. However, when revisited, they evoke sheer embarrassment. Thus, his expression becomes somewhat unnatural. Be quiet. That was merely to comfort you. 11111 thinks to herself that she hardly needed comfort at that moment. Nevertheless, noticing a slight flush on Jianyu's face, she decides to remain silent. Jianyu, blushing, is quite endearing. She cannot help but express her gratitude. Thank you, brother. Jianyu feels a sense of mockery in her gratitude, though he dismisses it as his own misinterpretation. Suddenly reminded of something, he cautions her, in the classroom, refrain from calling me brother, just use my name. As they enter high school, such terms may lead to misunderstandings. After speaking, Jianyu resumes walking, only to realize that she has not followed. He turns to find her standing still, gazing at him with wide eyes. Jianyu fixates on her large, expressive eyes, suddenly curious about their diameter. How could she appear so pitiful from a distance? Of course, it might be due to his deep understanding of 11111. After 3 seconds of mutual gaze, Jianyu surrenders and walks back, taking her hand and placing it on his backpack strap. Let us go. While at school, it's best not to call me that. At home, you can still do so, but here, it might lead to misunderstandings. Do you understand? At their age, should others hear 11111 refer to him as brother, they could conjure countless narratives. Who could discern whether she meant a brother or a romantic brother? Suddenly, Jianyu is startled by his own thoughts. As he grapples with this realization, he fails to notice 11111 tightening her grip on his backpack strap, whispering, "It's not really a misunderstanding, is it? She simply desires the entire world to know he is her brother, one who cannot be taken away." Once again, their thoughts diverge, yet in an unexpected harmony. Upon entering the classroom, Liu Qi greets them with a cheerful wave. Jianyu responds, suggesting to 11111, "You should sit with Liu Qi." He is then enthusiastically approached by Li Yu, who drapes an arm over his shoulder. "Come sit with us, Jianyu." 11111 watches Li Yu's arm resting on Jianyu's shoulder, her brow furrowing. Liu Qi, well aware of 11111's feelings, quickly pulls her backpack strap to ensure she sits down, addressing Jiangyu and the others. Hey, come sit behind us, okay? Jiangyu considers shaking off Li Yu's arm, but the weight of it, likely due to his injured leg, dissuades him. Ultimately, they settle into seats behind 11111. Both Li Yu and Liu Qi possess lively personalities, quickly introducing themselves. Liu then inquires of 11111, do you remember me? We participated in a competition together. I sat next to you. 11111, with an expression devoid of emotion, replies, I don't know you. She then turns to Jiangyu, her tone softening, would you like some water? Li Yu, taken aback by this stark contrast, is left speechless. Jiangyu, absorbed in his phone, does not notice Li Yu's astonishment and replies without looking up, no, thanks. 11111, ever agreeable, nods, all right then. Liu Qi, having experienced much in life, observes the dynamic, smirking at the evident lack of assertiveness from 11111 in Jiangyu's presence. She is amiable and compliant, offering a gentle explanation. They are neighbors, having grown up together, their bond is akin to that of siblings, you'll grow accustomed to it. They are not siblings, Jiangyu and 11111 both assert simultaneously. Jiangyu fears that others may misconstrue their relationship as that of biological siblings, especially given his previous challenges in middle school. 11111 is typically indifferent to others, and this group of boys, mistaking Jiangyu's amiability for an invitation, seeks to win his favor, leaving him to sift through potential friends. Do not ask, it is simply exhausting. He wishes to avoid a repeat in high school, thus he clarifies, certain that any advances towards 11111 will yield no success. 11111's denial is straightforward. Jiangyu is her brother, but he can be a romantic interest without being mistaken for a biological sibling. It is as simple as that. However, Jiangyu believes 11111 has absorbed his earlier words, and he smiles with a newfound benevolence. Excellent, it appears as though she is maturing and becoming more compliant. 11111 maintains her sweet smile. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Liu Qi exchange glances, feeling somewhat superfluous, yet, they soon lose interest in gossip as their homeroom teacher arrives. Their homeroom teacher, who also teaches English, is a gentleman named Tang. He possesses an air of refinement, exuding a temperament that suggests kindness. On the first day of school, he distributes military training uniforms and invites students to introduce themselves briefly. Many familiar faces appear, as the direct admission to the top high school often affords certain advantages. At least half of the class consists of recognizable individuals. However, when 11111 steps forward, she is met with a chorus of cheers. Her introduction is succinct, hello everyone, I am 11111. Chapter 58 is the distance between myself and 11111 perhaps a tad too close. While 11111's self-introduction was unproblematic, the raucous cries from a few boys below quickly rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. Jiangyu cast a glance around. Indeed, none of them were from their previous school, which explained their naive demeanor. The students from their old school appeared quite composed, primarily because they were familiar with 11111 and aware of her aloof nature. For instance, at this very moment, she completely disregarded the raucous sounds and descended the stage with her military training uniform in hand, not sparing a single glance at the commotion. Next up was Jiangyu. As he took the stage, the boys from First High School erupted in laughter and cheers. Brother Yu is magnificent. Jiangyu had always been quite popular. His easygoing nature allowed him to mingle well with anyone, provided the topic did not revolve around 11111. Thus, despite Jihan and the others not being in the same class as him, the other boys were still quite familiar with him. Jiangyu smiled and waved his hand. Tone it down a bit, you're making me feel embarrassed. Teacher Tang watched him with amusement, having previously spoken with Teacher Su about him. 11111 and Jiangyu, both children with distinct characteristics. At this moment, 11111 was gazing at Jiangyu, who was engaging in casual banter with the group of boys while holding his military training uniform. Her expression was gentle, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure. Jiangyu was simply too dazzling. She wished to hide away, aware of her own feelings. 11111 This cannot continue. It must not. Jiangyu, on the other hand, sensed a gaze upon him. It felt oddly familiar, yet when he looked, he found 11111 with her head down, seemingly lost in thought. Was it merely his imagination? Jiangyu felt that he had been overly sensitive to 11111's recent peculiar behavior and attitude. This simply wouldn't do. He must not be led astray before he even began to guide her. Truth be told, it didn't surprise Jiangyu that he felt so off-kilter, considering 11111's remarkable intelligence. Moreover, she had a knack for manipulating him. He was well aware of her subtle intentions. He simply indulged her whims, believing that a young girl harbored no ill thoughts. Right, however, this time he could no longer overlook it. The child had strayed too far. Upon returning to his seat, a hand reached over from the front and placed a piece of candy on his desk. Beside him, Li Yu observed as Jiangyu naturally took the candy, gently squeezing 11111's hand. The expression on his face was one of enlightenment. He had grasped the situation. The first day of school had certainly brought forth a juicy revelation. After receiving their military training uniforms, Teacher Tang addressed them regarding discipline. The military training would last a week, followed by a day of rest before the official start of school. She also discussed matters concerning appearance and demeanor during training. Finally, she stated, "Due to boarding, I know many of you have brought mobile phones. You must be aware that the school prohibits them, so if you are caught, a written reflection will be inevitable. There are cameras everywhere, you ought to be mindful." "All right, I want to elaborate further. Now, disperse and change into your military training uniforms. Gather at the playground downstairs at 4 o'clock. Do not be late. Each class will have a sign, so just assemble by the sign. It is currently 3:11, giving you ample time to change and store your phones." Once Teacher Tang exited the classroom, many began to scatter, eager to change clothes and put away their phones. Teacher Tang had just warned them about phone checks during military training. Liu asked Jiangyu, "Are you heading back?" Jiangyu nodded. Of course." He glanced at 11111, who was staring at him. "You should go back with Liu Qi to change." Liu Qi, accustomed to this, chimed in, 1111 darling, your brother is calling you to come with me." 11111 responded with an "EOE" and obediently followed Liu Qi. Only after she left did Jiangyu walk back with Li Yu, feeling as though this kid was becoming overly attached to him. Jiangyu, who had difficulty with his legs, still needed to accommodate him. The crux of the matter was that Li Yu seemed a bit oblivious and overly familiar. "Why do they all call you Brother Yu?" Jiangyu replied casually, "They're just being silly." He certainly couldn't admit that there were others who had once referred to him as big brother-in-law, could he? Jiangyu nearly lost his temper but realized that most of them were merely following the trend. Boys at this age typically got along unless there was significant animosity. Liu remarked, So you're quite popular. By the way, you and 11111 are neighbors, right?" His tone was probing. Jiangyu shot him a glance. "Yes, is there a problem?" Generally, he could predict the direction of such conversations. Was this kid attempting to expose his little cabbage? Contrary to Jiangyu's expectations, however, Li Yu did not pursue the matter further, only adding, "You two seem to share a rather interesting dynamic. It doesn't quite resemble that of ordinary neighbors." Jiangyu, what did that mean, my friend? Since the conclusion of the high school entrance examination, Jiangyu had heard similar remarks far too often. If it were just one or two people saying such things, he might dismiss them as foolish. However, when multiple individuals made similar comments, he began to wonder if there truly was something unusual about his relationship with 11111. He fell into contemplation. After changing clothes and stowing away their phones in the dormitory, they would all head downstairs together. In their dormitory was Shenyang, who had just self-recommended himself as class monitor, already earning the nickname Little Shenyang. He was a tall, enthusiastic boy who assisted Jiangyu in escorting Li Yu to the playground. Along the way, he couldn't help but inquire, "Given your condition, why are you even participating in military training?" Jiangyu was equally curious. Wasn't this just inviting trouble? 11111 too. Jiangyu suddenly paused. It seemed he had become too accustomed to mentioning 11111 both verbally and mentally. In truth, human beings are complex creatures. If no one pointed it out, one might remain oblivious to any peculiarities. just as Jianyu and 11111 had grown accustomed to their situation. However, once someone brought it up, Jianyu realized that something felt amiss. Was the proximity between himself and 11111 perhaps too close? I fear that if I don't attend military training, I won't be able to integrate once school begins. Li Yu's reasoning mirrored that of teacher Su. Xinyang had little to add. Fine, if a bit of hassle is what it takes, then so be it. Xinyang was also from first high school and acquainted with Jiangyu. They had even played basketball together before. After addressing Li Yu, he turned to Jiangyu and asked, "Brother Yu, isn't you 11111 also skipping military training? What is going on?" Jiangyu maintained a composed demeanor. She fell ill during the break and hasn't he recovered yet. This explanation had been prearranged. Primarily, Jiangyu hoped that such trivial matters would not affect 11111 any further. Xinyang nodded, not pondering it too deeply. No wonder she appears to have lost so much weight. Jiangyu absent-mindedly responded with a millimeter. Chapter 59. Jianyu's affection requires no assistance from others, she can pursue it herself. As Jianyu and her companions arrived at the designated meeting point, Xinyang, the class monitor, felt compelled to uphold discipline. He instructed Li Yu to stand aside while he organized everyone into a line. Jianyu, somewhat distracted, was about to approach a few boys who were beckoning her over, familiar faces from their previous school. At that moment, 11111 jogged over, calling out, "Wait, lower your head." Instinctively, Jianyu bowed her head, only to see 11111, clad in camouflage attire, tiptoe and affix something cool onto her back. "What is this?" Jianyu inquired, puzzled. "It's a cooling patch. I brought plenty, the weather is sweltering," 11111 replied, unable to suppress a frown. She wished to have Jianyu rest in the shade while she assisted with military training. Jianyu smiled and looked up at her. "You should take a break." "I am fine." Yet, as she caught sight of 11111's concerned expression, an inexplicable unease washed over her, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. "All right, I'll go line up." 11111 seemed poised to say something else, but Jianyu had already turned away. At that moment, Jianyu began to introspect. Perhaps it wasn't only 11111 who required guidance, but he himself as well. This thought weighed heavily on his heart. As Jianyu approached, a few boys from another school called out, "Yuji." Jianyu. One of them, a boy named Zhangqi, who used to play basketball with him, chuckled. "They just saw you being so close with 11111 and were curious about your relationship. I told them you were siblings, now they're trying to win your favor." Zhangqi then muttered under his breath, "They want to call you uncle like we used to, but I've already turned them down for you, Yuji." Yuji himself. "Wait, haven't they just met?" He glanced over at 11111. She hadn't sat down. She wore the same camouflage outfit as everyone else, complete with the jacket, as mandated by teacher Tang to wear the complete set. Truth be told, the uniform was somewhat unattractive, resembling a camouflage sack that made one appear bulky, entirely obscuring the figure. However, 11111 was too slender. Even in the camouflage sack, she didn't appear bulky, especially not with her long legs that, despite being completely covered, still seemed remarkably elongated. The girl neatly tied her hair back and donned a cap, yet her fair face, reminiscent of someone recovering from a serious illness, still shone with exquisite beauty. When her large eyes met Jianyu's gaze, they blinked, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Jianyu overheard nearby boys whisper, "Damn, she's too sweet." Mom, the moment I saw her, I even thought of what to name our future child." Jianyu had heard such remarks before, but this time, it stirred an. He redirected his gaze towards the two boys speaking. "Stop staring, my family wouldn't welcome you at the door." It was half joking, half warning, while internally, Jianyu sighed, realizing he had told 11111 not to call him brother. Yet here they were, on the very first day of school. Evidently everyone in class had already recognized her as his sister. The boys averted their gaze, and one of them joked, "Yu-ji, I'm Qianjuo, you can call me Qianjuo. I have decent qualities, consider me, 1tu." Zhangji laughed, "Wait, you're asking Yu-ji to consider you? Our Yu-ji is as straight as they come, get lost, I meant 11111. At that moment, the instructor approached, blowing his whistle. Jian-yu was relieved to escape the vexing topic, taking his place in line behind Zhangji, with Qianjuo behind him. This boy was rather tall and incessantly introduced himself, listing his merits, with the primary goal of acquiring 11111's contact information. Unbeknownst to Jian-yu, Qianjuo had already faced rejection before he arrived. 11111 had always turned down advances from boys, but they had just realized she wasn't dismissive of all boys. Jian-yu was the exception. One boy even muttered, "Are these two hiding something?" Fortunately, Zhangji was nearby and enthusiastically clarified their relationship. Jian-yu. There was no need for such enthusiasm. Thankfully, when the instructor arrived, Jian-yu fell silent. They were about to commence their first military training lesson, standing at attention. They faced the direction where 11111 and the others were resting. Only Li Yu and 11111 were on break. A few others from different classes also took a respite. Jian-yu found this position quite favorable, as he could still see 11111. Her gaze remained fixed on him. Unbeknownst to him, he had seemingly grown taller. Previously, Jian-yu was not particularly tall among the boys, yet during military training, he found himself in the second-to-last row. It seemed there were not many boys taller than him now. Recently, having lost weight, the baby fat from his earlier years had vanished, revealing a clean and sharp male contour. 11111 felt a tinge of disappointment. To be honest, she preferred when Jian-yu was a bit chubby to cuddle with while sleeping. Now, he was too thin. She began to ponder what delicious dish she could prepare to help Jian-yu regain his lost weight. Meanwhile, Li Yu found the military training rather dull. Sitting idly, out of boredom, he glanced around and noticed, was it just him, or were 11111 and Jian-yu gazing at each other? Oh, this was amusing. He suddenly chuckled. His laughter caught 11111's attention. However, she was not one to be easily intrigued. She thought it better to continue watching Jian-yu than indulge in gossip. Until Li Yu quietly called out, "Hey, 11111, do you know what you and Jian-yu look like the cowherd and weaver girl separated by the Milky Way? What a peculiar analogy." 11111 finally cast him a glance, her expression indifferent. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Had he not mentioned Jian-yu, she would have ignored him entirely. Yet, Li Yu spoke again, lowering his voice further and shifting closer, only to see 11111 pull away, creating a significant distance between them. Li Yu. There was no need for such drastic measures. "You see, I just thought it best to speak quietly," Li Yu said with a hint of exasperation. "Do you like Jian-yu?" 11111 looked at him as if he were foolish. Was this not obvious? Who couldn't he see that her feelings for Jian-yu were distinctly different? Li Yu. "But does Jian-yu know?" "He might not have considered it that way," Li Yu said, flashing a bright smile. "How about I help you? Can you introduce me to your friend, the one with long, curly hair and beautiful round eyes?" 11111 replied resolutely, "No." She needed no assistance to pursue Jian-yu. She could manage it all on her own. Chapter 60, Can't One Truly Be Themselves? Isn't he that perverse? 11111's abrupt declaration of her inadequacy left Li Yu momentarily speechless. His intended words caught in his throat. What on earth was her problem? 11111 had already turned away, creating a slight distance between them. This boy was rather perplexing. Why was he assisting her in pursuing Jian-yu? How long had he even known Jian-yu? Furthermore, he was seeking Zhu Xuanxuan's contact information. Although 11111 had merely intended to integrate into a normal life by socializing with Zhu Xianxian and Liu Qi, she was acutely aware of their genuine kindness towards her, treating her as a true friend. How could she possibly betray their trust? Jian-yu would undoubtedly be upset if he found out. Thus, 11111 could only regard this boy as utterly baffling. It would be better for Jian-yu to distance himself from such individuals. Who knows, one day he might betray Jian-yu for another girl. At that moment, Li Yu was oblivious to the fact that he had already been labeled as someone untrustworthy. As for Jian-yu, from a distance, he merely observed 11111 suddenly avert her gaze from him and whisper something to Li Yu. Although their exchange seemed brief, It was a rarity for 11111.to put it bluntly. They had all been classmates with Qian since elementary school, and every time 11111 encountered him, they would only exchange a few words before the conversation would dwindle. While Qian's inexplicable fear of her contributed to this dynamic, it was primarily because 11111 seldom engaged in conversation with the opposite sex. Wasn't Liu a newcomer? How could the two of them chat so easily? The first afternoon of military training was rather uneventful, merely an introduction to their instructor and a brief overview of the training activities, followed by a short session of standing at attention before being dismissed. Jian Yu found it bearable, but many others were already reaching their limits. It wasn't he merely standing at attention that was uncomfortable, it was the relentless sun beating down on them. Qihan and Liu Ji were in the class next door to Jian Yu, and upon dismissal, they approached him directly. "Brother Yu, shall we have a meal together? It's a pity we aren't in the same class." Liu Ji had already gathered a few girls and was making her way towards 11111, likely inviting her to join for a meal. Jian Yu hesitated, feeling that 11111 needed friends, and decisively said to Qihan and the others, "Let us go." Qihan inquired, "Aren't you waiting for your sister?" Ever since the last time he accompanied Jian Yu to the old house to find 11111, Qihan had grown less intimidated by her. He mainly felt pity for the girl. After all, boys of that age often had soft hearts. At this moment, he had successfully forgotten that he had once felt ominously scrutinized by someone. Jian Yu did not look back. No need, she also needs to make new friends. Perhaps with new friendships, she would become less reliant on him. However, after taking a few steps, he couldn't help but pause. Turning around, he spotted 11111, her complexion pale, trailing not far behind him. Upon seeing him look back, she froze for a moment before forcing a smile. She appeared so pitiful, her eyes still red, resembling an abandoned little rabbit. "Jian Yu, I'm doomed, I truly am despicable." After the dismissal, 11111 had already stood up, preparing to walk towards Jian Yu, but Liu Qi, accompanied by several girls from her dorm, approached her. 1111, would you like to join us for a meal?" 11111 shook her head. "No, you go ahead." Liu Qi urged a couple more times, but seeing her insist, she left with the other girls. 11111 then noticed Jian Yu walking away with Qihan and the others, not waiting for her. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow them. As she trailed behind Jian Yu, she began counting in her mind, anticipating. Just as she reached 28, he indeed turned around. Yes, 11111 knew Jian Yu would be unable to resist glancing back. The person who understood Jian Yu best in the world was not himself. It was 11111, thus, her slightly reddened eyes and the forced smile were perfectly timed. May I join you for dinner?" 11111's voice was barely above a whisper. Jian Yu sighed, taking 2 steps back and gently flicking her forehead. "You can join, but do put away that pitiful demeanor." He found it somewhat amusing, yet also felt a sense of relief. "Let us go eat." It seemed that not only was 11111 reliant on him, but he too found it difficult to let her go. Despite knowing that her behavior was likely intentional, he still felt a pang of reluctance. How could he discern her intentions, after all these years? As long as Jian Yu wasn't exceptionally dull, he should be able to see through it. 11111 rarely cried except when she had nightmares or when she genuinely lost her temper and spoke harshly. However, her eyes had frequently been red. Just as 11111 understood Jian Yu, he too understood her well. At this moment, he walked slowly, turning to Qihan and the others, asking, "Can we join?" "Of course, just in time. Zhu Xianxian is also here, waiting for us in the dining hall," Liu Ji replied with a smile. Wasn't it always like this before? Indeed, it had been. Jian Yu felt 11111 tugging at the hem of his shirt, and he said nothing, allowing her to hold on. He knew this brought her a sense of security. Sure enough, 11111 brightened up, falling half a step behind Jian Yu, asking, "Can I help?" Jian Yu noticed that 11111's cooling patch was quite effective. It was better than nothing, albeit still hot. Hearing her offer, he glanced at her. "You're drenched in sweat, don't you want to take off your jacket?" Underneath, he wore only a camouflage t-shirt, easily removable. Yet 11111 shook her head. "I'm not hot." Jianyu observed the sweat glistening at her temples. In this weather, it was impossible not to feel hot, even without standing at attention. However, he didn't say anything, simply reaching out to gently wipe the sweat from her forehead. "All right, let us hurry up. I heard the dining hall here has air conditioning. New schools really do have their perks." Their actions felt natural, and Qihan and Liu Ji had long grown accustomed to it. Yet to onlookers, this scene appeared excessively intimate, drawing many gazes their way. Only when Jianyu withdrew his hand did he realize something felt amiss. Goodness, he had told 1111 to keep her distance, yet he couldn't seem to control himself. Jianyu spent 3 seconds chastising himself before resolutely giving up. Since he couldn't change, he wouldn't bother trying. After all, everyone in their class likely knew they were siblings by now. Although he understood 1111 was pretending, witnessing her pitiable demeanor made it hard for him to resist. Nevertheless, he needed to begin a serious introspection regarding his feelings. Could it be that he was truly perverse? This thought plunged Jianyu into a wave of melancholy. No, this was something he truly needed to address. 1111 was merely 16 or 17, but he was not. Damn it, Jianyu, you're a real scoundrel. Jianyu spared no mercy in his self-reproach. Lost in thought, he found himself somewhat distracted, prompting Qihan to call out to him twice without receiving a response. "Brother Yu." Chapter 61. "Zhu Shenyang, am I merely a cog in your play?" Jianyu abruptly snapped back to reality and turned to Qihan, exclaiming, "What is the matter? You startled me with that shout." It was then that Qihan noticed 1111 shooting him a furtive glare, and he muttered under his breath, "Just calling your soul back." Qihan felt quite innocent in this situation. However, having known 1111 for quite some time, he understood that when it came to Jianyu, she operated without logic or reason. Jianyu was her sole rationale. Thus, Qihan bore no resentment, instead cheerfully inquired, "My apologies, but I've called out several times. Are we heading to the 2nd or 3rd floor for the cafeteria?" Jianyu and the others were situated in the new campus, which was vast and boasted 2 cafeterias. Cafeteria number 1 had 3 floors, while cafeteria number 2 had 2. Today, they were headed to cafeteria number 1. Although Jianyu intended to say either floor would suffice, he suddenly recalled. He pondered whether there would be any changes upon his reincarnation and said, "Let us go to the 3rd floor." As they approached the cafeteria entrance, they spotted Zhu Shenyang, who waved joyfully upon seeing them and rushed over to link arms with 1111. "I am starving, and we still need to return for evening study." Yes, the unfortunate high school students indeed had evening study sessions, with Zhu Shenyang linking arms with her. 1111 reluctantly released the hem of Jianyu's shirt, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. However, Zhu Shenyang had been her desk mate for so long that she was accustomed to it. She began chattering about their new class, expressing her discomfort, and lamenting that without the stunning 1111 beside her, attending class would surely be devoid of spirit. The 3 of them walked ahead, amused by Zhu Shenyang's infatuated chatter. Jianyu glanced back at her and teased, "You can still look in the mirror, can't you, beautiful girl?" His words were merely playful banter among friends. However, the moment he spoke, he felt a piercing gaze that could scorch him land upon his face, causing him to stiffen. He then met 1111's dark, reproachful gaze, which was imbued with both admonition and sorrow. Zhu Shenyang quickly interjected, "Yu, make sure to eat a lot, but try to say less. Don't flatter me, just look at how lovely 1111 is." Her words spilled out in a rush. Had the situation not been so bizarre, she would have wanted to leap away from Jianyu by a good 3,000 meters. Oh dear, she wanted to be friends with 1111 for a lifetime. Jianyu should refrain from complimenting her. Jianyu, sensing Zhu Shenyang's desperate desire for survival, seized the moment and raised an eyebrow at 1111, saying, "Our little 1111 is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Now, let us go eat." As he spoke, he made to gently tug on her ponytail, only to remember the injury on her head. His hand hovered in the air without making contact. Yet, 1111, having just been soothed, instinctively leaned forward on her toes to touch his outstretched hand. Adorable, Jianyu couldn't help but chuckle, "You look like Mario bumping into a mushroom." Zhu Shenyang, who had been, she could only lament that Jianyu was such a blockhead, especially with 2 other straightforward boys present. Qihan remarked, "Yu, are you playing too? I want in. Liu Ji looked astonished. Aren't you two just pretending to be sore workers? Who are you calling a sore worker? The group, filled with laughter, enjoyed clay pot rice at Jianyu's suggestion. Thankfully, the restaurant was still in operation. Jianyu noticed 1111 had devoured most of her meal, clearly relishing it. Su Yin had always praised 1111 for being unpicky, unlike Jianyu, who was finicky about his meals. However, Jianyu knew that her apparent lack of pickiness stemmed from a desire not to reveal her true preferences. Even after spending so much time at his house, she continued to carefully embody a perfect persona, beautiful, academically accomplished, and gentle in demeanor, perfect to the point of being unreal. That was how Su Yin and the others perceived 1111. Having spent time together, Jiangyu was able to discern her likes and dislikes, yet he never unmasked her facade. If this charade provided her with a sense of security, he willingly went along with it. As for her preferences, he would casually introduce them into her life. Good children deserve rewards. 1111, sensing a gaze upon her, looked up and met Jianyu's eyes, only to find him smiling at her before he turned his attention back to chatting with Jihan and the others. Yet she continued to gaze at Jianyu's refined profile, mentally noting, Jianyu complimented me today 100 points. Jianyu took me to eat clay pot rice today 100 points. Jianyu praised Zhu Shenyang today -1 point. Winky face. After finishing their meal, the group parted ways at the cafeteria entrance, heading in different directions towards their respective dormitories. They all needed to shower upon returning, otherwise, they would certainly reek. On the way back, Zhu Shenyang earnestly assured 1111, just now, Yu was just joking, don't take it to heart. I really don't like him like that. Besides, with you around, he would never be interested in an ordinary-looking girl like me. Well, her instinct for self-preservation prevented her from admitting to being unattractive. This was quintessential Zhu Shenyang. 1111 suddenly fixed her wide eyes on Zhu Shenyang, her steps coming to an abrupt halt. Zhu Shenyang halted as well, looking bewildered. What's wrong? 1111 gazed at Zhu Shenyang's face. She was indeed beautiful, albeit a different kind of beauty from her own. 1111's beauty was striking and exquisite, capable of mesmerizing at first glance yet almost unreal. In contrast, Zhu Shenyang possessed an enchanting charm that grew more captivating the longer one looked. Does Jiangyu like girls like you? 1111 inquired with a hint of confusion in her tone. Zhu Shenyang's face turned pale with alarm. No, how could he possibly like me? You're the only one who stands out in his eyes. Wake up, 1111, I'm really not that special. Think about it carefully, isn't he Jiangyu different with you compared to everyone else? What a ludicrous notion. Although Jiangyu was decent looking, he was certainly not her type. She was an ultimate beauty enthusiast. Having grown accustomed to 1111's stunning visage, she found it hard to believe she would ever find a boyfriend again. Upon hearing Zhu Xuanyan's words, 1111 fell into deep contemplation, as if she had made a significant decision. For the first time, she boldly grasped Zhu Shenyang's hand, asking, what is different? She had become so accustomed to her interactions with Jiangyu that she couldn't pinpoint any distinctions. Zhu Shenyang's eyes lit up, thinking, aha, 1111 is awakening. Meanwhile, Jiangyu remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that most of the others had already showered. The boys were quick in their ablutions, while some were even washing their clothes simultaneously. Jiangyu and Liu were among the last to shower. Jiangyu was delayed due to his late return, while Liu's delay was due to an issue with his leg. Ultimately, even though Jiangyu arrived late, Teacher Tang, who had assisted Liu inside, said nothing. As the two settled down, Jiangyu spotted a box of Wangzai milk on his desk, instantly knowing it was left by 1111. He smiled, opened it, and took a sip. The evening study session was essentially a class meeting, during which they also selected class representatives. Despite his physical limitations, Liu still volunteered for the position of sports representative. Jiangyu had no interest in class roles, but Teacher Tang's gaze fell upon 1111. Without inviting self-nominations, she directly called out, 1111, would you be willing to serve as the academic representative? Chapter 62. How old are you? You're not a child anymore, yet you're still holding hands. At this moment, all eyes converged on 11111 as they followed teacher Tang's gaze. Jianyu noticed her body stiffen for a brief moment before she lifted her head and turned to look at him. Now, the collective gaze shifted towards Jianyu. Jianyu, what are you all looking at him for? Teacher Tang was aware of their relationship, as Su teacher had mentioned they were siblings. Thus, with a smile, he remarked, Teacher 1111 is asking you, why are you looking at your brother? Jianyu, well, it seems I've genuinely become the older brother now. 11111 was the top scorer in their upcoming high school entrance exams. Even those who had never seen her had heard of her. Those unfamiliar were promptly informed. Many gazed at 11111 with changed expressions. To be both beautiful and academically accomplished, was this what it meant to be favored? Teacher Tang was momentarily taken aback by 11111's resolute response. I thought you were doing so well academically. Initially, he had thought 11111 would be a suitable candidate, but alas, she declined. Nevertheless, Teacher Tang did not press the matter further and quickly called upon another male student, urging the others to quiet down and continue selecting class representatives. Li Yu glanced at the back of 11111's head, finding the dynamic between his new desk mate and his sister rather amusing. He leaned closer and whispered, Hey, is this how you always interact with 11111? Does she listen to everything you say? Jianyu, feeling inexplicably irritated at the thought of his earlier conversation with 11111 during military training, chose to disregard him and replied, The teacher asked us not to talk. I didn't expect you to be so obedient to the teacher, Li Yu muttered, but this chatterbox continued, Speaking of which, I feel like we have a connection. Your name is Jianyu, and mine is Li Yu. Jianyu rolled his eyes and retorted, Why don't you point out that it's quite a coincidence we are both boys? Li Yu was taken aback, sensing a hint of aggression in Jianyu's tone. Hadn't Jianyu always been rather easygoing? Yet, he wisely chose to remain silent. Jianyu, perplexed by his own sudden irritability, realized with dismay that it wasn't just 11111 who felt possessive. He too harbored similar feelings for her. What was he to do? Jianyu felt despondent. Consequently, he remained largely mute until the evening study session had concluded. With military training commencing the following day, evening study would also shift to the playground. Once class was dismissed and the teacher departed, the students became lively. Liu Qi asked 11111, shall we head back to the dorm together? However, 11111 turned to Jianyu and said, I will escort him back to the dorm. Now all eyes were on Jianyu. Jianyu thought to himself, no, he is going to be scrutinized all evening. He chuckled in exasperation, What are you saying? I'll walk you back. It's just the perfect opportunity to see where your dorm is. Having never had the chance before, and given that 11111 had previously waited for him at the boys' dormitory, Jianyu genuinely had no idea where her dorm was. As long as it meant spending more time with Jianyu, 11111 felt elated. Sure, sounds good, she replied. Liu Qi also packed her belongings, saying, Then I'll trouble you, brother Yu. After all, they were on the same path, and she thought little of it. Yet, 11111's expression darkened, her lips pressing into a straight line. Jianyu began to gather his things and called out to 11111, Let us go. He added, Not a trouble at all. It's just on the way, right? Ultimately, the trio set off towards the girls' dormitory. Along the way, they encountered other girls from 11111's dorm, and the group continued to grow. Many were new students, curious and chatty. Jianyu, with his amiable nature, answered every question posed, apart from 11111, who silently tugged at the strap of his backpack. Inside, 11111 felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, Why are they so talkative? What is so amusing about this? Why is Jianyu conversing with them? Why is he smiling at them? Her hands unconsciously twisted the strap of her backpack, pondering what to do, how to handle this. She wished she could hide Jianyu away or send everyone surrounding him away. Jianyu, on the other hand, had little interest in the girls' chatter, yet, they were all new faces, 11111's roommates at that. He hoped she would engage well with her peers. He sensed the strap of his backpack becoming increasingly taut from her grip, cloaked in the night's shadows. The streetlights were dim, and without turning his head, he reached out and grasped the hand that was tugging at his backpack, giving it a gentle squeeze as if to warn her that if she pulled any harder, it might fall. 11111 felt a warm hand envelop hers, squeezing lightly. She glanced up at Jiangyu, who had not turned his head. Just as his hand was about to retreat, she suddenly tightened her grip on his hand. She was quite upset. If only Jiangyu would allow her to hold hands, then perhaps she wouldn't be so angry. Jiangyu was momentarily taken aback when she held his hand in return, turning to meet her indignant gaze. He found the situation amusing, as 11111 generally wore a more obedient demeanor in his presence, and it was rare to see her so riled up. They soon arrived at the girls' dormitory, where the other girls bid Jiangyu farewell. He turned, smiling, and said, "Goodbye, I have something to discuss with 11111. Consequently, Liu Qi ascended with the others. For a moment, it was unclear whether anyone noticed their interaction or chose to overlook it. It seemed as though no one could see them holding hands. At the girls' dormitory, now that evening study had ended, students occasionally passed by. Jiangyu, still holding her hand, moved them to a shaded area beneath a tree. Otherwise, as a boy standing in front of the girls' dormitory, he would indeed stand out. Amused by her flustered expression, Jiangyu asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Didn't you say you would walk me back? Instead, you're sending them off," 11111 replied, her grip on Jiangyu's hand tightening further. Jiangyu took a moment to comprehend her words, feeling somewhat exasperated. Is that really what this is about? Aren't those your roommates? They'll be our classmates soon enough. It's just a coincidence that we ran into them while I was walking you back. He lightly shook his hand. Let go. How old are you? You're not a child anymore, yet you're still holding hands. Here, take a little gift. 11111, feeling somewhat discontented, reluctantly released her grip, secretly deducting points from Jiangyu in her mind. Well, since she was loath to part with him, she decided on a mere deduction of 0. 5. Jiangyu pulled his backpack closer. It had appeared quite swollen for some time, yet very few students actually carried a backpack during evening. Nevertheless, Jiangyu did. At that moment, 11111 watched as he unzipped his bag. Chapter 63. The voice of Jiangyu lingered near her ear, as though he were right beside her. As the zipper of her backpack was drawn open, a large gourd doll emerged from within. 11111 was momentarily taken aback. Jiangyu effortlessly extracted the gourd doll with one hand and thrust it into 11111's embrace, saying, "I feared you might struggle to sleep in the dormitory, so hold onto this, a new companion." Her previously sullen expression began to shift, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. The sparkle returned to her beautiful eyes. In truth, Jiangyu worried whether she would be able to sleep at night. Upon moving to their new home, she had difficulty adjusting to the unfamiliar bed, often startled awake. Suyin had discovered this during her evening visits. Ultimately, it was only after Jiangyu had spent several nights with her that she gradually became accustomed to her new surroundings. It seemed that only in Jiangyu's presence could 11111 find some solace in her slumber. Thus, he genuinely feared for her well-being over the course of the week. After presenting her with the gourd doll, Jiangyu cautioned, "Make sure to stow it away during the day, in your suitcase, lest the instructor confiscate it during a dorm inspection." "I only brought one, you know." 11111 replied softly, "You might as well have given me one of your shirts." The moment she uttered this, she felt a twinge of guilt. Jiangyu fell silent. "No, you saying that is rather peculiar. You sound like a child who hasn't been weaned." He sighed. "I purchased this gourd and washed it. Well, it has been in my wardrobe and on my bed for a few days, so it should carry his scent, right?" It could only be said that Jiangyu understood 11111 well. He found this situation somewhat strange as well. He had bought it before the incident, concerned that 11111 might struggle to sleep in the dormitory. However, it was only when she was hospitalized that the delivery arrived. At that time, he had been so upset that he considered not sending it at all. Yet he ultimately decided to wash it and set it aside, and now it was indeed being put to use. Jiangyu felt his cheeks flush slightly, the warmth creeping over him. He had already gifted 11111 numerous dolls, so why was he suddenly feeling bashful? Nevertheless, this one was undeniably different. Resolving to push the thoughts aside, he retrieved a portable music player from his backpack and handed it to 11111. "If you find it hard to sleep, use this, there's no place to charge your phone, and you mustn't turn off the light to look at it. It's not good for your eyes. He felt like a concerned father, anxious about his daughter's first time in a dormitory. In that instant, Jian felt a weight of maturity settle upon him. Fortunately, this girl was quite obedient. All right, is it more of your soothing music? I don't think it's very effective. Previously, Jian had shared a plethora of calming music with her, but the results had been minimal. However, because it was from Jian, she would always listen. Jian mumbled an affirmative. All right, you should head up now. I need to return to my dorm, otherwise, they'll be turning off the lights soon. With a sigh, he pinched her cheek gently. Take care, dorm life is only for a week. In a week, we'll be heading home. 11111 nodded obediently, then blinked and asked, could you refrain from smiling at them in the future? She was still hung up on the earlier incident. Jian was at a loss for words. No, young lady, I don't intentionally smile at them, it's merely etiquette. Yet, upon meeting her large, dark eyes, he relented. Fine, I'll try my best, is that satisfactory? 11111 wanted to insist that it should be a certainty, but she felt that voicing this might earn her a reprimand. Ultimately, she reluctantly agreed. All right then, I'll head up now, hurry back, good night. Jian smiled, watching as 11111 obediently hugged the cord and clutched the music player. Good night and sweet dreams, 1cc. Head on up, and I'll leave once you're inside. 11111 nodded, taking a step before suddenly turning back to ask, may I have a good night kiss? Jian's smile froze, and he gritted his teeth. Go on up. All right. 11111 immediately dashed away, knowing that Jian might scold her otherwise. As Jian watched her receding figure, he felt a warmth spread across his cheeks. Only after her slender silhouette disappeared did he turn and walk toward the boys' dormitory. 11111 returned. Upon entering, she was immediately noticed by her classmates. The first to speak was Qingmei, the cultural committee member of their class. Her eyes lit up. 1111, where did you get that adorable doll? She was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Liu Qi happened to emerge from the bathroom, casually remarking, it must be a gift from her brother, don't touch it too much. 1111 is quite protective. The other girls burst into amused laughter. Qingmei's eyes widened. Wait, how can anyone be protective of their brother? My brother and I would gladly extinguish each other. Exactly, and my younger brother is the worst, he drives me insane. But surely there are siblings with a great bond, right? No one found 11111's behavior. After a moment of surprise, she replied, my brother is wonderful. Oh my goodness, I'm so envious. My brother and I think of each other as dogs. Qingmei exaggeratedly sighed, yet upon seeing 11111's expression, she added, but with your beauty, being One girl seized the opportunity to ask, by the way, 1111, your skin is so fair. What face masks do you use? But don't you find it hot? You're always wearing eye sleeves, or it's just because you're so pretty? I look awful wearing them. I look like one of those ants from our hometown who farm. The voices of the young girls filled the room with youthful exuberance. 11111 tightened her hold on the gourd doll. They were a bit noisy, but not entirely bothersome. If only they wouldn't talk to Jian. Meanwhile, Jian returned to his dormitory and chatted with the other boys for a while before turning off the lights. He felt a sense of relief, primarily because they were genuinely curious about 11111, and the conversation revolved around her. However, he had no desire to discuss her. Lying on his bed, he sent 11111 a good-night message before shutting off his phone. Surely, a teacher would come to check on them soon. 11111 also replied with a good-night message to Jian, then hugged her gourd tightly. Sleep was elusive. In a dormitory of 16, even without conversation, other sounds persisted. Some individuals breathed heavier than others. 11111 spoke the truth. She truly struggled to adapt to communal living, her body tense and rigid. Finally, she took out the portable music player Jian had given her. It should provide some comfort, at least enough to drown out the voices of those who talked in their sleep. Just as she switched it on, a familiar voice filled her ear. 1cc, what time is it? Why aren't you asleep? All right, let me tell you a story. It was Jian Yu's voice. 1111's previously anxious and tense emotions were soothed, her body began to relax gradually. The sound of Jian Yu's voice resonated near her ear, akin to having him right beside her. Chapter 64, The Summer Ice Watermelon, Sweet Run Shiox. The portable audio device was previously used by Qingmei for listening to English comprehension exercises. Indeed, it contained recordings of his voice. It was divided into 7 files, labeled by date, essentially narrating stories. Each file told a tale and sang a song. Qingmei hadn't learned many instruments, yet he could play the guitar and violin. He had studied the violin for a few years in his youth before giving it up. Although he possessed talent, he was truly quite lazy. As for the guitar, he had taught himself after entering university in his past life. In this life, he bought one for himself, but didn't he enroll in any classes. His family had thought he displayed some talent, managing to self-learn to a commendable degree. You're still awake after the story. Well, let me play you a song. The boy's voice was clear, tinged with a tone of helplessness and indulgence. Runxx hugged the gourd doll in her arms tighter. She could indeed detect the faint scent belonging to Qingmei emanating from the doll, subtle yet comforting. If she were at home, she would have already succumbed to the urge to sneak into Qingmei's room. What to do? Such a wonderful Qingmei, she longed for him even more. Runxx blinked, yet slowly closed her eyes, lulled by the boy's pure voice. After today, there were only 6 days left until she could return home with Qingmei. Qingmei had always enjoyed excellent sleep quality. To be honest, he was primarily concerned about Runxx not adapting well and suffering from sleeplessness, never considering his own condition. However, the next morning, when he awoke, his eyes were devoid of spirit. This was due to a doormate whose snoring was thunderous, truly thunderous. Until last night, Qingmei had thought that such descriptions were exaggerated. It turned out that he was not the only one struggling to sleep. The entire dorm was afflicted, with that snoring mate appearing quite spirited while the others looked as though they had lost their souls. It was not until they reached the playground, and Runxx reached out to touch his face, that he snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Run Shiox, don't take advantage of me. UQ, nearby, chuckled, come on, how many people wish for Shiox to take advantage of them? Qingmei felt somewhat exasperated as he glanced at Runxx, naturally accepting the bun and soy milk from her hands. Have you eaten? Yes. Why didn't you sleep well? Runxx asked with concern. Qingmei sighed, nodding and shaking his head, countering with, did you sleep well last night? Very well. I listened to Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star and the Little Match Girl all night. The young girl beamed, her exquisite features radiating joy. Qingmei paused for a moment, then chuckled as he playfully flicked her forehead. That Esther little match girl, if the power goes out later, you won't be able to listen to it tonight. Seeing him finally smile, the weariness on Runxx's face seemed to dissipate considerably, lifting her spirits as well. She then explained, later, Teacher Ting will call me to organize some materials. I should be able to recharge, right? Indeed, she didn't have to participate in military training. Qingmei couldn't help but feel uplifted by the cheerful expression on her face. Yet, under Runxx's urging, he quickly finished his bun. Soon, their homeroom teacher and the drill instructors arrived. Military training for high school began with collective standing at attention. Qingmei observed as Teacher Ting led Runxx and Ly away, presumably to assist with organizing materials as Runxx had mentioned. Watching Runxx walk alongside others, Qingmei felt a twinge of annoyance, akin to a prized cabbage being taken by someone else, although Ly appeared to have done nothing yet. The military training was rather monotonous and not particularly strict. Gradually, several students requested leave due to discomfort, which the instructors approved. However, most of the absentees were girls, leading the instructor to declare a break. The instructor assigned to their class was quite amiable and youthful, surnamed Li. Whenever the chief instructor arrived, he would casually have them march in place for a bit, then allow them to rest and chat with him. Thus, Qingmei didn't suffer much. However, it was quite taxing for Runxx, as being summoned to Teacher Ting's office meant she couldn't see Qingmei every day. Moreover, Teacher Tiying was perhaps a bit too kind. In the preceding days, he had allowed them to enjoy the air conditioning while organizing materials in the office. And the following days, he continued to let them enjoy the air conditioning while writing reflections on military training. RUNXX thought to herself, what can I write about when I haven't even seen military training? Furthermore, Teacher Tiying had thoughtfully provided them with examples from previous years. In any case, LY was quite pleased, as it was a reasonable way to relax in the air conditioning during such weather. It was pure bliss. Although the teachers were present and phones were off limits, that hardly mattered. On the 5th day, RUNXX could no longer contain herself. Teacher, we haven't even seen military training. I can't write anything. She could only see Qingmei in the mornings and evenings, and she was at her wit's end. Teacher Tiying paused for a moment, adjusting his glasses as he regarded the expressionless RUNXX with a look of appreciation, nodding. I didn't expect you to be such a pragmatic child, she yucks. Then go take a look, and write upon your return. Nearby, LY remarked, what she probably wants to see is Qingmei, not military training. Teacher Tiying stood up as well. Come, let us go to the supermarket and buy a watermelon for them to cool down. He turned to LY, would you like to join us? LY waved his hand. No, teacher, with my feet like this, how long would it take to walk there? He certainly didn't want to tire himself out. Teacher Tiying didn't insist and led RUNXX out of the office. RUNXX's expression finally softened, revealing a hint of a smile. When Qingmei saw Teacher Tiying bringing RUNXX in, he was chatting with Qiandu, Shenwaying, and a few girls. Primarily, Qiandu was quite the talker, having mingled with most of the classmates in just a few days. This fellow seemed to be keen on building a rapport with RUNXX, despite Qingmei having repeatedly stated that RUNXX's rejection meant there was no hope. Yet, he continued to insist, we can still be friends. Qingmei found himself unable to refute this. Thus, RUNXX immediately spotted Qingmei surrounded by a crowd of boys and girls. Her small face instantly fell. Qingmei was smiling. Someone had already noticed Teacher Tiying and the others. Shenwaying stood up. Teacher, what brings you here? He readily took the watermelon from RUNXX's hands, exclaiming, Teacher, you've traveled far to bring us watermelon. Upon noticing that RUNXX had a small bag in her other hand, he reached for it but she evaded him, saying, no need to thank me. Shenwaying didn't mind. Teacher Tiying had already set down his own bag. You all have quite the keen noses. Come, enjoy some watermelon. Where are your instructors? They went to a meeting. We're free to enjoy ourselves. Har har har. Students from the neighboring class envied them as they all began to indulge in watermelon. Qingmei, however, took his time and didn't rush over. He then saw RUNXX approach with a serious expression, shoving the bag into his hands. This is yours. Qingmei smiled. Why the long face? Didn't LY say you're enjoying the air conditioning? He glanced at the bag, which contained cut watermelon. Qingmei was taken aback. Without a doubt, this was cut by RUNXX herself. The supermarket staff wouldn't be so patient. A pleasant smile graced Qingmei's lips. The summer ice watermelon. Sweet RUNXX. Chapter 65, Unreserved and Unique Affection. Jianyu gazed at 11111's face, which was etched with the unmistakable signs of displeasure. Her once delicate features had puffed up, a clear indication of her discontent. Jianyu quickly deduced the cause. He reached out and tugged gently at her wrist, suggesting, shall we share a little snack, just a bit of something cold for you. The frail young girl had numerous dietary restrictions due to her health. 11111 muttered sullenly, you go ahead and eat with them. Jianyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. 11111's eyes widened in surprise, her already large eyes taking on an almost fearsome appearance. Jianyu clarified, Jianjuojuo, the boy who was just sitting next to me, is quite popular. those girls were merely chatting with him. I happened to be seated beside him and didn't engage with any of the other girls. She softly acknowledged, I see. Jian called out to Jiang Yu, brother Yu, come sit with us, and we've got some watermelon for you. This lad was rather familiar, and had Jiang Yu not introduced him, 11111 would not have remembered him at all. Jiang Yu grasped 11111's wrist, leading her into the throng. What's your name? Does Wan Xiuxi know you? You just addressed her as 1111? Chen Juojuo, known for his amiable disposition, initially sought 11111's contact information to get closer to Jiang Yu. However, over the past few days, he realized Jiang Yu's temperament was genuinely kind, and they had truly formed a brotherly bond. As for pursuing 11111, he had let that notion go after being turned down for her contact details, a wise decision for a contemporary young man. With a beaming smile, Chen Juojuo declared, Brother Yu, we're practically brothers, your sister is my sister too, my name is Chen Juo, but you can call me Chen Juojuo. Hello, 1111, I am a good friend of your brother. Shenyang, unable to contain himself, remarked, you really have no shame. At that moment, Liu Qi and Shui Qingqing also arrived, and Jiang Yu guided 11111 to sit beside Liu Qi, as social integration was essential. Jiang Yu settled on the other side of 11111. As soon as they were seated, Shenyang noticed Jiang Yu using a skewer to savor the pre-sliced watermelon, offering the first bite to 11111. She shook her head, prompting him to eat it himself. Shenyang exclaimed, Wait, brother Yu, you have pre-sliced ones. Chen Juojuo, who had been about to pass over watermelon, paused and grumbled, What? Are there pre-sliced ones? I just saw chunks. Liu Qi chuckled, Don't be envious, this is his personal stash. Shui Qingqing gazed enviously, 1111, your bond with your brother is truly exceptional. I wish I had a sister too, though it was somewhat childish. Jiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. This unreserved and unique affection, displayed at any time, was undeniably appealing, regardless of gender. Jiang Yu grinned, You all can't feel envious of this, can you? After all, she was the little girl he had nurtured over the years. 11111 observed Jiang Yu's demeanor and felt a subtle smile tug at her lips, yet inwardly, she mused, who would want to be siblings with him? The more tenderly Jiang Yu treated her, the more she yearned to possess all of his kindness. This longing was not merely that of a sister for her brother previously. 11111 had contemplated what it would be like if another girl appeared beside Jiang Yu. Just the thought of seeing him interact with classmates made her uneasy, let alone the day he might date someone. The very idea felt like the sky was collapsing. Thus, she had once asked Zhu Xianxian and confirmed that her feelings for Jiang Yu were indeed affection. As for Jiang Yu's feelings towards her, it mattered little. She was convinced he could only come to like her in a romantic sense. With Jiang Yu by her side, 11111 managed to engage in conversation with them, albeit minimally. However, it wasn't long before the instructor returned. 11111 took the leftover watermelon from Jiang Yu, who mentioned they would dine together that evening. They were to have a day and a half off, as the next morning they would return home for the weekend. Teacher Tang escorted 11111 back to the classroom. Half an hour later, 11111 submitted her military training reflections, 2 essays. Teacher Tang glanced at her with amusement, saying, Did you really go to observe military training? Or were you merely there to see your brother? Teacher Su mentioned your close relationship. 11111 smiled without denying it. Teacher Tang did not press her further and soon allowed them to go for lunch. Liu asked 11111 if she would join him for a meal. She shook her head, replying, No, thank you, and departed with swift steps, moving at a pace that Liu, with his injured foot, could not match. After the military training concluded, Jiang Yu felt as though they had basked in the sun for an entire week. The instructor had been quite accommodating, ensuring they tanned evenly. With the training finished, they had a day and a half to return home, coinciding perfectly with Saturday afternoon. They were to return for classes on Sunday night, and new seating arrangements awaited them. For the first time, Jiang Yu waited downstairs for 11111. She descended quickly, carrying her backpack and a suitcase, along with her gourd-shaped pillow. Upon spotting her, Jian-yu immediately rushed to assist, saying, "The matron won't allow me upstairs. She insists boys aren't permitted in the girls' dormitory." Jian-yu furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you all right?" 11111 waved her hand dismissively. "I'm perfectly fine now, it's not too much to carry." The dormitory matron's restrictions were aimed at preventing non-resident girls from moving their belongings, but it was inconvenient for those who did reside there and had little to carry. Jian-yu took hold of her suitcase and backpack, stating, "Let us go, it's rare for teacher Su to come pick us up." 11111 found herself unencumbered, save for her gourd plushie. She reached out to offer help. "I can push the suitcase, that's enough. If you really need something to do," Jian-yu handed her the strap of his backpack, saying, "Just pull it along." 11111 hesitated for a moment but obediently grasped the strap he had placed in her hands. They walked in tandem, Jian-yu pushing 2 suitcases, one topped with a backpack, while carrying another on his back. Following closely behind was a girl, carefree and clutching her gourd plushie, who gently tugged at his backpack strap, trailing behind him. From their childhood, they had walked this way together, traversing the seasons and the passage of time. They had grown, evolving into a young man and a beautiful blossoming girl, yet their closeness remained unchanged. 11111 glanced down at their intertwined shadows, cautiously stepping aside. The shadows mingled, much like their intertwined lives, inseparable. Chapter 66. If you have a girl you like, aren't you afraid of 11111 standing at the foot of your bed with a knife? As Jian-yu and the others made their way out, numerous gazes were cast in their direction. They even crossed paths with Li Ziwen and his group. After all, with the new campus established, the senior students were also required to relocate. However, ever since being reprimanded by Director Zhu last time, Li Ziwen and his friends merely rolled their eyes and huffed before walking away upon seeing Jian-yu. This time was no exception, especially since Director Zhu had taken on the role of the educational supervisor at the high school division. Jian-yu and 11111 paid little heed to the stares of others. To put it plainly, Jian-yu had been publicly acknowledged by teacher Tang in front of the entire class as being siblings with 11111. He had given up on caring about the opinions of others. As for 11111, she had never been one to be overly concerned. Upon exiting, Su Yin immediately got out of the car to help Jian-yu with his belongings. Seeing that Jian-yu had darkened a few shades, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, our young master doesn't look like a pretty boy anymore. Instead, he resembles a long-term servant in the household." Jian-yu sighed in response, somewhat exasperated. "Mom, don't I have any pride?" Su Yin laughed joyfully. "Young people should engage in more physical activity. You laze around at home all day, it's not healthy, you know." As she didn't see you just buy it. 11111, being embraced by Su Yin, looked as obedient as a doll. "I'm not tired, Aunt Su. I'm just afraid I won't be able to sleep." Su Yin didn't dwell on it, gently ruffling her hair. "That's understandable. Our 1111 is still quite young. Once we get home, you'll be able to sleep soundly. Come on, let us head home. I've prepared some delicious dishes for you both. Do you miss my cooking?" After helping 11111 into the car, Jian-yu sat down himself, candidly admitting, "Actually, the cafeteria food here is quite good." Coincidentally, 11111 remarked, "I do." Su Yin sighed as she buckled her seatbelt and started the car. "Isn't it true that everyone loves their daughters? That's the difference." Jian-yu was at a loss for words, glancing at 11111, who looked at him innocently. "One Ceci is a sycophant." 11111 merely smiled and whispered, "I really do miss it." Jian-yu. "All right, fine, another job. Su Yin cheerfully declared that she would only prepare 11111's favorite dishes for dinner, while asking Xiaoyu if he wanted to eat as well. Jian-yu lamented, "Is it true that those who speak honestly are so unfortunate nowadays?" The atmosphere among the three was light-hearted and jovial. Jian-yu and 11111 felt at ease. High school seemed to be off to a promising start. Although Su Yin claimed she would only cook 11111's favorites, the dinner table was filled with many of Jian-yu's preferred dishes as well. Teacher Su had been busy for an hour and a half preparing. After finishing the meal, Jian-yu felt stuffed. He was urged by Jiang Weimin to go for a walk, rather than just lounging on the sofa all day. Eventually, the reluctant Jian-yu was dragged out by 11111. As they descended the elevator, Jian-Yu mused, honestly, being chubby isn't so bad. It was more of a casual remark than anything serious. Unexpectedly, 11111 earnestly responded, indeed, being plump is comfortable to hug. Jian-Yu. 11111. Perhaps she had gotten a bit carried away at home. It was mainly because she felt relaxed. Just as she pondered how to recover from her earlier statement, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Jian-Yu stepped out first, chuckling as he teased, are you still being picky? Did I promise to let you hug me? 11111 paused for a moment, then hurriedly followed him, I'm not picky, so can I hug you? Jian-Yu halted and glanced at her, meeting her expectant gaze. He waggled his finger side to side, you're thinking too fancifully. He then turned and walked away, the corners of his mouth curling up. Indeed, the person behind him muttered discontentedly, if even dreaming is too fanciful, then what can I even hope for? Quite a reasonable argument. Jian-Yu almost burst into laughter. She quickly caught up to him, adopting a negotiating tone, so how can I hug you then? In your dreams, Jian-Yu replied with a click of his tongue, seriously, why is it that a young girl is always thinking about hugging boys? I'm not hugging anyone else. 11111 boldly countered. I'm not a boy, you know, it's a disadvantage for you as a girl. Jian-Yu sighed, pondering why she still acted like a child at this age. Of course there's a difference. You're not just anyone, 11111 asserted confidently. Very well, she had managed to sway him once more. Jian-Yu looked at her, eventually turning away in frustration. She had grown up, and he could no longer win the argument. Moreover, he realized his heart was inexplicably racing. Jian-Yu felt that something was amiss. He needed to regain his composure. Therefore, while playing games with Jihan and the others that evening, Jian-Yu suddenly asked, have you ever liked a girl? Another teammate, Xinyang, curiously inquired, who is it? Someone from our class, Liu Qi, Shuiqingqing, or someone else? Jian-Yu sighed, what nonsense is this? I'm just asking, purely chatting. Yet, even he felt a twinge of guilt in his statement. Jihan retorted, what is the difference between this and your usual I have a friend series, just chatting, huh? Jian-Yu. I shouldn't he have asked, why was he, a grown man, inquiring about the feelings of a bunch of kids? However, in his previous life, he had certainly liked someone, after all, who at 26 hasn't he had a crush, though he had always been superficial. Even when he met 11111, it was that instant attraction, that immediate fondness based on appearances. But this time with 11111 didn't he quite fit that narrative? After all, he had watched her grow up, while she was still beautiful. He had never felt that immediate spark or quickening heartbeat before. He had always thought he wasn't that kind of person, yet recently, his heart seemed to have developed a mind of its own, racing unexpectedly. He felt his face growing warm, and it was genuinely awkward. After all, this was 11111, the chatter of Jihan and the others filled his ears as they speculated about which girl he might like. Suddenly, Jihan interjected, wait a minute. Xinyang, who was unfamiliar with 11111 since he was in a different class, hesitated to ask, is it really that serious? Jihan responded decisively, it is. You all should really just be quiet. Chapter 67. It turns out that the peculiar bond between 11111 and himself was indeed common knowledge. Jian-Yu attempted to silence their chatter, but to little effect. During that evening's gaming session, Xinyang listened as Jihan and Liu Ji regaled him with tales, primarily focusing on the excessive behaviors of Jian-Yu and 11111, the brotherly and sisterly affection that bordered on obsession. After hearing their accounts, he could only express his astonishment. I don't have a sister, but I do have a younger brother whom I feel like beating up every day. So, Jian-Ji, how did you manage to cultivate such a close relationship? Xinyang's voice brimmed with genuine curiosity. He was truly intrigued, not merely feigning interest. At this moment, Jian interjected thoughtfully, haven't I mentioned? 11111 is the type who would fiercely protect Jian-Ji, willing to go to great lengths for him. Although my feelings for her are quite complex, I genuinely envy that bond. He wanted to add that Jian-Ji was equally protective of 11111, recalling the intensity with which Jian-Yu had confronted 1DHN, as if he were fighting for his life. However, he refrained from mentioning this, considering there were two individuals unaware of the incident. Liu Ji sighed, in the past, I too was captivated by 11111, she is such a beautiful girl. Jiangji, please don't scold me, I can't help but admire pretty girls. He was quite adept at justifying himself. It's not just me. Eventually, we all gave up. Shenyang, do you know why? Shenyang enthusiastically encouraged, why? Because we clearly understood that in 11111's eyes, there was only Jiangji and the rest of us classmates, regardless of gender. Everyone else was simply other classmates. You understand that feeling, right? So we joked about pursuing the class beauty, but in truth, very few took it seriously. It was just self-inflicted misery. As Jiangyu listened to their words, he experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. It dawned on him that 11111's unique regard for him was indeed well known. While classmates often joked about their relationship, Jiangyu, being one of the parties involved, had always perceived 11111 merely as a sister, oblivious to any underlying nuances. He was like the eye of a storm, situated in the center, unaware of the devastation the tempest could wreak. However, upon hearing their earnest analyses and critiques of the distinct nature of 11111's feelings towards him and vice versa, Jiangyu realized that he had mistakenly believed he had not crossed. A wave of unease washed over him, particularly when Shenyang added, "You two share such a close sibling bond. If you were to genuinely pursue someone, do you think 11111 would truly consent?" "So, who is it?" Shenyang was genuinely curious, especially since they had just completed military training. At that moment, none of the three considered that the person in question could be 11111. Their perception of the two as siblings seemed to have overshadowed the fact that they were not biologically related. In truth, it wasn't just the three of them. Even other classmates, including Su Yin, instinctively assumed they were siblings. All the intimacy appeared entirely reasonable, akin to being under a protective buff, and no one mentioned their sibling relationship. Yet, Jiangyu found himself increasingly suffocated by the incessant mention of their sibling bond. Hearing Shenyang's words, he replied in a flustered tone, "I was merely asking out of curiosity. There truly isn't anyone. We've only just finished military training." Jihan and the others were uncertain whether to believe him, and Jiangyu hastily changed the subject. Somehow, the conversation shifted to Li Zuan, with Liu Ji saying, "Hey, Jiangji, do you remember Li Zuan, the one a year ahead of us? His younger brother seems to be in your class. I must warn you, he holds grudges, so be cautious of his brother causing you trouble." Jiangyu paused, unexpectedly reminded of the affable Li Yu. Li was a common surname. There were at least 7 or 8 students with that surname in their class. Yet, Jiangyu instinctively thought of him first. Jihan continued to inquire, "Who is his brother?" "I'm not sure, I only heard about it before. I'll ask what his brother's name is later, but surely it's not some deep-seated grudge, right?" "That seems excessive. You wouldn't understand. Some people feel that losing face is tantamount to a death sentence." Eventually, Jihan's phone ran out of battery, and their gaming session came to an end. Throughout the night, Jiangyu remained somewhat distracted, struggling to comprehend his own feelings as well as the nature of his relationship with 11111. In all honesty, he assured himself that he had harbored no ulterior motives. Initially, his intention had simply been to protect himself while simultaneously safeguarding 11111. However, as time passed, to put it bluntly, even a dog nurtured, let alone a human, he genuinely hoped that 11111 could forge a path entirely distinct from her previous life. It wasn't until he witnessed 11111 covered in blood. From the moment, Jiangyu shut his eyes, covering his face with his hand. "Damn." A moment later, he uttered another "damn," his tone laced with a mix of panic and impotent anger. A small head peeked around the door, It seemed he had begun to develop other feelings. To continue calling him that would be inappropriate. He lowered his hand and half sat up, asking, "What's up?" 11111 stood at his door in her pajamas, clutching a large cord. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Su Yin's face. "The air conditioning in 1111's room is broken. Can you sleep on the floor tonight? I'll have someone check it out tomorrow." The September heat was still stifling, and without air conditioning, it would be unbearable. 11111 stood obediently at the door, her smile pure and untainted. She assured them that today's air conditioning failure was genuinely unrelated to her. She hadn't even formulated a reason. It had just suddenly broken down. Thus, she radiated an aura of delight. "Jiangyu, He felt rather uncomfortable, having just uncovered a shift in his feelings, and now this girl was so innocently suggesting they sleep together. "Mom, why don't you sleep with one Xiaoxi, and I'll sleep with Dad? We're not kids anymore, this isn't appropriate." Jianyu exclaimed, then he noticed 1111's expression transform from playful to somber, her gaze resembling that of a forsaken puppy. Jianyu, feeling unexpectedly guilty, he quickly averted his gaze, mentally reminding himself not to soften his heart. Su Yin, on the other hand, was quite unyielding. What's wrong with siblings sharing a bed? Just for one night, and one can sleep on the floor while the other sleeps in bed. You two used to cuddle up together to sleep. In Su Yin's eyes, there was nothing problematic about siblings sharing such arrangements. And besides, 1111 won't sleep well with me, she sighed. You two should just make do. At this moment, 1111 softly interjected, I can sleep on the couch in the living room. It is perfectly fine. She offered a fragile smile as she spoke. Jianyu, not good, the tea's flavor is overwhelming. There's a hint of menace. Sure enough, the next second, Teacher Su shot him, but the thought of her potentially sitting beside the couch, staring at him throughout the night, that image, perhaps it was better to refrain. Chapter 68, What kind of girl do you prefer? Jianyu Guan was merely reflecting on his rather uninhibited sleeping posture, not to mention the possibility of rolling off the sofa. The mere thought of awakening to the sight of 1111's deep, dark eyes was somewhat unsettling. Although she was indeed attractive, Jianyu's courage was rather limited. Perhaps the boldest thing he had ever done in his life was to bring her home. Observing 1111, who appeared both pitiful and dejected, Jianyu sighed, all right, remember to call someone to fix the air conditioner tomorrow. I will, but if it weren't so late, I would have summoned a technician tonight. You two have indeed grown, Su Yin murmured, before gently stroking 1111's hair and cheerfully adding, all right, get to bed early and rest well. 1111 obediently nodded. Su Yin cast a glance at her son, the pillows and blankets in your closet have all been aired out before, so rest early, and don't sneakily play on your phone. Got it, Mom. Good night. Good night, Aunt Su. Good night, my darlings. With that, Su Yin softly closed the door behind them. Jianyu rose from the bed, resigned to fetch a blanket and pillow from the wardrobe. 1111 approached, clutching her stuffed toy, and placed it on the bed, looking at Jianyu earnestly as she said, maybe I should just sleep on the floor. In reality, the mat beside the bed was just as comfortable as the mattress itself. This lad knew how to indulge himself. Even if he were to fall off, it wouldn't significantly impact his sleep quality. Thus, in strict terms, there wasn't much difference between sleeping on the floor and on the bed. Jianyu chuckled, no need for that. My mom would kill me if she saw. After all, 1111 claimed her injuries were nearly healed, yet there's an old saying that it takes 100 days to fully recover from a sprain or fracture. Her body was still fragile, and neither Su Yin nor Jianyu could bear the thought of her sleeping on the floor. However, after exchanging his blanket and pillow for new ones and arranging them for her, he looked at the obedient girl sitting by the bed and couldn't help but ask, how did the air conditioner break? What he really wanted to inquire was whether she was the one responsible for it. Yet, he felt that phrasing it that way might come off as accusatory, although he genuinely harbored doubts about 1111's ability to cause such a malfunction. 1111 seemed taken aback for a moment before responding, I don't know. The light came on, but the air vent wouldn't open. After saying this, her expression dimmed slightly. Do you suspect it was me? As she stood up, she added, maybe I'll just sleep in the living room, and began to walk out. Jianyu called out, don't be silly, I was just asking. He didn't feel particularly inclined to persuade her, if you really go out, I will lock the door. As expected, 1111's footsteps halted. Jianyu mused. It seemed that magic was indeed needed to counter magic. However, witnessing her dejected stance, silent and forlorn, softened his heart. He walked over, took the stuffed toy from her arms, grasped her wrist gently, and ruffled her hair, saying, all right, you don't need to be so hard on yourself. 1111 blinked and looked at Jianyu, is it that obvious? Well, it's somewhat obvious, Jianyu replied with a smile. Now, let's go to sleep. This time, 1111 complied without fuss. As she lay down, clutching the blanket that no longer bore Jianyu's familiar scent, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She had almost asked him not to change it, wishing for the warmth of his presence. Yet, knowing she would likely be teased, she refrained from voicing it. Jianyu lay by the bed, responding to a few messages on his phone when 11111 suddenly piped up. "Brother." Generally speaking, when one calls out "brother," it seldom bodes well. Jianyu set his phone down and looked at her. "What is it?" This time, her hair was neatly arranged, rather than wildly cascading around her face, which had previously startled Jianyu. "You know I'm pretending, right?" 11111 asked, her voice dry. "What about before? I know." "What does it matter, as long as you're happy?" Jianyu replied with a smile, his gaze warm and tender as it met 11111's. "If this is how you express your needs, I can accept it." 11111 was overly cautious, hesitant to articulate her desires directly. If this made it easier for her to express herself, what harm was there in his accommodating her? 11111 was momentarily taken aback, staring into Jianyu's gentle eyes as her heart began to race uncontrollably. Jianyu's tenderness lay in the subtleties. Unlike Aunt Sue, who was overly concerned with her feelings, Jianyu treated her as just an ordinary person. This realization frightened 11111, as she feared that even her smallest needs might be magnified by them. She was apprehensive of such attention, worried about their efforts to fulfill her wishes. Jianyu, however, was different. He never tiptoed around her. To him, it was perfectly fine to speak plainly, to scold when necessary. 11111 was merely a regular individual. Suddenly, she smiled, realizing how could she not like Jianyu. With him, she was just an ordinary girl, just like everyone else. Jianyu was momentarily taken aback. How could someone appear so beautiful even when their head was down? He reached out, cupping her small face in his hand and gently lifting it. "Your face is flushed. If you're going to talk, at least do it without straining yourself." If he stared too long, he feared his own cheeks might betray him and turn red. 11111 had no idea that lingering too long would reveal a blushing Jianyu. Reaching for her stuffed toy, she lay back on the bed, the corners of her mouth curving into a sweet smile as she said, "Jianyu, all right, so when you need something, you call me brother, but when you don't, it's just Jianyu, is that it?" Jianyu chuckled, "What a little chatterbox. At school, it must be a struggle for you to say even a single word." Thinking of her reticent demeanor at school, Jianyu felt weary. It wasn't that she was unwilling to engage. Rather, she would respond with a single word to every question posed to her. While he couldn't accuse her of being impolite, she did respond. Her replies were often devoid of any additional commentary. It was reminiscent of a robot, but even that comparison fell short. The room service robots in hotels were far chatty in comparison. Lost in his thoughts, Jianyu heard 11111 murmur softly, "What do I even have to talk about with them?" "Then do you have plenty to discuss with me?" Jianyu replied casually. He then watched as 11111 brought her pillow closer to the edge of the bed, peering at him with her squinted eyes as if scrutinizing him. Her tone was tinged with melancholy. "You have nothing to say to me, Jianyu?" He reached out and playfully tapped the pillow, feeling free to do so. "Of course, I have plenty to say. So, what do you want to talk about?" His tone revealed a tenderness he was unaware of. He then observed as the pillow was slowly withdrawn. Jianyu pondered briefly. It seemed she genuinely adored that gourd-shaped pillow. She had never brought it with her before. Just as he was musing, he heard her ask, "What kind of girl do you like?" Chapter 69. My bond with Jianyu is unparalleled. Jianyu was taken aback by the question she posed. After a brief pause, he candidly replied, "Beautiful." This was a straightforward truth. Having studied fine arts, his innate pursuit of beauty was instinctive. Moreover, who doesn't he appreciate a lovely sister? A beautiful older sister wouldn't he be unwelcome either? Primarily, it was about the beauty. Jianyu, an ordinary fellow, genuinely admired it. This simple response left 11111 momentarily stunned. She reached up to touch her own face, pondering whether she could be considered beautiful, with no specific. She had been aware of her attractiveness since childhood, with even one that in acknowledging her beauty. In her younger years, she encountered peculiar individuals who, enchanted by her looks, offered to take her out for meals. Yet, their gazes were far more repulsive than 1-Jin's. For an extended period, 11111 concealed a knife in her backpack. After all, no one monitored her, and thus, no one was aware of her carrying a weapon at such a tender age. Whenever she encountered ill-intentioned individuals, she would flee. If they caught up, she had the knife as a last resort, unafraid of the consequences. Though seemingly decent-looking individuals would recoil in fear at the sight of the blade, branding her a little lunatic. All of this stemmed from her striking appearance, however. With Jiangyu by her side, she felt invincible. The unpleasant people and experiences faded into the past. From the moment Jiangyu entered her life, she basked in the sunlight. Though she had never despised her own face, it was at this moment that she felt a genuine sense of gratitude for her good looks. "So, am I pretty?" 11111 inquired, her tone brimming with delight. Jiangyu, anyone who could claim 11111 was unattractive was likely blind. He replied earnestly, "You're beautiful. Then do you like me?" Her youthful face re-emerged, radiating innocence. Jiangyu, oh, how self-assured she was, patting himself on the back for his own cleverness. He gazed silently at her cherubic face and clicked his tongue. "There are many beautiful people in the world. It's impossible for me to love them all. However, I certainly like you. We grew up together, how could I not? Even if you weren't conventionally attractive, I'd still have affection for you, but, taking 1,000 steps back, if you were unattractive, I wouldn't have lost my mind." Oh, speaking like this, it was a perilous game for a beauty lover. Jiangyu felt a twinge of melancholy. 11111 was clearly dissatisfied with this assertion, her delicate lips pouting slightly. "That's not true. With so many people in the world, my favorite is definitely Jiangyu." She spoke with utmost sincerity. Jiangyu's heart fluttered at her innocent declaration. He took a deep breath. "All right, I understand. Now you know what liking someone means. There are many kinds of love. I don't care, no matter what kind, I like Jiangyu the most. We are the best of friends." Her declaration sounded somewhat childish. In that instant, Jiangyu felt the momentary stirrings in his heart diminish after her words. He reached out to pinch her protruding cheek. "All right, I understand. I'm also your best friend." At that moment, he realized that 11111 was still young. She might not even distinguish between the different kinds of affection. He himself was still navigating through confusion, let alone 11111. He couldn't mislead her. He should guide her into the light, ensuring he didn't become the cloud that obscured her sunshine. Unbeknownst to Jiangyu, 11111's perspective was uniquely her own. In her world, there was only Jiangyu and everyone else, Jiangyu and other matters. Jiangyu was irreplaceable, the most special existence in 11111's life. 11111 could see through Jiangyu's demeanor. He was merely trying to placate her. Look, he always treated her like a child, despite being only a few months her senior. 11111 wanted to say more, but upon meeting Jiangyu's affectionate gaze, she sighed in resignation. Suddenly, she had a thought, sitting up and retrieving a tube of ointment from her pajama pocket. "I forgot to apply the scar cream." Jiangyu sat up, taking the ointment from her hand and standing. She could apply the cream to the scars on her front, but for the ones on the back of her head and back, she would need assistance. Previously, she had relied on Liu Qi in the school dormitory. Liu Qi would always cry while applying it. In truth, 11111 felt little discomfort. The pain had long since faded. Upon returning home, she should have sought Su Yin's help, but she had intentionally omitted mentioning it. Aunt Su probably forgot. At this moment, she delightfully felt Jiangyu's cool fingers, gently applying the ointment to her scars. Her spirits lifted. She asked, "The doctor said this will help them fade." With many scars already present, she felt there shouldn't be any more. Jiangyu preferred beauty, yet, while her face was attractive, her body bore numerous scars. 11111 felt a bit disheartened, oblivious to Jiangyu's silence. Jiangyu's gaze lingered on the scar at the back of her head and the pink scar near her neck, his hand trembling slightly. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if any more pressure would inflict greater pain upon her. 11111 finally noticed Jiangyu's quietude and turned to glance at him. She saw the redness around his eyes, illuminated by the light. Jian Yu, attempting to mask his emotions, could barely manage, his voice gruff. What are you fidgeting about? Doesn't it hurt? Despite his stern demeanor, his tone was laced with concern. 11111 disliked the sympathetic glances of others. Yet, she yearned for Jian Yu to always care for her. Thus, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, she said, actually, it's all right, it just gets a bit itchy, could you blow on it for me? Didn't you say blowing on it would lessen the pain? Jian Yu muttered under his breath that such notions were child's play, yet he still leaned down, gently blowing a few times. The boy lowered his gaze, his thin eyelids tinged with red, his facial features softened, and even the force of his breath was light, as if fearing it might cause her discomfort. 11111's heart brimmed with joy. Jian Yu genuinely cared for her. Actually, a kiss might work even better, 11111 whispered, attempting to negotiate, hoping to entice Jian Yu into a moment of folly. Right, however, Jian Yu, not swayed by her charm, shot her a glare. Do you think you can take advantage of me? All his complex emotions of concern shattered upon her audacious request. Fine, Jian Yu glanced at the scar. While it hadn't completely crumbled, he still felt a pang of sympathy. He looked at 11111's innocent yet bewildered face and sighed, it's not entirely me losing out. You're the one at a disadvantage, you know. I'm not at a disadvantage. If you're willing to kiss me, then you're the one losing out, I'm the one gaining. 11111's lovely face inched closer. Would you like to give it a try? Jian Yu. With a forced smile, he retorted, would you like to test whether I'd hesitate to hit you? Yet, she showed no fear, laughing, then I guess you wouldn't dare. Jian Yu was left exasperated, finally understanding why people said raising children aged one prematurely. Perhaps it wasn't just a rumor, it was indeed true. Rabbithead and you are the best of friends, so, did you all collectively start school on September 2 nd, poor Rabbithead, left behind, so pitiful, Chapter 70. Allow me to recount a tale of the golden-haired prince. What is most significant, you ask? The most crucial point is that she was indeed correct. Jian Yu truly found it hard to part, which alone was enough to weigh heavily on his heart. As he gazed upon that smug little face, a sense of frustration welled within him. He reached out to cover her face, saying, all right, enough, once you're done applying the ointment, it's time for bed. Yet, she turned directly towards him, tilting her head, and said, could you help me apply some here? I'm too lazy to look in the mirror. The area near her collarbone bore a scar. Jian Yu gently applied the ointment to the scar with focused attention at first, however, gradually, he found himself distracted by the contrast between his hand and 11111's skin tone. Although Jian Yu and his peers had not undergone much training during military drills, the sun had undeniably tanned his skin. In contrast, 11111 had not participated in military training and, being naturally fair-skinned, had only her face exposed to the sun. Thus, her skin appeared truly pale, almost tender, yet lacking in color. Jian Yu was captivated by the striking contrast of black and white, his gaze inevitably drawn to her collarbone. The girl's collarbone was quite prominent, primarily due to her slender frame. 11111's pajamas were rather modest, as she typically wore long sleeves even in summer, bordering on high-necked attire. Jian Yu's gaze was innocent, he merely thought she was too thin, the outline of her shoulder blades clearly visible from behind. However, 11111 noticed his gaze and began to ponder whether her pajamas were too conservative. In truth, she had a rather commendable figure. One could not deny that Chen Hui had bestowed upon her an enviable appearance and physique, even though her foundation had not been ideal, and Su had worked tirelessly to enhance it, resulting in significant improvement in her figure. Previously, while chatting with Zhu Xianxian and others, they had touched upon intimate topics. Xianxian and her friends had remarked that B-cups were already quite acceptable at their age, yet, as 11111 lightly grazed her bust, she mused that perhaps hers was indeed better than what they had described. Jian Yu, who had been fixated on her, naturally noticed her subtle movement. Although it was nothing out of the ordinary, the mere touch became rather conspicuous. Jian Yu swiftly averted his gaze, retracting his hand. All right, you can finish applying the rest yourself. 11111, still contemplating whether to change her pajamas, remained oblivious to Jian Yu's fleeting unease. She merely responded with an "oh" before he rolled off the bed, settled back down, and pulled the covers over himself. He felt that his thoughts had taken a wrong turn, likely due to the over a week spent at school during military training. Jianyu hastily shouted "stop" in his mind, wondering what he was thinking as he wrestled with his self-reproach. 11111 busied herself with her phone on the bed. The bedroom soon fell into a tranquil silence. Until Jianyu spoke, "I'm turning off the lights now, okay?" 11111 replied with a soft millimeter. Jianyu stood up to glance at her. "Stop playing with your phone." Only then did 11111 decisively place an order and obediently set her phone aside. Once the lights were extinguished and Jianyu lay down, he suddenly heard 11111's voice. "Brother, I've grown accustomed to stories at school. Can you tell me one now? Otherwise, I can't sleep." Jianyu sighed. "Whose fault is it that you've developed such a bad habit?" "Yours." 111. In the darkness, he rolled his eyes in resignation, yet a smile graced his lips. "What would you like to hear? Shall I tell you a tale of the golden-haired prince?" "What is a golden-haired prince?" 11111's tone was filled with astonishment. Over the years, the stories Jianyu had shared with her, while they had been quite normal when she was younger, especially the uplifting ones, now that she had matured, the tales he told seemed rather peculiar. They evoked a familiar sense of strangeness that was difficult to articulate. At that moment, Jianyu clarified, "It's a derivative version of the Frog Prince." After a few light coughs, he added, "Just listen to me." "Oh," 11111 obediently replied. Soon enough, Jianyu began. "Once upon a time, there was a cheerful little girl who was exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, the storyline felt familiar. The little girl's favorite toy was lost, and a golden-haired boy appeared, claiming he could help her retrieve it. The girl, believing him, was ultimately led astray by the golden-haired boy. In the end, it was the girl's brother who arrived wielding a sword to chase away the golden-haired boy. Still that same familiar yet strange plot." Finally, Jianyu inquired, "What lesson does this story impart?" No matter the time, my brother will always come to save me." 11111 pondered before speaking. However, Jianyu, filled with exasperation, refuted, "Of course not. This story teaches us that if something is lost, it's lost. I will buy you a new one when I return. Don't trust those colorful furs, understand?" 11111 beamed with joy, her face lighting up. "Got it." Jianyu was satisfied. The initiative to prevent colorful furs was paramount. "All right, the second question, what should you do if you encounter such a person?" 11111 thought to herself, "I would eliminate him, or perhaps sell him, who knows?" Yet she knew the answer Jianyu sought, so she dutifully replied, "Look for an opportunity to call the police and then contact you." Jianyu felt a sense of pride. His teachings had taken root. However, he could not help but recall the reckless design Wan Daiqian had concocted, causing a pang in his heart. He exhaled deeply. "In any case, 11111, remember, your first priority is to protect yourself in dangerous situations, understood?" His tone turned serious. 11111 immediately responded, "I understand." Jianyu paused. Each time her responses were so decisive, he felt she had not truly grasped the lesson. Yet, what could he do? He sighed. "All right, time to sleep. Good night." "Good night, brother," 11111 murmured softly. "Finally, I can get a good night's sleep." Indeed, she could sleep peacefully. In the middle of the night, Jianyu sensed the presence of another person beside him. Ever since 11111's incident, his sleep quality had not been as good as before. Previously, he would fall asleep instantly. Now, it took longer to drift off, and he was easily awakened. Strangely, however, every time 11111 drew near, he found solace in sleep. Just like this time, he was aware that 11111 had nestled against him, and he should have woken up to question her about her actions. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the depths of a dreamless slumber. He slept soundly, and when he awoke the next morning, he remained still in bed. 11111 must have gotten up long ago and returned to her own room, for she always exercised restraint when his parents were home. At that moment, Jianyu wondered if 1111 had slipped him some sort of sedative. This was all rather bizarre. Chapter 71, Are You the Hug Monster? Jianyu pondered for a moment before rising. After freshening up and stepping outside, he spotted Suyin in the living room, who, surprisingly, refrained from commenting on his late rising. Their son had just returned from military training, and she seemed to be feeling a pang of sympathy. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Help yourself. I'll be taking Shishi out shortly, Suyin stated. Someone will come to repair the air conditioner, so keep an eye on things. Jianyu, rummaging through the refrigerator, paused at her words. Where are you going? To buy groceries. Not quite. Suyin glanced at the closed door of Wan Shishi's room, where she was changing. She stepped a little closer to Jianyu and lowered her voice slightly. I'm going with her to handle the property transfer. Chen Hui is likely leaving next week. It seems her husband's business has encountered some issues, though the specifics are unclear. Regardless, we need to help Shishi secure the house first. Jianyu frowned slightly. I'll accompany her. What do you know? You're just a kid. I'll go with her. You stay at home and wait for us. We should be back soon. No matter how old Jianyu was, in Suyin's eyes, he remained a child, and she couldn't help but worry, insisting on overseeing. Jianyu initially intended to argue, but he understood his mother well. She would never allow the two children to venture out alone. He resigned himself and declared, Then I'm going too. I don't care. The air conditioner can be repaired this afternoon. Suyin sighed. This child of mine. Just then, Wan Shishi emerged from her room, fully dressed. What's up, Aunt Su? With Wan Shishi's consent, Suyin made a quick call to the air conditioner repair service and then led the two children out. Jianyu could forego breakfast, but Wan Shishi still handed him some bread and milk. He ended up eating on the go, asking Wan Shishi, why didn't you mention it last night? I only found out this morning, she replied, having received a call from Chen Hui. Aunt Su just rushed back from outside. It wasn't Wan Shishi who sought out Suyin. It was Chen Hui who had called, asking her to take Wan Shishi along. Jianyu merely nodded in response. Suyin drove the two children directly to their destination. Upon arriving at the property management office, they spotted Chen Hui waiting out. As they approached, Jianyu noticed that Chen Hui appeared significantly older than when they last met a week ago, likely due to her husband's troubles. Nevertheless, she managed a strained smile upon seeing them. You're here. Yet Wan Shishi maintained her stoic demeanor, while Jianyu mirrored her expression. Only Suyin offered a greeting. Eventually, the four entered the office, where the contract had already been prepared. Chen Hui explained, I initially wanted to take my time choosing, but now time is of the essence, so I bought a house in the neighborhood next door to your Aunt Su's, fully furnished. If you don't like it, we can always change later. Wan Shishi nodded. Okay, understood. Jianyu took the contract to examine it, but before he could read much, Suyin said, Do children have no rights? He indeed understood it, having seen such documents in his previous life. It was a gift contract. Suyin snapped a photo and sent it to a lawyer she had previously contacted. The lawyer had been engaged when Wan Dhn approached Suyin, but it had taken some time to put it to use, and now it proved necessary. Chen Hui silently observed, aware that she was not deemed trustworthy in their eyes. Her gaze was primarily fixed on Wan Shishi, who, in turn, ignored her and retrieved the untouched milk from her bag, poking a hole in the carton before offering it to Jianyu. Jianyu genuinely disliked milk, wrinkling his nose as he pushed it back towards Wan Shishi. You drink it. She was too thin, and an image of her delicate collarbone flashed through his mind, causing him to avert his gaze uncomfortably. Wan Shishi didn't press him to drink. Seeing his reluctance, she took a sip herself. Chen Hui observed this exchange closely, thinking that Shishi would likely be a good sister. If only she had taken her away back then. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, images of Wan Shishi stabbing Wan Dhn and of her lying in a hospital bed, covered in injuries, flooded her mind. Fear gripped her. Chen Hui clenched her hands and turned her gaze away. Jianyu noticed the fleeting fear in Chen Hui's eyes and frowned, unsure if Wan Shishi had noticed it or if she simply didn't care. Nevertheless, he reached out and squeezed her hand. Wan Shishi was taken aback, looking at Jianyu. Do you want it? But I've already had some. Jiangyu. It seems she hadn't noticed, or perhaps it didn't matter to her. He replied somewhat irritably, take your time drinking it, I'll buy you a whole box when we get back. Meanwhile, Su Yin finished her conversation with the lawyer and smiled at Chen Hui before addressing Wan Shishi. Shishi, come over and sign. Wan Shishi responded with an "oh," as Jiangyu naturally took the milk from her hands. Chen Hui observed that Wan Shishi didn't even spare a glance at the contract before signing it. She genuinely trusted Su Yin and her family. This was good, they were all good people. After signing, Chen Hui clearly had something to discuss with Su Yin, so Su Yin suggested the children head to the supermarket across the street to buy groceries, which would be perfect for lunch. Jiangyu pushed the cart alongside Wan Shishi, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. What else wrong with Chen Hui? Why does she talk to my mom instead of me? I have nothing to say to her. Wan Shishi shrugged off, genuinely feeling that Chen Hui was less familiar than a stranger to her. Jiangyu glanced at her, still feeling a pang of sympathy. What do you want to buy? I'll get it for you. Wan Shishi, sensing the tenderness in his voice, blinked and turned to him. I don't want to buy anything. Can I exchange it for a hug? She added in a soft voice, you said you felt sorry for me but didn't he give me a hug? Jiangyu, are you some kind of hug monster? Then I must be the most beautiful hug monster. Wan Shishi replied with a smile, when not, she calls him Jiangyu. Jiangyu felt that he truly needed to amend his soft-hearted ways. After living 2 lives, he was still so easily swayed. He remarked, just one hug. Not just one. You're not truly concerned about me, Wan Shishi quietly insisted. That was quite a hefty accusation. Jiangyu clicked his tongue. Fine, just a quick hug. With that, he opened his arms. However, Wan Shishi shook her head. We'll hug when we get back. Jiangyu. Is there really a difference? This morning, I felt a tightness in my chest and went for a full-body checkup. After spending most of the day there, I returned utterly exhausted. I'll post 2 updates today and need to pick up the report tomorrow. QAQ Chapter 72. A hug is merely a hug, nothing more, just innocent. Given that recently, 1111 seems to have developed other thoughts about him, Jiangyu remains somewhat vigilant. Let me tell you, a hug is simply a hug, nothing more, he insists. To his surprise, 1111 becomes animated at his words, her expression serious as she asks, then what does it mean to not be innocent? Jiangyu gazes at her curious little face, feeling as if he were lifting a stone only to have it fall upon his own. Isn't the distinction between innocent and not innocent rather straightforward? Yet, 1111 does not appear to be pretending. She genuinely asks what a non-innocent hug entails. How purely innocent she is. Jiangyu dares not say, oh, it's nothing, I merely asked casually. It's just that you always choose vegetarian dishes, and I was hoping for something meaty. His excuse is not particularly clever, but his natural demeanor. Nevertheless, the question lingers in her mind, what does an innocent and a non-innocent hug signify? It isn't until Su Yin arrives to find them that 1111 remains unable to comprehend. However, it is time for her to leave. Chen Hui has already departed, catching an early morning flight the following day, and likely will not return anytime soon. Once in the car, Su Yin directly relays to 1111 everything Chen Hui had shared with her. In truth, she feels that Chen Hui does not understand her daughter at all, otherwise, how could she be unaware that 1111 is quite well behaved and sensible, and that many matters need not be concealed from her. But then again, one realizes that had Chen Hui truly understood 1111, she would not have abandoned her in the first place. As Su Yin drives, she observes the 2 in the back seat playfully tussling over something. She speaks up, 1111, your mother is leaving tomorrow. Jiangyu pauses as he raises a chocolate bar to evade 1111's grasp, but she effortlessly snatches it away, cheerfully responding, all right, I understand. She then unwraps the chocolate, but instead of tasting it herself, she directly stuffs it into Jiangyu's mouth. Just as he is about to speak, a piece of chocolate finds its way into him, and he casts a glance at her, only to see her unwrapping another piece to pop into her own mouth. The soft touch of her fingers barely grazes his lips, now pressing gently against her delicate ones. Jian-yu is unsure if she is being intentional or if his mind is simply wandering astray, leading him to think of the phrase, a kiss. He diverts his gaze, echoing Su-yin's words, so soon. Yes, her husband's company has encountered significant issues, hence the urgency of her departure, Su-yin replies, hesitating momentarily before continuing. Her husband is aware of 1111's existence. It was Chen Hui who disclosed it, however. He ultimately stated that as long as Chen Hui does not see 1111, everything will be fine. He purchased the house, and also transferred an additional 200,000 yuan into the account, which is meant for 1111's education. This effectively severs her ties of kinship. Su-yin understands that Chen Hui must have agreed to this arrangement, otherwise, she would not have confided in her rather than 1111. Thus, Su-yin feels a twinge of sympathy for 1111. Jian-yu shares this sentiment, gently squeezing her hand, yet 1111 smiles and says, I understand, it's not a loss. She gave me life and at least provided security for many years to come. I suppose I've come out ahead. Her tone is remarkably even. Had it been just Jian-yu, her words would have surely been different. However, when in the presence of Su-yin, 1111 always portrays herself as obedient and understanding. She cannot appear too callous, lest she seem like a strange being. Thus, 1111 expresses, I just hope that our respective lives can be vibrant and colorful in the future. She adds with a hint of sarcasm, she has had enough misfortune in her first half of life. I hope her next life is better. Both Su-yin and Jian-yu fall into silence. It is Jian-yu who finally breaks it, gently pinching her cheek. Why are you frowning and speaking so somberly at such a young age? His eyes are filled with warmth. It's all right. We have so many who care for you, right? In my parents' eyes, you are first, and I am second. Su-yin chuckles, adding, if you were as well behaved as 1111, you could be first too, Mom. How wonderful our 1111 is. How many envy me. You should just let it go. As 1111 observes the mother-son duo engaging in their playful banter to cheer her up, she genuinely smiles. She truly does not care about Chen Hui. She harbors no resentment towards her. After all, before becoming a mother, one must first consider oneself. Protecting herself surely cannot be wrong. Though her childhood memories are few, she recalls a few years of being sheltered. Since she does not harbor hatred, there is no notion of forgiveness or the lack thereof. She merely feels fortunate that, although she was cast aside, Su-yin and Jian-yu picked her up. This is a different life. Had she not left, she might have ended up mired in the same troubles as that family. 1111 is indifferent to everything beyond Jian-yu. Chen Hui has not harmed Jian-yu, so to her, there is little distinction between her and a stranger. Jian-yu observes her lost in thought and pulls her closer, asking, what are you pondering? Thinking about how to cook beef later, 1111 replies. Su-yin interjects, I'll handle dinner, you both just wait to eat. 1111 smiles in response, all right, Su-aunt. It is a rare occasion when Jian Weiman returns home for lunch, and he mentions that Wan-Datian wishes to see 1111. He looks at 1111, saying, however, I directly refused. 1111, do you want to meet him? I think it's unnecessary. Be either way, I have scheduled an appointment with a psychologist for you. I'll take you there this afternoon. Jian Weiman does not have any particular motive. He simply believes the child has endured so much that she requires psychological guidance to prevent any lasting emotional scars. When 1111 first arrived, Jian Weiman had taken her to see a psychologist. At that time, she was very resistant and frightened of doctors. Moreover, Jian-yu had always insisted she was unwilling, protecting his sister, and thus the matter was left unresolved. However, colleagues had informed Jian Weiman that the child's mental state was likely not ideal. Over the years, Jian Weiman has kept a watchful eye on her. However, it appears that there are no significant issues. After the recent incident, he still wishes to take 1111 for a checkup, hoping to resolve any problems early on to avoid repercussions in the future. After breaking free from Wan-Datian, a new life awaits. Yet, upon hearing Jian Weiman's words, 1111 pauses, quickly glancing at Jian-yu. Her eyes betray her reluctance. However, she is somewhat intimidated by Jiang Weimin and does not dare to speak up directly. Contrary to her expectations, Jiang Yu, who typically defends her when she displays such an expression, instead says, "All right, I'll accompany her as well." Jiang Weimin nods. "What is the issue with that?" Su Yin interjects, "I'll just have someone come to check the air conditioning at home." Xiao Yu, "Is the air conditioning in your room still cool?" Meanwhile, 11111 feels as though their voices are fading into the distance, her mind racing with thoughts of what might happen if they discover the truth. Chapter 73, Hugs, Kisses, and Being Lifted Up. 11111 was acutely aware that there were indeed issues lurking within her psyche. After all, her perspective on life had always diverged from that of others. Even though she made earnest attempts to blend into the crowd, over time, she merely managed to mirror them superficially, yet, her innermost thoughts consistently ran counter to those around her. This matter had been well hidden. She had seen a psychologist once in her childhood. At that time, she was still young and genuinely frightened, as every response she offered to the doctor's inquiries was a fabrication. Generally, no one would notice her deceit, yet that doctor could see through her. He would not directly accuse her of lying, but instead would inquire gently, 1111, could it be that what we think in our hearts is something different? Can you express it? He had the ability to penetrate her defenses. Over the years, 11111 had never contemplated a second visit to a psychologist. In her youth, she could evade her issues with tears and tantrums. Now, however, what could she do? Moreover, why wouldn't Jiang Yu assist her? Why the reluctance? It was evident that Jiang Yu recognized her struggles. This was not an insult. He understood that 11111 was capable of orchestrating schemes against Ron Datian, engaging in actions that were typically beyond the capacity of someone her age. Even Jiang Yu, a man in his 30s, would find such maneuvers challenging. While most individuals facing adversity would choose self-preservation, 11111 opted for self-destruction. Even after incidents occurred, her foremost concern was seldom herself. She worried more about Jiang Yu's anger than her own well-being. Was this truly correct? Whether it was seeking a psychologist or Jiang Yu reminding Jiang Weimin, the assistance was naturally withheld. Jiang Yu could perceive 11111's reluctance and was waiting for this clever little girl to conjure some excuse. Yet, even after their meal, she remained silent. However, Jiang Yu swiftly deduced that 11111 was profoundly afraid of Jiang Weimin, a fear rooted in her childhood. It was a primal fear, akin to the instinctive trepidation one feels in the presence of elders. Jiang Yu had always known that his words might not carry as much weight as those of Jiang Weimin. In the afternoon, as they prepared to leave, Jiang Yu knocked on 11111's door, while Jiang Weimin went downstairs to start the car, instructing them to wait at the entrance. Their home had initially purchased a parking space, and with 2 cars in the household, one was inevitably left parked outside. Jiang Weimin commented that today they had parked quite far away, so it was best for them to wait at the entrance. 11111's voice drifted from inside, "Come in." Upon entering, one could immediately sense the stifling heat. The air conditioning was broken, and it was remarkable that she had managed to stay in there for so long. Upon seeing Jiang Yu enter, 11111 sat at the edge of her bed and childishly declared, "I'm not going to see the doctor." Jiang Yu approached her, squatting down to meet her gaze, noticing that her face was flushed, likely from the heat. Sweat dotted her forehead, and he sighed, raising his hand to wipe it away. Is this your excuse for suffocating yourself to the point of heat stroke? Jiang Yu's tone was tinged with exasperation. 11111, with her head downcast, appeared listless, yet when she felt his fingers brush against her forehead, her eyelashes fluttered momentarily. I'm not. Well, that statement sounded rather hollow, for she had indeed contemplated whether succumbing to heat stroke would relieve her of the obligation to go. Jiang Yu saw through her ruse. He merely smiled, taking her hand in his. "It's just a visit, it's nothing to worry about. Our dear one Cersei is perfectly healthy." One that Ian is a thing of the past. We all wish for you to embrace a new chapter in life. You know, after the incident, my parents have been quite worried, and so have I. He regarded 1111, his tone light and gentle. I've even started suffering from insomnia. Just consider it a pity for me. Let me feel at ease, will you? Upon hearing this, 1111 indeed turned to him, biting her lip, her eyes filled with hesitation, but she feared being diagnosed with a serious illness. She dreaded them discovering her true self. Jiangyu chuckled. Have you forgotten? Psychologists simply engage in conversation with you. If you don't consent, they cannot disclose any of your information. It's confidential. I just wish for you to express your thoughts to someone, and then you can feel happy. 1111 had initially intended to say that she could confide in him. However, she could not vocalize it, for many of her innermost thoughts she might never share with Jiangyu. After all, his family was exceedingly kind. Many of her thoughts would likely be a shock to them, wouldn't they eventually, as Su Yin urged them on. 1111 reluctantly followed Jiangyu out. Yet, on her typically well-managed face, a rare expression emerged. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a drooping expression. Nonetheless, Jiangyu found it quite endearing, while Su Yin, busy washing dishes in the kitchen, was oblivious. Otherwise, 1111 would have certainly maintained her usual composure. Jiangyu, holding 1111's wrist, called out to Su Yin in the kitchen, Mom, we're heading out. Su Yin replied with a "see" in her eyes. They were akin to elementary school children. Nevertheless, Jiangyu acknowledged her, and as they entered the elevator, he found her little kitten-like face amusing. Now that we're outside, how can you cheer up a bit? He inquired playfully. 1111 glanced at him. Will you coax me? Isn't he that quite evident? Jiangyu raised an eyebrow. It's a rare occasion, so how should I coax you? A hug, perhaps? He felt no trepidation about accumulating such debts. Unexpectedly, 1111 blinked, then let us skip the hug. How about a kiss? That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it, Jiangyu? Wait, you consider that not too much? 1111's brows arched slightly, and with utmost seriousness, she explained, hugs, kisses, and being lifted up. I'm already this old, so no lifting me up. She tilted her head, looking at Jiangyu. Didn't you say not to seek out yellow-haired boys because relationships aren't fun? That means you're the same. Jiangyu, did he say that? He genuinely could not recall his offhand remarks. He hadn't anticipated that the boomerang would return so swiftly. Yet, observing 1111's demeanor, he must have indeed said something similar. He glanced at her. Just a kiss. This reaction was not what 1111 had expected. She had anticipated Jiangyu would flatly refuse her, as he had done previously. Yes, 1111 stammered slightly. Jiangyu glanced at the elevator and then took 1111's hand, planting a kiss on the back of her hand. The soft touch of his lips against her skin, even if merely on her hand, caused her to instinctively stiffen. Jiangyu's movement was quick. This was indeed a kiss, nothing amiss. Kiss accomplished, he said, raising his gaze to meet 1111's eyes. Health update. Yesterday, I received the results of my health examination, revealing a host of minor issues. However, the most concerning were my persistent back pain and episodes of palpitations and insomnia. The doctor advised me to rest adequately, avoid overexertion, and manage my stress levels and sleep patterns. I fear that I might succumb to sudden death at this rate. For now, I shall endure. QAQ, striving to maintain 2 chapters and aiming for 3. After all, I have a 2-chapter minimum guarantee. My life is paramount. P.S. Let us refrain from playful banter today. If you wish to urge for updates, please do so kindly. Currently, my mood is rather dismal. I feel like I might explode. Chapter 74. Nonsense, I am the one taking advantage of you. Jiangyu's movements were exceedingly swift, and his words, though audacious, bore an unsettling rationality. Consequently, 1111 found herself momentarily at a... Her initial reaction was to berate herself for not articulating her thoughts clearly enough. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Jiangyu released her hand, saying, "Let us go, my dad is waiting outside." With that, he turned. As he did, he caught a glimpse of 1111's somewhat dazed expression reflected in the elevator's surroundings. Her eyes, slightly widened, seemed to convey a blend of confusion and disbelief. It was undeniably adorable. Jiangyu's smile was nearly radiant, as if it were competing with the sun itself. Indeed, teasing a child was a delightful pastime, particularly when it involved someone as irresistibly charming as 11111. Before long, 11111 caught up with him. The hand that had been kissed remained clenched, as if the sensation of Jiang Yu's lips lingering on her skin had yet to dissipate. Though the act had been fleeting, perhaps lasting no more than 3 seconds, 11111 felt a tingling warmth spreading from her hand to her heart. She hurriedly approached him and grabbed his hand, exclaiming, "Hold hands." Jiang Yu feigned disdain, retorting, "You certainly have a lot of demands. You didn't he mention wanting to hold hands just now?" Yet, he made no effort to shake off her grip. As they ventured out in the afternoon, they encountered few people, but as they neared the entrance of the community, 11111 instinctively released Jiang Yu's hand, opting instead to clutch the hem of his shirt. Jiang Yu glanced at her sideways, noting that she was acutely aware that it was uncommon for two individuals to hold hands for such an extended period, yet, regardless of Jiang Yu's previous admonitions, she had chosen to ignore them. Now, as they faced Jiang Weimin, she appeared somewhat subdued, seeking a reprieve from his scrutiny. With a soft hum of discontent, Jiang Yu voiced his thoughts. 11111, observing him, inquired, "What's wrong?" Her expression was one of innocent curiosity, prompting Jiang Yu to avert his gaze. He drawled, "Oh, I was merely pondering how some individuals wear multiple masks, wouldn't you agree?" 11111's lips moved slightly as she muttered a vague response. "In front of you, I only wish to show my..." After that feeling emerged, he had indeed transformed into something of a protective older brother. But this time, it was clear that she could not merely be his sister. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yu admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up, and refrain from reading any peculiar books with Zhu Xianxian, but you previously said that I could look at what other girls enjoy." 11111's voice brimmed with confusion. Jiang Yu could only respond with a muted expression. "I see my dad's car," he remarked, finally at a loss for words in response to 11111, perhaps due to the erratic rhythm of his heart, which dulled his usual sharp reflexes. As they approached Jiang Weimin's car, 11111 noticed Jiang Yu averted his gaze, but she couldn't help but wonder if his ears were slightly flushed. Jiang Weimin's vehicle was parked at the entrance. Once they were inside, both settled into a more subdued demeanor, as they typically did in the presence of their parents. Initially, 11111 had momentarily forgotten her anxiety about visiting the psychologist due to Jiang Yu's brief kiss, yet that tension resurfaced while seated in the car. Jiang Yu observed her hand gently caressing the back of the hand he had kissed, not with force but with a delicate touch. Though they appeared calm in the back seat, an undercurrent of unease lingered. Her beautiful eyes began to lose focus once more. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. The journey from home to the hospital typically took about 10 minutes without traffic. Upon reaching the parking lot, they disembarked, while Jiang Weimin received a phone call. Jiang Yu stole a glance at his father, who wore a furrowed brow, seemingly engaged in a serious conversation. He swiftly took 11111's unkissed hand and pressed a quick kiss upon it, declaring, "Now we have one on each side, safeguarding you. There's nothing to fear." 11111 was momentarily taken aback, watching as Jiang Yu planted a hasty kiss and then smiled at her. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly reached out to touch the back of Jiang Yu's left hand, affirming, "Yes, I am not afraid." Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, muttering, "You do realize that if others were to see, they might think I'm taking advantage of you." He paused, contemplating the implications. However, 11111 seemed oblivious to this notion. She tilted her head slightly, earnestly stating, "Nonsense, it is I who is taking advantage of you." After which she nodded emphatically, observing 11111 in such earnestness. Jiang Yu chuckled and responded, "You hardly seem like a clever child in that regard." He reached out to gently tousle her hair, a gesture he often shared with Su Yin. 11111 retorted, "What defines a clever child? There isn't a clear definition. I have no desire to be a clever child, I simply wish to be protected by you." Should Jiang Yu be willing to shield her, she would gladly remain a NAV child for a lifetime. Jiang Yu was taken aback by her words, unable to respond before the sound of the car door closing interrupted. Both felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, their bodies instinctively straightening. Jiang Guimin remained unaware of any oddity, encouraging them. Let us go. We should head inside. 1111 just switched to a new psychologist. She's a sister, so you should find her easier to relate to. Upon learning that the doctor was female, 1111's expression remained largely unchanged, though she nodded obediently, replying, "Understood, uncle." After leading them inside, Jiang Guimin departed for work, leaving 1111 as the first patient of the day. The new psychologist, Dr. Liu, prompted 1111 to glance back at Jiang Yu before entering. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Jiang Yu merely smiled at her, assuring, "I will wait for you outside," while gesturing towards his hand. 1111 smiled in response, and Dr. Liu couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Yu. Unfazed, he maintained eye contact with her. Subsequently, Dr. Liu escorted 1111 into her session. The duration of psychological counseling was unpredictable. It seemed that at his age, group chats were perpetually bustling. Each time he opened his middle and high school class groups, the notifications often exceeded 99 unread messages. He casually, however, he noticed that Liu Ji had tagged him in a message within a smaller group chat. "Yu Ji, I found out that Li Ziwen's younger brother is named Li Yu." Jiang Yu felt a sense of certainty wash over. Qi Han remarked, "Wait, they're actually in the same class. Isn't he the guy who sprained his ankle and didn't he have to participate in military training? He seems quite sociable." Zhu Xianxian chimed in, "What's this? You can chat with anyone, right?" Rolls eyes. "True, har har." Silly grin. Jiang Yu observed the 6 responses and couldn't he help but think that Qi Han genuinely appeared a bit foolish. Chapter 75, Brother, Blow It. As for Li Yu, for the time being, this fellow is nothing more than a bit noisy, quite similar to an ordinary classmate. Jiang Yu merely kept a watchful eye. To be honest, the truly malicious intentions among high school students are rather rare. It's not that they don't exist, but they are indeed infrequent. Jiang Yu remained vigilant, but what more could he do? Furthermore, Li Ziwen's demeanor was merely that of a failed attempt to appear cool. Feeling embarrassed in this setting, if he had something to do, he would have done it long ago. Previously, when Jiang Yu went to pick up 1111, he had even encountered their group on the street. Each of them merely rolled their eyes upon seeing Jiang Yu. Ever since discovering that 1111 could sometimes disregard everything, Jiang Yu enrolled in a class. Yes, he truly knew how to fight, so he signed up for Muay Thai. The skill only improves with practice, and Jiang Yu felt it was somewhat necessary for him. While chatting in the group for about an hour, 1111 finally emerged. Her expression revealed nothing. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yu stood up, and Dr. Liu glanced at him before smiling at 1111, saying, "All right, time to head back." Jiang Yu was eager to Liu saying, "Thank you, doctor." This took Jiang Yu by surprise. Dr. Liu then winked at 1111, "No need to thank me, you can come to talk to me anytime." Once outside the hospital, Jiang Yu asked, "What did you talk about?" 1111 seemed to be in quite a good mood. Unexpectedly, she cast him a glance and replied, "Didn't you say this was confidential? You don't have to share if you don't want to." Jiang Yu sighed, "All right, I understand, you have a secret with someone else, I get it." 1111, it felt oddly familiar to her. She hadn't anticipated that one day, the very tactic she excelled at would be turned against her by Jiang Yu. 1111 blinked, scrutinizing Jiang Yu. "Are you angry?" Jiang Yu forced a smile and replied, "It's all right." This familiar routine. 1111 was all too acquainted with it. Jiang Yu realized that ignorance is bliss. This tactic truly works wonders. No wonder 1111 enjoys it, especially seeing her in such a conflicted state. She knew she was pretending, yet still felt tangled up, perhaps beginning to comprehend his previous feelings. After all, Jiang Yu had once found it hard to refuse. As expected, with a frown, 1111 reached out and tugged at the hem of his shirt, saying, "All right, I'll tell you." Jiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, quite loudly. 1111, amidst his laughter, Jiang Yu playfully squeezed her wrist, exclaiming, "I'm just teasing you. Have you kept your little secret safe? Do you just need to tell me whether this doctor makes you feel scared or uncomfortable?" 1111 shook her head obediently, "No. Because Dr. Liu had only asked a few questions at the beginning before engaging her in conversation about Jianyu. Initially, 11111 was reluctant to discuss Jianyu, as he was hers. However, Dr. Liu was gentle. She didn't only talk about Jianyu but also about 11111 and Jianyu. 11111 enjoyed it. She liked how Dr. Liu spoke about them, hence she didn't dislike her. Upon hearing her answer, Jianyu nodded. That's fine, let us head home. Do you want to take a taxi or the bus? At this hour, there weren't many people on the bus, and a taxi was also an option, but 11111 was somewhat prone to motion sickness. She was particularly sensitive to the scent of seats that had been exposed to the sun in a car, yet the short distance posed no issue. 11111 replied, let us take the bus. The two crossed the street and waited for the bus. Once seated, 11111 occasionally stole glances at Jianyu. Jianyu felt unable to ignore her gaze and turned to her. What's the matter? Nothing, just wondering if you're really not curious. 11111 admitted candidly. Jianyu inquired, then do you want to share? 11111 thought for a moment before shaking her head, not right now. Jianyu responded, then my curiosity is of no use, but if not now, then when? 11111, without much thought, replied, once you promise to be with me, I should be able to tell you. Her words caught Jianyu off guard. An aunt sitting across the aisle glanced over, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jianyu, he wanted to cover 11111's mouth, but she was not speaking at the moment. Thus, Jianyu could only squeeze out, what nonsense are you spouting? He then felt his face heat up. 11111 retorted, I'm not talking nonsense. She began to resonate with what Xian had said. Xian mentioned that with her appearance, very few boys could withstand such directness. Initially, 11111 thought it was wrong. She had previously expressed similar feelings and had been flicked on the forehead by Jianyu. However, just moments ago in the elevator, she had noticed Jianyu's ears turning red, prompting her to test it again, and it truly worked. Thus, she gazed at Jianyu with bright eyes. She then noticed Jianyu's face growing increasingly flushed. Jianyu, how can I control my blush? He reached out and playfully turned 11111's face away, saying, stop staring at me. 11111 did not pull away his hand that covered her face. Instead, she asked, why not, are you shy? As she spoke, her lips brushed against Jianyu's palm, and her breath warmed it. This, Jianyu instinctively withdrew his hand, then he met 11111's curious gaze. Jianyu, for the first time, he felt the journey was somewhat prolonged. Why was this bus ride so arduous? He took a deep breath. Don't say anything foolish. If you keep this up, upon reflection, he realized there was nothing he could threaten her with. If she genuinely cared, Jianyu couldn't bear to use it against her. Finally, he managed to say, if you keep this up, you won't have a birthday gift this year. 11111 gasped and replied honestly, didn't you say you'd give me 5 years of Gaokao practice papers? I am not really looking forward to it. Jianyu, unable to hold back, he pinched her small, bony face and tugged it outward, gritting his teeth. Are you asking for a beating? An aunt nearby gasped. Jianyu turned to meet the aunt's curious gaze. In that moment, he immediately released his grip on 11111's face. Auntie, I'm truly not a strange person. Seriously, Auntie, are you gasping for air? Chapter 76. The previous hesitations and uncertainties now yielded to the rhythm of his heartbeat, providing him with clarity. Jianyu felt a tinge of embarrassment from his aunt's unabashed chatter. He reached out to cover 11111's face, lowering his voice slightly with a hint of warning. Are you going to keep teasing? 11111 immediately straightened up like a well-behaved student, apologizing, I'm sorry. Yet, her gaze still audaciously roamed over Jianyu's face. He was unaware that his cheeks had turned crimson. However, she had certainly noticed. Jianyu dared not glance to his sides, yet he could feel the unwavering stares from both 11111 and his aunt, their gazes piercing through him like laser beams. He could feel the heat rising in his face. Nevertheless, Jianyu resolved not to look anywhere else, primarily because the young girl had stirred something within him. Strangely enough, she maintained an entirely composed demeanor while teasing him, showing no signs of shyness. Was this merely playful banter on her part? To be honest, Jiangyu genuinely believed that 11111 might not even realize that her affection for him was distinctly different from her previous infatuation. Or perhaps he had misinterpreted the situation, maybe both feelings were indeed the same, but he had convinced himself otherwise. Ultimately, by the time they exited the vehicle, Jiangyu had successfully entangled his own thoughts into confusion, leaving him rather silent throughout the journey. Fortunately, his aunt disembarked midway, otherwise, Jiangyu felt as though his face would be thoroughly scrutinized. As they walked back, Jiangyu finally dared to glance at 11111, only to find her cheeks still flushed. Had he inadvertently caused this? Truth be told, Jiangyu had experienced quite a bit of pinching throughout his life, so this was unexpected. He couldn't help but furrow his brows and hold his steps, asking, "What's wrong with your face?" 11111 gasped, covering her cheeks with her hands. "What's the matter?" A flicker of joy and delight danced in her eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She was fully aware that her face must still appear red. She had discreetly pinched her cheeks while Jiangyu was momentarily distracted. This was all in anticipation of his reaction upon seeing her current state. Sure enough, the previously timid Jiangyu now approached her, and he had grown significantly taller than 11111. She relished the sight of him moving toward her with such initiative. Little did Jiangyu know that 11111 was already celebrating internally, her heart bursting with fireworks at the sight of her still flushed face. All his thoughts dissipated at the sight of 11111's rosy cheeks. He lifted her chin gently, muttering, "Wait, didn't you just eat kiwi at the doctor's?" 11111 was allergic to kiwis, and her family never bought them, yet this didn't seem like an allergic reaction. Jiangyu leaned in closer, scrutinizing her reddened cheeks, which appeared even more pronounced against her fair skin. 11111 smirked, "You could just blow on it." Jiangyu ignored her, gazing intently at her flushed face for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold laugh and pinching her cheek. 11111. "So you can be crafty, huh? Don't you know that fingerprints are different?" He had been gentle with his pinch, ensuring no marks were left, while she seemed entirely unbothered by the discovery. Disappointed at being caught, 11111 sighed, "Oh no, how did you find out? Then please blow on it for me." Her sparkling eyes looked up at Jiangyu with a pitiful expression as she softly pleaded, "Please. Please just blow on it for me." Jiangyu found himself captivated by her delicate face, feeling an irresistible urge to admire her beauty. However, instinctively, he took a step back, stammering, "You," before he could finish his sentence, sensing his imminent rejection. 11111 suddenly leaned in close. Jiangyu felt his lips brush against something soft and warm, her cheek. Her movements were swift, and before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, she had turned and fled. Jiangyu barely had time to process the sensation before that tender face was already gone. He watched her swiftly turn, calling out, "I'm leaving." Jiangyu for the first time, she didn't linger, let alone wait for him. As Jiangyu observed her retreating figure entering their building, he instinctively touched his lips, murmuring, "What just happened?" Had 11111 just kissed him? No, it seemed more like a brief encounter of cheeks. Jiangyu pressed his hand against his racing heart, muttering a curse, unsure whether to blame his heartbeat or himself. Get it together. Moreover, the previously ambiguous feelings within him suddenly became clear. Jiangyu had always maintained a stable emotional state, thanks to his parents instilling such principles in him from a young age. It felt as if he had suddenly experienced a death in a past life. Aside from the initial shock and fear, he quickly stabilized his emotions, pondering how his parents would cope and worrying about whether he would make the news, hoping his phone and computer wouldn't be exposed. In his previous life, Jiangyu often said, "Anything goes," and he had managed to maintain a stable demeanor, almost like a puppet. However, since becoming entangled with 11111, Jiangyu had changed significantly. Most of his emotional fluctuations were indeed due to her presence. Being good-natured and emotionally stable did not imply Jiangyu was foolish. In reality, he understood well that he never allowed himself to dwell within those emotions. Whenever faced with challenges, he consistently sought the most suitable solutions that would not disrupt his life, preferring to resolve matters once and for all. Yet, 11111 always managed to disrupt all his plans and intentions, appearing like an unexpected wave in his otherwise tranquil life. At this moment, Jianyu exhaled deeply, having suppressed his earlier emotions. He pondered whether 11111 had truly discerned her feelings for him, while he himself remained uncertain. However, in that fleeting moment when their cheeks had brushed, he realized he was likely doomed. Was he indeed at the age of experiencing the stirrings of first love? The previous hesitations and uncertainties were now answered by the rhythm of his heartbeat. 11111 had, in a sense, been nurtured by him. He had never pretended, he genuinely positioned himself as her older brother, always protecting her while wishing for a more colorful life filled with people around her. Yet, somewhere along the line, he had developed a possessive desire for 11111. Perhaps it was not long ago, or perhaps the stimulus of her recent hospitalization had triggered this sentiment, causing Jianyu to constantly worry about her safety and to wish to keep her hidden away. As Jianyu approached the elevator, he realized 11111 had likely gone ahead, fearing reprimand. This was for the best. The time spent waiting for the elevator would provide him with ample opportunity to sort through the changes in his feelings towards 11111. Chapter 77, Have You Two Kissed? Jianyu was not one to procrastinate. Now that he had begun to recognize the changes in his feelings, which had become so apparent, it was time to confront them. If he truly harbored affection for 11111, he would need to alter the dynamics of their interactions. He would still afford her the right to choose, as he was older and could no longer maintain an ambiguous relationship that left her uncertain about the nature of his feelings. 11111, on the other hand, believed Jianyu would seize the opportunity to scold her. Initially, she had fled to escape, thinking that with Suyin at home, even if Jianyu were angry, he would not storm in to confront her. Perhaps he would calm down soon, right? Moreover, she had, in a way, been kissed by Jianyu. 11111 felt a surge of happiness, yet throughout dinner, as she observed Jianyu behaving as if nothing had happened, she felt an unsettled. During the meal, she couldn't help but steal glances at him. It was all too obvious, even Suyin could not pretend not to notice. The scene was strikingly similar to when 11111 had previously upset Jianyu. Suyin offered Jianyu a chicken wing, teasingly asking, "Did you have another spat with 1111? You're behaving like a young girl." Jianyu, momentarily distracted from his thoughts, looked up at Suyin and then at 11111, bewildered. "What did I do?" 11111, caught off guard by Suyin's misunderstanding, quickly interjected, "No, we're not quarreling, auntie." Seeing their demeanor, Suyin decided not to press further, recognizing that they were growing up and developing their own feelings. She concluded, "All right, let us eat. You both should rest early tonight. You missed your evening study session after the hospital visit, and the break is over. Classes resume tomorrow." Having a teacher at home created a familiar atmosphere during conversations, reminiscent of school lectures that continued at home. Yet, 11111 still felt something was amiss, primarily due to Jianyu's unnervingly calm demeanor. If she hadn't pressed her face towards him, she might have thought she was overthinking and imagining things. After all, she had indeed forced Jianyu to kiss her, yet he appeared unchanged, acting as if nothing had transpired, engaging in his usual activities. He even bid her good night before retreating to his room, leaving 11111 with a sense of the calm before the storm. Jianyu pondered throughout the night, questioning whether his affection for 11111 was destined. In a past life, he had fallen for her at first sight, drawn in by her beauty. He was indeed a superficial admirer. In this life, he saw her daily and had her close by, yet still found her irresistible. 11111 was truly perfect, not merely in appearance but in every aspect, save for the uncertain psychological state that left Jianyu conflicted. After much contemplation, he found himself unable to justify not liking 11111. People are invariably attracted to excellence, especially when they share daily proximity. All right then, I confess, 11111 is beautiful, possesses a wonderful character, and understands me well. I know her, and I doubt I will ever have the patience to understand another girl as I do her. It's strange that I like her. Lying in bed with his phone pressed to his ear, Jianyu awaited a response. After a prolonged silence, he wondered if Qihan had fallen asleep, but the sound of uneven breathing suggested otherwise. Wait, oh my god. Qihan's voice trembled, I completely forgot, you two aren't siblings. Your surname is Jiang, hers is one. You're not even on the same household registration, right? Jianyu, taken aback, contemplated why he had chosen to confide in Qihan, whose peculiar thought process often amused him. It was evident that Jihan did not find it strange for Jian-yu to like 11111. Deep down, Jian-yu feared being labeled a pervert, yet it was clear that Jihan would not judge him harshly. With a sigh, Jian-yu clarified, "We are not siblings, we are neighbors, hence our different household registrations. Then what is there to be troubled about? Liking 11111 is no unusual thing. Many are infatuated with her," Jihan replied nonchalantly. "What is so perplexing about that? Don't you think it's rather odd for me to feel this way?" Jian-yu's unease lingered. "Odd? Not at all." Jihan seemed perplexed. "You two are what they call childhood sweethearts, right?" He chuckled. "Honestly, I didn't realize it at first. I even considered looking for a country where sibling couples are accepted." Jian-yu could not suppress a laugh. "Thank you. You're a good friend. Don't mention it. You're a grown man, spare me the good person card, it is rather repulsive," Jihan said, his tone dripping with mock disdain, but then, he abruptly shifted focus. "So, when you asked about liking someone while gaming, you meant 11111. Not so soon. How could you be so certain?" Jian-yu noted Jihan's genuine surprise. He had been wrestling with his feelings just moments before. Was it truly that easy to come to a conclusion in a single night? Relaxing, Jian-yu glanced at the gourd-shaped plush toy beside him. Whether 11111 had forgotten to take it or had left it deliberately remained uncertain. As he locked eyes with the toy, his voice softened. "Yes, it was indeed fast. I realized my feelings had been brewing for some time, but I just didn't want to face it. It wasn't merely avoidance." Jian-yu had struggled with his own moral compass. Jian seemed to grasp this, responding with an understanding "oh." Then he inquired, "What made you decide to confront it all of a sudden?" Jian-yu absently brushed his lips. "Perhaps it was because, when she unexpectedly pressed her face against mine this afternoon, my heart couldn't conceal its racing." Jihan was momentarily speechless, processing the weight of Jian-yu's revelation. "Wait, what? You two kissed?" The force of his shock nearly knocked him off the bed, and his voice rose in disbelief. Just then, his father barged into the room, casting a wary glance at Jihan's chaotic space. "What do you mean by kissed? Dad, why didn't you knock before coming in?" "I was discussing a TV series with my classmate." As Jian-yu listened to Jihan's protests, he mused to himself, "Was that truly a kiss? It was merely our cheeks colliding." Chapter 78 HMPH, Jian-yu specifically purchased this for her, and it is only right that she consumes it. In Jian-yu's eyes, this hardly qualifies as intimacy. It was merely a collision of cheeks and lips. However, after a conversation with Jihan, he found it quite enlightening. This lad's demeanor was remarkably cheerful, and just before they hung up last night, he jovially remarked, "Isn't this splendid, Yuji? Given how much you both care for one another, I previously could not have imagined the extent to which you would critique each other upon discovering one another had a boyfriend or girlfriend. But now, it's all internalized, perfect." This attitude helped Jian-yu dispel the inner turmoil he had been grappling with. Indeed, 11111 was raised by him, and such a vibrant young lady, he believed, deserved someone worthy of her. The thought of her falling for an unsuitable person would infuriate him. Moreover, one cannot deny that a child nurtured under your care will likely gravitate towards your preferences. Thus, in Jian-yu's eyes, 11111 seemed to meet all his ideals. Given this, keeping her close was certainly preferable to watching her being deceived by some dubious character. After concluding his call with Jihan, Jian-yu took merely 3 minutes to convince himself to dismantle his already flimsy moral barriers. Nonetheless, he still needed to gradually make 11111 aware that affection and romantic love are not synonymous. That very evening, free from psychological burdens, Jian-yu enjoyed a restful sleep. Early the next morning, he was awakened by Su-yin, who called him to attend class. Originally, they had planned to ride their bicycles to school, but since Su-yin was a middle school teacher and they were no longer in the same district, it was impractical for her to accompany them. Public transport was an option, but it was notoriously crowded in the mornings. Thus, Jian-yu had previously discussed with 11111 the convenience of cycling, as it was not far. However, it was unfortunate that 11111 had since been hospitalized. As she descended the stairs, 11111 pondered how she might secure a reason to sit on Jianyu's rear seat. If all else failed, she could offer to give him a ride, which would provide an opportunity for closeness. However, upon seeing the bicycle, she still could not conjure an appropriate reason. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as Jianyu proactively stated, "You should refrain from cycling for now, I will give you a ride." The moment he finished speaking, she brightened up, sure displaying no hint of hesitation. Jianyu found it amusing. "If only you could feign a little reluctance, I won't pretend," 11111 replied, already seated on the back of his bicycle, looking up at Jianyu with a smile. "I'm good to go." Jianyu, observing her joyful demeanor, lifted his spirits as well. "All right then, once you're feeling better, you can ride your own bike," he said, a habitual exchange between them. Yet, Jianyu felt a twinge of regret. It seemed his attitude towards 11111 must undergo a transformation. Previously, he had viewed her as a younger sister, a sentiment familiar to those with siblings, protective on the outside, yet teasingly playful on the inside. However, that could no longer be the case, as he harbored feelings for her and needed to adopt a different stance. In truth, the ride from their neighborhood to school, including waiting at traffic lights, took merely 10 minutes. Thus, it was rather swift. Throughout the journey, Jianyu found himself unusually awkward, primarily due to the shift in their relationship and perhaps because of his own burgeoning feelings. This led to an unusually quiet ride for the two of them. As for 11111's silence, well, she was taking advantage of Jianyu's inattention, first tugging at his clothing, then leaning her forehead against his back, ultimately pressing her entire face against him. Furthermore, she wondered if Jianyu was still groggy from sleep, as he had not uttered a word to her. It seemed they were both preoccupied with their own thoughts. Upon reaching the school entrance, however, Jianyu parked the bicycle and went to buy some jianbingguzi, opting for one with 3 eggs added. 11111 inquired, "Aren't you hungry?" Jianyu replied, "No, this is for Qihan." Surely, she should express her gratitude, as Qihan had enabled him to sleep soundly last night, lifting a weight off his shoulders. 11111, she gazed longingly at the jianbingguzi with 3 eggs and 2 sausages. Her eyes were filled with resentment. If the jianbingguzi could move, it would have likely fled. Jianyu sensed her silence and turned his face toward her. Noticing her fixation on the jianbingguzi, he asked, "Would you like some?" 11111 shook her head. "No, it's fine." Little did Jianyu realize that 11111 might be upset simply because he bought a jianbingguzi for Qihan and not for her. Since Jianyu and Qihan were in adjacent classes, Jianyu called Qihan out right at the entrance. Initially, Qihan was quite pleased to see the jianbingguzi, exclaiming, "Hey, Yuji, you're like a brother to me. How did you know I hadn't eaten breakfast?" Just as he reached for it, he sensed something amiss. He looked around and noticed 11111 standing not far off, staring at him. "Qihan, oh no, there's a palpable tension," Jianyu continued. "By the way, I owe you my thanks for last night, otherwise, I would have lost sleep." At that moment, 11111 suddenly interjected, "What did you two do last night?" Jianyu was taken aback, turning to her and exclaiming, "Huh? Why haven't you gone inside yet? You startled me." 11111 blinked. "I was waiting for you. So, what were you up to last night?" Jianyu replied, "We're at the classroom door now, no need." "We didn't do much, just chatted for a bit." Qihan, being someone who had been under scrutiny for years, though somewhat slow on the uptake, recognized 11111 after so many years. His outstretched hand promptly retreated. "Yuji, I just remembered, I asked Liuji to pack some for me. You two enjoy the jianbingguzi." He then shot Jianyu a knowing glance. Jianyu was initially puzzled, but upon meeting 11111's dark, piercing gaze, he paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Wait, are you jealous? When I asked you if you wanted some, you declined." 11111 did not deny the possibility of jealousy. She merely glanced at the jianbingguzi in Jianyu's hand and then at Qihan. Qihan took a cautious step back. "You didn't even ask him if he wanted any. You just bought him some." 11111's voice was neither loud nor soft. Jianyu heard her clearly, and it only made him chuckle more. "You, indeed." He reached out to gently pat her head. At that moment, a head popped out from the window, with Shenyang reminding them, you all need to head to morning self-study. Jihan exclaimed, thanks, Yuji, I'm off now. Next time, please don't buy anything just for me. The emphasis on the word just was unmistakable. 11111's gaze, filled with a desire to stab someone, was impossible to conceal. Just as Jianyu was about to respond, he watched Jihan dash into the building as if fleeing from something terrifying behind him. He looked down at the Jianbingguzi in his hand. So, what should I do with this now? A small hand reached over and took it. I'll eat it. HMPH, Jianyu bought it specifically for her. It was meant for her consumption alone, Jianyu, but you said you weren't hungry. I'll be hungry soon. 11111, Chapter 79, they clearly weren't holding hands, yet their connection seemed more intimate than mere hand. Jianyu found himself at a loss for words, but his mutterings proved futile. 11111 remained resolute in claiming the luxurious pancake he had purchased. To be honest, the portion was one Jianyu could have managed before breakfast, but given 11111's petite appetite, even on an empty stomach, she wouldn't be able to finish it. Not to mention, she had already eaten breakfast before heading out, hence, during the first 2 periods that morning, Jianyu observed her sneaking a few bites during the break. Jianyu. What is wrong with this little girl? After military training, most of the classmates had become familiar with one another. The seating arrangements had not changed much. Jianyu still sat beside Li Yu, while 11111 and Liu Qi occupied the seats in front of them. Shenyang sat at the same table as the class representative, separated from Jianyu by an aisle. During the break, Jianyu couldn't help but reach for the pancake 11111 was holding. He extended his hand from the aisle, leaning forward slightly with half of his body rising. 11111 paused for a moment, and when she looked up at him, their proximity made it appear as though she were nestled within Jianyu's embrace. However, her attention was entirely focused on the pancake. What are you doing? Jianyu lowered his gaze upon her. If you can't finish it, just let me have it. I won't give any to the others. Both of them remained fixated on the pancake, while Li Yu wore an expression of utter astonishment, almost wishing he could whip out his phone to capture the moment, were it not for the surveillance cameras. In truth, when Jianyu looked down at her, he noticed the somewhat ambiguous nature of their posture, and they were indeed leaning in a bit too close. He felt as if he could see the fine hairs on her face. Jianyu had always had excellent eyesight. He had certainly admired her beauty before, but this was the first time in his life that he stared at 11111's face with such a racing heartbeat, even feeling his ears begin to flush. Quickly averting his gaze, he withdrew his hand, holding the pancake. Is it all right if I eat this? His voice was noticeably more hoarse than usual, and 11111 caught on. She nodded, all right. But it's all. If you're hungry, I can go buy you a rice ball. Liu Qi, engrossed in his novel, couldn't help but interject, hey, 1111, you. Before he could finish, 11111 handed her thermos to Jianyu. Drink some water. Liu Qi. Forget it, I might as well keep my mouth shut. Reasoning with a brocon is futile. Liu, observing the scene and noting how red Jianyu's ears had become, remarked, no need to buy anything. I'll just eat this, otherwise, you'll finish it by yourself, and you know it will get cold. Saying this, he took a bite. To be honest, the pancake was indeed unappetizing when cold. However, 11111 retorted, you bought it, so if it's cold, it's cold. I can eat it cold, but you can't. Li Yu, feeling like a bystander caught in a love triangle, suddenly felt envious. Jianyu cleared his throat. Understood, class is starting. With that, he pulled a piece of candy from his backpack and handed it to 11111. Their actions appeared entirely natural, the only one feeling uncomfortable being Li Yu. It was too much to handle. Once 11111 turned away, Li Yu lowered his voice. Dude, your ears are burning red, are you really that close? Jianyu turned to Li Yu and replied earnestly, whether 11111 and I are siblings or not, you and Li Zuan are brothers, right? Li Yu was taken aback. Huh? What does that idiot have to do with this? His face displayed confusion, soon replaced by caution. You don't mean you're also his enemy, do you? No, I'm not close to him. We're not even brothers. You guys go take revenge on him, just leave me out of it. All right, Jiang Yu confirmed that this lad did indeed have some connection to Li Ziwen, but judging by his reaction, it seemed the relationship was far from amicable. Jiang Yu sighed. Why are you so anxious? I merely inquired out of curiosity. Come on, if you were in my shoes, you'd feel the same. You have no idea about that idiot. I don't know where he learned his gangster nonsense, but he is utterly Clearly, he and Li Ziwen were not from the same school. He couldn't understand why people thought he was related to Li Ziwen. When Li Ziwen offended someone, they came looking for him, their bookworm a brother. Li Yu, what an idiot. Having encountered such situations frequently, he had grown numb to it. He forced a bitter smile. I wasn't this strong before, which is why they came after me. Now, I can handle 3 at once without a problem. Jiang Yu. That is somewhat inspirational. He gave Li Yu a thumbs up. Impressive. Li Yu cautiously confirmed, you don't have any grudges against him, right? If you do, I can correct that. My relationship with him is really quite casual. If needed, I can help you put him in a sack. I've endured him for quite some time. The last part was laced with a tone of barely concealed resentment. Jiang Yu quickly replied, it's not that serious. Even if there were grievances, I wouldn't blame you. Just as they were speaking, the teacher arrived. Jiang Yu noticed Li Yu exhale in relief. That's good. If you ever need to put someone in a sack, you can definitely call me. Jiang Yu. 6 After all the morning classes had concluded, Li Yu had completely forgotten about the lemon incident. The teasing would naturally fade away. In the end, Jiang Yu still hadn't finished the pancake. It was simply too much. 18 noon, Jian and the others were waiting for them at the entrance to go for lunch. Zhu Xuanxuan's class was on the lower floor, so she waited on the first floor. Liu Qi took 11111's hand. Come on, we haven't eaten together in ages. 11111 glanced at her hand being held and felt a twinge of displeasure, but she held her tongue. Just as they stepped out the door, Jian yanked Liu Qi back. What are you doing, pulling and tugging? After saying that, he gestured toward Jian Yu. Jian Yu, this kid is somewhat clever, but not too much. What was he trying to accomplish? Did he think he was being considerate? Wasn't this just an opportunity created by UGE? Jiang Yu didn't he perceive an opportunity? Instead, it was 11111 who tugged at the hem of his shirt. This was summer attire, and Jiang Yu found it somewhat amusing. What are you doing? You'll stretch the fabric. 11111 misinterpreted his words as a refusal to let go, pouting as she released her grip. Oh. Jiang Yu sighed, glanced at her, and pulled a pen from her pocket, handing it to her. Here, take it. As for why 11111 always carried a pen, Jiang Yu only knew it was her habit. After he forbade her from carrying a small knife, she began to always have a pen on her. At that moment, 11111, still slightly dazed, reached for one end of the pen. Jiang Yu, not releasing his grip on the other end, gave it a gentle shake. Let's go. They clearly weren't holding hands, yet their connection felt even more intimate than that of a simple clasp. Chapter 80, What should he do if she doesn't engage in early romance? The others had already begun to playfully chatter about various topics, while the two of them were tugging at each other over a pen. It was inevitable that some might find their behavior peculiar and could not help but steal glances. Many were familiar with 11111, her beauty was striking, and her academic performance commendable. She had even delivered a speech during the closing ceremony of their military training. The girl's allure was undeniable, making her easily memorable. As for Jian Yu, he too would soon garner more recognition. After all, the title of 11111's brother had already made him stand out in middle school, and it likely still held weight now, given that many had transitioned directly from middle school to high school. The number of those acquainted, occasionally, passers-by would greet them. The 6 of them made their way to the cafeteria. When Zhu Xianxian caught sight of their awkward hand-holding, she paused momentarily before giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive, 1111. She assumed 1111 had devised this plan herself, considering she had expressed her fondness for Jiang Yu. However, 11111 blinked in confusion. Ho? Jiang Yu, noticing Zhu Xuanxuan's knowing expression, felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. He shook the pen in his hand and released his grip. Weren't they heading to the dining hall? For Qihan and the others, the new school and cafeteria were an adventure they wished to explore thoroughly. Jianyu made no objections, although he remembered only a few eateries that were worthwhile. Yet, who could say for certain, perhaps the stalls in this cafeteria differed from those of the previous year. As they were fresh students, recently concluded military training had left their skin with a sun-kissed glow. In contrast, 1111, the sole fair-skinned individual among them, appeared even more radiant. In Zhu Xuanxuan's words, "We are all dark leaves, but 1111 is the only flower." Her tone was filled with admiration and awe. The compliment left 1111 feeling bashful, prompting her to softly respond, "Please don't say that." Yet, her gaze could not help but drift toward Jianyu. Did he find her attractive too? Regrettably, Jianyu was oblivious to her thoughts at that moment. He was preoccupied with picking fish bones for 1111, as she was the only one who had expressed aversion to fish. It wasn't so much that she disliked it, rather, she detested the hassle of deboning it. She found it tedious and thus opted not to eat it. After Jianyu had urged her a few times, she reluctantly nibbled on a bit, but when he... Initially, Jianyu had felt that she should not completely avoid it, hence his insistence. However, it was rare for him to be so proactive in assisting her with the bones. When 1111 was taken aback to see Jianyu placing the deboned fish into her bowl, she gazed up at him. Jianyu was busy wiping his hands and preventing Liu Ji from snatching chicken from his bowl, warning, "Do you believe I will hit you?" Upon sensing 1111's gaze, he turned to her and asked, "What are you doing? Fish should be eaten while hot." Liu Ji chimed in, brother you, I also want the deboned fish. It should be eaten warm." Before he could finish, Qihan, seated nearby, shoved a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Wasn't it obvious that 1111 was casting a dangerous look in his direction? Liu Ji exclaimed, "Ho woo-woo, eat your food." Qihan chuckled. Zhu Xianxian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Qihan, wondering if he had noticed this too. In truth, Qihan was oblivious. He had simply reacted to the situation. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, Qihan? Hey, what's going on?" Jianyu pretended not to hear their raucous banter. However, 1111's direct gaze upon him was impossible to ignore. He asked her, "What is it?" Unexpectedly, 1111 flashed him a sweet smile. "Thank you, brother." At that moment, 1111's face flushed as she met Jiangyu's eyes. Her laughter was delightful, a sweetness that even Liu Ji and Qihan, who were previously engaged in their own antics, could not overlook. They were seated facing each other and thus caught the sight instantly. Both were momentarily stunned, although they already knew she was beautiful. Witnessing 1111's radiant smile rendered them momentarily speechless. Noticing the sudden silence that had enveloped the once boisterous table, Jianyu glanced up, clicked his tongue, and pushed their faces away, saying, "What are you doing? Eat properly." He then turned his attention back to 1111. He was puzzled by her behavior, as she had even given him a wink. Jianyu swallowed hard, then lowered his gaze and handed her a chicken wing from his bowl, saying, "You too, eat well." His tone was devoid of... Zhu Xianxian and Qihan exchanged knowing smiles, while Liu Qi and Liu Ji felt that Jianyu was acting a bit strange today. After finishing their meal, the three girls decided to head out for milk tea. The weather was sweltering, and the three boys were reluctant to join them. Although Jianyu initially intended to accompany 1111, Liu Qi insisted that the girls should go alone. Consequently, Jianyu had no choice but to return with Qihan and the others. Just before they left, 1111 quickly tiptoed closer to Jianyu and whispered, "Brother, wait for me. I will buy you some. I only smile at you, not at anyone else." Jianyu was momentarily taken aback by her words, and he watched as 1111 was whisked away by Zhu Xianxian and the others. She turned back to glance at him, her eyes crescent-shaped and beautiful. Jianyu's lips moved slightly. 1111, unable to discern his words, furrowed her brow in confusion, wondering what her brother had said. What Jianyu had meant was, "Damn, stop teasing me." Meanwhile, Liu Ji and Qihan continued to shout, brother Yu, let's go, it's so hot. In this kind of weather, how could one survive without air conditioning? Jiangyu snapped back to reality and walked toward the classroom with Qihan and the others, mulling over why he always seemed to be the target of her playful teasing. Clearly, he had little experience in matters of romance, yet, how could 1111, at her age, possess such understanding? Jiangyu mused that perhaps he had read too few novels. Hey, just now, I ran into a boy from our class who also wants to pursue 1111. Liu Ji's voice suddenly rang out. Before Qihan could intervene, he thought, why is this guy constantly treading? During middle school, Jiangyu had been slightly shorter than Liu Ji, but now he had surpassed him in height, though he still could not rival Qihan, who seemed to have grown on hormones. Jiangyu inquired, what does he intend to do? Just admiring 1111's beauty, I suppose. Who wouldn't think she's stunning? But I suspect this guy is quite wealthy. If she wasn't engaging in early romance, then what was he supposed to do? Qian looked at Jiangyu as if he were a fool.